the eldest son of the general's mansion of our great Xia kingdom, once the most powerful man, has now become a useless person despised by everyone. 5 years ago, I led my army to fight against the Qingsong kingdom. We should have won the victory, but we were ambushed by the strong men from the 8th Great Kingdom. 600,000 soldiers died in the battle, and I became blind and my chi was shattered. That battle was a shame in my life and a pain for the great Xia kingdom. After that, I spent my days in the general's mansion in silence, enduring endless abuse and insults. Those who once admired me now all avoided me. I knew very well that this was the fate of a loser. Until that day, my sister Fang Jishue told me that the emperor wanted to marry me into the Shao family to ease the relationship with Qingsong country. I smiled bitterly in my heart, a useless person, became a political victim. But I also knew that if I refused, the Fang family and even the entire Daxia country would be in dire straits. Brother, let's run away. Fang Jishue's eyes were full of anxiety. I shook my head gently. Second sister, if I leave, the Fang family will be doomed, and the great Xia kingdom will also perish. Although I am a disabled person, I still want to do something for my family and the country. I stood alone in the courtyard, with a lot of thoughts in my mind. Suddenly, my soul left my body. This was the first time I appeared in spirit form since that stunning glimpse 5 years ago. I looked down at everything in Kyoto, the luxury of the imperial palace, the suffering of the people, and the tyranny of the warriors of Qingsong country. Hey, in such a small country, there are actually fellow Taoists who have achieved out-of-body experience. A voice of surprise sounded beside my ears. I turned around and saw a Taoist with a semi-transparent body standing in the void. I was shocked. In the past 5 years, no one had ever noticed me when I was out of body, let alone talk to me. Hello, fellow Taoist. What's your name? I pretended to be calm and asked with a bow. I'm Yunhe, and I'm from Zhongzhou. Are you also traveling through the world and passing by here? The other party looked at me with curiosity in his eyes. Zhongzhou Kingdom. I was shocked. That was the legendary first-class empire with countless powerful people and vast territory. Wait, your spirit is a little weird, you are the spirit out of the body, not the nascent soul. Taoist Yunhe suddenly exclaimed, raised his hand and slapped me. I subconsciously wanted to dodge, but in the blink of an eye, my spirit had returned to my body. He is actually an ordinary person. How can a mere mortal have such a strong spirit and soul and be able to leave his body on his own? The voice of Taoist Yunhe sounded again. I calmly bowed in the direction of the voice and said, Senior, I am just a warrior whose chi has been destroyed. I am sorry to disappoint you. Disappointed? Ha ha ha, how could I be disappointed? I have been traveling in the world for 100 years and was planning to return, but I accidentally discovered a rough diamond like you. It can be said that this is our fate. Your spirit is naturally strong and majestic, and you are a good candidate for cultivating immortals. Taoist Yunhe laughed. Cultivating immortals. Senior, are there really immortals in this world? My heart moved, and the image of the fairy standing in the scorching sun emerged in my mind. You were born in the 9th rank empire, so it's not surprising that you have never seen a cultivator. I don't know if there are immortals in the world. I only know that my methods are like those of gods to you. Taoist Yunhe smiled faintly. I plan to accept you as my last disciple, are you willing? I was silent for a moment. My chi is ruined, I'm afraid I can't practice again. Chi. That's what you warriors call it. We cultivators don't cultivate chi. You warriors have 3 realms, Ren Xian, Di Xian, and Tian Xian. Each realm is divided into 4 small realms, right? But we cultivators don't have so many terms. We refine chi to build the foundation, build the elixir, and form the nascent soul. Your Tian Xian can only barely fight with those at the peak of chi training. Taoist Yunhe said proudly. I was extremely shocked. The path to becoming an immortal is so magical. I have to hurry back to Zhongzhou to do some work. If you are willing to become my disciple, I will take you with me. Taoist Yunhe urged. Go to Zhongzhou. My eyes flickered, and I whispered, Senior, Daxia is facing an unprecedented predicament now. Can you please help me? What do worldly matters have to do with me? Taoist Yunhe smiled. You are about to embark on the path to immortality, so you should end your relationship with this world as soon as possible. I smiled bitterly in my heart, clasped my fists and saluted. The younger generation cannot leave. If I leave, what will happen to my family and the country? My father's temples are already gray. I don't know whether my grandfather is alive or dead, and my second uncle has devoted himself to the family. Now the great Xia Emperor wants to use me to quell the war. How can I just leave? You don't want to leave with me. What is there in this small place that is worth your memory? As long as you come with me, I guarantee that you will be promoted to the golden elixir within 100 years. Then it will be easy for you to come back. Taoist Yunhe was a little stunned. I'm disappointing my elders by not traveling far away while my parents are still alive. I sighed softly. Tsk tisk. Taoist Yunhe looked at me repeatedly. Everyone in the world admires immortals. If someone knew that they could become my last disciple, they would crawl to Zhongzhou even if they broke their legs, but you don't want to go. This is the rule of my sect. Last disciples must practice in the sect. If you don't want to go, I can't accept you as my disciple, but it's a pity to waste your talent. How about this? I will teach you the entry method of the 3000 Dao sect, and from now on you will be an outer disciple of the 3000 Dao sect in Zhongzhou. You are allowed to practice here, as long as you return to the sect to become a citizen after you are promoted to the foundation building stage. After saying this, Taoist Yunhe raised his hand and shot out a spiritual light, which sank into my forehead. In an instant, many memories that did not belong to me appeared in my mind, which gathered into a dazzling golden book, Introduction to 3000 Taoism. I was refreshed, opened the book, and immersed myself in the method of cultivating immortals. Unconsciously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to gather in my body, nourishing my weak body. The spiritual energy passed through the incomplete sea of qi, but did not stop, and continued to circulate. The sun sets and the moon rises, the moon disappears and the sun appears. I stood there for a day and a night. Everyone in the general's mansion thought that I was unwilling to marry into the family, but they didn't know that I was taking a crucial step on the road to immortality. Finally, a crystal-clear immortal vein condensed in my body, and I once again set foot in the extraordinary realm. This time, I am an immortal cultivator. Forge immortal veins in one day. Ha ha ha, your talent is indeed extraordinary. Remember, after you build your foundation, come and become a citizen of my 3000 Taoist sects. Taoist Yunhe laughed loudly, turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared. After I woke up, I bowed to the direction where Taoist Chong Yun had disappeared, feeling grateful. His appearance changed my fate, and perhaps also changed the fate of the great Xia nation. Brother, what's wrong with you? Fang Zhishue's voice came. She didn't understand why I saluted in the direction where there was no one. I turned around and looked at everyone. Dad, why are you all here? At that moment, they seemed to see a flash of light in my dead eyes, but I had been blind for 5 years, so they thought it was an illusion. You've been standing here for a day and a night. Dad is worried. If you have any ideas in your mind, just tell me. Fang Songhai gritted his teeth. No matter what, Dad will help you. Dad, do you think I'm worried about marrying into the family? I smiled. Aren't you standing there for a whole day and night because you were troubled by this matter? Fang Songhai was stunned. I shook my head gently. It's not about this. I've figured out some things. Don't worry about this, Dad. I'll handle it properly. After saying that, I cupped my hands and said, I'll take my leave first. I walked out of the general's mansion. Although my eyes were closed, I walked like a normal person and had sharp perception. I had this ability since I met the fairy. Military god Fang is out for a walk again. The neighbors stopped what they were doing and looked at me with complicated eyes, a mixture of awe and reluctance. 600,000 military souls were buried in the Three Realms mountain, and they had complicated feelings towards me, mostly reluctance. Hey, isn't this our military god Fang? No, in a few days, the warriors of our Qingsong country will have to call you uncle. Suddenly, several strong men from Qingsong country wearing fur coats blocked my way, and the leader's face was full of contempt and ridicule. The people around retreated one after another, hatred in their eyes. What are these Qingsong nation warriors talking about? Calling Jiwenshan Fang son-in-law. What's going on? Whispers were heard all around. The Qingsong nation warrior said proudly, don't you know the news? Marshal Xiao Lang has proposed marriage to your emperor. Soon, your military god Fang will marry into the Xiao family and become the daughter of the Xiao goddess. Marry goddess Xiao. The people around me were shocked and looked at me in disbelief. You are talking nonsense. How can Fang Juanshan marry into the Xiao family? A scholar shouted angrily. How dare you, a corrupt scholar, accuse me of talking nonsense? You are so bold. The warrior from Qingsong country walked towards the scholar, grabbed him and slapped him a dozen times, making the scholar's head buzz. My expression was slightly shaken, and the people around me were angry but dared not say anything. After beating the scholar, the warrior pointed at me and said, "If you don't believe me, ask your military god to see if I'm lying or telling the truth." Fang, military god Fang, tell us they are bragging. Why would the Xiao family let you marry into the family? The scholar's cheeks were red and swollen, and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, but he stared at me intently. The Xiao family did propose a marriage. I said softly. The scholar felt as if he had lost all his strength when he heard this, and fell to the ground. The people around him looked confused. If I marry into the Xiao family, what hope will Daxia have? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, if God wants to destroy our great Xia must perish. The scholar laughed wildly towards the sky. His words were extremely treasonous, but everyone remained silent. Who said Daxia is going to perish? Even if God wants to destroy Daxia, wouldn't it ask me first? I said with a faint smile. The scholar stopped talking abruptly and looked at me in surprise and doubt. I walked towards the Qingsong country warrior. What's your name? Is God asking you this? How arrogant. Hee, my name is He Longsheng. What can I do for you, son-in-law? He said with a strange laugh. He Longsheng. I walked up to him. Several people subconsciously wanted to move, but I suddenly opened my eyes, and the gray and dead eyes were filled with majesty, and they froze. The next moment, He Longsheng felt a sharp pain in his left ear, and I actually plucked his right ear off. I threw the bloody ear at my feet and smiled at him. I'll remember your name. When I pick up the sword again, I'll kill you. After that, I turned and left. Damn it, damn it. He Longsheng covered his wound tightly and looked at my back with resentment in his eyes, but he didn't dare to chase me. After they left, the scholar looked at the bloodstains on the ground and laughed softly. After taking a walk and drinking tea, I came to a small courtyard outside Kyoto. The courtyard had been deserted for a long time and was covered with dust. I stood there quietly and suddenly said, "You are here." Prince. Dozens of figures looked at me excitedly. They were the great Xia hidden guards that I personally created. They had different identities, but they were all my capable subordinates. How have you been doing these past 5 years? I turned around and asked with a smile. In fact, I had always known about their experiences. My out-of-body experience allowed me to know Kyoto very well. Prince, we are not living well. Someone spoke up. Yes, we are not living well. Whenever we hear those people insulting the prince, we want to draw our swords and kill them, but the prince won't allow us to do so. Prince, you haven't been to this courtyard for 5 years. Are you here today? Have we been re-employed? Someone asked expectantly. Everyone's expression perked up and they looked at me eagerly. My cultivation is now completely wasted. If I were to re-employ you, would you still be willing to obey my orders? You should know that any one of you can easily defeat me now. I said with a half-smile. Prince, who of them dares? As long as you re-employ us, we will still be your loyal great Xia hidden guards. Sugu stood up and stared at everyone with tiger eyes. He had reached the peak of his explosive power and was a top-notch master. Sugu is right. We follow the prince and never care about his martial arts skills. As long as the prince gives the order, we will give it a try no matter how difficult it is. Everyone said in a low but firm voice. Your Highness, Marshal Xiao Lang's daughter will arrive in Kyoto tomorrow. If we take action, we can surely kill her on the way and keep the casualties to 30, someone said viciously. It seems that you are all busy and even know this news. I raised the corners of my mouth, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. The Daxia hidden guard is to protect and defend, not to assassinate. I don't need you to kill people for me. The only thing you have to do is to guard Daxia. It's a pity to be an assassin. Prince, what should we do then? Sugu asked in a low voice. I'm here today to re-employ you. You just need to wait. There is no need for you to take any action now. Sugu stays, and the rest of you go back to your respective places. Some of them are not in Kyoto, so you can pass the message on their behalf. I said with a faint smile. Everyone was startled, but habit made them obey my orders without objection. Although they were unwilling, they could only leave silently. Prince, what do you want me to do? Sugu asked calmly, but he couldn't hide his excitement. I need a wolf hair brush, top-grade cinnabar, and top-grade yellow talisman paper. Also, the hermitage is dirty and needs to be cleaned. I said with a smile. Sugu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Prince, wait a moment, I'll go buy it. Half an hour later, Sugu bought all the things and cleaned the courtyard while curiously watching me write and draw on the yellow paper. His expression gradually became strange. Is the prince drawing talismans? But he can't see. Never mind. It's a headache to think about it. The prince must have a deep meaning for this action. In the introductory chapter of 3000 Taoism, there are 4 types of talismans: the Vajra talisman, the divine travel talisman, the power talisman, and the purple lightning talisman. They are of the lower yellow grade. The first 3 are ordinary with average effects, but the 4th, the purple lightning talisman, is of the thunder attribute and has incredible power. I sat quietly for a moment, glanced at the first draft, and when I felt it was almost done, I mobilized the spiritual energy in my body. Only by drawing the talisman with spiritual energy can it be effective. The purple lightning talisman is my goal today. I have just started on the immortal road and my cultivation is still shallow. If I want to change the world and shock the Qingsong kingdom, I need thundering means. I thought that drawing the purple lightning talisman would be easy, but when I actually mobilized the spiritual energy in my body suddenly dropped by half as soon as I put pen to paper. Then I realized that drawing talismans consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy. I didn't dare to hesitate, and wanted to finish it in one go to see if I had enough spiritual energy to draw a purple lightning talisman. As a result, my spiritual energy was consumed drastically, and the wolf hair brush that was gathering spiritual energy also lost control, and the talisman paper was useless. Drawing talismans is not easy. I understood this principle, but I also found that the lost spiritual energy was recovering quickly, which was not normal. Could it be that my spirit and soul are so strong that the speed at which my spiritual energy recovers is different from that of ordinary people? My mind moved slightly, and I seemed to understand something. I smiled and continued to concentrate on drawing the purple lightning talisman. This took me a whole day. It was dark, but it had no effect on me because I couldn't see. There were hundreds of yellow papers with failed drawings on them beside the table. The hidden courtyard was cleaned up by Sugu, and he was quietly guarding me in the shadow of the courtyard. How long will the prince finish painting? Marshal Xiao Lang's daughter will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Sugu was secretly anxious. Almost done, this one should work. I picked up another piece of talisman paper. With hundreds of failed experiences, I gradually understood the technique of drawing the purple lightning talisman. Fortunately, spiritual energy can be restored quickly. In a day, spiritual energy is exhausted countless times, and each time it is quickly restored to its peak. And every time it is exhausted, the spiritual energy will increase after recovery. In this day alone, the spiritual energy has increased by 20 to 30. Maybe soon I can condense the second immortal vein and advance to the second level of chi refining. Although I cannot see, I write with spirit. The wolf hair brush, which is filled with spiritual energy, moves like dragons on the yellow talisman paper. Each stroke carries a strong spiritual aura. Time passed, and this time, I finally completed the drawing of a purple lightning talisman without any mistakes. As the last stroke was completed, a thunder-attributed spiritual energy gathered madly between heaven and earth and sank into the purple lightning talisman. In the dark yard, there seemed to be a flash of thunder. Was it thunder just now? Or am I dazzled? Sugu stood up straight and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. The yard was silent and he could only see my figure sitting upright. But he clearly saw the flash of lightning. Was he dazzled? Such a strong thunder aura. This purple lightning talisman really worked. A smile finally appeared on my expressionless face. I can draw a purple lightning talisman in half an hour. Now there are still 4 or 5 hours before dawn, and I can draw at least 8 or 9 purple lightning talismans. Fang Chen didn't know that the purple lightning talisman, which seemed very simple to him now, was a very difficult threshold for ordinary chi-refining cultivators to cross. The purple lightning talisman is too complicated, and any slight mistake will result in all previous efforts being wasted. Apart from that, the most difficult thing is the loss of spiritual energy. An ordinary chi-refining cultivator might exhaust his spiritual energy after failing a few times, and then need several days to recover to the peak. It may take several months to accumulate experience from hundreds of times, and some people may not be able to draw a complete purple lightning talisman even after failing thousands of times. If Taoist Yunhe was present, he would also be shocked by this scene. There were already 9 purple lightning talismans placed in front of Fang Chen, and he was still drawing the 10th one. He didn't seem to feel tired, and his spiritual energy was increasing. The only thing he lacked was time. Sugu had already understood that he was not dazzled, because every time Fang Chen drew a purple lightning talisman, he could see a flash of lightning. There really are talismans in this world. I thought they were all tricks used by charlatans to defraud people. The prince is worthy of being the prince. In the past 5 years, he has never really given up. Sugu was in high spirits. The 10th purple lightning talisman was drawn, and the thunder vision appeared again. After the thunder spirit energy penetrated into the talisman paper, Fang Chen put away the 10 talisman papers in front of him. Sugu, you have reached the peak of your power, and your fame is gradually spreading in Kyoto. Many people know you. Have you ever thought about not being a Daxia hidden guard one day? Fang Chen looked at Sugu and smiled. Sugu panicked, his eyes instantly turned red despite his burly figure. Prince, what did I do wrong that you want to chase me away? When did I say I was going to kick you out? Fang Chen smiled. Sugu breathed a sigh of relief and asked quickly, why do you say that? Once I am a Daxia hidden guard, I will be a Daxia hidden guard for the rest of my life. 5 years ago, the soldiers around me died one by one in battle. I needed someone to stand by my side, to stand in front of the stage, to help me get out in the open and solve some problems. This way, I can no longer hide in the dark. Fang Chen smiled faintly. The reason why the word hidden is used in the name of Daxia's hidden guards is because no one knows of their existence. The emperor doesn't know, the people of Daxia don't know, and Qingsong Kingdom doesn't know either. Apart from Fang Chen, only his father Fang Songhai knew some of the secrets, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The Daxia hidden guards usually perform their duties, and no one knows the relationship between them and Fang Chen. In the eyes of outsiders, they and Fang Chen do not know each other. If Sugu wanted to stand in front of the stage, he would naturally not be able to be the hidden guard of Daxia. In this way, can I follow the prince day and night? Sugu was shocked. Fang Chen smiled and nodded. I do. Sugu said excitedly. The sun is about to rise, let's go back to the general's mansion. Fang Chen walked out of the hidden courtyard. Sugu hurriedly followed him and asked casually, Prince, how do you know the sun is about to rise? Is your eyes? I still can't see anything, but there are many things in this world that don't require eyes to see. Fang Chen smiled but didn't smile. Sugu seemed to understand, and finally said, only you, the prince, can do this. If I were blind, I would not even be able to walk properly. In his heart, the prince is invincible and is the goal he wants to pursue in his whole life. When the two were leaving the hidden courtyard, a special team arrived in front of the city gate of Daxia Kyoto. This team had more than 100 people, and each of them rode on a giant wolves as tall as an adult man's shoulder. These giant wolves had silver hair all over their bodies and looked extremely majestic. On their backs were warriors surrounded by a strong murderous aura. These warriors moved in unison, with no expression on their faces, except for a hint of contempt that occasionally flashed in their eyes. Although it was early in the morning, the city gates had been opened, Daxia's soldiers had already arrived at their posts, and Daxia citizens were coming in and out in an endless stream. When they saw this team, their expressions changed drastically, with fear appearing on their faces. Some were so scared that they turned around and ran away. This team is the wolf army that has fought against the Great Xia Kingdom countless times. Their commander is Xiao Langshui of the Xiao family, known as the #1 wolf commander and the strongest man in Qingsong country. Goddess Xiao has arrived. We welcome Goddess Xiao. Warriors from Qingsong country heard the news and came. After seeing this team, they showed expressions of surprise and excitement and saluted repeatedly. Seeing these warriors of Qingsong Kingdom who were rampant in the capital of Daxia being so respectful to this team, the expressions of the people of Daxia became more complicated and fearful. In the center of the wolf army, there was a silver wolf that was taller and more majestic. On its back sat a young girl who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. She had bright eyes and her bronze skin reflected a luster under the rising sun that was so bright that one dared not look directly at it. If you look closely, you can find that this girl has long legs and a naturally delicate face. She looks at the great Xia capital in front of her, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. This girl is truly the daughter of General Xiao Lang, the goddess Xiao who has been crowned as a goddess since birth. At this time, a team dressed in Daxia military uniforms arrived outside the city. When the leading general saw this wolf army, his expression changed slightly. He immediately looked at Goddess Xiao and clasped his fists and said, "I am Yu Longchang, the deputy commander of the Western Tiger Camp, and I am here to welcome Miss Xiao on the orders of His Majesty. You should have been waiting here a long time ago." Goddess Xiao said nonchalantly. "I am late for coming down, please forgive me, Goddess Xiao." Yu Longchang's expression changed slightly. He suppressed his anger and explained in a low voice. "Give him 2 slaps." Goddess Xiao said calmly. Boom. A figure from the wolf army rose into the sky, and in an instant came in front of Yu Longchang. He slapped him twice in the face, and then turned back. The movement was so smooth and seamless that Yu Longchang had no time to react. "Now I can forgive you." Goddess Xiao smiled. There was silence all around. Yu Longchang's face was red and his eyes were full of humiliation. The soldiers under his command were shaking with anger. How dare this group of Qingsong Nation wolf army openly beat up the deputy commander of the West Tiger Camp? Grown-ups. Some soldiers from the West Tiger Camp were so angry that they put their hands on the hilts of the swords at their waists. Don't act rashly. The person who just attacked is at least a powerful person in the early stage of controlling Qi, and Goddess Xiao is also the honored guest mentioned by the emperor. If you bump into him, you will be beheaded. Yu Longchang whispered. Then he looked at Goddess Xiao, clasped his fists and said, "Since Miss Xiao has forgiven you, I will not say much. Your Majesty is already waiting in the palace. Please remember to send someone to General Fang's mansion to inform him that I want to meet the military god Fang Chen in your palace today. After all, this time, I am preparing a colorful sedan chair to marry him." Goddess Xiao smiled. "Please rest assured, Miss Xiao. Someone has already gone to General Fang's mansion to report the incident. You will see Fang Chen in the palace." Yu Longchang said in a deep voice. "That's good. Lead the way." Goddess Xiao said with a smile. General Fang's mansion. Fang Songhai sat in the main seat, with a beautiful middle-aged woman sitting on his left, and on his right, a middle-aged man who looked 50 similar to Fang Songhai was sitting in a wooden wheelchair with a fox fur blanket draped around his knees. "Brother and sister-in-law, I heard that Goddess Xiao has already arrived in Beijing. Have you really decided to let Chen'er marry into the Xiao family?" The middle-aged man spoke calmly. "Uncle, I know you blame your elder brother in your heart, and I feel sorry for Chen'er, but given the current situation, our Fang family has no other choice." The beautiful middle-aged woman sighed softly. Green Pine Country has 100,000 wolf soldiers. Great Xia no longer has any troops to resist. After the battle 5 years ago, Great Xia became increasingly depressed, while Green Pine Country continued to grow stronger. If General Xiao Lang really wants to lead his army to attack, Great Xia may not last more than a year. "I can't last more than a year." The middle-aged man muttered to himself in a self-deprecating manner. At this moment, Fang Zhixue came in and whispered, "Dad, Mom, second uncle, my eldest brother went out yesterday and has not come back yet. Could it be that big brother has already left? Given your eldest brother's temper, even if Xiao Langshui came in person, he would still want to see him. How could he be afraid of Xiao Langshui's daughter?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, Chen'er may want to take care of some mundane matters before leaving Daxia. Good. Fang Xinghai and his wife nodded slightly. They knew their son very well. Sometimes they would rather Fang Chen disappear without a trace and no one would be able to find him. As for what the consequences would be, they didn't want to think about it or care about it. Unfortunately, with Fang Chen's personality, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. Master, someone is coming from the palace. A servant came hurriedly to report. Outside the general's mansion, a team from the palace stood quietly. Leading the team was a eunuch in brocade clothes. He stood straight, holding a bright yellow imperial edict in both hands. Fang Xinghai led his men to the door, and when he saw the eunuch, he immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness Fang Xinghai respectfully welcomes the imperial edict." The eunuch in brocade robes looked at everyone in the Fang family with a cold gaze, and suddenly frowned. "Where is Master Fang? This imperial edict was sent to him, how dare he not come out to greet him?" Fang Xinghai's expression changed slightly, and he forced a smile on his face. "Eunuch, Chen'er is not in the mansion at the moment, so I can receive the imperial edict on his behalf." Once upon a time, the emperor's trusted eunuch was so humble and cautious in front of him, but in the past 5 years, because of the battle in Sanjia Mountain, the emperor not only neglected the Fang family, but even the queen was neglected by him. Now even a eunuch dares to have a cold face. Such humiliation has happened more than once or twice, but the Fang family has been enduring it silently. What a joke! You are the one who receives the emperor's decree for Master Fang. How can this be? I want to see Master Fang right away. General Fang, please don't play any tricks. Eunuch, sneered in a duck-like voice. The faces of the Fang family members gradually turned ugly. More and more passers-by gathered around, pointing and whispering. Goddess Xiao from Qingsong country has arrived at the palace. General Fang, you should stop having these random thoughts and call out Master Fang. Eunuch snorted coldly. Brother, I will send someone to look for Chen'er. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair spoke slowly. Before Fang Xinghai could respond, someone had already seen Fang Chen and Suge walking towards them from a distance. God, Fang is here. I didn't expect that he still had time to stroll outside today. Eunuch looked up and happened to meet Fang Chen's gray eyes. For some reason, he felt a little scared in his heart, but then he smiled disdainfully. The Prince Fang in front of him is no longer the military god Fang who could slap the royal family members at the gate of the imperial palace. Why should he be afraid? Dad, Mom, second uncle. Fang Chen came close to the crowd and saluted the 3 people accurately, which made the passers-by around him wonder whether Fang Chen was blind or not. You're back. Fang Xinghai sighed softly. Haha, Master Fang, I thought you didn't dare to accept this imperial edict. Eunuch looked at Fang Chen with a half-smile and a sarcastic tone. Bang. Fang Chen's slap landed on Eunuch's face, making a crisp sound. Eunuch's crown even flew off because of the slap. There was silence all around, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Astonished eyes fell on Fang Chen. Even Fang Xinghai and the others had not expected that Fang Chen would suddenly slap Eunuch. The young eunuchs brought by Eunuch and the guards in the palace were about to move subconsciously, but when they saw Fang Chen's gray eyes sweeping over them one by one, they froze. At this moment, they suddenly remembered the once incomparable military god Fang. Countless people in the great Xia Kyoto were slapped by him, including the sons of generals, sons of ministers, royal relatives, and even princes in the palace. How dare you slap me? Eunuch covered his face, blushing with shame, his eyes full of disbelief and anger. How dare this loser in front of him hit him? And beat him in front of so many people? I have received the imperial decree, you can go now. Fang Chen took the imperial edict from his hand and waved his hand gently, as if he was driving away a fly. Rebellion, rebellion. Eunuch was furious and shouted at his men in a duck-like voice, catch him. Catch him for us. Eunuch's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. But no one around took any action. His men looked at each other and no one dared to move. Suge looked at Eunuch with a half-smile. Even though some people had insulted the prince behind his back over the past 5 years, who among them dared to confront him in person? Even if the warriors of Qingsong country humiliated them, they would not have the courage to take action. Even if I am sick today, I am still the king even if the tiger comes. Bang. Fang Chen raised his hand and slapped him again. The slap made eunuch stagger back, and the young eunuch behind him quickly supported him. You. Eunuch pointed his finger at Fang Chen, his whole body shaking violently, as if he was about to die if he couldn't catch his breath. Those common people scolded me and insulted me, so what? They were farming and picking mulberry leaves. Those warriors scolded me and insulted me, so what? They were fighting on the battlefield. It is because of them that Daxia is so prosperous. What about you? As a mere hermaphrodite, have you ever contributed even a little to Daxia, except for the intrigues in the palace? What qualifications do you have to point fingers in front of me? I call you eunuch because I am giving the emperor face. Otherwise, you don't even deserve a title in front of me. Fang Chen said lightly. The looks of passers-by around them changed instantly. Eunuch was so angry at these words that blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The young eunuch beside him saw this and knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so he didn't care about anything else and dragged eunuch away quickly. Military god Fang, although you were defeated 5 years ago and all your cultivation was wasted, you are still alive. As long as you are alive, you are worth 100,000 warriors. Among the passers-by, a warrior shouted loudly. Fang Chen said nothing, took the imperial edict and turned to enter the general's mansion. Everyone looked at his back, their eyes seemed to be expecting something. Although the hope was slim, they seemed to have seen a ray of light again today. Chenner, what are your plans this time? In the front hall of the general's mansion, Fang Songhai sighed softly after reading the imperial edict and his eyes fell on Fang Chen. Dad, just take it one step at a time. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Take one step at a time. Everyone looked a little lonely. It was true that Fang Chen no longer had any cultivation base. Even if he had thousands of plans in his mind, it would be difficult for him to carry them out. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the wheelchair suddenly looked at Su Go, frowning slightly. Are you Feng Yun Sword Su Go? Second master, just call me Su Go. I don't deserve the Feng Yun Sword. Su Go grinned. Fang Songhai and the others were somewhat surprised, especially Fang Jishue, who stepped forward to look at Su Go carefully and said in surprise. It's really Feng Yun Sword Su Go, how come you know my eldest brother? Feng Yun Sword Su Go has a mysterious background. Since he came to Kyoto 5 years ago, he has shown his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Over the past 5 years, his cultivation has advanced from the initial stage of explosiveness to the peak of explosiveness. Warriors of this level are rare in today's Daxia. After all, in the battle at the Three Realms Mountain, countless warriors died, including those who were good at controlling qi and those who were good at explosive qi. They fell one after another, shaking the foundation of Daxia. Nowadays, there are less than 100 explosive warriors in the capital of Daxia, and among them, there are only a dozen or so who are at the peak of explosive power. The number of top-level warriors in Qingsong country is at least 20 to 30 times that of Daxia. The gap is obvious. I have admired the god of war for a long time. This time I shamelessly recommend myself and am willing to follow the god of war as a small guard. Su Go clasped his fists. Fang Songhai's eyes moved slightly, he seemed to understand something, nodded slightly, and looked at Su Go with a softer look. I will trouble you when Chenner goes to Qingsong country in the future. When everyone heard this, their expressions brightened slightly. If there were martial artists at the peak of their explosive potential to protect Fang Chen, he might be able to avoid many humiliations when he went to Qingsong country. Fang Jishue said quickly, Brother Su, I'll be working hard for you in the future. It's not hard, it's not hard. Su Go said quickly. Chenner, do you want your uncle to go to the palace with you? The middle-aged man in the wheelchair spoke slowly. Marshal Xiao Lang's daughter must be going on this trip to humiliate our Fang family. If second uncle goes, wouldn't that be fulfilling her wish? Fang Chen smiled faintly, I can go alone. After saying that, Fang Chen winked at Su Go, then picked up the imperial edict and walked out the door. Su Go thought of what Fang Chen had told him. If Fang Chen cannot leave the palace today, he will have to protect the Fang family and let them leave the capital of Daxia. However, Fang Chen said that the probability of this happening is very small, so he just wants to be on the safe side. In the Imperial Palace, in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, hundreds of wolf soldiers stood solemnly. Occasionally, their eyes met with the guards around them, and they couldn't help revealing a hint of sneer. No matter how angry the guards were, they didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Once upon a time, these wolf soldiers were not even allowed to set foot in Kyoto. The fact that they entered the palace so openly like today means that Daxia has become extremely weak in front of Qingsong Kingdom. Take me to see His Majesty. Eunuch Yu's voice was heard. His face was covered in blood, and he was supported by several eunuchs as he quickly rushed towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The guards around were shocked when they saw this. Didn't Eunuch Yu go to Fang's house to read the Imperial Edict? How did he get beaten like this? Godfather, what's wrong with you? Yu Longchang, Deputy General of the West Tiger Camp, suddenly appeared and looked at Eunuch Yu in astonishment. Fang Chen is going too far. Eunuch Yu said sternly, and then without saying much to Yu Longchang, he quickly entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Fang Chen. Yu Longchang was slightly surprised. Fang Chen had been very low-key in the past 5 years, but this time he actually beat up Eunuch Yu, who was reading the Imperial Edict. This reminded him of that special period many years ago when even the Emperor's prestige could not match Fang Chen's. He is now a useless man, but he still dares to be so rampant. I guess he can't forget his past glory. Yu Longchang sneered in his heart. After hearing Fang Chen's name, the hundreds of wolf soldiers subconsciously raised their heads slightly and looked at each other. The contempt in their eyes had long disappeared. In any case, the military god Fang of Daxia has a certain status in their minds. The wolf army has fought against the army led by Fang Chen countless times. Every time, they gained no benefits, and countless wolf soldiers died at Fang Chen's hands. They were all considered latecomers. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, almost all the civil and military officials were present. The Great Xia Emperor, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, sat on the dragon throne and was talking to His Highness the Goddess Xiao. The content of the conversation was exactly the matter of Fang Chen's marriage into the wife's family, and the fact that Qingsong country would promise not to attack Daxia within 5 years. Eunuch Yu happened to enter the Hall of Supreme Harmony at this time, and he immediately fell to his knees, unable to get up, and uttered a shrill howl. Your Majesty, I failed to deliver the decree and was beaten by Prince Fang. Please punish me. What? He was beaten by Fang Chen. All the civil and military officials looked at Eunuch Yu with a strange look on their faces. It seemed that Fang Chen hadn't beaten anyone for 5 years. Some officials touched their cheeks subconsciously. Goddess Xiao frowned slightly and looked at the Emperor. The Emperor was also somewhat stunned at this moment, and looked at Eunuch Yu with a gloomy expression. You were beaten by Fang Chen. What about the Imperial Edict? Did he accept it? Your Majesty, I have accepted it, but... Eunuch Yu wanted to make a few remarks in rebuttal. Unexpectedly, the Emperor waved his hand and said, just accept it. As for him hitting you, it must be because you said something that made him angry. In this Taiha Hall, not only have you been hit by him before, so don't worry too much. Eunuch Yu looked stunned. Some officials showed sneers on their faces. Now Daxia needs Fang Chen to marry into the Xiao family to quell the war and prolong Daxia's national fortune for 5 years. A mere eunuch wants to take advantage of this issue to deal with Fang Chen at this juncture. Emperor, it seems that Juanshan Fang is quite unhappy about marrying into the Xiao family. Will he ignore your imperial edict? How about I ask my wolf army to bring him back? Goddess Xiao said with a smile. The expressions of the civil and military officials changed slightly, and a hint of nervousness appeared in their eyes. If the wolf army were really allowed to capture Fang Chen and the news spread in Kyoto, it would be a complete slap in the face for Daxia. Miss Xiao, don't worry. Fang Chen is also my nephew. He will definitely come since he has received the imperial edict. The Emperor said, glancing at the expressionless queen beside him, then smiled and said to Goddess Xiao. Just be patient and wait for a while. At this moment, Yu Longchang's voice suddenly came from outside the door. General Fang's son, Prince Fang, has arrived. The Emperor smiled and said, look, it's here. Goddess Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly rushed out the door and said, if Juan Fang wants to marry into the Shao family, he will also have to go through some tests. From the emperor to the civil and military officials, everyone's expression changed slightly because of her words. If he fails the test, don't mention the marriage anymore. Qingsong country will soon crush Daxia and make this place a vassal state of Qingsong country. Goddess Shao smiled faintly. Outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After hearing what Goddess Shao said, the wolf soldiers formed a formation and looked at Fang Chen, who was walking towards them step by step, with solemn eyes. Fang Chen closed his eyes and slowly walked towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He seemed unaware that there were hundreds of wolf soldiers staring at him. He's really blind. A wolf soldier whispered. Seeing the young military god who was once full of vigor and vitality but now turned into a blind useless man, the wolf soldiers felt a sigh in their hearts, but more of it was admiration and respect for their number one wolf commander. So what if he is a young military god? They were defeated by the first wolf commander. Their first wolf commander was the truly invincible and victorious. At the same time, the emperor, Goddess Shao, and all the civil and military officials came to the gate of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The empress, who had been expressionless, had a flash of heartache in her eyes when she saw the slightly thin figure, and she was hesitant to speak. It is no different from the portrait, except that it lacks the sharpness it once had. Goddess Shao stared at Fang Chen, and then a slight smile appeared on her face. There's nothing special about him, but he is better looking than the men I've been with before. There was a flash of anger in the queen's eyes. All the civil and military officials in the court looked at Goddess Shao angrily. No matter whether they had been against Fang Chen in the past, the other party compared Daxia's former young military god with her male favorites. This was an insult to Daxia. Emperor, please tell him that if he wants to marry into our Shao family, he has to go through some tests. I don't want to bring back a useless blind man. Goddess Shao smiled faintly. The great Xia emperor looked at Fang Chen and spoke slowly, Fang Chen. Fang Chen greets his majesty. Fang Chen stopped and saluted towards the emperor of Daxia. How dare you, Fang Chen, why don't you kneel before his majesty? Yu Longchang suddenly shouted. Everyone guessed that he was venting his anger on behalf of his adoptive father, eunuch Yu. Fang Chen closed his eyes, but slowly turned his neck and looked towards Yu Longchang, the deputy general of the West Tiger camp. Yu Longchang was slightly surprised. Is the other person really blind? This is completely no different from an ordinary person. He has not had any contact with the other party in 5 years, but the other party recognized him at once. It is this general. Yu Longchang said in a deep voice. The emperor originally granted me the right to walk before the emperor, but I didn't kneel when I saw him. Have you forgotten? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yu Longchang was slightly startled, and subconsciously said, that was before you were defeated. After you were defeated. He couldn't continue. It seemed that the emperor had never taken back the privileges granted to Fang Chen, even after the defeat. They just wishfully thought that Fang Chen was no longer the young military god and had lost all his glory and power. It seems you remembered. Fang Chen smiled, then looked at the great Xia emperor. Your Majesty, I came to the palace right after receiving the imperial edict. I wonder if Commander Xiao Lang's daughter is here. The great Xia emperor glanced at Goddess Xiao, then said to Fang Chen, Miss Xiao is right beside me. Miss Xiao said that you must pass some of her tests before you can marry into the Xiao family. All the civil and military officials in the court looked somewhat unhappy. Originally, letting Fang Chen marry into the Xiao family was already a humiliation for Daxia, and Goddess Xiao did this again, which was tantamount to a double humiliation, forcing Daxia to rush to let Fang Chen marry into the family. A test. I don't know what kind of test it is. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Miss Xiao, what do you think? The Emperor of Daxia looked towards Goddess Xiao. It's very simple, Lord Fang. As long as you can guess the movements of my wolf army, you will pass the test. Goddess Xiao spoke slowly and winked at the leader of the wolf army. Upon seeing this, the wolf army leader immediately drove his silver wolves like a whirlwind, rushing towards the surrounding guards, palace maids, and eunuchs. Bang bang bang. Dozens of guards, palace maids, and eunuchs were thrown in front of Fang Chen. There was a trace of astonishment and confusion on their faces, and they didn't know why the test involved them. The Emperor of Daxia couldn't help but twitch his face when he saw the wolf army attacking in the palace. How dare you? How dare you do this in the palace? How dare you do this in front of His Majesty? An old minister with white hair and beard suddenly took a step forward and stared at Goddess Xiao. This old man is none other than Li Guizhu, the Prime Minister of Daxia. It's just a test. The Emperor won't mind, right? Goddess Xiao smiled faintly. Hee. The great Xia Emperor smiled and said, I wonder what kind of test it is that requires them. Miss Xiao, just tell her. There is no need to send your men to do it, which would only cause misunderstandings. After saying that, he waved at Li Guizhu, signaling him to leave. Li Guizhu frowned and said no more. It's very simple. Goddess Xiao looked at Fang Chen, God of War Fang, there are 4 guards, 4 palace maids, and 4 eunuchs in front of you. Will my men shoot the guards, palace maids, or eunuchs next? As long as you guess correctly, you pass the test. The crowd was shocked. Someone finally couldn't help but yelled, you treat the lives of our Daxia people as a joke. At this moment, the leader of the wolf army had taken out a strong bow and slowly aimed at Fang Chen, but after a moment, he aimed at the guards, palace maids, and eunuchs. As long as our Qingsong nation is willing, the lives of your Daxia people will be worthless. Don't ruin today's event for 1 or 2 lives. Emperor, do you think I'm right? Goddess Xiao said calmly. Your Majesty, if we allow the people of Qingsong country to kill people in the imperial palace and the news spreads, how will the people of the world view us? The queen finally spoke. The great Xia Emperor was silent for a few breaths. He ignored the queen and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, do as Miss Xiao said. Everyone's expressions kept changing. The guards, palace maids, and eunuchs all showed horror. They never thought that they would be slaughtered by the people of Qingsong country in the palace. Snap, snap, snap. Fang Chen clapped his hands softly. I finally understand why Commander Xiao Lang let me leave alive. Goddess Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly. She thought of her father's instructions before he left. Fang Chen has suffered contempt and insults in Daxia for the past 5 years. If he can be allowed to return this time, even if he cannot practice martial arts, he can still contribute to the promotion of Qingsong Kingdom to an 8th grade empire. This is also the reason why his father spared his life. Success or failure depends on whether he will make a choice when the test comes. If he insists on devoting himself to Daxia, he will be killed on the spot. Otherwise, take him back to Qingsong Kingdom and do not neglect or humiliate him on the way, because he has seen through his father's thoughts. Military Master Fang, it's time for you to make a choice. Who will die? The guards, the palace maids, or these eunuchs? Goddess Xiao smiled faintly. The expressions of all the civil and military officials in the court were very solemn and dignified. Li Guizhu looked at Fang Chen, then at the Emperor of Daxia, and finally sighed softly without saying a word. Even if they understood the intentions of Qingsong nation, so what? Today's Daxia no longer has the ability to prevent all this from happening. Right now, the Qingsong Kingdom is forcing Fang Chen to kill the subjects of Daxia in order to make Fang Chen unacceptable in Daxia and completely lose his position as the god of war. What if I say that none of them will die? Fang Chen said softly. The expression of the Emperor of Daxia changed slightly, and Li Guizhu and others showed a trace of astonishment. Logically speaking, Fang Chen should understand the pros and cons. In the current situation, he can only choose to follow the wishes of Qingsong country and extend the national fortune of Daxia for 5 years. You have disappointed your father. Goddess Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold as she glanced at the wolf army leader. Seeing this, the wolf army leader, who had the ability to control qi, immediately aimed the strong bow in his hand at Fang Chen. But the next moment, Fang Chen raised his hand and waved it. A purple lightning talisman was activated by the spiritual energy. The terrifying lightning flashed across everyone's eyes. With a bang, the leader of the wolf army immediately turned into a pile of charcoal. Not only that, even several wolf soldiers around him were implicated and blown to ashes by the purple lightning talisman. A powerful qi-controlling expert died, and several qi-explosive masters also died. Even his mount, the silver wolf, was not spared. This scene completely stunned everyone present. What kind of horrible method is this? Didn't they say Fang Chen's cultivation had been ruined, making him a useless person? Why did he still possess such a terrifying method that even the most powerful qi-controlling masters could not withstand a single blow? Impossible. Yu Longchang muttered to himself, looking at Fang Chen with eyes full of fear. Fang, the cultivation of the military god Fang has not been abolished. An official exclaimed. Then, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the dull eyes of countless officials. They looked at each other excitedly, and their shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Li Guizhu's body trembled, and he stared at Fang Chen for a few breaths. Suddenly, a tear fell from his eyes, and he muttered to himself, the fate of the great Xia is saved. The Emperor of Daxia stared at Fang Chen, his expression changing constantly. But the queen covered her mouth, her eyes red with excitement. Your cultivation. Goddess Xiao looked pale. I'm sorry to disappoint your father, but my cultivation has not been wasted. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Goddess Xiao with his gray-white pupils. Although I can't see with my eyes, it's still no problem for me to lead the troops to kill the enemy. Why did you endure it for 5 years? Goddess Xiao felt a little bit unbelievable. After a pause, she snapped, kill him. Some of the wolf soldiers immediately drew their bows and aimed, while others drove their silver wolves towards Fang Chen. The murderous intent in them could no longer be concealed, and in an instant, strong murderous intent filled the surroundings. A few more flashes of lightning appeared. The wolf soldiers that rushed towards Fang Chen turned into ashes. Those wolf soldiers who drew their bows and aimed their weapons gradually showed a hint of fear in their eyes, and their arms began to tremble slightly. Goddess Xiao, your father didn't kill me back then, and I won't kill you today. Take your men and leave. Fang Chen said lightly. 5 purple lightning talismans have been used, and the remaining 5 may not be able to kill all the wolf soldiers. If the other party insists on fighting, all his trump cards will be used up. However, the probability is not high. Goddess Xiao's expression changed repeatedly, and finally she gritted her teeth and said to her men, let's go. She led the wolf army and quickly walked out of the palace. Upon seeing this, the great Xia Emperor was silent for a few breaths, and said to Yu Longchang, General Yu, go and see Miss Xiao off. Yu Longchang nodded quickly and led his men to follow. Thank you, Lord Fang, for saving my life. The guards, palace maids, and eunuchs turned over and knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Fang Chen and thanked him, their expressions extremely excited. Fang Chen, come to the imperial study. The Emperor of Daxia left after saying a few words. All the civil and military officials in the court looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect that today's events would end like this. However, the news that Fang Chen's cultivation was still there was indeed exciting. Upon seeing this, the queen hurriedly trotted over to Fang Chen and asked, Chenner, has your cultivation really recovered? Aunt, this is a long story. How have you been doing in the palace these past few years? I haven't seen you come back to visit me. Fang Chen smiled. The queen's eyes dimmed, and she nodded gently, everything is fine. I was busy with work and couldn't get away, so I didn't go back to see you. At this point, the haze in her heart disappeared and a smile appeared on her face. Now that I know that your cultivation has recovered, I am very relieved. After you go to the imperial study, I will tell the emperor and go back to the Fang family with you. Good. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Master Fang, please come in. Eunuch Yu, who had been very arrogant in front of Fang Chen before, now lowered his head and looked submissive. He opened the imperial study with a respectful face and bent over to wait for Fang Chen to enter. Fang Chen glanced at him and went into the imperial study. Eunuch Yu then gently closed the door, then heaved a long sigh and wiped his forehead, which was already covered in cold sweat. In the imperial study, the Emperor of Daxia sat quietly, looking at Fang Chen without moving. Fang Chen did not say anything, and the two of them stayed quietly in the imperial study. A dozen breaths passed, and the great Xia Emperor suddenly spoke, Fang Chen, when did you recover your cultivation? The method you used just now doesn't seem to be the Xian Tianju passed down from your Fang family's ancestors. Last year, I met a Taoist who taught me some techniques to take care of my body. I thought it was just an ordinary method of keeping fit, but it helped me recover, and I also learned a special martial art, the purple lightning palm. Fang Chen clasped his fists, his words mixed with truth and falsehood. Taoist. Where is that Taoist now? The Emperor of Daxia suddenly stood up, looking somewhat excited. I have only seen him once, he must be traveling. Fang Chen said. What a pity. If you see that Taoist priest next time, please remember to introduce him to me. I have always been very interested in Taoism. The great Xia Emperor said. At this point, he paused. This time, Qingsong country forced me to let you marry into the Shao family. For the sake of Daxia's national destiny, I had no choice but to agree. Now that your cultivation has recovered, Xiao Langshui must be wary and will not dare to quarrel with us Daxia again in the short term. He looked at Fang Chen, his eyes flickering. You won't blame me, right? How can I not understand the good intentions of your majesty? It is all for the hundreds of millions of people in Daxia. If I had not recovered my cultivation, I would have gone to Qingsong country with goddess Xiao today. Fang Chen clasped his fists. It's good that you understand. It's good that you understand. However, your cultivation has just recovered, so you must rest for a while. From now on, don't walk around everywhere. Stay in the Fang family and recuperate. The great Xia Emperor said. I will follow the Holy Spirit. Fang Chen nodded readily. The great Xia Emperor, who had been observing his expression, suddenly smiled and said, Okay, you can go out first. Fang Chen left the imperial study, and eunuch came forward attentively to take him away. When they were halfway there, they saw a pair of people and horses coming towards them. The man in the lead had a jade-like face and was dressed in purple, with a noble and dragon-like appearance. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Eunuch was a little surprised and quickly stopped and saluted. The young man in purple is the current Crown Prince, but he is not the Queen's son, but the son of concubine Hua. I heard that Lord Fang's cultivation had fully recovered, and I was overjoyed. I came here specially to meet Lord Fang. The prince ignored eunuch and walked quickly to Fang Chen, clasping his fists in salute. However, his eyes kept wandering across Fang Chen's face, with a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes from time to time. He did not hide anything because he knew Fang Chen was blind and could not see his expression. Prince, we haven't seen each other for a long time, but I'm tired today and want to go back to the mansion to rest. Let's talk next time. Fang Chen smiled and passed by the prince. The prince was slightly startled, then turned to look at Fang Chen's back with a gloomy expression. After a while, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he whispered. Go check who Fang Chen has been in contact with in the past 5 years. I want to know how he recovered his cultivation. Yes. Fang Chen walked out of the palace. The queen's entourage had been waiting there for a long time. After calling Fang Chen into the car, they went to the Fang family together. Chener, has His Majesty restored your position as marshal? The queen asked softly. Fang Chen smiled and said, The emperor asked me to recuperate in the Fang family, saying that my cultivation has just recovered and I need to take care of myself. I see. The queen was a little disappointed. Aunt, but concubine Hua has been giving you trouble. Fang Chen said. Although the prince now respects me as his mother, he is after all the son of concubine Hua. She relies on this relationship to stir up trouble everywhere in the harem. Although she dare not provoke me openly, she has tested me again and again. I am afraid she has set her sights on my position. The queen smiled. After a pause, look why I am telling you this. You have never liked the intrigues in the palace. Since the Holy One has asked you to rest at home, you should take good care of yourself. Fang Chen smiled without saying anything. He knew everything about the emperor's temper. He once had a high reputation and was revered as the great Xia military god. His status in the hearts of the people was even higher than that of the emperor, which already made the emperor unhappy. But Fang Chen had no choice. If he wanted to defeat the Qingsong kingdom and defeat those hostile countries that coveted Daxia, he must have this reputation to be able to command and enforce orders from the army. Now that his reputation has finally fallen to freezing point, will the emperor let him make a comeback again? I'm afraid the position of generalissimo will never be given to him again. It is estimated that not many people know that the many slanders and rumors against him in the past 5 years were all arranged by the emperor. One day when Fang Chen was out of his body, he saw with his own eyes that the emperor asked the prince to spread some rumors in the streets of Kyoto, saying that the Battle of Sanjia Mountain was lost because Fang Chen was ambitious and did not obey the orders of the palace. Even if I don't have thousands of soldiers under my command, with my abilities as a cultivator, it is still easy to protect Daxia from invasions by the Qingsong nation and its ilk. The affairs of the court will no longer have anything to do with me in the future. After I advance to the foundation building stage, I will go to the 3,000 Dao sects of Zhongzhou to become a citizen. Fang Chen pondered secretly in his heart. The power of the purple lightning talisman began to emerge. He was now only at the first level of qi refining, but the talisman he made could easily kill a powerful qi controller. Such means were beyond the reach of any warrior. He was looking forward to what kind of abilities he would have after his cultivation level improved. He also longed for the carefree life like Senior Yuna, where his nascent soul left his body and traveled thousands of miles. I was wrong. Please have mercy on me, sir. I didn't take good care of my child. Please whip me, not my child. There was a sudden noise outside, accompanied by voices begging for mercy. The queen frowned slightly. What happened outside? A palace maid lifted the curtain and whispered, it was the warriors from Qingsong country who beat up a peddler in the street. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. A warrior from the Qingsong country? The queen looked a little solemn. Aunt, I'll go down and take a look. Fang Chen stood up and got off the carriage. The queen was slightly startled, but then she thought that Fang Chen's cultivation had recovered, so she felt relieved and lifted the curtain to look outside. I saw a peddler holding the thigh of a Qingsong country warrior and begging for mercy. Next to the peddler was a 3-year-old child sitting with red cheeks, crying loudly as if he had been slapped hard. Passers-by gathered around, watching the scene with hatred but not daring to step forward to stop it. You kid got my boots dirty, so I want one of your legs to be healed. Isn't that fair? Please spare my life, sir. If my legs are broken, there will be no one to support my family and everyone in my family will starve to death. I don't care. What does it matter if a few more of you Daxia lowly people die? When everyone heard the contemptuous words of the Qingsong kingdom warrior, anger rushed to their heads. The guards of the honor guard clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Fang Juanshan. When the leader of the guards of the ceremonial team saw Fang Chen appear, he saluted immediately. Fang Chen nodded calmly, then walked up to the Qingsong country warrior. I remember you, your name is He Longsheng, right? It's the god Fang Jun who has arrived. Everyone was cheered up. Although they have said a few bad things about Fang Chen over the years, the fact that Fang Chen appeared here today is definitely not simple. Hey, isn't this the eldest brother-in-law of our Shao family? Has your marriage with Miss been finalized? When will she marry? He Longsheng saw Fang Chen and immediately grinned. Fang Chen ignored him and looked at the vendor kneeling on the ground. Are you still not leaving? Thank you, thank you. The peddler thanked him repeatedly, immediately picked up the child and staggered away from the place. He Longsheng suddenly became angry and wanted to stop him, but he found that Fang Chen was staring at him intently. He felt a chill on his back and finally did not make a move. He looked at Fang Chen coldly. Brother-in-law, you are meddling in too many matters, aren't you? You must remember that from now on you are a member of our Qingsong country, so don't be disloyal. Ha ha ha, you probably don't know yet, but Fang Chen will soon be the Shao family's son-in-law, and from now on you have to call Shao Langshui daddy. Do you still think he can stand up for you? 5 years ago, your military god Fang was already dead. Many Qingsong warriors in the crowd made fun of him. Some of the people around were confused, some were angry, and some looked desperate. At this moment, Yu Longchang led his team back and saw Fang Chen. He stepped forward in confusion and asked, Military Master Fang, what's going on? Has Goddess Shao been sent away from Kyoto? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Sent away? Yu Longchang nodded. Goddess Shao left. Why didn't Fang Chen follow her? But didn't Goddess Shao just arrive in Daxia capital today? Why did she leave on the same day? He Longsheng and others were somewhat confused. You always call me son-in-law, and I feel a little embarrassed. But unfortunately, I have no chance to marry into the Shao family, so I will still be myself. Fang Chen looked at He Longsheng and smiled faintly. How come? He Longsheng was slightly stunned. You Longchang, let me lend you my sword. Fang Chen stretched out his hand. Yu Longchang was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at He Longsheng, the warrior from Qingsong country, and a look of horror suddenly flashed in his eyes. Fang Juenshin. Don't talk nonsense. Yes. Yu Longchang immediately took off the sword from his waist and handed it to Fang Chen. I once said that when I pick up the sword again, the first person I will kill will be you, He Longsheng. Fang Chen grasped the hilt of the sword and slowly pulled out this long sword of excellent quality. Fang Juenshin wants to kill the warriors of Qingsong country. At this moment, all the people of Defies around were shocked and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief, and the queen in the carriage also slightly widened her eyes. He Longsheng was stunned for a moment, then he burst out laughing, You want to kill me? I have the Qingsong kingdom behind me. Ha ha ha. The warriors from the surrounding Qingsong country were stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. It seemed like this was the biggest joke they had heard in the past 5 years. Seeing this, He Longsheng couldn't help but stretch out his neck. Come on, Lord Fang, you cut towards me. If I hum, I will. Phew. The sword flashed. He Longsheng's head was separated from his body, fell heavily to the ground and rolled several feet away. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. The warrior from the Green Song country, who was originally laughing, gradually froze his smile, and a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes, as if he had never thought that Fang Chen would dare to actually kill someone from the Green Song country. Yu Longchang and his men were all stunned. The members of the Queen's Guard of Honor were also stunned. The people of Defies around covered their mouths with their eyes wide open. Over the years, the warriors of Qingsong country have been rampant and wanton in Kyoto. They have seen a lot of this kind of thing. Although they have imagined tearing the other party into pieces, they know that this is an impossible thing. Killing people from Qingsong country will lead to fierce retaliation from Qingsong country, and today's Daxia simply cannot bear it. But now, they witnessed with their own eyes a warrior from Qingsong country die at the hands of Fang Chen. Shocked and bewildered, but then came ecstasy and great joy. Fang Chen, how dare you? A warrior from Qingsong country shouted in shock and anger. Fang Chen walked towards him with a sword in hand, and the people around him subconsciously made way for him. Phew! Another head fell to the ground. This warrior from Qingsong country, who only had chi condensation cultivation, had no power to fight back in Fang Chen's hands. You are so brave, aren't you afraid that my Qingsong nation will destroy your great Xia nation? The warriors of Qingsong country were filled with shock and anger, and roared loudly. From today on, I don't want to see any warriors from Qingsong country in Daxia Kyoto. Fang Chen said lightly. In the crowd, several figures nodded slightly after hearing his words, and quietly slashed the necks of the nearby Qingsong kingdom warriors like a ghost. When the people of Defies saw this scene, their eyes gradually turned red, their breathing became heavy, and they subconsciously looked for the figures of the Qingsong kingdom warriors around them. General, what should we do? One of Yu Longchang's subordinates suddenly spoke. How? Yu Longchang was a little confused. Fang Juenshin's power has been restored. We are not afraid of Qingsong nation at all. How can we let them run rampant in Kyoto? We should cooperate with Fang Juenshin and destroy them one by one. The subordinate whispered. But Yu Longchang gritted his teeth. This matter was of great importance and he did not dare to make a decision on his own. If he wanted to kill the warriors of Qingsong state, he needed the emperor's personal order. General, my brother was beaten to death on the streets of Kyoto by a warrior from Qingsong country. The subordinate said in a dark voice. Damn it, never mind. Yu Longchang shouted angrily, West Tiger Camp soldiers, listen to my orders. Exist. A deafening roar sounded. We will follow military god Fang and kill all the Qingsong kingdom warriors in Kyoto today. Yu Longchang's eyes gradually became covered with a layer of blood, as if he had returned to the time when he was fighting on the battlefield. The terrifying murderous intent entangled around him. Promise. With a promise, Yu Longchang took his subordinates and Fang Chen and headed in a certain direction. There was a martial arts school over there, which was opened by the Qingsong kingdom. Most of the warriors of the Qingsong kingdom hung out there. Countless people followed suit upon seeing this. Although they were now unarmed, the resentment that had been pent up in their hearts for 5 whole years made them seem to be full of energy and endless strength. Queen, the Crown Prince. The maid looked at the queen blankly. The queen pondered for a few breaths, and said to the guard leader of the honor guard, "Take your men and follow Chener. He wants to kill the Qingsong country warriors, so you should help him kill them." "Yes." The commander of the guards nodded excitedly, then left a few guards to protect the queen, and took the rest to chase Fang Chen. "After today, the world will change," the queen muttered to herself. "Queen, someone in the palace may use this incident to attack you." The maid looked worried. After all, Fang Chen is the queen's nephew. Now on his way home, he suddenly started slaughtering the warriors of Qingsong Kingdom. If this matter becomes a big deal, the queen will inevitably be implicated. Especially concubine Hua, she would never miss such an opportunity. Some people may have forgotten that I was also a member of the Fang family before I entered the palace. The queen chuckled, a flash of lightning passed through her eyes, and the jade ring she was playing with suddenly turned into a pile of powder and slowly fell from her fingertips. Qingsong Superior Hall. It covers a large area and was formerly a government office somewhere in Daxia. However, after Daxia was defeated in a war 5 years ago, the building was taken over by Qingsong State, and a martial arts school was opened here. The word superior was chosen to show that they were superior people, while the people of Daxia were inferior people. This place is extremely bustling, and most of the thousands of Qingsong Kingdom warriors who make a living in Daxia Kyoto hang out here. "Hey, do you think Goddess Xiao will come and stay here?" "Of course. Our owner is a veteran in the wolf army. He once followed the first wolf commander and defeated Fang Chen in the Three Realms Mountain. I heard that Goddess Xiao is extremely beautiful. This is a good opportunity for Fang Chen." "Don't say that. If Fang Chen becomes a member of our Qingsong nation, then there will be no hope for Daxia. It's just a matter of time before our Qingsong nation flattens this place." Ha ha ha. In front of the hall, a group of warriors from the Qingsong country were chatting, bursting into laughter from time to time. The servants walking among these warriors were trembling with fear, their expressions filled with terror. Because they are the people of Daxia, they have no choice but to come here to serve these warriors of Qingsong Kingdom. If they are not careful, they may lose their heads in a blink of an eye. At this moment, a warrior from Qingsong country noticed something was wrong. "What's all the noise outside?" He stood up and looked outside, his expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" someone asked. "People, lots of people." The Qingsong country warrior muttered to himself, "They seem to be coming towards us." "A lot of people." A group of Qingsong country warriors immediately gathered at the door and were shocked by the huge team in front of them. Many people in these teams were just ordinary people of Daxia, but they also saw soldiers in military uniforms, and some even recognized Fang Chen who was walking in the front. "Isn't that Fang Chen?" "Something's wrong, I'll go inform the owner." Some people left in a hurry. At that time, Fang Chen had already arrived at the door of Qingsong Shangda Hall. He glanced at the sign and said calmly, "General Yu, take down the sign." "Yes." Yu Longchang suddenly jumped up and smashed the sign into pieces with one punch, and the pieces fell to the ground. "You are so brave." When the warriors of Qingsong State gathered in front of the door saw this scene, their eyes turned red with anger. "Kill him," Fang Chen said. "Fang Juanchen, are you sure?" As Yu Longchang walked along the way, his mind became calmer and he began to calculate the gains and losses. "Don't talk nonsense." Fang Chen frowned slightly. Yu Longchang felt that he was in a difficult situation and could only make one decision. The next second, he shouted, "Kill." He led the way and rushed into Qingsong Shangdang Hall with his subordinates. The warriors from the Qingsong Kingdom who were the first to be attacked were slow to react and were soon submerged in the crowd. Each of them was stabbed at least a dozen times, which shows how strong the hatred of the Daxia people towards the warriors from the Qingsong Kingdom is. Yu Longchang led the way, Fang Chen strolled in the fields behind, and the people followed Fang Chen's footsteps closely, their expressions were filled with both fear and excitement. The warriors of Qingsong country also gradually reacted and immediately organized a powerful counterattack. At the same time, a figure hurried over and saw the scene before him. He immediately shouted angrily, Stop it. This person is none other than Xiao Tianxi, the owner of Qingsong Upper Class Hall. He was not from the Xiao family, but he had followed Xiao Langshui in battle since he was young, so he was given the surname Xiao. The battle between the two sides stopped temporarily, and everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Tianxi. Fang Chen, what are you doing? Xiao Tianxi stared at Fang Chen coldly, a hint of doubt flashing in the depths of his eyes. The other party has been silent for 5 years, and today suddenly brought a group of rabble to Qingsong Shangdui Pavilion. Yes, in his eyes, the people around Fang Chen were just a mob, with little fighting power at all. He could easily deal with them all by himself. A strongman who controls qi is not just talk. On the battlefield, one strongman who controls qi is at least worth 1,000 soldiers. Marshal Xiao Lang arranged for you to contact some restless guys in Kyoto. I could have pretended not to see it. After all, those guys can't influence the national situation. Fang Chen sighed softly, but you shouldn't allow the Qingsong nation's warriors to run rampant in my great Xia capital. As a defeated general, what qualifications do you have to raise so many demands? Xiao Tianxi stared at Fang Chen and said, you will be my son-in-law of the Xiao family soon. I will give you a favor and take your people away now. I will not report this matter to your emperor. At this moment, a carefree voice rang out, Master Xiao, who is so bold as to come here to cause trouble? Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. I, Li Huang, will be the first to kill him. Everyone looked up and saw a slightly plump young man walking towards them leisurely, accompanied by several guards with strong cultivation. Why is he here? Yu Longchang frowned slightly. Like Fang Chen, Li Huang's aunt was a concubine of the emperor of Daxia, so he was considered a royal relative. Fang Chen. Yu Longchang from the West Tiger camp. Li Huang suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw Fang Chen and a hint of fear and deep-seated resentment flashed in his eyes. Mr. Li, let me handle this matter. Xiao Tianxi smiled faintly. Okay, Master Xiao, please solve it. Li Huang immediately admitted his mistake, then stood aside and looked at Fang Chen secretly. He didn't understand, how could Fang Chen, who had become a waste, suddenly appear in Qingsong Shangdang Hall? Fang Chen, you should leave. Xiao Tianxi said lightly. A hint of hesitation appeared on Yu Longchang's face. The people of Daxia, who had been excited, were now a little apprehensive. They knew that the person in front of them was a powerful qi control expert. In the Qingsong Superior Hall, there are 3 powerful qi control experts, 2 of whom are in the early stage of qi control, 1 in the middle stage of qi control, 15 at the peak of qi explosion, and the remaining number of warriors is 1,032. Fang Chen spoke slowly. Everyone secretly gasped when they heard this. They had no idea that the strength of Qingsong Superior Hall would be so terrifying. You have to know that there are only more than 10 people at the peak of explosive energy in Daxia Kyoto. As for the masters of controlling qi, after the battle 5 years ago, there are only a few left and they can be counted on one hand. This is just a martial arts gym opened by Qingsong country. How many masters should there be in Qingsong country? Everyone thought secretly in their hearts. Xiao Tianxi's expression changed slightly. The other party actually accurately stated the number of warriors from Qingsong Kingdom in the capital of Daxia. If these warriors were gathered together, they could wage a small-scale war, and even storming the Great Xia Palace might not be impossible. For some reason, Xiao Tianxi suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Fang Chen had been silent for 5 years and he thought he had given up everything. But his words just now proved that Fang Chen was still paying attention to everything. God of War Fang, what is your purpose for coming here today? Don't forget, you will soon marry into my Xiao family. Xiao Tianxi's words contained a threat. You don't know yet that Goddess Xiao has already left the capital. Fang Chen smiled. Leaving Beijing. Xiao Tianxi was stunned. He really didn't know the news. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Whether you know the inside story or not, it won't change what I'm going to do. Fang Chen waved his sleeves, and a ray of lightning suddenly hit Xiao Tianxi. Such a powerful qi-controlling expert didn't even have time to react and was chopped into charcoal on the spot. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Yu Longchang had seen this scene before, but he was still shocked. The people around were in deep shock, and many of them looked at Fang Chen with horror and admiration. The prince is indeed the prince, he has never admitted defeat. These people were so excited that they wanted to let out a long roar. Now, there are only 2 air control warriors left in Qingsong Superior Hall. Fang Chen said softly. General Yu, kill them all. Don't let any of the Qingsong Nation warriors who are here escape today. Promise. Yu Longchang shouted loudly, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and led his troops to charge towards the Qingsong Kingdom warriors who were still immersed in shock. At this point, he has no way out and can only act like a sharp sword in Fang Chen's hand. He will cut wherever Fang Chen points. No, it's impossible. How could he be Xiao Tianxi? He is a martial artist who controls qi. How could he be killed by Fang Chen in one move? Has his cultivation recovered? Where did the thunder just now come from? What kind of method is this? Li Huang's face turned pale, and his mind became increasingly confused. When he saw the warriors of the Qingsong Kingdom around him being killed one after another by Yu Longchang and his troops, he could not help but began to tremble. Li Huang, let's reminisce about the past. Fang Chen passed by Li Huang, left a word, and walked towards the depths of Qingsong Shangdang Hall. Li Huang looked bleak. He took a look at the situation around him and had to grit his teeth and follow Fang Chen. In the past few years, you have been very close to Xiao Tianxi. Fang Chen said as he walked. Li Huang forced a smile on his face, not very close, I just come here often to practice martial arts and exchange ideas. After a pause, Li Huang asked tentatively, Fang Juanchen, if you kill Xiao Tianxi, this will probably cause dissatisfaction among the government and the public. If the emperor knows about this, I'm afraid he will punish you. I can kill the warriors of Qingsong country, but why did His Majesty punish me? Fang Chen smiled but didn't smile. Because this will draw the wrath of the Qingsong nation. How many people from our great Xia will have to die before they can appease their anger? Li Huang said. How many people do you think must die in Qingsong country before I can calm the anger in my heart? Fang Chen asked back. At the same time, he had arrived at the backyard of Qingsong Shangdang Hall. It seemed that people here were unaware of what was happening outside. Many warriors of Qingsong Kingdom were shirtless, eating meat and drinking wine, and not forgetting to point at the target in the distance. In the distance, there were dozens of targets covered in blood. This was because these targets were tied with living people, and they were from Daxia. Li Huang, is there anything wrong outside? The owner is here, why are you worrying about it? It's your turn in the competition just now. I will shoot that lowly person between the eyebrows with one arrow. If you can't do it, you will lose the competition. Remember to compensate me with 1,000 taels of silver. A warrior from Qingsong country laughed and greeted Li Huang. Everyone burst into laughter at once, because Li Huang had lost a lot of money here over the years and was regarded as a big fool by them. Li Huang combined Fang Chen's words with what he had just said, and after hearing what the group of Qingsong Nation warriors had said, his face suddenly turned extremely pale, and his body began to tremble more and more violently. You haven't answered me yet. Tell me, how can I calm the anger in my heart? Fang Chen looked at the dead bodies on the targets and said softly, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just came here to watch the fun. I haven't killed any of these targets, no, these people. Li Huang's voice was already trembling slightly. The guards around him looked at each other and subconsciously protected Li Huang's vital points, fearing that Fang Chen would kill him on the spot. Really? Fang Chen smiled. This group of Qingsong country warriors gradually realized something was wrong. After they looked at Fang Chen a few more times, they were shocked to discover Fang Chen's identity. It's Fang Chen. Why is he here? They subconsciously put down the wine and meat in their hands, some raised their knives, some raised their swords, and some raised their longbows, staring at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? At this moment, a figure rushed over. This person's aura was strong and his movements were agile. When he first arrived, his feet seemed not to touch the ground. This was the phenomenon of controlling the air on his feet. Lord Iron Horse. Li Huang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The person who came here was one of the 2 Qingsong Superior Pavilion's early airbending masters. He was once a famous swordsman in the Qingsong Kingdom, and later joined Marshal Xiaolang to fight with the army. Later, he and Xiao Tianxi came to Daxia Kyoto to take charge of the Qingsong Superior Pavilion. But after the surprise, Li Huang suddenly exclaimed, "Master Taima, be careful, Master Xiao has died in Fang Chen's hands." What? Master Xiao died in Fang Chen's hands? How is this possible? Isn't Fang Chen's cultivation completely ruined? Qingsong Kunwafu, who was present, was shocked on the spot. Upon seeing this, Taima immediately took out the sword from his waist, and a sword beam about 10 feet long swept across the army. In an instant, the heads of more than a dozen Qingsong country warriors fell to the ground. Taima did not stop his movements. As a master of controlling qi, his figure moved around the field like a ghost. Each of his swords could kill several warriors from Qingsong country. In just a few moments, dozens of Qingsong country warriors, including qi condensation warriors and qi explosion warriors, were all killed by Taima's sword. Blood slowly dripped onto the ground along Taima's sword. Li Huang stared at the scene in a daze. His mind was a little confused and he had no idea what was going on. Why would Taima attack his own people? The guards around Li Huang were also dumbfounded, secretly shocked by the methods of the powerful qi control master. If it were any one of them, it would be difficult to withstand Taima's sword. "Sir, Xiao Tianxi was watching, so I didn't go to the hidden courtyard that day." Taima waved his arm, and the blood on the sword immediately spilled out. Then he walked in front of Fang Chen and saluted with his fists. "You've worked hard these years. You have to see this kind of scene every day. Do you think the Qingsong Hotel is already filled with resentment?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. "It is the prince who is suffering." Taima whispered. "I knew about it, but I couldn't stop it." Fang Chen laughed at himself. "Your Highness, please don't think like that. This is their destiny. What you need to do is not just to save the lives of 1 or 2 people. If Daxia didn't have a prince, more people would die." Taima said in a deep voice. Li Huang was dumbfounded by the conversation between the two and his mind was in a mess. You guys." Li Huang pointed at Taima and Fang Chen tremblingly. "The Great Xia hidden guards have been reactivated, and your mission has ended. After today, you will return to the team." Fang Chen patted Taima on the shoulder. "Yes, Prince." Taima responded in a deep voice. Although he tried to appear calm, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed him. Many years have passed. He was originally arranged by Fang Chen to enter the Qingsong kingdom, and rose step by step. Finally, he successfully lurked in the wolf army and was appreciated by the first wolf commander. He used this opportunity to pass on a lot of important information to Fang Chen, and also influenced the outcome of several battles. He knew that he was of great use to Fang Chen, but he was in the enemy camp all day long, and sometimes had to kill Daxia soldiers with his own hands, which made him suffer endless torment every day and night. Today, he finally returned to the team. "Prince, the other person has died at my hands. There should be no more Qingsong Kingdom's air-controlling warriors in Kyoto. What should we do next?" Taima calmed down and asked in a low voice. "Leave no one behind." Fang Chen smiled and said, "Now that Daxia has no need to flatter Qingsong, the first step is to start by clearing out the remaining poison in Kyoto." "What about these people?" Taima looked at Li Huang and others. "God of War Fang, I was wrong. I am also a citizen of Daxia. Please spare my life for the sake of my aunt and the queen, who are both His Majesty's concubines." Li Huang suddenly fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. The guards around him were at a loss, but in the end they lowered their heads and knelt on the ground, waiting for Fang Chen's judgment. "Perhaps you would rather be a Qingsong person. In your next life, remember to reincarnate well and don't come to Daxia again." Fang Chen smiled. Li Huang suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of resentment. "Fang Chen, do you really want to kill me? If you kill me, my aunt will not let you go. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are a military god. The emperor has long regarded you as a thorn in his side." Phew. Taima swung his sword, cutting Li Huang in half in an instant. He did not die on the spot, but the excruciating pain and the knowledge that he would die were a torture like being in purgatory for him. "Oh!" Li Huang howled in pain. The guards beside him didn't move, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even if you are an accomplice to a tiger, you cannot stay. Tai Ma sneered and cut off the heads of the guards. Fang Chen. His Majesty is not wrong about you. You have long harbored ulterior motives and have been training assassins in private. Ha 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 ha, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. If His Majesty knew about this, you would come to accompany me soon. You will never know how terrible His Majesty is, ha 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 ha. Li Huang laughed like a madman, looking at Fang Chen with mockery in his eyes. After a few breaths, his laughter became smaller and smaller, and his eyes were gradually covered with a layer of deathly gray. Li Huang is dead. Have you arranged an identity for yourself in Kyoto? Fang Chen looked at the iron horse. No. Tai Ma whispered. Well, let's go to my family's private school. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Thank you, Prince. Tai Ma was a little excited. This way, he could see the prince more often. Fang Chen walked out of Qingsong Shangdang Hall alone. At this moment, the place was already crowded with countless common people and warriors from Daxia. They were all asking each other, wanting to know what had happened here. You don't know yet. Military god Fang has led his men to charge in. I heard that the head of Qingsong Upper Hall has surrendered. Is there such a thing? Absolutely true. Then what are you waiting for? A scholar rolled up his sleeves and rushed into Qingsong Shangdang Hall, shouting. Then a peddler handed the child to his wife, and rushed to Qingsong Shangdang restaurant with red eyes and a carrying pole. More and more people rushed in, including ordinary Daxia people, soldiers in leather armor, and warriors wielding swords. They have different identities, but at this moment, they all have the same identity. Citizens of Daxia. Not long after, a fire started in Qingsong Shangdang Hall. The fire was so fierce that everyone retreated, except for the Qingsong warriors who were nowhere to be seen. Military god Fang, all the warriors of the Qingsong nation are dead, but some have escaped. Yu Longchang looked at the Qingsong Shangdang Hall which was burning with blazing flames and whispered. Tonight is a sleepless night. Fang Chen chuckled. The night in Daxia's capital was very lively and prosperous. Although the defeat 5 years ago had dealt a heavy blow to Daxia's vitality, the extravagant and licentious lifestyle had only intensified. When night falls, charming and bright lights will light up along the banks of the Daxia River, the largest river in Daxia, and the beautiful singing of singers will be heard from the ship towers and palaces. This is the favorite place of the warriors of Qingsong country, but tonight's guests found that the warriors of Qingsong country who were usually generous and domineering were nowhere to be seen. Just when people were curious, someone brought the news that Qingsong Shangdang Pavilion was wiped out by Fang Chen and his men. This news immediately made Daxia tonight unusual. Where does news spread fastest? Naturally, it is in restaurants and tea houses, but these places are not as good as brothels. As long as the news appears here, it will spread like a plague. From the nobles to the common people, everyone will know about it. There are currently 7 or 8 young men sitting in the Jade Ferry boat, the most famous flower boat on the Daxia River. They have already chartered the entire Jade Ferry boat and are very generous because they all come from very distinguished backgrounds. Everyone, what do you think of what Fang Chen did this time? A handsome young man opened his folding fan and waved it gently twice, while admiring the dancing of a dozen singers in front of him. He asked the others in a calm tone. This handsome young man is Yi Qinghe, the son of the Minister of War. He also has the highest official position among all the young men present, so he occupies the main seat. I say that his action was extremely reckless. Although I heard from my family that Fang Chen displayed extraordinary skills in the palace today, beheaded a wolf army leader with one strike, and drove Goddess Xiao out of Kyoto, he did not think about the fact that he was once at the peak of his powers, but he was also defeated by Commander Xiao. Yes, now he wants to slaughter the Qingsong warriors in Kyoto. If the news gets back to Qingsong, I'm afraid Xiao Lang will take action immediately. I don't know how much compensation we Daxia will have to pay to appease him. Yu Longchang of the West Tiger Camp is really crazy. He actually acted with him. He didn't even think that if these Qingsong Kingdom warriors could be killed, would His Majesty not take action. Speaking of which, why didn't His Majesty react at all? Not only did His Majesty not react, but all parties seem to be watching a play. But in the end, I'm afraid it will backfire. Brother Yi, what does Minister Yi say? My father only said one thing, wait and see what happens. Yi Qinghe said lightly. It seems that Fang Chen's reputation in the past still makes many people deeply afraid. If he really became a useless person, it would be fine, but now his cultivation has recovered. I think the biggest mistake Xia has ever made was to let Fang Chen override the Ministry of War, and even override His Majesty. This led to his vain pursuit of glory and ultimately ruined 600,000 soldiers of Xia. Brother Yi, I heard that you have made great progress in martial arts recently. The soldiers in various camps in Kyoto respect you very much. Why don't you step forward and replace Fang Chen? Someone looked at Yi Qinghe with expectant eyes. My cultivation has indeed improved. I was lucky enough to meet a wandering Taoist priest on the road. He gave me a golden elixir. After I swallowed it, my cultivation increased a lot. Yi Qinghe smiled faintly, but compared with Fang Chen, he is still far behind. Out of reach. When everyone heard this word, their memories immediately went back to 5 years ago. At that time, the most popular phrase in Kyoto was, look at Fang Chen, we are really far behind him. However, Fang Chen's actions are indeed contrary to the current situation, so I ask you all to talk to your families and save one person's life for me. As long as he doesn't die, Fang Chen's actions today will have room for maneuver. Yi Qinghe smiled. Everyone was slightly startled, with a hint of curiosity on their faces. Whose life is so important that it can change what happened today? Yi Qinghe stood up and looked outside the hall. Brother Xiao, please come in. My brothers will not betray you. A young man with a gloomy face walked in from outside the hall. When everyone saw him, their expressions changed. The person who came was none other than Xiao Tianxi's son Xiao En. They never expected that Xiao En was not dead yet and appeared on the Jade Immortal boat. Thinking of what Yi Qinghe had just said, everyone immediately understood Yi Qinghe's actions. Brother Yi, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died on the streets of Daxia Kyoto. Xiao En clasped his fists, with a hint of self-mockery on his face. When I return to Qingsong, I will remember this favor. Brother Xiao, you are too polite. We all disagree with Fang Chen's move. Now Xia and Qingsong should unite like friends and stop fighting. It will not benefit either side. After saying that, Yi Qinghe laughed loudly. Fairy Yu, why don't you come up on stage to dance? I am entertaining guests today, please don't neglect them. While inviting Xiao En to sit down, he introduced the young people sitting at the same table to Xiao En. Then, a barefoot woman in white slowly came into the hall and danced on the stage. The woman in white has a beautiful face, skin whiter than snow, eyes like stars. Her every frown and smile is intoxicating, and her every move is otherworldly and fairy-like. There was a hint of intoxication in Yi Qinghe's eyes, and his gaze closely followed the movements of the woman in white. As expected of Fairy Jade, the most famous singer in Daxia River, her dancing posture is indeed extraordinary and fairy-like. Xiao En's eyes were cold. The beauty in front of him not only failed to eliminate his fatigue of the day, but instead reminded him of the scene of the raging flames burning in Qingsong Shangdang Hall. He clenched his fists slightly, and decided to avenge himself. While people were singing and dancing on the Daxia River, fighting was going on in the capital of Daxia. The warriors of Qingsong country had no way to escape and died under the swords. As the morning light gradually rose, in the ruined Qingsong Shangdang Hall, Fang Chen sat quietly on an unburned stone bench with pieces of talisman paper in front of him. In one night, he made quite a few more purple lightning talismans, and now there were 16 in total. In addition to the purple lightning talisman, he tried the divine travel talisman, the Vajra talisman, and the power talisman, and made 3 of each. Their production difficulty was much lower than that of the purple lightning talisman. The spiritual energy is several times richer than before. It looks like I can try to condense the second immortal vein tomorrow and advance to the second level of qi refining. After putting away the talisman paper on the table, a figure hurriedly came from the distance. It was Yu Longchang, whose body was covered in blood. He felt as if he was dreaming that one day he would be able to personally take orders under Fang Chen and kill the warriors of the Qingsong kingdom one by one. Military God Fang, we can no longer find any trace of Qingsong nation warriors. We counted the number of people and found that we are missing 2 people as you said. Yu Longchang whispered, one is Tai Ma, a master of qi control from Qingsong country, and the other is Xiao En, the son of Xiao Tianxi. These two seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth and cannot be found. I already know where they are, so just leave them to me. General, you must be tired, go back and rest. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yu Longchang was indeed tired, but he didn't say anything. He bowed respectfully and then turned and left. Quietly, a figure appeared beside Fang Chen. She looked at Fang Chen with some heartache, walked up to him slowly, stood behind Fang Chen and gently massaged his shoulders. Prince, Yiqinghe took Xiao En in, and it seems that he wants to use him to curry favor with Qingsong country and deal with you at the same time. You don't have to come here in person. I've already received the message. If someone sees you here, won't the people of Daxia eat me alive? Fang Chen smiled. The woman blushed and said, "What did you say, my lord? You are the Jade Fairy. People who like you can line up from Daxia Kyoto to the gate of Zhao's family in Qingsong country." Fang Chen said. How can these ordinary people compare with the prince? Fairy, you snorted, "My lord, the Iron Horse has returned to the team. When can I complete my mission and return to your side? Even if I can be a maid beside you, patting your back, massaging your shoulders, and washing your feet, it is better than forcing myself to smile in front of those disgusting guys. That day won't be long." Fang Chen smiled, then took out the Divine Travel Talisman, the Vajra Talisman, and the Power Talisman and handed them to Fairy Yu. Your cultivation has not yet reached the level of explosive energy. Now is a time of trouble. If you encounter any danger, stimulate your internal energy and they can help you. A warrior's internal energy cannot activate the talisman, but Fang Chen has already embedded his spiritual power in the talisman in advance, so he only needs to use his internal energy to stimulate the spiritual power to activate it. This is. There was a hint of curiosity in Fairy Jade's eyes. Talisman, my son, I have achieved great success in my cultivation, so I can consider it as a new path. Fang Chen smiled faintly. After a pause, he said, "Someone is coming. You should leave." "Then I'll take my leave first." Fairy Jade put away the talisman and left quietly. Although her cultivation was not high, her lightness skills were very mysterious. In the distance, Sugu was slowly coming towards them pushing a wheelchair. As the sun gradually rose, more and more people gathered around to watch the excitement. When they saw Fang Chen still in the ruins, they couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Chener, who are you waiting for here?" In the wheelchair, Fang Chen's second uncle Fang Xangyu had a half-smile on his face. The queen arrived at the Fang family yesterday. Everyone in the Fang family knew that Fang Chen's cultivation had recovered, and they had driven Goddess Xiao out of Kyoto. Later they learned that Fang Chen was leading people to kill the warriors of Qingsong Kingdom in Kyoto, so everyone in the Fang family was busy all night last night. Fang Xangyu had not gone home yet. After finishing his work, he asked Sugu to take him to find Fang Chen. "Sugu, why did you bring my second uncle here?" Fang Chen frowned slightly. "Send second uncle back home." "Yes." Sugu pushed Fang Xangyu and turned away without saying a word. "Hey, wait!" Fang Xangyu said hurriedly. But Sugu only listened to Fang Chen's orders and ignored Fang Xangyu's words. "Chener, let me finish what I'm saying before you leave." Fang Xangyu said angrily. "Second uncle, please tell me." Fang Chen nodded slightly to Sugu, and Sugu stopped immediately. "I have some connections in Dahua Temple. After all, I was employed there. I will wait here with you for the people from Dahua Temple." Fang Xangyu said in a deep voice, "With me here, they dare not act rashly." He had already guessed who Fang Chen was waiting for here. Although no one in the palace reacted much to what happened yesterday, there will inevitably be a silent fight after dawn, and Fang Chen is the core of this fight. "Sugu, send my second uncle back home." Fang Chen smiled faintly. Fang Xangyu was immediately furious. No matter how he cursed, Sugu turned a deaf ear to him and quickly pushed him away. They had just disappeared from the street when, on the other side, the soldiers of Dahua Temple had surrounded Qingsong Shangdang Hall, which had been burned to ruins. Constables dressed in black held steel knives and looked alert. Among them, an official of Dahua Temple who was obviously of a higher rank walked up to Fang Chen with several constables. Fang Chen. The officials of Dahua Temple saluted with their fists clasped. Here is a list. Keep it. All the names checked on it are dead. Please check them one by one. Fang Chen handed the other party a piece of paper covered with handwriting. This was written when he had time to make talismans. Taima's name is also clearly listed and has been checked. The official from Dahua Temple took the list, took a look at it, and his face gradually turned pale. The detectives around him looked at each other, and looked at Fang Chen with a hint of awe. Only one of the more than 1,000 Qingsong warriors survived. The Dahua Temple official smiled bitterly and said, Master Fang, you are making it very difficult for us to do anything. I have received an order to arrest you and take you to Dahua Temple for interrogation. Dahua Temple is the judicial institution of Daxia. Unlike the Ministry of Justice, Dahua Temple only punishes those in high positions, and the abbot is a direct descendant of the royal family. The current abbot of the temple is the younger brother of the current emperor of Daxia, the fifth prince. There is still one that has not been killed. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, after he dies, how about I go to Dahua Temple with you? The Dahua Temple official smiled bitterly and said, Fang Chen, please don't embarrass me. If I can't catch you today, I will be held accountable. The abbot said, when will I be taken back? Fang Chen smiled. Well. The officials of Dahua Temple were slightly stunned, as if the temple master had not explained the matter. No, that's good. I will go back with you today. If you are worried, you can go with me. Fang Chen got up and left. Sir, where are we? A constable whispered. I don't dare to take him by force, but Fang Chen said that he will go back with us after the matter is resolved, so we should be patient. The Dahua Temple official whispered. At this moment, a constable hurried over and whispered. Sir, Li Huang, the son of Li Guijiu, was also in Qingsong Shangdang Hall and has been beheaded. Things are getting troublesome. The official from Dahua Temple muttered to himself, and then immediately led his men to follow Fang Chen. As they walked, they suddenly found the surroundings a little familiar, and Fang Chen also stopped in front of a house. Isn't this the residence of the Minister of War? The Dahua Temple official was completely stunned. At this moment, Fang Chen had already knocked on the door of the Minister of War's residence. In the Shangshu mansion, the family was having breakfast. The Minister of War Yi Dongming sat in the main seat. Following the rule of not talking while eating, the whole family was quiet. Master Fang, the military god Fang, is knocking on the door. An old slave came running over, looking somewhat flustered. Clang. Many people's bowls fell onto the table, but they reacted immediately, stabilized themselves, and then looked at Yi Dongming together. Why is Fang Chen here? Wasn't this god of death killing the warriors of Qingsong Kingdom last night? Why come to the Ministry of War Shangshu Mansion? Is it because of that incident back then? Yi Qinghe pretended to be calm and looked at Yi Dongming. Dad, are we seeing each other? Why did Fang Chen come to see me? Yi Dongming frowned slightly, and after pondering for a few breaths, he stood up slowly. I'm going to meet him. I want to know what kind of medicine he sells in his gourd. Did Fang Chen go to the Minister of War's mansion? He doesn't still hold grudges about that incident, does he? Yi Dongming can't be blamed for that incident. It was because his subordinates made a mistake that the military rations that should be shipped to Fang Chen were transported elsewhere. Is there any news from the Holy One? Why didn't the people from Dahua Temple take down Fang Chen? Why did they let him run around? At this moment, the senior officials in Daxia Kyoto were all staring at Fang Chen's movements. They each sent out manpower to investigate, so that any news would be received as soon as possible. The door of the Minister of War's residence slowly opened, and Yi Dongming, with his family, stared at Fang Chen in silence. Does Lord Fang think that Xiao En is hiding in the Minister of War's residence? There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the officials of Dahua Temple. Logically speaking, the Minister of War had no reason to hide the remnants of the Qingsong Kingdom's warriors. After all, it was Fang Chen who wanted to kill them. By hiding them, wouldn't he be going against Fang Chen? God of War Fang, it's been a long time since we last met. Ever since you stopped attending the morning court, it has been extremely difficult for us to meet. But soon, we will be able to meet in the court. I wonder why Lord Fang is here today. Yi Dongming was silent for a few breaths, then spoke slowly. Everyone in the Yi family was also looking at Fang Chen. Compared with 5 years ago, Fang Chen seemed to have lost a lot of his sharpness and was no longer as young as before. For a moment, they felt relieved. After all, the Fang Chen in front of them was not the Fang Chen from 5 years ago. He did not have the tremendous power he had back then, so there was no need to be afraid of him anymore. I have thought a lot about the affairs of the court in the past 5 years. I don't plan to pay attention to them anymore. Fang Chen smiled and shook his head gently, so it will be difficult for you and I to meet in the court from now on. What? There was a look of shock on everyone's face. Not only were the people of the Yi family shocked, but even the people of Dahua Temple were shocked. Some of the common people, scholars, and warriors who stopped to watch nearby all showed a look of disbelief when they heard Fang Chen's words. Fang Juanchen doesn't intend to care about the affairs of the court anymore. The subtext of this sentence is that he will no longer lead troops in the future. Yi Qinghe's breathing became a little heavy, and he stared at Fang Chen intently, as if judging whether his words were true or false. Military god Fang, you are really joking. Your cultivation has recovered. I think it won't be long before the emperor will let you take charge of the army again and compete with the Qingsong kingdom. Yi Dongming said in a deep voice. Minister Yi, just treat it as a joke. Fang Chen smiled. Yi Dongming's expression slightly changed. Military Master Fang, what exactly are you doing here today? I just want one person from your Yi family. Fang Chen said. VIP. Yi Dongming and others showed a look of confusion on their faces. Is there anyone in the Yi family that Fang Chen needs to go and ask for in person? Only Yi Qinghe's eyes flashed with panic, and he couldn't believe it in his heart. How did Fang Chen know that Xiao En was in Yi Mansion? Could it be that someone on the Jade Immortal boat leaked the news that day? Thinking of this, Yi Qinghe became a little annoyed. He didn't believe that those singing girls would dare to spread the guest's words casually. After all, they also knew his identity. So, it must be the people who sat at the same table with me last night. Who are they? Faces kept appearing in Yi Qinghe's mind, and he pondered secretly. God of War Fang, is there anyone in our Yi mansion that requires you to come and ask for something in person? Maybe you have come to the wrong place. Yi Dongming smiled faintly, his eyes swept over the officials of Dahua Temple not far away and some constables around, and his brows frowned slightly. Xiaoan, the son of Xiao Tianxi, is currently living in your Yi mansion. Minister Yi, just hand him over to me. Fang Chen smiled. Etc. Yi Dongming showed a look of shock on his face. Xiaoan, the son of Xiao Tianxi. Lord Fang, please stop talking nonsense. How could I take him in? This is a warrior from Qingsong country. The son of Xiao Tianxi, the owner of Qingsong Upper Hall. If people knew that he had taken the other person in and spread the news, I'm afraid that people would insult him, throw rotten eggs and stones at him day and night. As expected, the people around were making a commotion, pointing and talking towards the Shangshu mansion. Some scholars had already started swearing, and some warriors had rolled up their sleeves. Are these people from Dahua Temple coming for Xiaoan? Fang Chen is a man who never speaks without a purpose, so why did he say that Xiaoan is in my residence? Yi Dongming's thoughts raced. Yi Qinghe's expression was already a little tense, with tiny beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He thought that the other party had no chance of knowing Xiaoan's whereabouts, but he didn't expect that the other party would show up at his doorstep just one night later. This made him a little confused. He was not ready yet. Master Yi might as well ask your son. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yi Dongming suddenly looked at Yi Qinghe, with a look of shock and anger in his eyes. Qinghe, have you seen Xiaoan? Tell Fang Juanchen quickly that he is not in the mansion. Dad, I've never met Sean. Yi Qinghe shook his head slightly, then clasped his fists towards Fang Chen and said, Brother Fang, although I don't know where your information came from, in my opinion, you may have been fooled. Yes, Lord Fang, you must have misunderstood. How could the Minister of War take in a warrior from the Qingsong kingdom? Military god Fang is not a true god. It is impossible for him to be able to take care of everything. I heard that there was some grudge between the Minister of War and military god Fang. Could it be that Lord Fang is deliberately using this incident to settle old scores? There was a whisper around. Yi Dongming's expression changed after hearing this, and he looked at Fang Chen steadily. Mr. Fang, I was indeed negligent in my duty in that incident. But this matter has already been reported to His Majesty, and I have accepted the punishment. How can you blame me for this matter and tarnish my reputation? Minister Yi, can you allow me to search inside? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Fang Chen, don't go too far. This is the Shangshu mansion, how can you trample on it wantonly? Do you still think you are the military god you once were? You are just a commoner now, not even qualified to enter the court. Yi Qinghe said in a deep voice. He thought his father would try his best to stop Fang Chen from searching, but he didn't expect Yi Dongming to signal him to be quiet, and then looked at Fang Chen calmly. God of War Fang, the Shangshu mansion is not very big. You can search it at will, but if you can't find any trace of Xiao En, what kind of explanation will you give me? Can't find it. If I can't find it, I will go to Dahua Temple with them. What else does Minister Yi want to say? Fang Chen smiled and pointed at the officials of Dahua Temple not far away. Yi Dongming suddenly realized that this group of people were here to capture Fang Chen, and he immediately felt relieved. Well, please come in, Lord Fang. Yi Dongming nodded slightly. Father. A hint of panic flashed across Yi Qinghe's eyes. God is watching what we do. Why should we be afraid of something we haven't done? Yi Dongming snorted coldly. Yi Qinghe stopped talking. If he continued, he would be exposed. Just as Fang Chen was about to enter the Shangshu mansion, a group of people rode up on horseback and quickly arrived in front of the Shangshu mansion. The leader dismounted and looked at Fang Chen indifferently. Fang Chen, you cannot enter the Minister of War's residence. Prince. Yi Dongming was slightly startled and quickly saluted. Everyone was secretly shocked. It was the Crown Prince himself. Your Highness, why can't I enter the Shangshu mansion? Fang Chen smiled and looked at the current Crown Prince with his gray eyes. A hint of sneer flashed across the prince's eyes, and he said indifferently, you caused a big disturbance at Qingsong Shangda Hall last night, and now you are still a prisoner. What qualifications do you have to set foot in the residence of the Minister of War of our dynasty? The one from Dahua Temple, come here for a moment. Fang Chen waved his hand. The Dahua Temple official was slightly startled, and walked up to the two of them with a wry smile on his face. He first bowed to the prince, and then looked at Fang Chen. You are more familiar with the law. Am I a criminal now? Fang Chen smiled faintly. The prince looked at the Dahua Temple official with a sharp gaze. What is your name? I am Yuan Zhuang, the Chief Justice of Dahua Temple. Yuan Zhuang looked respectful. Well, you should talk to Lord Fang and find out if he is guilty now. The prince nodded calmly, with a hint of threat in his eyes. Since Fang Chen couldn't see it, he didn't need to hide it. Yuan Zhuang thought deeply, and the detectives around him were already sweating coldly. After a few breaths, he slowly said. According to the rules, Juanshan Fang must first enter Dahua Temple and be judged by the Temple Master before he can be considered guilty. Now Juanshan Fang has not yet entered Dahua Temple. According to the laws of the current dynasty, Juanshan Fang is not guilty. The prince's face turned a little ugly and he stared at Yuan Zhuang. Yuan Zhuang showed a bitter smile on his face, knowing in his heart that he had offended the prince. He could only curse secretly. If he had known this would happen, he would never have taken this hot potato today. Your Highness, did you hear that? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Minister Yi has already agreed to let me search his mansion. Since there is no other legitimate reason, Your Highness the Crown Prince should not stop me. After a pause, he asked, could it be that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince knew that Xiaoan was in the Shangshu mansion and was involved in hiding Xiaoan, so he was so eager to stop me from investigating? When the people around heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Yi Dongming immediately shouted, if you want to investigate, then do it. Don't frame the Crown Prince. How could the Crown Prince harbor a warrior from the Qingsong nation? That's good. Fang Chen smiled and walked into the Shangshu mansion. The prince did not stop him, but just stared coldly at Fang Chen's back. Dahua Temple asked you to come out and arrest someone, but you let him run around everywhere and even broke into the Shangshu mansion. As Ciji, I think you have failed in your duty. The prince turned and stared at Yuan Zhuang, saying calmly. Your Highness, I am in a dilemma. If I force my way into this, I will be no match for Fang Chen. I heard that Fang Chen has recovered his power and is the only Dan Qi expert in Daxia. Yuan Zhuang said helplessly. To catch such a person, he should not be given a group of constables, but an army, with at least 1,000 people and well-equipped. Even so, he could not guarantee that he could capture Fang Chen alive. Now, the government and the country are all ruled by trash like you, and our great Xia will gradually decline. The prince snorted coldly, then ignored Yuan Zhuang and led his men into the Shangshu mansion. Yuan Zhuang's expression turned ugly because of this sentence. After a while, he laughed at himself and said, "Let's go in too. Since Fang Chen has come here, he is not aimless. I want to see if there are any remnants of Qingsong in the residence of the Minister of War." After saying this, he entered the Shangshu mansion with several detectives. When everyone saw Fang Chen walk into the Shangshu mansion and then stand there motionless not long after, Yi Qinghe immediately showed a sneer on his face and felt relieved. No matter how cunning your methods are, you are not a god. As long as Xiaoan hides well, how could you find him? He felt guilty before, so he was confused, but now when he thought about his arrangements carefully, he felt very relieved. There was no way the other party would be able to find Xiaoan. At least, not in a short time. Master Fang, where do you plan to start looking? My house only has 4 courtyards. It's not big enough to hide a few people. Seeing Fang Chen motionless, Yi Dongming stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Fang Chen still didn't reply. Yi Dongming looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this, the prince also sneered and said calmly, "Military Master Fang, aren't you looking for someone? How can you find someone standing here? You have to move around." Fang Chen still didn't reply. A Minister of War and a Crown Prince, both of them are important figures in Daxia. However, Fang Chen turned a blind eye to the words of the 2 important figures, which shocked the people around him. This is the military god Fang. We are really far behind him. Yuan Zhuang sighed secretly in his heart. Unable to see, Fang Chen's spirit had already left his body and was now standing quietly above the Minister of War's residence, his eyes searching the place inch by inch. The difference between the soul and the body is that he can see more things than before, or it can be said that it is not seeing, but a kind of perception. There are more than 30 rooms in the Minister of War's mansion, and there is no trace of Xiaoan at the moment, but Fang Chen is not in a hurry. He is very sure that Xiaoan is in this mansion. If he escapes halfway, someone will inform him. After a few breaths, Fang Chen discovered that a rockery not far away was somewhat strange. The next moment, he was alerted and immediately rushed into the rockery and came to a dark room below it. Xiaoan sat cross-legged in the dark room, his ears constantly shaking, obviously listening to the movements outside. "Fang Chen, the hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. I, Xiaoan, will kill you with my own hands one day. And this Yi Qinghe, a mere Daxia pariah, dares to use my life as a bargaining chip to seek a career for himself. What a joke." Xiaoan was muttering to himself, with a sinister look in his eyes from time to time. Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled, and his soul returned to his body. "Minister Yi, this rockery of yours is quite unique. Which craftsman did you ask to build it? I think the Fang family should also have a rockery like this." Fang Chen took a few steps forward, pointed at the rockery not far away and smiled at Yi Dongming. Yi Dongming frowned slightly. Yi Qinghe was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The prince had a blank expression on his face, and seemed unaware that there was something hidden inside the rockery, but this did not stop Fang Chen from suspecting him. Yi Qinghe was hiding Xiaoan, and I'm afraid he was instructed by the prince. "God of War Fang, are you here to look for someone, or to enjoy the scenery of my Shangshu mansion?" Yi Dongming sneered. "I'm here to look for someone and enjoy the beautiful scenery. If I don't come here, how would I know what's going on under this rockery of yours?" As Fang Chen spoke, he raised his hand and a flash of lightning appeared. The purple lightning talisman was activated, and a bolt of lightning struck the rockery with a loud bang. The huge rockery was blown into pieces, revealing the door to the dark room. Everyone's expression changed suddenly, partly because they were shocked by Fang Chen's methods, and partly because they were shocked by the door of the dark room under the rockery. Yi Dongming was stunned for a moment. Even he didn't know that there was a secret room under this rockery. Whispers continued to be heard around. The servants and maids of the Shangshu mansion were shocked by this secret room. They had stayed here for many years, but never found out that there was something hidden under the rockery. Yi Dongming's face looked a little ugly, and his eyes fell on Yi Qinghe. Only his son Yi Qinghe could have built a secret room under the rockery without telling him. Yuan Zhuang was somewhat shocked. As CG, he subconsciously wondered how Fang Chen knew there was a secret room here. Then he was shocked by Fang Chen's previous method. Fortunately, they did not take anyone by force. Using such means would have made it easy to turn them into ashes. Yuan Ciji, please bring someone to open this door for me. Fang Chen said. Yuan Zhuang was slightly startled and glanced at Yi Dongming first. Seeing that the Minister of War had no objection, he winked at his men. The two detectives immediately stepped forward and tried to open the door, but it wouldn't open. Finally, they took out their swords and chopped the door into pieces. Shaoan, do you want to come out by yourself, or do you want me to go in and catch you out? Fang Chen smiled faintly. No need, I'll come out by myself. A loud voice came from inside, and a tall young man walked out slowly. His eyes were like a wolf, staring at Fang Chen, and the deep hatred in his eyes almost solidified. Really, Sean? There was a look of surprise on everyone's face. The servants and maids in the Shangshu mansion might not recognize him, but Yi Dongming, Yuan Zhuang, and others recognized him at a glance. As the son of Xiao Tianxi, he inherited Xiao Tianxi's talent. At a young age, he has already reached the late stage of explosive qi. Among the younger generation of Qingsong country, he is also quite famous. It is almost certain that he will be promoted to control qi in the future. Yi Dongming's face turned very ugly. He glanced at Yi Qinghe coldly. Yi Qinghe was already sweating profusely and looked panicked. He subconsciously looked towards the prince. This Shaoan is indeed hiding here, but Minister Yi, you are right to do this. Military god Fang went crazy yesterday and slaughtered the warriors of Qingsong country indiscriminately. If you save Shaoan, it will also allow Daxia to give some explanation to Qingsong. The prince said calmly. Shaoan originally thought that he was going to die, but seeing the prince's attitude, the hope of survival in his heart burned again. He clasped his fists towards the prince and said, Your Highness, Qingsong and Daxia have not been in conflict with each other for the past few years. Even if there have been some conflicts, they were minor. But Fang Chen slaughtered the warriors of Qingsong and killed my father yesterday. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid it will cause a war between the two countries. Shaoan, don't worry. I will not sit idly by and watch this happen. Dahua Temple has already sent people to arrest Fang Chen. Once he is in prison, I will find a way to give your Qingsong country an explanation. The prince said. That's good. Shaoan nodded slowly and put away the hatred in his eyes. Since he could survive, he didn't want to show too much emotion. After all, he would be in danger as long as he stayed in Daxia Kyoto, lest the other party go back on his word. After the prince finished speaking, he looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, don't make the same mistake over and over again. Go back to Dahua Temple with Yuan Zhuang. You can't touch or kill Shaoan. Fang Chen smiled. He looked at the prince with a smile and said, Your Highness, it has come to this. Do you still expect Qingsong country to accept your request for peace? I said yesterday that I would wipe out the remnants of the evil in Kyoto. Once I say something, I can't take it back. No one can stop me. Even I can't stop you. The prince narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom. A flash of thunder. Shaoan lowered his head in disbelief, only to see that his body was already charred and bloody. He let out an unwilling roar, and his life was completely gone. Everyone was stunned, as they could not have expected that despite the prince's obstruction, Fang Chen still went on his own and killed Shaoan on the spot. The masters around the prince looked at each other, then looked at Fang Chen with vigilance. They subconsciously took half a step forward and used their bodies to cover the prince's flaws and vital points. Yuan Zhuang, can you lend me your sword? Fang Chen stretched out his hand. Yuan Zhuang then came to his senses, subconsciously took off his sword and handed it to Fang Chen with both hands. Fang Chen took the other party's sword, stepped forward and chopped off Shaoan's head with one blow, then turned around and left the Shangshu mansion with it in his hand. Outside the Shangshu mansion, many people were stopping and waiting. When they saw Fang Chen coming out with a bloody head in his hand, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Speculations arose in my mind: whose head is this? Could it be Shaoan's? Or someone in the Shangshu mansion? God of War Fang, the people have been killed. Please come back to Dahua Temple with me. Yuan Zhuang smiled bitterly. Fang Chen smiled, threw Shaoan's head on the ground, and let it roll far away. It was this person who proposed to use people as targets. I have avenged you, but this is far from enough, far from enough. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After a few breaths, he looked at Yuan Zhuang and said with a smile, "Let's go, I won't embarrass you." "Thank you, Lord Fang." Yuan Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to call Fang Chen Dad on the spot. After Yuan Zhuang took Fang Chen away, the prince and others also left, and then the door of the Shangshu mansion was slammed shut. A warrior bravely stepped forward to check the head. When he saw Shaoan's eyes were open after death, he immediately cried out. "It's Shaoan. Shaoan, the son of Shao Tianxi. Is it the most domineering warrior from Qingsong country in Kyoto? It's really him. I didn't expect that the Minister of War would actually harbor a warrior from the Qingsong nation. Isn't this going against the military god Fang and the people of Daxia like us?" The crowd was very excited. Some people picked up things around them and threw them towards the Minister of War's mansion. "Make soup from Shaoan's head. My son has lung disease, and drinking this will surely cure him." Someone shouted, and immediately people started fighting for Shaoan's head. In their view, the flesh and blood of these evil people can purify the body and drive away the evil diseases in their bodies, just like fighting evil with evil. In the residence of the Minister of War, Yi Dongming heard the servants say that someone outside had thrown rotten eggs in. His face became increasingly gloomy. He dismissed everyone except Yi Qinghe. "Qinghe, tell me why." Yi Qinghe gritted his teeth and whispered, "Dad, this is what the prince wants. Fang Chen wants to kill the Qingsong country warriors, and the prince must save the Qingsong country warriors. Why does the prince want to go against Fang Chen?" Yi Dongming frowned and said, "This is of no benefit. The prince just wants the people to know that Fang Chen was wrong, not that everything he did was right. Only when these people know this can they completely prevent Fang Chen from making a comeback." Yi Qinghe said in a deep voice. "The prince is afraid that Fang Chen will regain control of the military power and endanger him." Yi Dongming's face changed slightly. The third prince has been a hostage in Qingsong country. Could it be that he is coming back? Everyone knows that Juanshan Fang has a close relationship with the third prince. 5 years ago, when Fang Chen was defeated, the third prince resolutely volunteered to go to Qingsong Kingdom as a hostage. His only request was that the emperor should not punish Fang Chen. Otherwise, the one who went to Qingsong country was the current crown prince. The crown prince said that if Fang Chen really recovers his cultivation, he will do everything he can to rescue the third prince back to Daxia. Perhaps someone is already acting in secret. Yi Qinghe whispered. "It seems like you are really afraid of Fang Chen." Yi Dongming sighed softly. Fang Chen's methods did indeed leave a heavy shadow on the younger generation of Daxia. In fact, wasn't it the same for the older generation as well? Otherwise, the prince wouldn't have started to worry about his position as the crown prince just because Fang Chen's cultivation had recovered. General Fang's mansion. What? Big brother was taken to Dahua Temple. Fang Zhixue was originally waiting for Fang Chen to return, but she heard the news that Fang Chen was captured and taken to Dahua Temple. She was about to rush out immediately, but was stopped by Fang Canghai. "Why are you causing trouble? Stay still," Fang Canghai said in a deep voice. "Dad, Mom, aren't you anxious at all?" Fang Zhixue was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fang Cangyu. The queen said, "Second uncle, third aunt." She thought everyone would be very anxious, but she never expected that everyone, including her parents, was calm and composed, as if Fang Chen was just going to Daxia River for a trip. "Your elder brother didn't even tell us that his cultivation had recovered this time, which means that he is secretly planning something. Now that he has cleared out the Qingsong Wufu in Kyoto, no one knows and no one can guess what he will do next. Fang Canghai, even if I am his father, I don't know what he is thinking, so what we should do at this time is not to cause trouble for him, especially you." "Will my brother be tortured in Dahua Temple?" Fang Zhixue looked worried. She also knew that what Fang Songhai said was right, but she couldn't help but worry about Fang Chen. Haha, who dares? Not to mention that his third aunt is the current queen. Even the 3 words, Fang Juanchen, are a golden signboard. The Dahua temple will only provide him with delicious food and drinks, and wait for the emperor to speak. Fang Sangyu smiled and said, Zhixue, sometimes I doubt whether you are from our Fang family. Let alone comparing yourself with your eldest brother, you should at least learn how to use your brain to think about problems. Fang Songhai and his wife gave him a sad look. Fang Zhixue suddenly became anxious. Second uncle, you are humiliating me. All right, all right. The queen smiled and waved her hand. Chen'er has recovered his cultivation and eliminated the remnants of the Qingsong kingdom in Kyoto. From now on, we will no longer have to see those Qingsong kingdom warriors showing off their power in Kyoto. This is a happy event. Yes, it is a happy event. Fang Songhai stroked his beard and smiled. But the queen changed the subject, a hint of sadness showing on her face. The emperor does not seem to plan to let Chen'er resume his post, and I'm afraid he will not let Chen'er get close to the court in the future. Everyone was slightly stunned. Fang Sangyu sneered defiantly, why does he do that? Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Fang Songhai frowned and scolded, then looked at the queen. Third sister, you don't have to worry about this matter. It all depends on Chen'er himself. If he doesn't want to enter the court again, this may not be a bad thing. His wife also nodded slightly. I hope Chen'er won't lead troops anymore. At his age, he should start a family and continue the bloodline of our Fang family. Su Gu, who was standing behind Fang Sangyu, had a strange look on his face. He was wondering whether he should tell Fang Chen about this. After all, his elders seemed to be arranging a marriage for him. At this moment, a servant hurried in. Master, there is a man who came to apply for the position of our private school teacher, saying that he was introduced by the prince. Introduced by Fang Chen. Everyone, including Su Gu, was stunned. The queen showed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Call them over so we can take a look. Soon, Taima arrived in front of the hall and saluted Fang Songhai with his fists clasped. Taima greets General Fang. Except for Fang Zhixue, everyone's expressions became extremely strange. You are one of the 2 airbending warriors at Qingsong Senior Hall, Taima. Fang Songhai said with narrowed eyes. The queen looked the iron horse up and down. Fang Sangyo fell into deep thought. Su Gu was stunned. Fang Zhixue was bewildered. Wait, Qingsong Superior Hall. That means Qingsong country warriors. She shouted subconsciously, and instantly became angry and was about to attack. Fang Songhai held her back and said earnestly, please think carefully about what your second uncle said just now. Dad, he. Fang Zhixue pointed at the iron horse, looking anxious. Since your eldest brother introduced him, he is from our Fang family. Don't react when you hear the word Qingsong. Fang Songhai said. Fang Zhixue finally came to her senses. It seemed to be true. Mr. Taima, as far as I know, you should be a citizen of Qingsong country, right? Fang Songhai asked tentatively. General Fang, you may not know that I am a native of Daxia. I was ordered to go to Qingsong country and lurk in the wolf army to deliver messages for the military god Fang. Taima said, neither humble nor arrogant. Fang Songhai and Fang Songyu's expressions suddenly changed. They looked at each other and then looked at Taima with extremely serious expressions. You are a subdragon. Exactly. Taima nodded slightly. Qianlong is a term used by Daxia to refer to those who lurk among the enemy forces and deliver messages for Daxia. This kind of people will make great sacrifices and face great dangers. 9 out of 10 potential dragons may not have a good end, so those who are chosen as potential dragons must be extremely outstanding and extremely loyal to Daxia. If they are discovered by the enemy, they will commit suicide. Some hidden dragons will not have time to commit suicide and will suffer extremely horrific tortures before slowly dying. Fang Songhai gently raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and then knocked his chest. The same is true for Fang Sangyo. The 2 brothers made the same gesture at this moment, which was the military salute of Daxia. Taima returns the gift. At this moment, the women present were silent and unusually silent. Mr. Taima, from now on you will be the teacher of our Fang family private school. The children of the Fang family will need you to take care of them in the future. Fang Songhai said with a smile. There are hundreds of children in the general's mansion. Some of these children are from the Fang family side branches, and some are orphans of soldiers who died in the army. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Iron Horse Road. Can Chinner ask you to change your name? Fang Songhai asked. Tai Ma shook his head slightly. The prince said, let's use this name. If anyone guesses it, let them guess it. Ha ha ha, okay. Fang Songhai laughed loudly. Then he called a servant to settle the iron horse. After the iron horse left, Fang Song said in a deep voice. First it was the wind and cloud sword, then the iron horse. One was at the peak of the explosive chi, and the other was at the initial stage of controlling chi. Although the wind and cloud sword is not as good as the iron horse, Chenner is really a hidden talent. This foundation is even stronger than our Fang family. He is at the initial stage of controlling chi. From now on, our Fang family has another person at the initial stage of controlling chi. Second master, I'm right behind you. Sugu said. Can't I tell you? Fang Sangyo said unhappily. He was obviously still resentful of Sugu for not listening to his orders in the morning. That's not it. Second master, just say whatever you want to say. I don't mind. Sugu smiled. At that time, Fang Chen has arrived at Dahua Temple. Haha, isn't this our Lord Fang? I never thought that you would come to our Dahua Temple one day. Directly in front of him, a young man in his 30s was walking towards him. He was wearing a black suit and was followed by a group of Siji of the same level as Yuan Zhuang. Among them were the chief clerk and the prison warden. The visitor was none other than Li Huafeng, Shaoqing of Dahua Temple, the chief official second only to the temple master. At the same time, he is also an old acquaintance of Fang Chen, and one of his former enemies in Kyoto. His father is the current prime minister, Li Guizhu. The hatred between Li Huafeng and Fang Chen is actually very simple. 6 or 7 years ago, Fang Chen had not yet experienced the Battle of Three Realms Mountain. He was only 16 or 17 years old at that time, but his martial arts skills had already shown promise, and he had early advanced to the realm of controlling qi. At that time, Li Huafeng had the highest status in the hearts of the people of Daxia. Li Huafeng, who was 23 or 24 years old at the time, was already in the middle stage of controlling qi. He could be said to be the number one among the younger generation, and even among the older generation, few could compare with him. At that time, Li Huafeng was already working in the Dahua Temple, serving as the Shaoqing of the Dahua Temple, and he had personally tried countless high-ranking officials. One day, he received news that a general in a certain army was colluding with the Qingsong kingdom. Li Huafeng personally went to the army and captured this person and brought him to Dahua Temple. Unexpectedly, this man was very tough. He allowed Li Huafeng to use various torture methods and never admitted that he was a traitor. In the end, he could not bear the humiliation and bit his tongue to commit suicide. This general served as Fang Chen's mentor for a period of time, and was also a brave and powerful general under Fang Songhai. After he bit his tongue to commit suicide, Fang Songhai became furious and immediately reported to the emperor, demanding a thorough investigation of the matter. It was later verified that someone had a grudge against the general and forged evidence to frame him. On the day of the general's funeral, Fang Chen, who was only 16 or 17 years old, carried the coffin himself, and then on the way he met Li Huafeng, who came to pay his respects. Not only did Li Huafeng not feel any guilt, he also mocked the general for acting recklessly and made things even more complicated by committing suicide. That day, Fang Chen took action. It was also on that day that Daxia finally discovered that there was a young man who was much younger than Li Huafeng and had already reached the peak of controlling qi. Li Huafeng, who was in the middle stage of controlling qi, was no match for Fang Chen. On that day, Fang Chen broke his limbs and shattered a part of his qi. From that day on, Li Huafeng's cultivation regressed to the peak of explosive qi and he never made any progress since then. If Prime Minister Li Guizhu had not brought his men to the scene, Li Huafeng would have lost his life to Fang Chen. After that, the two became mortal enemies. Li Huafeng would cause trouble for Fang Chen from time to time, and Fang Chen would take it one by one. In the end, Li Huafeng was always the one who suffered the loss. I didn't expect that after so many years, you would still be the Shaoqing of Dahua Temple. Fang Chen grinned. Li Huafeng's expression kept changing. Perhaps for ordinary people, his position was already beyond their reach. But for him, this is far from enough. His heart was in the army, and he also wanted to go into battle and compete with the warriors of Qingsong country. Unfortunately, Fang Chen ruined his dreams and his bright future. So Fang Chen's words were a blatant humiliation to him. A dead duck is still talking tough. If your fists were as tough as your mouth, you wouldn't have been defeated so miserably at the Three Realms Mountain. Li Huafeng sneered and didn't intend to waste any more words with Fang Chen. He immediately ordered the warden beside him to take Fang Chen to the prison and postpone the case for retrial. In the Dahua Temple jail, the prisoners were as excited as monkeys when they saw the new inmates. Some of them kept shouting and threatening, while others made sarcastic remarks. The prison at Dahua Temple is really big, and there are all kinds of people here. Fang Chen took a quick glance and found that there were at least hundreds of people imprisoned in this prison. According to the rules of Dahua Temple, the imprisoned people were more or less of an official status. This is your cell. The warden who led the way pushed open a door and saw 6 or 7 prisoners already inside. They were of different ages, and the only thing they had in common was that they looked haggard. They looked at Fang Chen coldly without saying anything. It was obvious that they did not recognize Fang Chen's identity. Prison warden, I have asked my servants to send some things over. Can you help me get them here? Fang Chen smiled faintly. The prison warden was slightly startled. What is it? Nothing much, just a wolf hair brush, some cinnabar, and a stack of talisman paper. Fang Chen smiled faintly. The prison minister looked strange. Was the military god in front of him going to draw a talisman? He thought about it, and finally shook his head, his voice a little cold. The prison warden has his own rules, unless the Shaoqing asks for it. You are Li Huafeng's men. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Master Shaoqing has been very kind to me. The prison warden nodded lightly, then turned and left. After he left, the prisoners became more active. A prisoner in the cell opposite laughed at Fang Chen. Boy, you want to draw talismans in the Dahua Temple prison. I've been locked up here for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a request. Interesting, ha 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 ha. Boy, I see you are so young. What crime did you commit to get here? Those who can enter Dahua Temple are not simple. Who else is there in your family? Do they have the connections to get you out? A prisoner wants to find out Fang Chen's family background. The prisoner in the same cell as Fang Chen also spoke up. The warden has his own rules. You are a newcomer, so you will be the one cleaning the dung bucket from now on. Let me clean the dung bucket. Fang Chen glanced at the corner of the cell and smiled. What are you guys arguing about? Are you going to let me sleep? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. The noise of the crowd suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked towards the depths. There's a new guy coming, right? The voice sounded again. Newcomer, introduce yourself. Why don't you introduce yourself? Do you know who is speaking? He was one of the 4 dragon generals under the throne of Fang Juanshan. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't say anything, someone couldn't help but urge him. Those 4 dragon generals were really powerful back then, but unfortunately, 3 of them died in the battle at Sanjia Mountain 5 years ago, and the only one who survived was imprisoned in Dahua Temple. It's been 5 years, and there has been no trial yet. Someone murmured quietly. Old Huang, it's me. Fang Chen said softly. Old Huang. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Is this kid tired of living? How dare he call that person like that? You know, even the warden in charge of the prison has to politely call him General Huang. The voice was silent for a while, and then it exploded like thunder. Marshal. How did they get you in here? Ah, damn it, they deserve to die. Boom. It was as if a prison cell was shattered to pieces. The huge roar made people's faces show pain and they couldn't help but cover their ears. The next moment, a figure as tall as a hill appeared in front of Fang Chen. Everyone was shocked. This figure was half a body length taller than an ordinary person, and his arms were as thick as the waist of an adult man. Although he was wearing prison uniform, he was intimidating and no one dared to look down on him. His round eyes stared at Fang Chen. "Marshal, how dare they bring you here? They lied to me. I will kill them all and take you away from here." "Marshal." The prisoners who had just teased Fang Chen fell silent. They knew what it meant when the marshal shouted out this man. This young man is actually the military god Fang. What happened outside? Why was Lord Fang locked in? Everyone's face showed shock. At the same time, the jailers in the prison came roaring in, looking at the giant in great fear. They didn't dare to move forward at all, and could only shout in a timid voice. "General Huang, go back to your cell. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you all." The giant turned around and looked at the jailers. His eyes were red, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost became tangible, like a sharp blade, piercing the jailers' scalps numb and their legs weak. "Old Huang, I came in on my own. It has nothing to do with them." Fang Chen smiled. This former subordinate of his is still the same as before. There is really no change at all. Even after coming to this place, he not only did not lose weight, but seemed to have become a little stronger. Huang Sihai, an ordinary person who has never practiced martial arts, but possesses natural supernatural powers comparable to those of powerful chi-controlling masters, was once one of the 4 dragon generals under his command. In that brutal battle, 3 of the 4 dragon generals died, and he was also seriously injured. However, he was very lucky that not only did he not die, but he recovered completely in less than half a year, and it seemed that he did not have any chronic illness. "Marshal, I'm not a marshal now, just call me the prince." "Sir, I just heard them say that as long as I stayed here obediently, they would not touch you, and the emperor would not touch you. They lied to me." Huang Sihai stared at Fang Chen, unable to suppress the anger in his eyes. "What? Is this the reason why General Huang stayed in the prison and didn't escape?" Everyone was stunned. They knew very well that it was almost impossible for this prison to imprison Huang Sihai. "They didn't lie to you. No one has come to harass me in the past 5 years." Fang Chen smiled. Because of him, countless people have been silently enduring certain constraints over the past 5 years. Tai Ma is one of them, and Huang Sihai is also one of them. Now, he wants to break this situation himself. "Sir, if that's the case, why did you come here? Is it that guy Li Huafeng? Damn it, I'll kill him for you." Huang Sihai growled and clenched his fists so hard that they made a crackling sound. The jailers felt a chill on their backs when they heard this. It turned out that in Huang Sihai's eyes, the Shaoqing of Dahua Temple was just a chicken that could be slaughtered at any time. "I have killed a lot of people in the past 2 days, all of them are warriors from Qingsong country, so they want to lock me up and think about how to deal with this matter." Fang Chen smiled and said, "I was thinking, since we haven't seen each other for 5 years, I came in to see you. Killed a lot of Qingsong country warriors." The prisoners in the jail were shocked and confused. Wasn't it said that Fang Chen's cultivation had been destroyed and even his eyes were blinded because of the battle in Sanjia Mountain? "Prince, your cultivation level." Huang Sihai suddenly calmed down and looked at Fang Chen repeatedly. "My cultivation has been restored." Fang Chen smiled and nodded. "Ha ha ha." Huang Sihai was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud towards the sky, his face full of ecstasy. He knew that he would not stay in prison for long. Has Fang Jun's divine power recovered? No wonder, I was wondering why the people in Dahua Temple looked a little strange these past 2 days. The sky is changing. There were bursts of whispers in the prison. "I don't plan to get involved in the court anymore. If you want to follow me after I leave here, I won't have the position of general for you to sit on." Fang Chen smiled. "Sir, what's so good about being a general? Even if you go to sell sesame cakes in the future, I will need the dough for you." Huang Sihai laughed. Everyone looked at Huang Sihai, their expressions changing constantly. This master, who is comparable to a chi-controlling expert, did not have a good face even when facing the prison warden, but now he is willing to knead dough for Fang Chen. They imagined the scene and their expressions became increasingly strange. "General Huang, I have provided you with good food and drink over the past few years. I have never given you a hard time, let alone humiliated you. You should at least give me some face. The prison warden who had left earlier has returned, and he looks at Huang Sihai with a complicated expression. Old he, it's not that I don't give you face, but you locked my son up in here, so you should at least say hello to me, right? If the prince hadn't explained it to me, I would have crushed your head as soon as I got out. Huang Sihai looked at the warden and spoke earnestly. The prison warden's expression kept changing. He never thought that 5 years had passed and Huang Sihai was still loyal to Fang Chen. Now that your prince has explained it to you, can you please go back to your cell? The prison warden whispered. Give me what I want first, then arrange a single room for me, and he will go back. Fang Chen smiled. Did you hear what my prince said? Huang Sihai looked at the prison warden. The prison warden fell silent for a moment. After a few breaths, he nodded slightly and looked at Fang Chen. Is your man outside Dahua Temple? Fang Chen smiled and nodded. In a moment. The prison warden turned and left. Outside the Dahua Temple, Sugu stood quietly carrying a bundle. He seemed to be in a trance, but he was actually looking at the layout of the entire Dahua Temple. If I were given 10 Qi Explosion Warriors and 50 Qi Condensation Warriors, I estimate that I could tear down this Dahua Temple from front to back, and reach the prison in less than half an hour. Wind and cloud soared Su Go. An exclamation interrupted Su Ji's thoughts. The prison warden's face was full of disbelief. He had not expected that Su Go, the Fengyun sword who had become famous in Kyoto in recent years, was also Fang Chen's man. And what the other party just muttered to himself was truly shocking. This guy is thinking about attacking Dahua Temple. Is this what Jiwenchen Fang meant? Thinking of this, the prison warden felt his scalp tingling and his legs going weak. Are you from Dahua Temple? Did the prince ask you to come? Sugu looked at the other party and frowned. What is this guy doing? Why does he look like he has seen a ghost? Are the people in Dahua Temple so timid? Right. The prison warden nodded slightly. Take it and give it to the prince. Sugu handed the bag to the prison warden. I have broken the rules by doing this, so I have to check this bag. The prison chief said. You can look at it as you like. Sugu nodded. The prison warden opened it and took a look, only to find that it really contained wolf hair, cinnabar, and yellow talisman paper. He was suddenly a little confused. What did Fang Chen need these things for as the prison warden? Go and give the things to my son. Don't play tricks. If I find out that you didn't give him the things, you will have to watch your road every day from now on. Suga said lightly. You know I'm the warden of Dahua Temple, and you still dare to threaten me like this. The prison warden was a little annoyed. What's wrong with the warden of Dahua Temple? Why should I be afraid of you who wear shoes when I'm barefoot? Su Ji's eyes widened. The warden said nothing and just turned and left. Not long after, he returned to the prison warden and handed the things to Fang Chen. Old Huang, go stay over there. Fang Chen smiled. Prince, I will take you to the private room first. Huang Sihai grinned. The warden arranged a single room for Fang Chen without hesitation, and then Huang Sihai returned to his cell as he wished. Military Master Fang, attacking Dahua Temple is not a good decision. I hope you will be cautious. The prison warden said something with a complicated expression and left in a hurry. Attack Dahua Temple. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then ignored the prison warden's confusing words, and instead set out his tools, preparing to make some more purple lightning talismans. By the way, let's see if we can condense a second immortal vein today. The improvement of cultivation can also increase the power of the talismans made. In the highest court of Dahua Temple, a group of Dahua Temple's high-ranking officials, including Dahua Temple Shaoqing Li Huafeng, gathered here and circulated documents. These documents record every Qingsong Kingdom warrior who died. It's a good death. An old man suddenly sneered, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Everyone looked strange. Li Huafeng looked at the old man and said coldly, it's good to die. Do you know how much harm Fang Chen's disturbance will bring to our daxia? If Qingsong country directly sends troops to attack because of this incident, how long can our great Xia hold out? Your Excellency. The old man smiled and said, in the past 5 years, Qingsong country's warriors have piled up hundreds of files in our Dahua Temple. The crimes they committed are countless. Now that Fang Chen has dealt with them for us, it can be regarded as reducing the burden on Dahua Temple. Isn't this a good thing? As for Qingsong country, that is not our concern. Military god Fang must have a purpose for this move. I heard that his cultivation has recovered. Then our great Xia is no longer vulnerable. Many people nodded secretly, thinking it made sense. Li Huafeng looked solemn. It is understandable that you think so, but in fact, Fang Chen was defeated in Sanjia Mountain when he was at his peak. We in Daxia are no match for Qingsong. I called you here today to discuss with you how to deal with Fang Chen. I suggest that you sentence him to the heavenly prison and send Qingsong back soon, so that they can handle the matter on their own. This will also help to dispel their resentment. Everyone was slightly shocked. Sending Fang Chen to Qingsong. How could this be possible? At this moment, someone hurried in and whispered, "My lords, there are quite a few people gathered outside the gate of Dahua Temple. Are you here to demand Fang Chen's release?" The old man asked hurriedly. No. The visitor had a strange look on his face and whispered, "They are from Guha, Longdu, and Izhou. They said Fang Chen killed the warriors of Qingsong country and must be severely punished. Otherwise, these outsiders will not be safe in Daxia Kyoto. The three empires of Guha, Longdu, and Izhou are also of the 9th rank, but they have no military conflicts with Daxia and are mainly engaged in business. Many subjects of the three empires also stay in the capital of Daxia all year round." Nonsense, what does this have to do with them? The old man sneered. Why is it not related? Li Huafeng glanced at the old man and said, "Zhao Sixing, don't forget the relationship between Guha, Longdu, Izhou, and Qingsong. They have large trade exchanges with Qingsong every year. Fang Chen's move may have angered them. If they start to put pressure on Daxia, how should we deal with it? Daxia has Qingsong as an enemy, which is enough. If we become enemies with these three countries, I am afraid that our national destiny will be destroyed." Everyone's expressions gradually became solemn. Yes. What Li Huafeng said was not wrong. Given Daxia's current situation, no one wants to see these three countries get involved in this matter. If they intervene, they will never give up unless an explanation is given. "Hey, the temple master is here." The abbot. Everyone stood up, and a middle-aged man in a python robe slowly walked in. He nodded slightly to everyone, then sat in the main seat and said lightly, "You have discussed for a long time. Have you come up with a set of rules?" "Master, in my opinion, Fang Chen must be handed over to Qingsong." Li Huafeng clasped his fists. "Oh, this is a headache." The temple master rubbed his temple slightly and sighed. "Fang Chen's status in Daxia is extraordinary. If his cultivation has not recovered, we can use him to exchange for the prosperity of our Daxia for several years. But now that his cultivation has recovered, have you ever thought that no matter what kind of treatment we give him, one thing is the most important: he has to be happy with it?" The abbot looked at everyone. Everyone was slightly startled, and their expressions gradually became strange. They had not expected this. Li Huafeng hesitated and asked, could he dare to openly disobey orders? "Do you think he dares?" The temple master sneered, "Don't look at me as the master of Dahua Temple, and I am also a prince. If I scold him in front of him, do you think he will slap me in the face?" Everyone was silent. "That's it. Stop discussing it. We at Dahua Temple should not get involved in this matter. Let Fang Chen handle it himself." The temple master stood up and said, "Anyway, the person has been captured. We have done what we should do. What happens next is none of our business." After saying this, he left the place with a swagger. Seeing this, the others also stood up and left. "Master Shaoqing, I think you should stop caring about this matter, lest you get into trouble." Zhao Sixing smiled at Li Huafeng and walked out slowly. Li Huafeng's expression became increasingly gloomy. Outside, Yuan Zhuang saw Zhao Sixing and hurried forward. "Sir, what did the higher-ups say?" This time you brought the military god Fang into Dahua Temple. It will be enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life." Zhao Sixing said with a smile, "As for the rest, it is none of our business. Go and call the other CG. I am happy today and invite you to listen to music by the Daxia River." Yuan Zhuang was a little shocked. Ever since Daxia was defeated 5 years ago, Zhao Sixing has never set foot in those places of entertainment. What is the interest of this place today? In the prison, thunder was heard from time to time. The prisoners were shocked and lay down in front of the door to see what was happening. But soon, they learned from the chatter of the jailers that Fang Chen's cultivation had recovered and he had even practiced some very ferocious martial arts. When he used it, there would be thundering phenomena, which could directly chop the enemies into charcoal. Xiao Tianxi, the master of Qingsong Upper Class Hall, died because of this move. After learning about this, they gradually got used to it from their initial panic and fear, and even gained a sense of security from the thunder. The stronger the Fang Juanshan is, the stronger our Daxia will be. God has really not given up on us. Daxia and Qingsong will inevitably have a war, and this war will directly determine the fate of the two countries. It will be even more tragic than the battle at Sanjia Mountain. The stronger Fang Jun's divine cultivation is, the more stable Daxia's fate will be. Jailer, how long are you going to keep Fang Juanshan in prison? Let him out quickly and suppress Qingsong for Daxia. Upon hearing this, the jailers all smiled bitterly. They wanted to do the same, but they didn't have the right to do so. In the single room, Fang Chen was quietly making the purple lightning talisman. Every stroke was vigorous and powerful. He felt that his speed in making the purple lightning talisman was gradually improving. The spiritual power in the body is becoming stronger and stronger, and more powerful, many times stronger than when he condensed the immortal veins that day. Every time the spiritual power is exhausted, the upper limit of the spiritual power that can be recovered will increase. It turns out that cultivating immortality is not that difficult. Fang Chen put down the wolf hair brush and quietly felt the spiritual power surging in his body. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. The spiritual power was already in place, and it was time to condense the second immortal vein. As his mind moved, countless spiritual powers between heaven and earth rolled and surged, rushing into Fang Chen's body. Not long after, the second crystal-clear immortal vein appeared. Promoted to the second level of qi refining. The next day, Fang Chen gently put down his brush. He found a problem. The wolf hair, cinnabar, and yellow talisman paper in his hands were all ordinary items and could not contain more spiritual power. This resulted in the fact that although his cultivation level had improved, the power of the talismans he made remained unchanged. The power of the purple lightning talisman can even make cultivators at the 12th level of qi refining extremely fearful, but the purple lightning talisman I made is far from being as powerful as this. It seems that the problem lies with the equipment. Fang Chen was deep in thought. There are no traces of cultivators in Daxia, but that doesn't mean there are no spiritual objects in Daxia. He needs better wolf hair brushes, cinnabar, and yellow talisman paper. Maybe we need to arrange for someone to collect things in this area. Thinking of this, Fang Chen began to think about candidates. There were indeed many people among the Daxia hidden guards who met this requirement. They controlled several businesses, the only problem was that they had no spiritual power and therefore could not distinguish spiritual objects. Suddenly, a thought came to my mind. Fang Chen remembered some strange things reported by his secret guards many years ago. Although these things were strange, they had nothing to do with the war situation, so Fang Chen did not take them to heart. Now that I think about it carefully, these things may involve the world of cultivation. I have to go there when I have time. Fang Chen thought secretly. Fang Juanshan. Outside the door, the prison warden looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. How did you guys discuss it? Fang Chen smiled. He gave the other party a day and a night. No matter how long it was delayed, there should be a result. The temple master has received news from the imperial palace, and asked the military god Fang to come to the palace to meet the emperor. After the warden finished speaking, he ordered the jailer to open the door. Prince, will you come down to pick me up? Huang Sihai's voice rang out immediately. You've been here for 5 years. Don't be in a hurry for a day or two. Just stay here and enjoy it. Fang Chen smiled. After saying that, Fang Chen walked out of the prison under the guidance of the warden. Outside, Eunuch Yu had been waiting for a long time, accompanied by Yu Longchang. Yu Longchang was dejected at this moment, and seemed to be hesitant to speak when he saw Fang Chen. God of War Fang, I have been ordered to pick you up. Please come with me. Eunuch did not dare to be negligent and spoke politely. "Thank you for your help." Fang Chen smiled. The warden escorted everyone all the way to the outside of Dahua Temple. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them go away. Every day Fang Chen stayed in the prison, his pressure increased. "God of War Fang, do you think His Majesty will punish us?" Yu Longchang followed Fang Chen in small steps and asked in a low voice. Eunuch seemed to have heard it, but he pretended not to have heard it at this moment. It was the Emperor's order that he brought Yu Longchang with him this time. After all, when Fang Chen killed the warriors of Qingsong Kingdom, Yu Longchang also played the role of an accomplice. "We killed warriors from the Qingsong nation. How could His Majesty punish us?" "You don't need to worry." Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yu Longchang wanted to say something but stopped himself, thinking to himself, "You have been locked up in Dahua Temple for a whole day and night, how can you have the confidence to say such things?" But he had no choice at the moment, because that day he was so angry that he followed Fang Chen to kill many warriors of Qingsong country. Not long after, everyone arrived outside the palace gate, and Yu Longchang suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Uncle Li and the others?" A group of people were kneeling in front of the palace gate, including men, women, young and old. Among them was an old woman with white hair and beard, who was also kneeling. Suddenly, one of them spotted Fang Chen and immediately shouted, "The murderer Fang Chen is here." Murderer? Yu Longchang suddenly thought of Li Huang. After that day, he had not seen Li Huang again. Could it be that? Yu Longchang's expression kept changing and he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Could this guy have killed Li Huang as well? Li Huang's aunt is one of the most beloved concubines of the current emperor. Fang Chen. What hatred or grudge does my Li family have against you? How dare you do such a cruel thing to my son? You are going to destroy my Li family's descendants. Li Guijiu suddenly stood up and stared at Fang Chen with overwhelming hatred in his eyes. "Son, is he Fang Chen?" The white-haired old woman stood up tremblingly and pointed at Fang Chen tremblingly. Uncle Li nodded slightly, but there was still endless hatred in his eyes. Why did you want to kill my grandson?" "Why? I'm going to beat you to death today. I'm going to beat you to death." The old woman rushed to Fang Chen with her walking stick and raised it to hit him. Not only did Li Guijiu and others not stop it, they even showed a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. At that time, on the palace tower, several figures were quietly watching this scene. "Prince, how do you think Fang Chen will solve this matter? It would be fine if he killed the Qingsong Kingdom warriors, but he also killed Li Huang. I don't think Uncle Li and concubine Fang will give up." Yiqing River. The prince looked at Fang Chen calmly, then looked at the old woman, and suddenly smiled. "Solve? This matter is not easy to solve. Uncle Li's mother was my father's wet nurse. With this relationship, Fang Chen can't touch her, but he can't not touch her either. He is in a dilemma, haha." More and more people gathered in front of the palace gate. The Li family took the opportunity to tell them about Fang Chen's indiscriminate killing of innocent people. After hearing this, the people couldn't believe it. When Eunuch saw this scene, he was a little at a loss. On one side was Uncle Li's mother, and on the other side was Fang Chen. He didn't know what to do so as not to offend both sides. As he was thinking this, the crutch was about to fall on Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen sighed softly, broke his walking stick, and slapped the old woman with his backhand, sending her flying several feet away. She fell heavily to the ground, with some scattered broken teeth falling around her. Fang Chen knew exactly what kind of person this old woman was. If it weren't for her, Li Huang wouldn't have been so absurd. In the past, he had to be cautious and unite the power of the court, so he didn't bother to care. But today, why should he care about the faces of these dirty guys? Fang Chen wiped the powder off his hands, frowned slightly, and then walked towards the palace. Eunuch stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. On the palace tower, the crown prince and Yiqing looked at the scene from a high vantage point and looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Guijiu finally came to his senses, shouted, "Oh my God," and rushed to the old woman to check on her. When he saw her, he collapsed to the ground. No breath, no breath. Everyone was extremely frightened and didn't know what to do. This dust. The prince subconsciously looked at Yi Qinghe with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Yi Qinghe suppressed his inner shock, thought for a moment, and suddenly shouted, "Uncle Li, your mother was beaten to death in the street, why did you do nothing?" Everyone looked towards the palace. The sound came from this direction, but there were many buildings in the palace and it was difficult to see who was shouting for a moment. "Yes, I want to avenge my mother. Fang, you, prepare to die." Uncle Li roared and rushed towards Fang Chen. Yi Qinghe could not help but smile at the prince and said, "Uncle Li, let him take action personally and see how he handles it." In an instant, Uncle Li with a ferocious face rushed in front of Fang Chen. He waved his fist and hit Fang Chen's temple. "You bastard, pay for my mother's life." Bang. Li Guizhou's body paused slightly, his face was stiff, and he reached out to touch his forehead, where warm blood was flowing out. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. The half-broken stick in the hand of this bastard was exactly his mother's walking stick. Hiss. Eunuch and others gasped. Yi Qinghe in the city wall was also stunned for a moment, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. When everyone came to their senses, they saw the military god Fang raised the wooden stick again and hit it down hard. Bang. Li Guizhou's eyes turned white and his body felt like it was going to collapse. Everyone was shocked. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then swung the stick and hit Uncle Li again, then threw the stick aside and said to Eunuch, "It is because of this kind of pest that the court is in chaos. Eunuch, please stop watching the fun and follow me into the palace." "Ah, yes." Eunuch quickly lowered his head and followed Fang Chen into the palace. The relatives brought by Li Guizhou did not even dare to say anything harsh at this moment. They all stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Fang Chen met the Emperor again. Unlike him, Yu Longchang lowered his head, his body tense, and was obviously very nervous. "You did a good job." The Emperor looked at the two coldly. "Who asked you to attack Qingsong Shangda Pavilion? Do you know what consequences this will bring?" Yu Longchang immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, Qingsong Shangduguan is a cancer in Daxia Kyoto. It has killed many innocent people in the past 5 years. You think I don't know this?" The Emperor said coldly, "The situation in Daxia is uncertain. Even if you have recovered your cultivation and become a Danchi warrior, so what? You can fight against thousands of troops, but the wolf army has 100,000 people. Can you deal with it alone? We in Daxia don't have many troops anymore. If Qingsong nation attacks us because of this, Fang Chen, I want to ask you, can you solve this problem?" The Emperor stared at Fang Chen, and even Yu Longchang pricked up his ears. He wanted to know whether Fang Chen had a plan behind his move. "Your Majesty, you don't know the temper of Xiaolang Shui. He won't move unless he is absolutely sure." Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, "As long as he doesn't understand my current situation, he won't attack Daxia. This is just your guess. Let me ask you, if something really happens, will you be responsible?" The Emperor said in a deep voice. "I will bear all the consequences myself." Fang Chen nodded. "Good." The Emperor nodded and said, "Your actions this time were indeed reckless. The people of Guha, Longdu, and Izhou are all watching me, waiting to see how I deal with you. If I don't give them an explanation, I'm afraid it will be unacceptable. We in Daxia are already mortal enemies with Qingsong, and we cannot offend these 3 countries again. Your Majesty, please give me your orders, and I will obey them." Fang Chen said. "From today on, your father Fang Canghai will be demoted 3 ranks. I will order him to hand over the tiger talisman of the East Tiger Camp, and you will never be allowed to set foot in the court or lead troops for the rest of your life. This is my promise to them. Only by doing this will they give up." The Emperor said calmly, "Do you have any objection to my treatment?" Yu Longchang showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and then his heart began to tremble. Even Fang Chen suffered such punishment, what about him? Can he still keep his position as Deputy General of the West Tiger Camp? Just now, at the gate of the Imperial Palace, I had a slight conflict with Uncle Li and his men. Fang Chen suddenly said. The Emperor waved his hands impatiently, "Don't mention such trivial matters anymore. I'll ask you again, do you have any objections to my handling of the matter? I have no objection and will obey your command. Fang Chen clasped his fists and bowed, his expression calm, without any fluctuations in his mood. When the emperor saw this scene, a hint of disgust flashed across his eyes, and then he waved his hand. You guys go down. Yes. Fang Chen took his leave and left. Yu Longchang was a little confused. Was the matter over? The emperor would not punish him. Seeing that the emperor had started to read the memorials again, he did not dare to say anything and quickly followed Fang Chen out of the imperial study. Fang the military god. Seeing that Fang Chen hadn't said a word the whole way, Yu Longchang couldn't help but speak. What's up? Fang Chen glanced at him and smiled. Can you still laugh? Yu Longchang complained in his heart and whispered, Military god Fang, the emperor has punished you by banishing you from the imperial court for the rest of your life and from leading troops for the rest of your life. Don't you feel any resentment at all? Why should I feel resentful? This kind of sentence is exactly what I want at the moment. The affairs of the court are too exhausting. It would be better for me to be a carefree prince at home. Fang Chen smiled. Yu Longchang could feel the sincerity in Fang Chen's words, which made it even more unbelievable for him. You know, Fang Chen was not like this at all in the past. At that time, Fang Chen was full of vigor and vitality. Although he was young, he stood opposite Prime Minister Li Guizhou during the morning court session. He was a very important figure in the court of Daxia. Countless officials were promoted by him, and he had countless disciples under his command. Some people privately called him the Fang Party. However, after Fang Chen was defeated in the battle at Sanjia Mountain 5 years ago, the seemingly prosperous Fang Party collapsed almost overnight. Countless people began to distance themselves from Fang Chen, and some even wrote articles to denounce Fang Chen and list his 10 major crimes. It is for this reason that Yu Longchang believes that Fang Chen should strive to regain his former glory after his cultivation is restored. If he were in his place, he would definitely do so. Leave. After leaving the palace, Fang Chen waved to Yu Longchang, and then walked towards the Fang family. How could he not know what Yu Longchang was thinking? It was just that some things did not need to be explained. Even if they were explained, the other party would not understand because of their different state of mind. In the past, he was indeed almost obsessed with power. While using all means to protect the people of Daxia from foreign invasion, he would also work hard to climb up. In the battle at Sanjia Mountain, it was indeed because Qingsong country invited a master from the 8th rank empire that he suffered such a terrible defeat. But wasn't it because of his arrogance that he concentrated his troops in one place, trying to defeat the Qingsong kingdom in one fell swoop, which eventually led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Hundreds of thousands of loyal souls are buried in the Three Realms Mountain, and they are also buried in Fang Chen's heart. 5 years have passed. Fang Chen has blamed himself and felt regretful, but everything can no longer be repeated. All I can do now is to take good care of the people around me and keep Daxia from being invaded. Maybe, I can try to become an immortal. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Yunhe can travel thousands of miles in his mind, and when he reaches that level one day, he will be able to do the same. That is the true freedom and happiness. At some point, Fang Chen passed by Dahua Temple. Li Huafeng stood in front of the Dahua Temple and stared at Fang Chen. How will the emperor deal with you? You are not allowed to set foot in the imperial court for the rest of your life, and you are not allowed to lead an army for the rest of your life. Fang Chen smiled. Li Huafeng showed a pleased smile, then looked at the prison warden, who nodded slightly and immediately ordered someone to bring Huang Sihai out. The temple master said that Huang Sihai eats 10 kilograms of beef and 5 kilograms of rice every day at Dahua Temple. Dahua Temple cannot afford it, so you can take it back by yourself. Li Huafeng snorted coldly, turned around and left. Prince, hee hee. Huang Sihai looked at Fang Chen and smiled foolishly. Fang Chen also smiled. Let's go, Sugutaima and the others miss you. The next day, the imperial edict was read out to the public at the Daxia Palace. The people of Daxia also knew of Fang Chen's punishment of never being allowed to enter the court or lead troops for the rest of his life. This incident caused heated discussions among all parties. Some people said that the emperor's move was cutting off the arm of Daxia, while others said that this move could calm the anger of Qingsong Kingdom. General Fang's mansion. Fang Songhai had already handed over the Tiger Talisman, resigned from his post as general of the East Tiger Camp, and was demoted to guard the East City Gate. This was originally a bad thing, but the Fang mansion was decorated with lights and was very lively. Direct descendants and side branches all gathered together because the news that Fang Chen's cultivation had recovered was already known to everyone. It can be said that the Fang family is the only family in Kyoto that has a Dan-chi warrior in charge. Even the imperial palace does not have such a master. Sugu, Taima, and Huang Sihai were all reminiscing about the past. Huang Sihai was a dragon general. Although he was not from the same system as Sugu and Taima, the three of them had met each other before. After not seeing each other for 5 years, they naturally had a lot to talk about. Chenner, after finishing this meal, Aunt will return to the palace today. The queen looked at Fang Chen and smiled. You are already 23 years old, it is time for you to get married. Do you have a girl you like? I will propose marriage for you. Fang Songhai and his wife and Fang Songyu all looked at Fang Chen with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Chenner does have someone in his heart. Fang Chen smiled and nodded. Everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces. Fang Zhixue asked curiously, Brother, who is this girl from? I don't know either. Fang Chen shook his head and smiled. Over the past 5 years, that figure had often appeared in his mind, as if it had left a deep imprint that he could never forget. Everyone made an "oh" sound with a strange look on their faces, thinking that this was an excuse made up by Fang Chen. However, they also knew that Fang Chen was different from ordinary people, and that this aspect could not be rushed. Father, Grandpa is still in seclusion. Fang Chen asked casually. Well, your grandfather is still in seclusion. If he succeeds in breaking through, the Fang family will have one more Dan-chi. Fang Songhai smiled and nodded. Everyone looked a little excited. Dan-chi warriors were the symbol of the 9th rank empire. The reason why Daxia was in decline was because of the lack of Dan-chi warriors. Before Fang Chen was promoted to Dan-chi, Daxia had not seen a Dan-chi warrior for more than 10 years. It was during these 10 years that Qingsong, whose national strength was far weaker than Daxia at the time, was able to strike back. In the evening, the queen returned to the palace. Fang Chen also returned to the courtyard where he lived and continued to make the purple lightning talisman. This way, he could not only obtain the talisman, but also use it to consume his spiritual power to improve his cultivation. Before I knew it, it was already midnight. Fang Chen's eyes suddenly moved, and his gray eyes slowly looked towards a certain place, and he said lightly, Goddess Xiao, why did you return here instead of going back to Qingsong? In the darkness, Goddess Xiao stared at Fang Chen with deep hatred in her eyes. She was in a very miserable state, her clothes were torn, and she was covered with wounds of varying sizes, some of which had already formed scabs, some of which had the skin and flesh turned inside out, and blood oozed out from time to time. I really didn't expect that the so-called Fang Juanchen is just a despicable villain who doesn't keep his word. My father admires you very much, but he also misjudged you. Goddess Xiao gritted her teeth and said. What do you mean by this? Fang Chen frowned slightly and twitched his nose. You are seriously injured. You let me go on the surface, but secretly sent experts to hunt me down. Are you still pretending to be stupid now? As soon as I returned to Kyoto, I heard that you massacred the Qingsong Superior Hall. You are really despicable. Goddess Xiao said coldly. I was indeed the one who got rid of Qingsong Superior Hall. Why should I keep such a cancer? As for you, I didn't do it. Fang Chen said calmly. Who are you if it's not you? Now, you still don't dare to admit it. Goddess Xiao's eyes were filled with hatred. I killed him, and I will admit it. If I didn't kill him, why would I admit it? Fang Chen smiled and said, You came to me because you probably have some doubts in your heart, right? Goddess Xiao's expression changed slightly. Fang Chen was right. Although she thought it was Fang Chen who did it, she still had a trace of doubt in her heart and wanted to ask Fang Chen in person, even if it meant dying for it. If she doesn't go back to Daxia Kyoto, she has nowhere to escape. The man chasing her is using very strange methods. Tell me what happened to you. Fang Chen stood up. He also felt a little curious about this matter. Was it that some important figure in Kyoto did not want the goddess Xiao to return alive, so he sent people to hunt her down? Goddess Xiao had gradually come to believe that Fang Chen had nothing to do with the matter. She hesitated for a moment and whispered. It wasn't long after I left Kyoto, about a day, that I met a Taoist priest on the way. This Taoist priest's methods were extremely strange. Not only was he invulnerable to swords and spears, he was also extremely powerful. Hundreds of wolf soldiers were no match for him at all. A dozen wolf soldiers escorted me as I left, and the rest were there to delay the Taoist priest. But no matter where I fled, the Taoist priest could easily find me, and the wolf soldiers around me died one after another. In the end, I had no choice but to take the opportunity to escape into your great Xia capital. At this point, Goddess Xiao said in a cold voice, this Taoist strength has probably reached the Dan Qi realm. Your great Xia is indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. In the past 5 years, you have never been at peace. Taoist. Fang Chen's expression was somewhat solemn. Judging from the description given by Goddess Xiao, it has immense power and is invulnerable to swords and spears. How come it looks so much like the Vajra talisman or the power talisman? This is the entry-level talisman for the world of cultivation. It is not exclusive to the 3,000 Dao sects, and most ordinary cultivators can make it. If the guess is true, it means that there is a cultivator hiding in the capital of Daxia. But it could also be a martial arts technique. Fang Chen thought to himself. There are many martial arts techniques that can make one invulnerable to swords and spears and possess infinite power. Fang Chen, do you know who this person is? And who asked him to kill me? Goddess Xiao said slowly. You just said that there's no way to get rid of him, and he can always find your hiding place. Fang Chen suddenly asked. Goddess Xiao was slightly startled and nodded subconsciously. Fang Chen immediately waved his hand, and a stream of spiritual power immediately fell on Goddess Xiao. Soon, his spiritual power had sensed a special object. What are you up to? When Goddess Xiao saw Fang Chen walking towards her, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Don't move. Fang Chen snorted coldly and directly pinched the shoulders of Goddess Xiao. Spiritual power continued to pour in. The next second, a white worm struggled out from under her skin. When Goddess Xiao saw this scene, she was immediately shocked. How could there be such a bug in her shoulder? The Taoist you mentioned relies on this thing to find your whereabouts. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he exerted his spiritual power and immediately crushed the white worm into powder. He was already certain that the Taoist was a cultivator, but he had no idea what level of cultivation he had reached. What kind of weird method is this? Goddess Xiao came back to her senses, resisted the urge to retch, and stared at Fang Chen. You can ask him yourself. Fang Chen looked in another direction. Goddess Xiao looked over subconsciously, and saw a figure standing quietly over there, wearing a light red Taoist robe, middle-aged, with a gloomy face. Goddess Xiao trembled, and deep hatred flashed in her eyes. The person in front of her was the strange Taoist who had been chasing her all the way. The palace has been very lax recently. Goddess Xiao sneaked in, and now this Taoist has also sneaked in. Old Huang seems to be still sleeping soundly, and he didn't notice anything at all. Fang Chen's thoughts flashed through his mind, and the next moment his spirit left his body. He stood in the void, quietly gazing at the Taoist. At this moment, he was in an out-of-body state, and everything around him was under his control. No matter what happened, he could react immediately. Is it him? After seeing the Taoist's face clearly, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He remembered that he seemed to have seen this person at a banquet in Kyoto 5 or 6 years ago. But too much time had passed, and Fang Chen could no longer remember at which banquet he had met this man. At that time, he attended at least a dozen banquets of varying sizes every month. Only by possessing spiritual power can you force out my mother and child silkworms. The Taoist looked at Fang Chen and spoke slowly. Spiritual power? What's this? Goddess Xiao didn't quite understand what was said, but she knew that the insect just now was called the mother and child silkworm. You are a cultivator, why did you attack her? What is your purpose in Daxia? Fang Chen's soul returned to his body and said lightly. You know too much, which is not good for you. I am not here to be your enemy today, I just want to kill her. the Taoist said in a deep voice. I said, let her return to Qingsong alive. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Fang Chen, don't think that just because someone calls you the god of war, your words are the golden rule. In our eyes, you are nothing. The Taoist smiled and said, if you try to stop me, I will attack you. Your cultivation doesn't seem to be very high. Isn't it a bit too hasty to attack me? Fang Chen was a little confused. He could feel that the spiritual power in the other person's body was about the same as his, at most the third level of qi refining. In this way, a purple lightning talisman could easily subdue this person. Haha, it seems that you are new to this path and don't understand many things. Well, I am also very curious about why you suddenly have spiritual power. I will capture you and interrogate you today. After saying this, the Taoist suddenly took out a small bell the size of a palm and then struck it gently. Buzz. An inexplicable force surged out, trying to pry Fang Chen's soul, but it seemed that it did not expect that the soul it was trying to pry was like a mountain. In just a moment, this force was backfired, and then the small bell in the Taoist's hand exploded with a bang, turning into scrap copper and iron. Puff. The Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood, with a look of disbelief on his face. How could his soul-calming bell be backfired by the other party? This is impossible. The soul-suppressing bell is powerful enough to suppress cultivators below the 6th level of qi refining. It was a magic weapon bestowed upon him by his master after he had made great contributions. Goddess Xiao was stunned. She didn't expect that the Taoist with strange means would spit out blood just after a face-to-face encounter with Fang Chen, and Fang Chen didn't even move a finger from beginning to end. Who are you, you rascal? How dare you come to cause trouble for the prince? Die. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and Goddess Xiao immediately saw a giant appear behind the Taoist priest. The giant used his fist as big as a sand bowl to smash the Taoist priest so hard that his bones were broken. In addition, a sword pierced through the Taoist's chest, then was pulled out and pierced again. Prince, are you okay? Tai Ma put away his sword and saluted Fang Chen with his fists clasped. Sir, this Taoist is so bold that he dares to trouble you. He is really courting death. Huang Sihai spat at the Taoist priest and cursed him. You guys, don't kill him, I still have something to ask. Fang Chen said helplessly. He's not dead, he's still alive. Huang Sihai immediately picked up the Taoist priest who looked like a pile of mud and shouted, you answer whatever the prince asks. Do you understand? If you dare to play tricks, I will crush your head. The giant dragon brought him out of Dahua Temple. When Goddess Xiao saw Huang Sihai, she was distracted for a moment. The people of the Xiao family are also very familiar with Huang Sihai. He was once one of the 4 dragon generals under Fang Chen and was born with great strength. Then, she saw the iron horse, and her daze turned into astonishment, horror, and then anger and disbelief. Let me ask you, what is your purpose in Daxia? Who asked you to kill Goddess Xiao? Fang Chen came up to the Taoist and said lightly. It is impossible that the other party wanted to kill Goddess Xiao on a whim. There must be someone behind this who gave the order. But in Daxia, who can give orders to a cultivator? Fang Chen suddenly discovered that the waters in Kyoto were much deeper than he had imagined. He thought he knew Daxia very well, but now it seems that the truth is not so. Cough, cough, cough. The Taoist kept coughing up blood, his eyes full of resentment and resentment. He never imagined that as a person at the 3rd level of qi refining, he would one day be beaten to death by 2 warriors. His injuries are extremely serious. If there is no panacea, his end will be imminent. Fang Chen, our blood spirit church is here to avenge me. It won't be long before you come down to accompany me, ha 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 ha. The Taoist gave a sinister laugh, then his neck twisted and he died. Blood spirit cult. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. This was obviously a cultivator sect. Huang Sihai and Tai Ma frowned slightly. They had never heard of the blood spirit cult. Tai Ma, have you always been Fang Chen's man? Goddess Xiao suddenly spoke. Tai Ma nodded lightly. What a great military god Fang is. He was able to place people in our Xiao family for many years without us being able to detect it. Even my father was deceived by this iron horse. Goddess Xiao was so angry that she laughed. She finally understood why the wolf army was defeated in several crucial battles due to various coincidental factors. There is a traitor and a spy among the high-ranking members of the wolf army. This is the best explanation. Iron Horse is a hidden dragon under my command. Your Xiao family has also arranged many hidden dragons in our Great Xia. What is there to worry about? When two armies fight, they will do whatever it takes, there is no point in getting angry. Fang Chen said calmly, you are covered in wounds. Go and rest first. I will send someone to take you out of Beijing tomorrow. No, I won't leave until I find out where he came from. Goddess Xiao took a look at the Taoist's body. Old Huang, take her down to rest. If she makes any small move, break her legs. Fang Chen ordered. Huang Sihai chuckled, walked forward, grabbed Goddess Xiao and walked away. In his hands, Goddess Xiao was like a little chick, completely powerless to resist. Tai Ma was about to search the Taoist's body for something, but Fang Chen shook his head slightly, let me do it. Some of the things on him may be quite strange. We have to be on guard against any hidden cards he may have left behind. Fang Chen squatted in front of the Taoist priest and fumbled around for a while, and took out a small porcelain bottle and a small leather bag. The leather bag was bulging and seemed to contain a lot of things. Fang Chen did not open the porcelain bottle, but used his spiritual power to feel it first, and found that there was a fat white worm in the porcelain bottle, so he opened it and took a look. This worm is several times larger than the one taken out from Goddess Xiao, and should be the mother silkworm among the mother and son silkworms. Fang Chen's spiritual power shook, and the porcelain bottle and the mother silkworm turned into powder. Then he opened the leather bag and checked what was inside. First, there were a dozen thumb-sized white stones, which contained rich spiritual power. Spirit stone. This is a good thing. Fang Chen's eyes moved slightly. The introductory chapter of the 3000 Taoism method specifically talks about spirit stones, which are essential items for cultivators to practice. They can increase the speed of spiritual power absorption and speed up the practice. In addition, spirit stones are also the currency of the cultivation world. Gold and silver are worthless in the eyes of cultivators, and only spirit stones have high value. These dozen or so stones fit the description of low-grade spirit stones very well. In addition to a dozen low-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen also found a book with 4 words written on it, Blood Spirit Method. His cultivation method. Fang Chen's eyes moved slightly. Afterwards, Fang Chen found another special token with 3 words written on it, Longjifang. Longjifang. It looks like a market town, and it has a special token. It might be a place where monks gather, or it might be the location of the blood spirit cult. Fang Chen thought secretly in his heart. Although the Taoist was dead, he still found some clues from the things he left behind. Fang Chen opened the blood spirit technique and took a few glances at it, his expression gradually becoming solemn. This technique clearly follows the path of evil. To get started, you need to prepare 100 portions of human blood essence, and then condense the blood spirit veins in your body. With the blood spirit immortal vein, one can absorb the essence and blood of the human race without any scruples, among which the essence and blood of cultivators are the best. This blood spirit sect is not a good sect. What is its origin? Why are there monks from the blood spirit sect lurking in the capital of Daxia? A cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. According to the practice method of the blood spirit sect, that Taoist must have absorbed a lot of human blood in the capital of Daxia over the years. Fang Chen could not tolerate such a thing happening in Daxia. Go call Sugo. Fang Chen ordered. Tai Ma nodded slightly, turned and left. He could see that things were not simple, otherwise Fang Chen's brows would not be so furrowed. Soon, Sugo hurried over. When he saw the body of a Taoist priest on the ground, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Sir, who is this person? Sugo was shocked and confused. Remember his appearance and spread the news. I want all the hidden guards to take action and find out the identity of this Taoist in Daxia, Kyoto. Fang Chen explained. Sugo nodded immediately. Don't worry, my lord, I will handle this matter properly. Tai Ma was then responsible for cleaning up the Taoist's body, while Fang Chen returned to the room to play with the spirit stone in his hand. The next moment, he was in a trance again, overlooking the entire Kyoto. Except for some lights in the Dacia River and the Imperial Palace, the rest of the place was shrouded in pitch-black night. Fang Chen's eyes swept over every inch of land, trying to find some clues, but unfortunately, he did not find any suspicious points. Suddenly, his soul came above the palace. At this moment, a special feeling came to his mind, as if something was faintly emitting a hint of danger, but Fang Chen could not find the source of this feeling. I just vaguely felt that something was lurking in the palace. Fang Chen's mind moved, and his soul returned to his body. He looked towards the direction of the palace, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. There must be something hidden in the palace. If the monks of the blood spirit cult were hiding in the palace, it would be a big problem. Fang Chen's mind raced, and he finally decided not to alert the enemy and slowly look for clues of the blood spirit cult. He is only at the second level of chi refining now. Even if he can make the purple lightning talisman, he is afraid that he will not be able to deal with an entire sect of cultivators. In the past 5 years, I have never felt this way before. It seems that cultivation has caused a slight change in my soul. Fang Chen thought to himself. He didn't believe this was a coincidence. Why had he not sensed any danger in the palace in the past 5 years, but noticed it now? This may be directly related to his advancement to the second level of chi refining. The sun rises. Fang Chen came to Goddess Zhao's room and saw that she was already dressed neatly, so he said calmly, "I will use the Fang family's carriage to send you away from Kyoto later." "I told you I won't leave until I figure this out," Goddess Zhao said. "That Taoist has accomplices. If they know you are here, do you think you can escape alive?" Fang Chen sneered coldly, "What's more, with your strength, even if you find something, you don't have the strength to deal with it. I heard that you have a very good relationship with the third prince. He is currently a hostage in Qingsong country. I think you haven't been in touch for a long time, right?" Goddess Zhao's eyes moved slightly. Fang Chen's eyes showed a hint of sneer. "You use him to threaten me. This is not a threat. Think about it, you killed so many warriors from Qingsong country. If they knew about it, how would they treat your hostages from Dacia? Now that I am in your hands, with this concern, at least my father will come forward to protect you, the great Xia Proton, from harm." Goddess Zhao rolled her eyes. She wanted to stay in Dacia Kyoto not only to find out the Taoist's origins, but also because she thought of a legend in the morning. Legend has it that in a more powerful empire, there is a power system that is infinitely stronger than that of a warrior, and last night, she might have encountered this legendary power. Fang Chen's sudden recovery of his cultivation may be related to this. Goddess Zhao felt a burning heat in her heart. If she could obtain similar power, it would be a great joy for the Qingsong kingdom, and promotion to the 8th Great Empire would be just around the corner. "Goddess Zhao, you said that if you died, the third prince might not be executed, right?" Fang Chen suddenly said. Goddess Zhao's face immediately showed a vigilant look. "Fang Chen, don't mess around. Answer me." Fang Chen looked towards Goddess Zhao. "Yes, if I die, you Dacia protons will surely die," Goddess Zhao said in a deep voice. "Then who in Dacia capital wants the third prince to die the most?" Fang Chen sneered. "Are you saying that the Taoist priest is your prince's man? He wants to kill me just to force Qingsong country to execute your hostage?" Goddess Zhao was slightly startled. Obviously, she was also quite familiar with the situation in Dacia and knew some stories between the crown prince and the third prince. "It's just a guess, but don't you think it's more reasonable? The crown prince just found out that I've recovered my cultivation, and he immediately sent someone to kill you. Isn't it because he's afraid that I'll go to Qingsong and bring back the third prince?" Fang Chen smiled and said, "I also remembered where I saw that Taoist before. It seems that your Dacia is not that simple." Goddess Zhao looked solemn. If such a force existed in Dacia, why did it suffer such a terrible defeat at the Three Realms Mountain? She felt vaguely uneasy. Fang Chen did not send Goddess Zhao away from Kyoto, but reached some kind of agreement with her. Goddess Zhao changed into a maid's clothes, disguised herself slightly, and then pretended to be Fang Chen's maid and followed him to the Dacia River. "Today, there is a poetry meeting here. Not only scholars from the 3 countries of Guha, Longdu, and Izhou will participate, but also young talents from Dacia Kyoto and young ladies from various families will come. The person who presided over this poetry meeting was the Crown Prince of Dacia capital. The theme of today's poetry reading is Stop the War. The implication is obvious, which is to hope that there will be no war in the world. Haha, you scholars in Dacia usually have nothing to do, so you like to recite poems and write couplets, unlike us in Qingsong, who like to compete in martial arts when they have nothing to do. Goddess Xiao followed Fang Chen, looking at the scene in front of her with a hint of sarcasm. Fang Chen smiled and did not respond. Hundreds of scholars and ladies gathered together by the Dacia River, expressing their poetic feelings from time to time, sighing at the beautiful mountains and rivers, and criticizing the current situation. However, these scholars and young ladies are not all weak. Almost all of them practice martial arts, but their cultivation is not high and they have stopped at the stage of condensing qi. It is very difficult to find a martial artist with explosive qi among them. Fang Chen had just arrived and was not noticed at first, but when he gradually walked to the center of the crowd, someone finally noticed him. Fang Chen. Why is he here at today's Zhiga poetry meeting? What is a martial artist doing here at the poetry club? He's not here to kill people, is he? Even Li Huang died in his hands a few days ago. Brother Li had excellent literary talent and should have had a bright future, but he offended this butcher and died young. What a pity. Everyone whispered that most of the scholars did not have a good impression of Fang Chen at this moment. When Chen was defeated 5 years ago, they scolded him the most. Now, although Fang Chen has recovered his cultivation, he is not allowed to enter the court or lead troops for the rest of his life. He has lost the power in his hands. These scholars have even lost their respect for Fang Chen, who only has the status of a martial artist. Why is he here? Yi Qinghe looked at Fang Chen in the distance and frowned slightly. There were several young talented women standing next to him at this moment, and their identities were not simple. Today is the Zhiga Poetry Club. What is our biggest war criminal leader in Dacia doing here? He has ruined the atmosphere of the poetry club. A handsome young man sneered. He is Tao Yu, the son of the Minister of Rights, and also a famous talent in the capital of Dacia. He is a favorite of the Crown Prince, and together with Yi Qinghe, they are known as the civil and military protectors of the Crown Prince. Brother Tao, let's go meet this boy. Yi Qinghe smiled. Tao Yu smiled proudly, okay. After saying that, the group walked towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, the scholars and talented women around them also followed. Isn't this the military god Fang? I didn't expect to see the military god Fang at this poetry gathering to stop the war. Tao Yu approached and started to mock, God of War Fang, are you here to give us some pointers? Everyone burst into laughter immediately. As everyone knows, Fang Chen has never participated in any poetry meeting. He didn't even go to school for many years when he was young. He joined the army at a young age. Anyone here can give some advice on poetry to this military god Fang. When Goddess Xiao heard Tao Yu mocking Fang Chen, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. How would Fang Chen deal with such a scene? Would he just pick up his sword and kill like he did on the battlefield? It would be fun to kill all these people. A smile flashed in Goddess Xiao's eyes. Who are you? Fang Chen looked at Tao Yu with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Tao Yu was slightly startled, as if he didn't expect Fang Chen didn't even recognize him. The smile on his face froze instantly, and the scholars and talented women around him also looked at each other in bewilderment. Fang Chen, you don't even know Tao Yu, the most talented scholar in our great Xia capital. No wonder, you are probably only interested in swordplay and not writing. Yi Qinghe smoothed things over for Tao Yu and also mocked Fang Chen. Oh, so he is the most talented person in Dacia Kyoto. Fang Chen suddenly realized, then smiled and said, I have been idle recently, and I heard that the prince is holding a poetry meeting here, so I want to join in the fun. Occasionally, the fragrance of ink can also make people feel refreshed. When everyone heard Fang Chen claiming that he came to join in the fun and to enjoy the fragrance of writing and ink, the hostility in their eyes faded a little. At least the other party had self-awareness. Moreover, the fact that the former god Fang Jun could participate in today's poetry gathering made them secretly excited. The value of this poetry gathering was greatly enhanced. Goddess Xiao felt a little disappointed that she didn't see the scene she expected. Why? You guys don't want to welcome me, do you? Fang Chen smiled. How could that be? Lord Fang Jun used to sneer at the way of poetry, but apparently he has changed his mind after several years of settling down. So it is a perfect opportunity for him to come here today. Tao Yu smiled and waved his sleeves, saying, God Fang, please take a seat. Fang Chen smiled, then randomly chose a seat and sat down, looking around. Why didn't the prince come? The prince has gone to invite Fairy Jade. Yi Qinghe said lightly. Those who could sit nearby all had extraordinary backgrounds. When they heard the 3 words, Jade Fairy, their eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone knows that the most famous talented woman in the capital of Daxia is the otherworldly fairy on the Jade Fairy boat. For ordinary people, it may not be possible to meet him even if they spend all their money. A prostitute is also coming to participate in today's poetry gathering. The talented woman couldn't help but grumble to express her dissatisfaction. However, today's poetry gathering was hosted by the Crown Prince, so no matter how dissatisfied they were, they dared not show it easily. At this moment, a guard of honor came from a distance. Yi Qinghe and others stood up and saluted. The person who came was the prince, but many people's eyes almost invariably fell on the beautiful figure beside the prince. It's really Fairy Jade. This face is indeed absolutely beautiful. Not only in Daxia Kyoto, but even in Qingsong, Guha, Longdu, Izhou, and other countries, I'm afraid there is no woman who can compare with her. Someone murmured. Upon hearing this, Goddess Xiao immediately revealed a sneer on her face, and she also looked at Fairy Jade quietly. At first, she was very unconvinced, but when she saw Fairy Jade's face clearly, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. There really is such a woman in the world. With this appearance, I'm afraid she is a natural beauty, like a fairy from the mortal world. Goddess Xiao was secretly shocked. Scholars from countries like Furukawa could not help but watch in fascination at this moment. Fairy Yu, today's poetry meeting can only be successful if you help to liven it up. The prince chuckled. He glanced around and immediately saw Fang Chen, then calmly withdrew his gaze. Fairy Yu also saw Fang Chen and smiled faintly. Your Highness, you are joking. I am honored to be able to participate in today's poetry gathering. The prince laughed and looked at Fairy Jade from the side, with a hint of greed in his eyes. The prince led Fairy Jade to take a seat. The arrival of the 2 of them marked the official start of today's Jiga poetry meeting. Everyone mustered up their energy and planned to throw out the poems they had prepared some time ago to become famous today. God of Military Affairs Fang, how come you have the leisure to come here this time? After the prince took his seat, he glanced at Fang Chen seemingly casually and smiled. Tao Yu answered for Fang Chen, Your Highness, the Lord of the Crown Prince, the military god Fang said that he wanted to be influenced by the fragrance of writing. I see. The prince suddenly realized, it's good this way. In the future, Fang Juanchen will not be able to enter the court and lead the army. It would be better for him to give up martial arts and pursue literature, which can also add a bit of glory to our great Xia. Fang Juanchen is a martial arts genius, and I think if he changes to literature, he will not be inferior to you. Your Highness, have you ever seen a butcher reciting poetry? Yi Qinghe couldn't help but laugh. This sentence immediately caused a burst of laughter at the scene. Fairy Yu frowned inadvertently. She remembered all the people who made people laugh today, especially Tao Yu and Yi Qinghe. Fang Chen was bored and waved his hands. I am here to be influenced by poetry and writing, not to chat with you. Come on, recite some poems. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Upon seeing this, the prince no longer paid attention to Fang Chen and immediately said to everyone with a smile. The theme of today's poetry gathering is to stop war. Who will be the first to win the first prize? When everyone heard this, someone immediately jumped out and recited a poem he had prepared long ago, which immediately drew applause from the whole room. That's bullshit. Fang Chen muttered to himself, then smiled and clapped his hands, but his eyes were inadvertently looking at the entourage brought by the prince. As poems about stopping war appeared one after another, the atmosphere of the poetry gathering gradually reached its climax. No one cared about Fang Chen's presence. They all wanted to take advantage of today's opportunity to gain some fame for themselves and leave an impression in front of the prince, so as to facilitate their future advancement. His followers are all warriors, and their highest level of cultivation is only at the peak of explosive energy. There is no trace of the blood spirit cult, but A smile flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. His people have already taken action, and today they can determine the relationship between the Taoist and the prince. If the prince has any connection with the blood spirit cult, then the nature of the matter changes completely. Weapons are used to climb the peaks of the clouds, and the three realms are used to bury the bones of thousands of loyal souls. The old business has been destroyed in the war, and all I can hear is the tears of my family members. Good poem. You are worthy of being the most talented scholar in Daxia. This poem makes me feel as if I can see countless loyal souls crying. They will never be able to return home and reunite with their families again. Brother Tao, if you can become an expert in the future, you will surely lead Daxia to truly stop the war, just like me, Gu He, who has not fought a war for 100 years and has celebrated every year. Everyone burst into applause and kept praising Tao Yu's poem. They seemed to have witnessed with their own eyes the battle at the Three Realms mountain where countless loyal souls died tragically. Tao Yu smiled gently and waved the folding fan in his hand, but his eyes fell on Fang Chen. This poem seems to have a hint of something. Everyone could also hear that, having long since stopped caring about Fang Chen's existence, after hearing this poem, they all looked towards Fang Chen, with anger, resentment, dissatisfaction, and contempt in their eyes. Goddess Xiao was slightly surprised, then she looked at Fang Chen, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. What would Fang Chen do next? When Tao Yu read this poem in front of you Fang Chen today, it was clearly a scolding, contempt and ridicule. Fairy Jade glanced at Tao Yu, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Tao Yu seemed to have noticed something and looked back at Fairy Jade. He smiled gently and nodded, but he was secretly happy in his heart that his poem had obviously won the favor of Fairy Jade. Fairy Yu, what do you think of Brother Tao's poem? The prince laughed. Please give your comments, Fairy Jade. Tao Yu clasped his fists. This poem. Fairy Jade pondered for a moment. Everyone's eyes lit up, looking forward to how Fairy Yu would comment on Tao Yu's poem. Today's poetry gathering would surely become a great story. This poem is bullshit. Fairy Yu pondered for a moment and said seriously. Everyone was slightly startled, with a look of astonishment on their faces, and they looked at each other in confusion. Did they hear it wrong? Or was Fairy Yu wrong? Tao Yu, who was waiting for Fairy Yu's praise, froze in his tracks. The prince's expression also changed. Fortunately, he was a bit shrewd and said calmly. Fairy Yu, what do you mean by that? I think Tao Yu's poem expresses the sadness of war. This poem should be the first one to be mentioned in today's theme of stopping the war. Your Highness, I don't understand the current situation. I only know that it would be best if there were no war. However, the Great Xia is in turmoil right now. If we wish to stop the war, we may become a weak spot in the eyes of the enemy. In the face of a fierce enemy, we, the people of Daxia, should bare our fangs, turn ourselves into butchers, chop off the enemy's head with our knives, and defeat the enemy army with our swords. Fairy Yu smiled faintly and said, only in this way can we make the enemies dare not show their fangs and claws, dare not invade without authorization, and then we can achieve a peaceful and prosperous era. Everyone was silent. There was a flash of surprise in Goddess Xiao's eyes, and she couldn't help but look at Fairy Jade a few more times, thinking to herself that this woman was quite insightful. The prince's face turned a little ugly. Today's theme was to stop the war, but he never expected that the Jade Fairy he invited would advocate war. This was like a hard slap in the face to him, but due to the other party's status in the capital of Daxia, as the prince, he could not scold him on the spot. But who can we ask for an explanation for the casualties? Tao Yu spoke slowly, his eyes falling on Fang Chen. Fairy Yu looked at him and said, when the enemy invades, who will we ask for an explanation for the dead and injured civilians? You. Master Tao. Many scholars looked thoughtful. The scholars from the three kingdoms of Guha, Longdu, and Izhou originally planned to join in the fun and make friends with the talented men and women in the capital of Daxia, but they never expected to see such a scene. A woman slowly spoke up, Fairy Yu, you are wrong. If Daxia is unwilling to fight, there will be no enemy countries. This is why Guha has not had a war for 100 years. After saying this, she looked at the crown prince and said, Your Highness, I'm afraid that inviting a prostitute to this poetry gathering to stop the war will pollute the atmosphere here. Everyone fell silent. The identity of this woman is also not simple. She is a descendant of the Long family, the first family in the Guha Empire. Because Guha and Daxia often trade in minerals, Long Huixin is in charge of this matter in the capital of Daxia. Fairy Yu glanced at Long Huixin, smiled slightly, and had an indifferent look, with no intention of arguing with her. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen looked at Long Huixin and said, "Your subjects in Guha Empire number only tens of millions, living in remote areas, but you have rich mineral veins. Every year, 70 of the mineral veins are paid as tribute to the 8th-rank supreme country, and they will come forward to protect your ancient river. Therefore, there will be peace for 100 years without war." At this point, Fang Chen changed the subject and his words became sharper. "You don't know that this move has made you nobles worry-free about food and clothing, but the people under your command are hungry and naked. What's the use of peace without prosperity?" Fang Chen's words immediately made the expressions of the scholars from Guha Kingdom present change drastically, and they all showed a hint of annoyance on their faces. Long Huixin's expression changed again and again. In fact, the scholars of Daxia knew nothing about the current affairs of Guha Kingdom, and what they knew was only one-sided. They didn't even know that in Koga, not everyone could read, and not everyone could join the army. Ordinary people are just minors all their lives. The children and grandchildren of the common people can only inherit their father's business. Only the children of these big families are born without worries about food and clothing, have the qualifications to climb up, and have strict hierarchies and clear distinctions. Even the martial arts of the ancient river kingdom are firmly controlled by the big families. No matter how talented the common people are, they may not be qualified to get in touch with them. Their nobles directly blocked all avenues for advancement for their subjects. So, what qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly here? If Daxia gave up the people below and used the whole country's strength to pay tribute to the upper country every year, do you think Qingsong can still bully us?" Fang Chen smiled faintly. Long Huixin's face turned pale and blue, and she said angrily, "Fang Chen, don't talk nonsense. How come the people of Guha country are starving and clothed? This is the truth. Use your own eyes to see it. Even a blind man like me can see it clearly. As a member of the Long family, how could you have never heard of it?" Fang Chen sneered, "We in Daxia are fighting against Qingsong just for the people under our command to have a full meal and a pot of warm charcoal in winter. I think what Fairy Yu said is right. If you don't even understand current affairs and don't even know how the people under your command live, what qualifications do you have to talk about poems about stopping war?" Fairy Yu's eyes lit up and she glanced at Fang Chen secretly, feeling very happy. She knew that the prince was not interested in the limelight now, and the reason he scolded Long Huixin today was because of what she said about her as a prostitute. As a woman, Goddess Xiao had a sharp mind and vaguely sensed something. She couldn't help but look at Fang Chen and then at Fairy Yu. Fairy Jade seemed to have noticed something as well. Her gaze suddenly fell on Goddess Xiao, and a hint of contemplation flashed in her eyes. She remembered that the prince had no maids around him, so why did he suddenly bring a maid with him today? Things are not that simple. Fairy Yu felt a sense of threat in her heart, and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes as she looked at Goddess Xiao. "God of War Fang, this is a poetry conference, and Miss Long and Fairy Yu only had a few arguments because of poetry, which is normal. You don't understand poetry, so why don't you get involved?" Yi Qinghe spoke up to smooth things over. The expressions on Long Huixin and the others' faces looked somewhat grim, and they seemed to be planning to get up and leave, but were persuaded to stop by Long Du and the scholars from Yi and Zhou countries. As the author of the poem, Tao Yu gradually suppressed his anger and transferred it to Fang Chen because his poem was judged as nonsense by Fairy Jade, which led to the quarrel. "Military Master Fang, you have been here for quite some time. Since you are disdainful of stopping the war, do you have any ideas in mind? Let us see your attitude. You want me to write a poem? This is really a difficult thing to do, but I once read a poem in an ancient book, and I think it quite fits my mood. I'll read it out and share it with you, what do you think?" Fang Chen smiled. "Then read it out loud for everyone to hear," the prince said calmly. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. Fairy Yu and Goddess Xiao both showed curiosity in their eyes. According to their understanding of Fang Chen should know nothing about poetry, let alone reading books of ancient poetry. Fang Chen closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face and he said lightly, The bright moon in Qin and the pass in Han. The long march has not yet returned. But if the flying general of Dragon City. We will not allow the Hu horse to cross the Yinshan mountains. The light voice, under the stimulation of spiritual power, was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. When everyone heard this poem, they pondered it carefully for a while, then their expression suddenly changed and they looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Where is Qin? Where is Han? What is Huma? Is the flying general referring to himself? What a good poem. Fairy, you couldn't help but say. Excuse me, this poem was not written by me, and it was not written about Daxia, so please don't speculate. Fang Chen stood up with a smile and walked outside. In his mind, a memory that had been suppressed for more than 20 years surged up. Goddess Xiao hurriedly followed with a serious look on her face. She always felt that this Huma was Fang Chen's nickname for Qingsong. Your Highness, I am feeling unwell and will go back to rest. Fairy Yu also stood up and said goodbye. The prince nodded slightly and was about to order someone to send her off, but Fairy Jade politely declined. Fang Chen left, and Fairy Yu also left. But both of them left something behind at today's poetry meeting to stop the war. Everyone fell into silence, and some people were still muttering the poem that Fang Chen had just left behind. Tao Yu's face turned pale. Fairy Jade said his poem was nonsense, but Fairy Jade praised Fang Chen's poem. This made him lose face today. Ahem, Fang Chen said that this poem was not written by him. Yi Qinghe cleared his throat and said, don't take it to heart. Everyone looked at him and remained silent. Wasn't the poem written by Fang Chen? But why have they never heard of this poem? Everyone, today's theme is to stop the war. Let's continue the poetry gathering. The prince said. Although everyone nodded silently, when the prince saw their expressions at the moment, he knew that the poetry meeting he had held today to stop the war had failed. He glanced in the direction where Fang Chen left, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. But what if the flying general of Dragon City is here? It would be a good thing if you, the flying general, were gone. The prince whispered to himself. After leaving the Daxia River, Fang Chen went to the tea house he often visited. Seeing this, Goddess Xiao couldn't help but whispered. Is the poem just now about Daxia and Qingsong? No. Fang Chen shook his head, you Qingsong are not qualified yet. Goddess Xiao's face suddenly turned pale, and she asked in a cold voice, what is your intention in attending this poetry meeting today? Have you sent someone to investigate the origins of the Taoist last night? Why rush? Let's sit down and talk when we get to the tea house. Fang Chen smiled. The two soon arrived at the tea house. The people here seemed to have gotten used to Fang Chen's arrival, but in the past few days, they learned that Fang Chen's cultivation had recovered, and their attitude had also changed. Master Fang, your tea. The servant immediately served Fang Chen his favorite tea, then glanced at Goddess Xiao and retreated obediently. Fang Chen picked up the teacup with a note underneath. Goddess Xiao had sharp eyes and had already seen what was written on it. 6 years ago, the Taoist priest had appeared at a banquet hosted by the Crown Prince, and he was following in the team of the fifth prince. Fang Chen was slightly startled. The fifth prince? His memory became clearer and clearer. The idle prince who had always lived a peaceful life, stayed in Dahua Temple as the abbot, and had already started to retire early. How could he have any connection with the blood spirit cult? There is something wrong with your fifth prince. How can he be willing to handle miscellaneous matters for your great Xia Emperor when he has such a strongman under his command? Goddess Xiao said quietly, it may not be the fifth prince. Fang Chen said lightly. He went to the Zhiga poetry meeting today specifically to see if there were any monks around the prince, but there weren't any. However, this doesn't mean anything. It has been confirmed today that the Taoist priest did stay in the capital of Daxia for a short period of time last night. He had seen the blood spirit technique and knew very well that if such a cultivator wanted to practice, he could not cut off the essence and blood of the human race. This Taoist had stayed in Kyoto for so long, how many people of Daxia had died at his hands? We should be able to find some clues in this regard. Fang Chen whispered to himself. After a few breaths, he glanced at Sugu who was not far away and said, send her back to the mansion and let old Huang keep an eye on her. Hearing this, Sugu immediately stepped forward and said to Goddess Xiao with a smile, "Let's go." "What are you going to do?" Goddess Xiao frowned. "What's it to you?" Fang Chen smiled. "I want to follow you." Goddess Xiao's eyes moved slightly. "We did reach an agreement, but that doesn't mean you can follow me wherever I go. If you don't understand this, I will send you away from Kyoto now." Fang Chen left after saying a few words. Goddess Xiao fell silent. Seeing this, Sugu grinned and said, "What's the matter? Do you really think that my son is marrying into your Xiao family? Don't forget, you are our hostage now." Snort. Goddess Xiao snorted coldly and left with Sugu without saying a word. Hidden courtyard. Fang Chen stood still for a moment, and a figure came up behind him silently, clasped his fists and bowed. "Prince, what do you want?" "Zhao Sixing, is there anything wrong with the case files in Dahua Temple in recent years?" Fang Chen turned around and looked at the other person with a faint smile on his face. The person who came was none other than Zhao Sixing, the superior of all the Ciji officers in Dahua Temple. Yuan Zhuang was his subordinate, and it was he who sent Yuan Zhuang to capture Fang Chen. Zhao Sixing's expression changed. Why did the prince suddenly ask about the case files of Dahua Temple? He thought about it carefully and whispered. "Sir, if you want to talk about weird things, there are indeed some cases that are quite weird. Tell me about it." Fang Chen nodded. Just 2 years ago, someone came to Dahua Temple to report to the police, saying that his sister had been missing in the master's mansion for many years and there was no news. After some investigation, I found out that his sister was a maid in the residence of the Minister of Rites. My officer Yuan Zhuang went to investigate and learned that his sister might have eloped with someone. Zhao Sixing said slowly, the matter was left unresolved, but not long after, Yuan Zhuang discovered that the person who reported to the police had also disappeared, leaving his seriously ill mother alone at home and almost starved to death. Yuan Zhuang reported this to me, and I felt that something was not right. The person who reported the incident to the authorities might have been silenced, so I asked someone to continue investigating the matter. At this point, he glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Many people have disappeared in the Minister of Rites mansion over the years, and his sister is just one of them. Therefore, I reported this matter to the Shaoqing. After all, only he has the right to order someone to invite the Minister of Rites back for questioning." "What happened next?" Fang Chen said. Zhao Sixing stroked his beard and said, "Shaoqing suppressed this matter, saying that the people who disappeared in the residence of the Minister of Rites were because the Minister of Rites was too kind, so he became disloyal and stole some property and ran away. His explanation is barely plausible. Even our family once had such a servant." Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, "What does Zhao Sixing find strange?" "First of all, the first person to report to the authorities was a well-known filial son. It is impossible for him to disappear quietly for other reasons while ignoring his seriously ill mother at home." Zhao Sixing said, "Secondly, when Yuan Zhuang was investigating this matter, one of his constables had his arm chopped off. It seems that someone is threatening us, and we hope that we will not continue to investigate." He paused. "For the safety of my subordinates, I suppressed the matter, but in the past few years, I have occasionally paid attention to the situation of the Minister of Rites." "Has there ever been a case of a servant going missing?" Fang Chen said. "It never happened again." Zhao Sixing shook his head, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. "Sir, do you also think that this matter is not right? After you go back, have your subordinates check all the missing cases that occurred in Daxia Kyoto in the past 6 years, or rather, the past 20 years. Some cases do not involve officials, so they will not be reported to Dahua Temple. They will be reported to the prefect. You know what to do." Fang Chen said. Zhao Sixing's expression gradually became solemn. He nodded, turned around and left. In his opinion, the fact that the prince has noticed this matter shows that it is of great importance. There may be some secrets hidden behind the missing case files, which may be related to Qingsong. "Prince, have you finished talking to Zhao Sixing? Is it my turn now?" Fairy Yu quietly appeared after Zhao Sixing left. She followed Fang Chen and the others all the way, because she was not only very good at light work, but also mastered the art of disguise, so she would not be recognized easily. "I have nothing to tell you," Fang Chen said helplessly. "Sir, who is the maidservant beside you today?" Fairy Jade asked curiously. Goddess Xiao. Fang Chen said. Fairy Yu was slightly startled, with a look of astonishment in her eyes. Goddess Xiao. How could she? She volunteered to stay as a hostage. This way, Marshal Xiaolang will protect the third prince's life and won't be angry and take it out on him just because I killed some Qingsong warriors in Kyoto. Fang Chen smiled. Then she definitely doesn't know that with the third prince's plan, it would be extremely difficult for Qingsong to kill him. Fairy Jade couldn't help but laugh. Yes, this guy has a very good brain. He must have been busy in Qingsong for the past 5 years. If he wanted to, he would have returned to Daxia Kyoto long ago. Fang Chen smiled and said, once he knows the news from Kyoto, I guess it won't be long before you and I can meet him. The prince was afraid that he would go to bring back the third prince. Little did he know that his understanding of his third brother was too one-sided. The third prince once took the initiative to go to Qingsong as a hostage. Now, he has the ability to take the initiative to return to Daxia. Fang Chen has enough confidence in him for this. Both of them are like-minded people, and they will not easily lose their lives for the hundreds of millions of people in Daxia. Sir, even if you knew this, you still wanted to keep Goddess Xiao by your side. Are you attracted by her beauty? As far as I know, Goddess Xiao is not a very decent person in her daily life. Fairy Jade said quietly. Some people want her to die, but 5 years ago, I did owe Xiao Langshui a life at Sanjia Mountain. Fang Chen sighed softly, no matter what, I will save Goddess Xiao's life, and when she returns to Qingsong, we will be even. Then can I also be your maid? You see, someone called me a prostitute today, and I feel really wronged. Fairy Jade lowered her head and said. Wait until you advance to the level of controlling qi. Fang Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. Imperial heir? Fairy Yu's eyes lit up, and then she waved her fist at Fang Chen. Prince, you have to keep your word. Well, the spiritual power seems to have increased a lot. It seems that the distance to condensing the third immortal vein is also very close. This immortal cultivation is indeed not difficult. Fang Chen spent another whole night making talismans. He now had a total of 50 purple lightning talismans, as well as several divine travel talismans, Vajra talismans, and great power talismans. It can be said that he has not slept at all during this period of time. He might have been able to do this when he was still a Dan Qi warrior, but he would definitely not be as energetic as he is now. Abundant spiritual power seems to be inexhaustible energy. Once the number of talismans reaches a certain level, they can be distributed to the hidden guards below. When they encounter danger, they can take them by surprise. Fang Chen left his yard and came to the martial arts training ground where Fang Sanyu liked to stay the most. When he had nothing to do, he would sit in a wheelchair and watch the Fang family members and guards practicing in the martial arts training ground. Fang Chen also stopped and watched for a while, with a faint smile on his face. Among these Fang family members, some are direct descendants, some are side branches, but more are orphans left in the army. Fang Songhai did not ask them to change their surnames, but he treated them equally. They had the same things as the children of the Fang family. Chenner, how come you have the time to come here? Fang Sanyu suddenly turned his head and looked at Fang Chen, a hint of curiosity on his face. Uncle, I want to see your leg injury. Fang Chen smiled. Fang Sanyu's eyes flashed with loneliness. He looked at his legs and feet, then smiled faintly and said, What's there to see? My meridians are broken. I won't be able to stand up in this lifetime. 3 years ago, someone wrote a manifesto, hoping that the emperor would let Fang Chen pay for the lives of the 600,000 soldiers who died in the Three Realms mountain. Because of this manifesto, some people even went to Fang's house to cause trouble, and even the morale of the East Tiger camp controlled by Fang Songhai was somewhat unstable. The palace remained silent and allowed the situation to develop. Fang Sangyo finally couldn't stand it anymore and broke into the palace hall to rebuke the emperor. Upon seeing this, Yan Beihan, the commander of the imperial guards at that time, shot Fang Sangyu's legs with an arrow. In the end, the emperor decided to keep the matter quiet, and the incident ended with Fang Sangyu's legs being crippled. Fang Chen was blind and his qi was damaged, and Fang Sangyu's legs were damaged. In the huge Fang family, only the old man and Fang Songhai were left. The old man was old, and if he could not break through, he would not live long. Perhaps it was because of this that people felt that the Fang family was no longer a threat, and things became peaceful and quiet afterwards, with no one stepping out to deal with the Fang family. Now that my cultivation has recovered, perhaps there is a way to reconnect my meridians. Fang Chen said. Fang Xiangyu looked at him, then sighed, "Push me to the backyard." Backyard. Fang Chen was just about to use his spiritual power to check Fang Xiangyu's leg injury, but Fang Xiangyu stood up from the wheelchair, jumped a few times in front of Fang Chen, and patted his legs. "I told you, don't look at it." Fang Chen was stunned. When Fang Kenjiao saw his expression, he immediately laughed. "Hee, you never expected it, right? Your surprised expression is rare to me in the past 20 years. Second uncle, is your leg still okay?" Fang Chen looked strange. "Of course. Is it that easy to cripple Fang Xiangyu's legs?" Fang Kenjiao sneered, then sat back in the wheelchair, picked up the fur blanket and carefully draped it over his legs. "But why do you?" Fang Chen pondered. "If they knew that my leg was fine, they would probably come up with some evil ideas. It would be better to fulfill their wish and let them see how miserable our Fang family is. You are blind, your qi is damaged, and I have a broken leg. If some bastards come out and say something irresponsible, the emperor can't just ignore it, right?" Fang Xiangyu sneered. "Uncle has suffered a lot in the past few years. Now he doesn't have to pretend anymore." Fang Chen smiled bitterly. "No, why should I pretend anymore? It's so good this way. No one takes me seriously. If something really happens, I will catch them off guard." Fang Xiangyu chuckled. "Anyway, he is also a powerful warrior, and at the peak of his powers. It's just because of his broken legs that he has not been taken seriously in recent years. In that case, I'll take my leave." Fang Chen nodded. If his second uncle wanted to continue pretending, he would let him do it. "Wait, you push me back to the martial arts arena." Fang Xiangyu saw Fang Chen was about to leave and hurriedly said. Fang Chen waved his hand, ignored him, and disappeared from Fang Xiangyu's sight. "This brat. Where on earth has Sugu been these past 2 days? He's just running around." Fang Xiangyu couldn't help but complain, and pushed his wheelchair away slowly. Fang Chen came back to the hidden courtyard. In just one night, Zhao Sixing had sorted out a large pile of case files, stacked them up to a height of one person, and placed them in front of Fang Chen. "Sir, all the missing persons cases in the past 20 years are here. I have reviewed them and found many suspicious cases, which can be traced back to the past 8 years. Zhao Sixing whispered. "Is there anything wrong with the case from 8 years ago?" Fang Chen said. "In my opinion, the problem is not serious. They are just ordinary cases. Some people have already returned home." Zhao Sixing Deo. Fang Chen nodded. In that case, he would just look at the case files from today to 8 years ago. He counted them and found that there were more than 1,000 such case files. This means that more than 100 people go missing every year, and one person disappears every 3 days. And these are not all. Some people are unwilling to report to the police, and some people's families have no one to report to the police on their behalf. Counting these, the number of missing people is shocking." Fang Chen looked solemn as he sorted out these cases with Zhao Sixing. He did find many unreasonable things in them. Time passes by little. It's getting dark. Fang Chen selected 3 cases from these files, all of which were recent, but he also planned to personally investigate the case involving the Minister of Rights 2 years ago. After that case, no one disappeared from the Minister of Rights' residence again. This must not be a coincidence. If the blood spirit cult is related to these cases, he only needs to find clues from these cases to know who is involved and how many people are involved. Fang Chen will not let any of them go easily. "Prince, are these cases you are investigating related to Qingsong?" Zhao Sixing suddenly asked. Fang Chen glanced at him and smiled faintly. "Qingsong. You don't have to worry about Qingsong. The things involved in these cases are more serious than Qingsong. The CG under you is called Yuan Zhuang, right? Is he reliable?" "Yuan Zhuang. I watched this kid grow up. He's kind-hearted, but I don't dare to say whether he's reliable or not. Zhao Sixing shook his head slightly. You have indeed not forgotten your duty as a hidden guard. Fang Chen smiled and nodded. The first element of a secret guard is not to trust others easily, except for the prince. Tell him to come to me tomorrow. Fang Chen picked up a few case files, gave an order, and then stood up and left. Cousin, is it really the military god Fang who wants to see us? You are just a small Siji in Dahua Temple. Although you are much stronger than me, a newly recruited constable, but who is the military god Fang? Why would he want to see you? Don't brag in front of me just for the sake of face, or we will be kicked out of the Fang mansion and lose face. A woman with bronze skin, a slender figure, and wearing a black police uniform was looking around the Fang mansion and whispering to Yuan Zhuang. Why am I bragging? Don't you know that I was the one who brought the military god Fang into the Dahua temple some time ago? Yuan Zhuang shrank his neck a little unconfidently, but he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his cousin. After a pause, Yuan Zhuang continued, you are wrong about one thing. Military god Fang only saw me. If you hadn't happened to be on duty with me today, you wouldn't have had the chance to come here and see the world. Don't talk nonsense later. Get to know the people in Fang Mansion better. It will be more convenient for you to do things around here in the future. Yuan, you still didn't believe it. At this moment, a servant from Fang Mansion came out and clasped his fists towards Yuan Zhuang and said, Master Yuan, the prince invites you in to talk. Yuan, you stared at Yuan Zhuang blankly, with a flash of disbelief in her eyes. Was it really Fang Juanchen who asked her cousin to come here to meet him? When did her elder brother become so successful? My dear, my subordinate. Yuan Zhuang looked at Yuan Yu. Please go to the reception room and wait, my lord. The prince only wants to see you. The servants in the Fang mansion were very polite. Yuan Zhuang nodded quickly. Seeing someone taking Yuan Yu away, he couldn't help but give a few more instructions, then followed the servant towards Fang Chen's residence. On the way, Yuan Zhuang felt a little uneasy and secretly guessed Fang Chen's purpose in meeting him. Not long after, Yuan Zhuang saw Fang Chen. At that moment Fang Chen was quietly practicing a set of health-preserving boxing techniques. At first glance, no one would think that this young man in his prime would be the former military god of Great Xia. Master Yuan is here, please take a seat. Fang Chen stopped his fists and pointed at the stone bench in front of him. Can he see? Yuan Zhuang was very shocked. Could it be that Fang Chen could recognize him just by listening to his footsteps? Such a method was too terrifying. He carefully sat down in front of Fang Chen, then immediately stood up, clasped his fists and smiled bitterly. Military Master Fang, why did you call me here today? I am a commoner. It is not appropriate for you to call yourself a subordinate in front of me. Fang Chen smiled and didn't dwell on this topic too much. He got straight to the point and said, someone brought me a few case files. I think these cases are unusual. You are the chief judge of Dahua Temple and have studied this. Would you like to take a look? He took out the case file and threw it to Yuan Zhuang. Yuan Zhuang took it quickly, and the first thing he saw was the case of the disappearance of a maid in the Minister of Rights' mansion 2 years ago. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. God Fang, what are you doing? Watch it carefully. Answer me after you've finished reading it all. Fang Chen said lightly. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan Zhuang nodded repeatedly, then began to read through the book carefully. After about half an hour, he said solemnly, Master Fang, there are many doubts about these cases, but... After a pause, Yuan Zhuang smiled bitterly, these cases have also been closed. Let's talk about the case of the Minister of Rights first. His younger sister went missing, and his elder brother reported it to the police. Then his elder brother also went missing, leaving his seriously ill mother at home. Fang Chen smiled and said, do you think it's reasonable? Unreasonable. Yuan Zhuang shook his head honestly, but the Shaoqing has personally examined this case and has already come to the conclusion that the maid in the minister's mansion eloped with someone and stole a lot of property. Do you agree with this conclusion? Fang Chen said. So what if I don't agree? Yuan Zhuang smiled bitterly. Check. Fang Chen said calmly, since you don't agree, just investigate it carefully. Sooner or later, the truth will come out. What do you think? God Fang, do you know something? Yuan Zhuang's expression changed. I don't know much more than you do, otherwise why would I ask you to come here? Since we have nothing else to do, let's go to the brother and sister's home and take a look. Fang Chen smiled. Yuan Zhuang nodded subconsciously, and then looked surprised. Fang Juanchen personally went with him to investigate the case. He felt as if he were dreaming. Master Fang, I have a subordinate waiting for me in your house. Can I send her away and then we can go together? Yuan Zhuang said quickly. Take it with you. What we do is upright. There is no need to hide it. Fang Chen smiled faintly. This girl is really lucky. She can work with Fang Juanchen on her first day in office. Yuan Zhuang secretly complained in his heart. Yuan Yu was waiting in the reception room bored, but suddenly he heard a shout from outside. He couldn't help but get up and look, and happened to see Fang Zhixue practicing sword in the yard. There were more than a dozen young men sparring with Fang Zhixue. All of them had good skills, but they couldn't withstand a single move from Fang Zhixue. You are too weak. I told you to work harder, but you ignored me. You are already this old, but you are still concentrating your energy. Fang Zhixue scolded in dissatisfaction. Sister Zhixue, how can we compare with you? You have been practicing Xiantianju since you were a child, but we have only practiced for a few years. The teenagers grumbled. Fang Zhixue. The younger sister of the military god Fang is also a martial arts prodigy. At such a young age, she has already reached the realm of explosive energy. Yuan Yu showed a trace of shock on her face. She saw that Fang Zhixue was several years younger than her, but she was only a martial artist in the middle stage of qi condensation. Hey, who are you? Fang Zhixue seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Yuan Yu. She saw a woman dressed in a constable's uniform standing at the door of the reception room, and curiosity immediately flashed in her eyes. Ms. Fang, I am Yuan Yu, a constable of Dahua Temple, and my superior is Yuan Zhuang Ciji. Yuan Yu quickly clasped his fists. Dahua Temple. What are you doing in my house? Are you going to arrest my brother again? You are going too far. Fang Zhixue was immediately furious. Yuan Yu knew she had misunderstood, but before she could explain, she heard a clear voice. Zhixue, I invited them over. Fang Chen and Yuan Zhuang walked slowly. When Fang Zhixue saw this, she became even more curious. Brother, why did you invite them here? Brother. Could it be that this is? Yuan Yu looked at Fang Chen, and was shocked again and again. It turned out that Fang Juanchen was really as young as the rumors, and he was also very good-looking. Brother has something to ask them. Fang Chen smiled and said to Yuan Zhuang, take your subordinates and let's go. Yuan Zhuang quickly waved to Yuan Yu, Tang Yuan Yu, let's go, we have to go do some work. Yuan Yu followed the two of them with a confused look on his face. Seeing that Fang Chen had ignored her, Fang Zhixue immediately chased after him. Brother, what are you going to do? I'm going too. Nonsense, my brother is going to do something, why are you following him? Fang Chen scolded. Brother, you haven't taken me out for many years. I still remember that when we were little, you often secretly took me out to buy candied haws. Fang Zhixue's eyes immediately filled with tears, looking pitiful. Yuan Zhuang and Yuan Yu rubbed their hands awkwardly. Fang Chen thought about it carefully and it seemed that he had not taken Fang Zhixue out on the street in these years. Let's go, but don't run around. I'm actually going to do some work today. Fang Chen nodded helplessly. Great. Let's go, let's go. The tears in Fang Zhixue's eyes evaporated instantly. She stepped forward and hugged Fang Chen's arm, looking as happy as if she had picked up 10 taels of gold. This made Yuan Zhuang and Yuan Yu, brother and sister, look stunned and a little bit unbelievable. I'm sorry to have made you two laugh. Fang Chen smiled bitterly at Yuan Zhuang and the other men. Don't dare. Yuan Zhuang waved his hands repeatedly. A thought suddenly came to Yuan Yu's mind, Mr. Fang is so polite. The four of them left Fang's house together. A carriage had been waiting for a long time, and the driver was Su Go. The capital of Daxia is divided into the inner and outer cities. Fang Chen lives in the inner city, and the outer city is divided into more than 30 streets. The place they are going to is called Kuelong Street, which is almost close to the suburbs. It happens to be near the East City Gate, where Fang Tsunghai is currently working. Sir, when we get to Kuelong Street, please bear with me. This area is not peaceful. How about letting you and I get off the car and check it out? As we were approaching Kuelong Street, the surrounding buildings were becoming increasingly dilapidated, forming a sharp contrast with the prosperity of the inner city. The people on the street were wearing shabby clothes and had numb expressions. This is still Kyoto, the people outside Kyoto. Fang Chen sighed secretly in his heart. He once vowed to change something, but later found that it was very difficult and he could not do it alone. But even so, he never gave up, not before and certainly not now. Since we are here, let's go and take a look together. Fang Chen smiled at Yuan Zhuang and said, "You don't have to worry. Do you really think I'm worth a fortune and I can't sit in the hall?" Yuan Zhuang suddenly remembered that the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. He was a ruthless character who had fought countless battles on the battlefield. "Your Majesty, we have arrived." Outside, Su Ji's voice came, and the carriage slowly stopped. When Fang Chen saw this, he took Fang Jishue out of the car first, and Yuan Zhuang and Yuan Yu quickly followed. Many people nearby cast curious glances here. After all, it is rare to see such well-dressed people on Kuelong Street. But when they saw Yuan Yu's policeman's uniform, they all showed vigilance, turned around and walked away, not daring to stay, like snakes and scorpions. In front of everyone, there was a dilapidated small house. The door was ajar. The door bolts seemed to have been broken long ago, and no one had repaired it. "Brother, what are we doing here?" Fang Jishue was a little curious. "Master Yuan wants to investigate the case, let's come over and take a look together." Fang Chen smiled. "Investigate the case." Fang Jishue's eyes lit up and a hint of excitement appeared on her face. "I told you before I came here, don't mess around." Fang Chen knocked on her head and asked Yuan Zhuang to go forward and knock on the door. Although the door was open, it would not be good to go in directly without the owner's consent. "Who is it?" Soon, an old voice was heard from inside, accompanied by occasional coughs. "Auntie Wu, it's me, Yuan Zhuang." Yuan Zhuang rode. "Is it Lord Yuan? Please come in quickly. I am not in good health and cannot stand up to greet you. Lord Wu, please forgive me." The old man's voice became noticeably more hurried. Everyone entered the house, which was very dark. There was nothing on the walls except a broken bed, a broken table, and a broken stool. An old woman was lying on the bed, trying hard to get up. Yuan Zhuang hurried forward to support him. "Master Yuan, is there any news about my son and daughter?" The old woman grabbed Yuan Zhuang's arm and said in a trembling voice. Her eyes were gray, very similar to Fang Chen's, and she was obviously also blind. When Fang Jishue saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. "This." Yuan Zhuang showed an awkward smile on his face. The other party didn't know that Li Huafeng, the Shaoqing of Dahua Temple, had already closed the case. "Auntie Wu, are you willing to go to Dahua Temple to file a complaint?" Fang Chen suddenly spoke. The old woman was stunned for a moment, a look of bewilderment on her face. "I can't read a single word, how can I sue the officials?" "If you wish, I can have someone write a petition for you and submit it to Dahua Temple," Fang Chen said. Yuan Zhuang was hesitant to speak. It would be useless to refile a case that Li Huafeng had already judged, and it would only arouse Li Huafeng's anger. "Didn't the masters of Dahua Temple tell me that my son and daughter stole the property of the minister's mansion and absconded with the money? Who should I sue?" the old woman murmured. "That's true." Fang Chen smiled, looked around, and said to Yuan Zhuang, "Let's go." Yuan Zhuang was stunned. He came all the way here, only to ask a few questions and then leave. However, Fang Chen had already walked out and he did not dare to stay for long. He quickly spoke a few words to the old woman, and finally left a tail of silver before hurriedly following. Outside the door, Fang Chen whispered a few words to Sugo. Sugo nodded slightly, turned and left. Cousin, what are we doing here today? Yuan Yu quietly pulled Yuan Zhuang's sleeve. Don't say anything. Yuan Zhuang warned, then came to Fang Chen and whispered, God of War Fang, are we going back now? Do you feel that there is something strange? Fang Chen turned and looked at the dilapidated hut, speaking thoughtfully. Weird. What's weird about this house? Yuan Zhuang was stunned. Brother, the mother-in-law can't see anything and has no children around. How do you think she is going to survive? Fang Zhixue said softly. Fang Chen smiled and nodded, yes, how can she survive? It's been 2 years. Fang Juanchen. There was a flash of shock in Yuan Zhuang's eyes. Did you notice that although the old woman's clothes were ragged, she was quite clean? Besides, when we entered, the threshold was already covered with moss. This would only happen if no one had walked for a long time. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Auntie Wu is in poor health and has been bedridden for years. Yuan Zhuang whispered. Someone has to bring food to me, right? For 2 years, I have no children to take care of me. If no relatives come to look after me, I am afraid that I, an old man, will not survive the cold winter. Fang Chen said lightly. Yuan Zhuang was shocked. Yes, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came over. They had ferocious faces and were obviously not good people. When they saw Fang Chen and his group, they immediately showed grim smiles on their faces and walked towards them. What a pretty girl, he he he. The leader stared at Fang Zhixue with lustful eyes and laughed strangely. Fang Zhixue's face darkened and she looked at him coldly. Girl, you are so pretty, you should smile more. Come on, smile for me. The leader teased in a lewd manner. Yuan Zhuang was immediately furious. He had been worried about similar things and didn't expect to actually encounter them. This guy was simply looking for death. You rat, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, shut your dog mouth immediately. Yuan Zhuang shouted angrily. Hey, who the hell are you? Do you have the right to interrupt when your Grandpa Lu is talking? The leader looked at Yuan Zhuang, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. Yuan Zhuang was stunned. Are these guys really not afraid of death? Even if they can't recognize Fang Juanchen, the chief judge of Dahua Temple, they should at least recognize the constable uniform on Yuan Yu, right? You guys are really brave. Yuan Yu stood up and said coldly. She's a female detective, ha 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 ha. Come and have a look, guys. We have a female detective on Kuelong Street. Look at her figure and appearance. She's just a little dark, but otherwise she's pretty. Not only was the other party not afraid of the constable uniform on Yuan Yu, but he laughed even louder and more vigorously. The men around him also laughed, and the eyes they looked at Yuan Yu were full of aggression and greed. Yuan Yu was completely stunned. She just started working today and it was her first day as a constable. She didn't expect to meet such a fearless young man who didn't even take a constable seriously. Are all the hooligans in Kuelong Street so bold? Fang Chen stood aside and watched coldly. At this moment, the fearless guy who called himself Master Lu suddenly looked gloomy and looked at Yuan Yu coldly. Remember, this is Kuelong Street. You inner-city constables should not come here if you have nothing to do. If I, Master Lu, see you again next time, I will not care about your background and will cut off your legs first. Yuan Zhuang suddenly understood something, his face gradually darkened, and he stepped forward and said, I am Yuan Zhuang, the Chief Justice of Dahua Temple. Who asked you to come? Dahua Temple Ciji. Mr. Lu was obviously stunned for a moment, but then he laughed and said, so he is the chief constable. His men also laughed, and their laughter was full of disdain. In their view, the Ciji of Dahua Temple was the chief of the constables, who usually led some constables around to show off his power, which was nothing great. Yuan Yu was so angry that he drew out the sword from his waist with a clang. You flirted with a decent woman in the street and even had the audacity to threaten the Dahua Temple constables. Come back to Dahua Temple with me today. Are you worthy enough? Master Lu smiled coldly, and suddenly threw a punch. A tremendous amount of energy gushed out from his fist, turning into a long white dragon, which severely shattered Yuan Yu's sword. Yuan Yu was stunned. Exploding. Yuan Zhuang's face changed again and again. He really didn't expect that the other party would be an explosive warrior. Is there such a person in Kuelong Street? Do you still want to take me back to Dahua Temple now? Master Lu smiled faintly. Fang Jishue immediately rolled up her sleeves, intending to let the other party see how powerful she was, but was stopped by Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled and said to Yuan Zhuang. Yuan Zhuang, I remember you were also in the early stage of the explosion. Your subordinate swords were all broken, and you didn't show any reaction. Today, all of you must stay in Dahua Temple. There was a flash of anger in Yuan Zhuang's eyes, and his aura suddenly changed. It was completely different from the timid appearance he showed in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, he was an explosive warrior. You take them all down, and I will come to meet the Siji of Dahua Temple. Master Lu gave his men some instructions and started a battle with Yuan Zhuang. The two of them fought back and forth, and every burst of energy could pose a great threat to the other side. When passers-by nearby saw this scene, they all hid in the dark for fear of being implicated. Mr. Lu's men chuckled, some of them looked at Yuan Yu, some at Fang Jishue. Just when they were about to take action, Su Ge came back. Su Ji's sword was not unsheathed, but he hit each of these guys in the back with lightning speed, instantly making them lose their fighting ability. Brother, why don't you let me take action? This is a rare opportunity. Fang Jishue was somewhat dissatisfied. If my parents knew that you fought with these bastards in a place like this, I would be the one to be scolded when I get home. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yuan Yu didn't know Su Ji's background, but when he saw how clean and efficient his methods were, he realized that he was not a simple coachman, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Sir, I found out that some of the neighbors nearby have received money. Su Ge walked up to Fang Chen and whispered. Bang. Yuan Zhuang was knocked flying by Master Lu and landed in front of Fang Chen in a miserable state. When he looked up, he saw Fang Chen looking down at him, and a look of shame appeared on his face. You are both in the early stages of the explosion, but you can't beat him. You should reflect on this when you go back. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Su Ge, take him down. Yes. Su Ge nodded and walked towards Mr. Lu. Master Lu was still feeling smug, but then he found that all his men were lying on the ground. He immediately looked at Su Ge in shock and anger. He seemed to see some clues, and his pupils gradually dilated. Wind and cloud sword. Bang. Su Ji's sword still did not leave his body. He continuously struck Lu Ye's chest, back of the head, collarbone and other vital parts, making him unable to move. It is worthy of being called the wind and cloud sword. Yuan Zhuang was left with only envy. As Ji, he naturally knew the origins of Su Ge who followed Fang Chen. Go talk to Aunt Wu and bring them along. Fang Chen smiled, turned around and went back to the dilapidated house. In the yard, Master Lu and the others collapsed on the ground, but their arrogance did not disappear. Instead, after Master Lu recognized Su Ji's identity, he still threatened. Feng Yun's sword, you dare to wade into this muddy water? Don't think that you can run rampant in Daxia Kyoto just because you are at the peak of explosive energy. Su Ge looked at him with contempt. He couldn't act recklessly, but he could act recklessly. The other party couldn't even recognize him, so how dare he threaten him? Wind and Cloud Sword. The Wind and Cloud Sword, one of the top 10 explosive swords in Kyoto. Yuan Yu suddenly realized and was secretly shocked, but he also felt that it was normal. For a person like Fang Juanchen, it would be abnormal if he didn't have a few experts around him. Is that Master Yuan? Why is there so much noise outside? From the inner room came Aunt Wu's old and hoarse voice. Su Ge, tell me what you asked just now. Fang Chen smiled. Su Ge glanced at the inner room calmly and said, the Wu brothers and sisters who live here lost their mother and father when they were young. What? Yuan Zhuang was shocked. The inner room suddenly became silent. Go and bring her out. Fang Chen ordered. Su Ge nodded and went into the inner room. After a while, he pulled out Aunt Wu who was unable to get out of bed. Her hair was disheveled and her face was full of tears. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Master Yuan, why are you bullying a blind old woman like me? What did I do wrong? Aunt Wu is still struggling. Fang Chen said calmly, a blind person won't look around. Sugu, take the thing out of her eyes. Yes. Sugu chuckled, roughly reached out and groped in Aunt Wu's eyes for a few times, then took out two white things. However, Aunt Wu's eyes were very bright at this moment, so how could she be blind? Yuan Yu and Fang Jishue were both stunned. Yuan Zhuang's face froze slightly, and after a while, a look of self-mockery appeared on his face. He was the chief judge of Dahua Temple, but he was actually played around by someone. Sir, the skins dug out from the fish eyes are all tricks we are tired of playing with. Sugu laughed. Aunt Wu's expression was stiff and her eyes flickered at the moment, as if she was planning something. She was going to break free and escape while Sugu wasn't paying attention. She didn't look as sick as she did just now. Unfortunately, escaping from a martial artist at the peak of his power is not an easy task. Sugu grabbed Aunt Wu's neck and said calmly, the prince didn't tell you to leave, so you can't leave. If you dare to run again, I'll break your legs. Tell me, where did the missing brother and sister go? Fang Chen said lightly. Aunt Wu's expression changed, and then she said awkwardly, I don't know either. I just saw that no one lived here, so I wanted to live here and occupy this land so that I can have a place to live in my old age. To be honest. Fang Chen smiled and said, no one has lived here for a long time. If you just have nowhere to live, you should have lived here forever. Aunt Wu didn't expect that the other party could see this, and her expression changed continuously. If you don't tell the truth, I will take you back to Dahua Temple for questioning. Once there, you will tell me everything you should and shouldn't say. Yuan Zhuang said coldly. Master Yuan, I will tell you the truth. I will tell you the truth. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story. This woman is an old liar who cheats people everywhere. She specifically looks for empty houses, pretends to be a relative or something like that, and then looks for opportunities to sell the houses. A few years ago, when he learned that the house was empty, he bribed several neighbors around and pretended to be the blind mother of the brother and sister and occupied the house. It's not that simple. Fang Chen smiled faintly, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it, just take it away. No, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Aunt Wu's face changed slightly, and she said quickly, this matter is indeed a bit unusual. Someone came to me and told me that there was an unoccupied house here, and asked me to occupy it, but there was a request. He wanted me to pretend to be the mother of the brother and sister and deal with the government officials. Yuan Zhuang's face turned pale. If that was the case, the disappearance of the brother and sister was indeed not simple, otherwise how could someone arrange it like this? Who is that person? Fang Chen said lightly. I really don't know. I had no choice. He said that if I didn't obey, he would kill me. I dare not go against these desperate people. Aunt Wu begged for mercy, please have mercy on me, sir. Let me go this time. I will never do it again. Fang Chen glanced at her, then looked at Mr. Liu, what about you? Who called you here? Who are you? Master Liu stared at Fang Chen, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You can't afford to offend the person behind me. You, Dahua Temple, are so bold that you dare to act beyond your authority. Not only are you catching criminals in the inner city, you also want to come to my outer city to interfere. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked in with a group of people and started yelling as soon as they entered the door. Upon hearing this, Master Lu's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, Master Su, I'm here. Fang Chen turned and looked at the person who came. This group of people were seen wearing bright red tights, with long swords on their waists and gauze crowns about a foot high on their heads. In the capital of Daxia, there was only one kind of people dressed like this, the sword guards. The sword guards are not an ancient position but were created by order of the current emperor 10 years ago. Elites were selected from the military and major sects to form a team distributed in all states and prefectures of Daxia. The Handao guards have an exclusive status and only need to obey the orders of their superiors. They do not need to follow orders when facing high-ranking officials from other departments. Therefore, the sword guards acted extremely domineeringly and without any logic, causing many people to be afraid of them like a tiger and not dare to offend them easily. There are 2 handaway garrisons in Daxia Kyoto, one in the inner city and one in the outer city. This is Kyoto after all. The sword guards in the inner city are usually relatively low-key. They only do what they are supposed to do and do not interfere in the affairs of other departments of authority. They are not seen too often. It's different in the outer city. The sword guards in the outer city patrol the streets day and night. Basically, all matters, big and small, are under their jurisdiction, and their words carry more weight than anyone else's. It turned out to be Lord Su. When Yuan Zhuang saw the person coming, he clasped his fists with a forced smile. The other party glanced at Yuan Zhuang coldly and said, "Yuan Zhuang, I remember telling you a few years ago that if you come to my outer city to do business, you must inform our guards. I heard that you brought people here to beat innocent people for no reason. Is this true? Good citizen. Is this the person you are talking about?" Yuan Zhuang pointed at Master Lu on the ground and said, "If he is a good citizen, then I will be a good man for 10 generations. Don't talk nonsense to me. Since it's hard to explain here, then follow me back to the garrison. Come on, take them all away." Lord Su waved his hand. The fierce sword guards behind him immediately rushed up, intending to take everyone back to the guard post. Seeing this, Suga stood in front of Fang Chen and stared coldly at the fierce sword guard in front of him. "My prince is not going anywhere." Bold. This group of fierce sword guards drew their swords and looked at Suga with cold eyes. In an instant, the small courtyard was filled with murderous intent. "Master Su, this man is Suga, the Wind and Cloud Sword. You have to be careful, or he will catch you by surprise," Master Lu said quickly. "Wind and Cloud Sword Sugo." Lord Su frowned and looked at Sugo. "How dare you, a mere man of the martial arts world, cause trouble in Kyoto? Do you think that with your mere peak explosive power, you can fight against my fierce blade guards? Master Su, judging from your badge, you are a captain of the garrison, right?" Fang Chen suddenly laughed. Lord Su glanced at Fang Chen and suddenly felt that the person in front of him looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. "A captain of the guards is on the same level as the chief judge of the Dawa temple, but you don't seem to take your colleagues seriously. Are you going to arrest them as well? You, the sword guards, are too overbearing." Fang Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Whether the sword guards act in a domineering manner or not, you are not qualified to judge." Lord Su sneered, "Whose family are you from? If you have nothing to do, just stay in the inner city. What's the point of hanging out with people like Yuan Zhuang? Don't come to the outer city anymore." "Sir Su, it seems that you have stayed in the outer city for too long, and even the military god Fang could not recognize you. Judging from your eyes, I am very worried about whether your future career as an official will be smooth." Yuan Zhuang pretended to sigh. Fang Juanshan. This time, not only Lord Su changed color, but even Lord Lu and his men on the ground were shocked, and then looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Aunt Wu, whose arms were held by Suga the whole time, felt her legs weaken and she almost collapsed on the spot. "Brother, I heard from Dad that the sword guards were too overbearing in the beginning, so they were impeached by the officials and lost their law enforcement power in the inner city. Now it seems that they are not only overbearing but also have some unclean conduct." Fang Jishue said to Fang Chen. "Elder brother." Mr. Lu and others looked at Fang Jishue. After a moment of distraction, they couldn't help but shiver. Did they just tease Fang Juanshan's sister? "Fang, Lord Fang, I failed to recognize you just now, please forgive me." Lord Su suddenly clasped his fists and bowed, apologizing repeatedly, with horror flashing in his eyes as he looked at the floor. No wonder the other party looked so familiar. It turned out to be the military god Fang who led his men to wipe out all the warriors of Qingsong Kingdom some time ago. You know, even if their sword guards saw those Green Pine Country warriors, they would have to avoid them. During this period, this matter became a topic of conversation among the people in the garrison. "Captain Su, is this Master Lu your man?" Fang Chen looked at the other person. Captain Su was slightly startled and quickly whispered, "General Fang has misunderstood. This person just deals with us frequently. I am not familiar with him." "Not familiar?" Mr. Lu was stunned for a moment. They were still drinking and chatting happily together last night, but they are not familiar with each other today. "Do you know what I'm doing here today?" Fang Chen asked again. While talking, he kept looking at Su Baihu, as if he wanted to see some clues from his face. Yuan Zhuang also suspected whether Su Baihu was involved in this matter and stared at Su Baihu without blinking. The lower official doesn't know. A trace of confusion flashed in Su Baihu's eyes. Master Yuan, tell him. Fang Chen smiled lightly. Yuan Zhuang narrated slowly. When he explained the matter in detail, Su Baihu's face turned a little pale. He realized that he seemed to be involved in something terrible. As soon as I arrived here, Mr. Lu brought people forward to find trouble and even teased my sister. Not long after, Su Baihu came. I wonder what the relationship between Su Baihu and the missing siblings is. Fang Chen said lightly. Captain Su's expression changed repeatedly, and he quickly whispered, Lord Fang, I just heard rumors that someone was fighting here, so I hurried over. I don't know anything else. Oh, since you just got involved in this matter unintentionally, then tell me, what should be done with this Mr. Lu who molested my sister and threatened the constables of Dahua Temple not to come to Kuilong Street, otherwise he would cut off his legs? Fang Chen said. Fang Juanchen, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I offended you. Please forgive me for once. Mr. Lu turned over and knelt on the ground, his voice trembling slightly. Captain Su glanced at him, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he whispered to Fang Chen, I will take him back to the garrison for a thorough interrogation, and I will definitely give an explanation to Juanchen Fang. Master Lu, right. Fang Chen ignored Captain Su, walked up to Master Lu and smiled faintly. I don't deserve it, just call me Xiao Lu. Mr. Lu was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Who asked you to cause trouble to us? And who asked you to threaten the Dahua Temple constables? Fang Chen smiled and said, Give me a name. Mr. Lu was silent. After a few breaths, he whispered, I did accept the money. The person who gave me the money told me to keep an eye on Kuilong Street and threaten anyone who came to this yard. After saying that, he described the other person's appearance but could not tell where he came from. After hearing this, Aunt Wu hurriedly said, Sir, this is the one who gave me the money. The same person. Fang Chen smiled and said, You didn't give me a name. It seems that this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Lord Yuan, take them all back to Dahua Temple and interrogate them to see if they have committed other crimes. Let's deal with them all at once. Yes. Yuan Zhuang's expression brightened, and he immediately shouted at the group of people, Everyone, get up. Captain Su, I'm leaving now. No need to see me off. Fang Chen smiled at Captain Su and led his men away. Before leaving, Yuan Zhuang glanced at Captain Su, with a glint of pride in his eyes, Captain Su, I'm taking this man back to Dahua Temple to relieve some of the pressure on your garrison. Captain Su forced a smile and said, Master Yuan, take care. He and his men watched Fang Chen and the others leave. After they could no longer see their figures, Captain Su's expression became extremely solemn. Seeing his men whispering about Fang Chen with great excitement, he could not help but snorted coldly. You guys are always so noisy, but why didn't you say anything just now? Sir, that's the military god Fang. How dare we say anything? He even burned down the Qingsong Shangda Hall. A fierce sword guard said excitedly, This is really a relief. Yeah, it's so satisfying. I was once fortunate enough to serve in the army led by the military god Fang, but unfortunately I was later transferred to the sword guard. Otherwise, 5 years ago, I might have had the opportunity to fight in the Three Realms Mountain with the military god Fang. Then you might be buried in Sanjia Mountain. Someone teased. Captain Su had a solemn expression on his face. He never expected to see Fang Chen on Kuilong Street today. What was even more frightening was that he might have offended this military god Fang because of Master Lu. Thinking of this, Captain Su felt uneasy, always feeling that something was wrong, so he hurried back to the garrison with his men and reported what had happened today. After hearing the news, the captain of the garrison nodded and let Su leave after listening to his report. Not long after, the captain changed his clothes, quietly entered the inner city, and finally entered a rather luxurious mansion. Fang Mansion. Fang Chen did not have to wait long before the iron horse appeared in front of him and said softly, Sir, Zhang Shuzhou, the captain of the outer city guard, entered the residence of the Minister of Rights. I see. Fang Chen nodded slightly. After the Iron Cavalry retreated, he immediately left his body and arrived at the residence of the Minister of Rites in an instant. Reception room. Fang Chen saw Zhang Shuzhou, the captain of the Outer City Guard, and Qin Dong, the Minister of Rites. Sir Qin, you never said at the beginning that this matter would involve the Fang family. Please take back the money and don't come to me again in the future. Zhang Shuzhou took out 2 silver bills, placed them on the table, and said coldly. The face value of the silver note was 1,000 taels, so 2 of them meant 2,000 taels. This is not a small amount of money. Donald Qin looked a little pale. How could it be related to Fang Juanshen? What does he have to do with this matter? I don't know why the disappearance of a maid in your mansion attracted the investigation of Dahua Temple, and now, after several years, it has attracted the attention of the Fang family. I don't care what Lord Qin is doing, but I don't want to get involved, so I'm leaving now. After Zhang Shuzhou finished speaking, he stood up and left. Donald Qin was a little dazed, with a hint of fear in his eyes. It's ridiculous that a minister of state is so frightened just by knowing that Fang Chen is involved in this matter. A cold snort sounded, and an old woman walked out from behind the screen, looking at Qin Dong with a mocking expression. Don't you know who Fang Chen is? Now he has doubts about this matter. You did it, and you should solve this matter for me. Donald Qin looked at the old woman and said in a stern but cowardly manner. It seems that there are still many people from the blood spirit cult in Kyoto. Fang Chen looked at the old woman, his expression gradually becoming serious. The old woman's aura was similar to that of the blood spirit sect monk who died in the Fang family. They should both be at the 4th level of qi refining. Theoretically, this realm is equivalent to the Danqi warriors in the Rinchuan realm, but in reality, their methods are far stronger than those of Danqi warriors. Perhaps only the warriors in the Dishuan realm can compete with them. In a short period of time, Fang Chen has discovered the existence of 2 cultivators in Daxia Kyoto. Will there be more? Fang Chen has no way of knowing in a short period of time. What are you afraid of? Fang Chen has only recovered his Dan Qi cultivation. He is still a warrior. I'm afraid he will never understand in his lifetime why there are people like me in this world. The old woman sneered and said with disdain, Minister Qin, if you stand with us, you are destined to be successful in this life, don't be startled by some trivial things. Taoist Xue has already gone to hunt down Goddess Xiao. When the news of Goddess Xiao's death reaches Qingsong, the 3rd prince will surely be dead. Qingsong nation will certainly come to Daxia, and by then there will be enough blood and essence to send to them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Fang Chen heard these words, his eyes lit up. According to the old woman, there are people above them, and their purpose in Daxia is to collect enough blood essence of the human race. This blood spirit cult is like a leech, clinging to Daxia and constantly absorbing his essence and blood to nourish itself. Apart from Minister Qin, are there any other powerful people in Kyoto who are in collusion with the blood spirit cult? Fang Chen looked at the old woman coldly. He would find these people one by one and then eliminate the monks of the blood spirit sect one by one. I'm not surprised. Some time ago, I saw Fang Chen kill the Qingsong Kingdom's qi-controlling warrior with 1 palm strike in the Imperial Palace. Minister Qin's voice trembled, the lightning flashed, and a living person was turned into charcoal. What kind of method is this? No matter what, it's just a trivial trick of a warrior. How can the mere internal energy be compared with spiritual power? The old woman snorted disdainfully, raised her hand lightly, and spiritual power surged in her hand. A fireball suddenly appeared, and the temperature around her rose instantly. Minister Qin was startled and stepped back quickly. You saw it before, too. My fireball technique can also burn people into charcoal, and even melt iron to make gold. The old woman smiled faintly. Dojitsu. Fang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this fireball, which was probably not much less powerful than the purple lightning talisman he was making at the moment. These monks were indeed not simple. It's a pity that what Senior Yunhe taught him was just the introductory chapter of 3,000 Taoist techniques, which only contained the cultivation methods of the qi refining realm and 4 kinds of talismans, but no Taoist magic. The Taoist Xue who died in another place's mansion a few days ago seemed to only know talismans and had never performed such Taoist magic. No wonder he had no Taoist books on him. Minister Qin, do you think my fireball technique can kill Fang Chen? The old woman looked at Qin Dong with a hint of pride in her eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Donald Qin said repeatedly, the fear in his heart gradually fading away. Seeing this, the old woman withdrew her magic and said, so, you don't have to worry about Fang Chen. We kept him just to make the water more turbid. Today I have to go to Longjifang. It will take about 7 days to go back and forth. During these 7 days, try not to meet Fang Chen. Qin Dong hesitated after hearing this. Granny Jinhua, I have been cooperating with you all these 8 years, and I am loyal to you. When will you teach me the way of cultivation? If I had some skills, why would I be afraid of Fang Chen? 100,000 blood essences are used to condense 1 blood spirit pill. My mission is to contribute 10 blood spirit pills to them. Once you complete the mission, it will be time to reward you. Then someone will give you a method of cultivation, and you will be able to be like me. The old woman smiled faintly and turned away. 1 blood spirit pill costs 100,000 blood essences. I collected 6 in the battle at 3 Realms Mountain, and I still have 4 left. Donald Qin muttered to himself. He didn't know that Fang Chen, who was sitting next to him, had already looked very ugly. Fang Chen suddenly realized that there were huge problems in the battle at 3 Realms Mountain. The reason behind the sacrifice of 600,000 soldiers was not just because of his arrogance and excessive pride. The blood spirit cult probably played some important role in all of this, and this fool like him has been kept in the dark. If he had not seen the fairy in the scorching sun, which gave him the ability to leave his body, and if Senior Yunhe had not taught him the method of cultivation. Perhaps to this day, he can only see the surface and cannot understand the truth. The consequences are disastrous. Now it seems that the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, but in fact, the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. They know that I have recovered my cultivation, but they don't know that I have set foot on the immortal path, and they don't know the existence of the purple lightning talisman. They didn't even know that Taoist Xue was dead, and they thought he was chasing after Goddess Xiao. Fang Chen was secretly calculating in his mind. This is his existing advantage. How to use this advantage and expand it requires careful consideration. Dragon's backbone square. Maybe it's an opportunity. Fang Chen's soul appeared in the sky and slowly followed the old woman. When he saw her heading towards the east gate, he let his soul return to his body. Soon, an inconspicuous carriage drove out of the Fang mansion. Keep going east. Fang Chen's faint voice was heard in the carriage. Tai Ma, who was in charge of driving the carriage, nodded slightly. Although he didn't know where Fang Chen was going, he only had to drive the carriage. Old Huang, this carriage is a little small, please bear with it. Fang Chen smiled at Huang Sihai. Huang Sihai sat tall in the carriage, almost occupying all the space, which seemed cramped, but he smiled nonchalantly. Prince, I'm very satisfied to be able to go out and relax, let alone travel with you. Well, the power talisman, the divine speed talisman, and the diamond talisman that I gave you, when something happens, remember not to save them, just use your internal energy to activate them all. Fang Chen smiled, nodded, closed his eyes, and his soul left his body again. 10 miles away from the carriage, the old woman was galloping towards the east like a nimble horse. At her current speed, she could travel at least 1,600 miles a day. If it were a Danchi warrior, he should be able to do it, but it would not be as easy as her. This is the difference between spiritual energy and internal energy. The two are different in essence, and spiritual energy is more advanced. Southwest. Go ahead and take the road on the left. Cross the river. Every once in a while, Fang Chen would open his eyes and instruct the cavalry on the route to take. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. Parking. Fang Chen ordered. The iron horse slowly stopped the carriage. There was nothing in the desolate mountains and wilderness here. Prince, we are now out of the border of Daxia. Taima looked around with a vigilant look. I know. Fang Chen poked his head out of the carriage, took out the mask and threw it to Taima, pointing in a direction, take it and go in that direction. Remember to give this thing to the guard when you get there. As he spoke, he handed another spirit stone to the iron horse. The carriage quickly passed a small hill. After passing this place, there was a feeling of seeing a new village after a dark tunnel. Not far away, a bustling market was located in the valley. Wu Fu. There were several guards at the entrance of the valley. When one of them saw the iron horse, he immediately glanced into the carriage and said, "Do you have the dragon spine order?" Tai Ma took out the dragon spine order and showed it to the other party, then threw him a low-grade spirit stone. Seeing this, the other party nodded slightly. "Come in. This is Longjifang, a place where cultivators gather. Fang Chen's soul has already taken a stroll here, but there is no cultivator like Senior Yunhe who can detect his existence. Those with the highest level of cultivation are only at the stage of refining qi. Longjifang is very large and looks like a small town, but it is not full of monks. Occasionally, you can see warriors like iron horses. They are all the monks' followers and followers." Fang Chen originally thought that this place was related to the blood spirit cult. When his soul followed the old woman into Longji Square, he realized that this was an exchange. The old woman came here just to buy some resources needed for her practice. "Wait for me in the car." Fang Chen, wearing a mask, got off the carriage, gave instructions to the two of them, and began to stroll around Longjifang. However, the old woman's figure was always within his sight. Most of the monks here wear masks. Even the old woman disguised her face before entering Longjifang. It is estimated that there are many things here of unknown origin, so the monks who come here are so alert. For sale are 3 powerful talismans and 6 low-grade spirit stones. No bargaining. The fire sword has 4 soul seals. It can release the fire sword as long as it is stimulated by spiritual power. Its power is very terrifying. It is now sold for 80 low-grade spirit stones. The price is negotiable. Qi condensation pills, of top quality, come in a set of 12, pack for 55 lower-grade spirit stones, buy one individually for 5 lower-grade spirit stones. As we walked along, we could hear shouts coming from the stalls on both sides of the road. The cultivation base of these cultivators was relatively low, and most of them were between the first and second levels of qi refining. In addition to these small stalls, Longjifang also has some storefronts that look quite formal. The things sold inside are more expensive, and the monks stationed there are also at a high level of cultivation. Fang Chen stopped in front of a stall selling talismans. Not far away, an old woman was buying qi condensation pills and was about to bargain with them because she planned to buy 5 pills. "Brother, you used the most common cinnabar yellow talisman paper for this powerful talisman, right? It's of low quality. I think 3 powerful talismans should be priced at about 4 low-grade spirit stones." Someone bargained with the stall owner. The stall owner rolled his eyes and said, "Making talismans takes a lot of effort. It may take 10 days or half a month to successfully make one. It also consumes a lot of spiritual energy during this period. This is already the lowest price. If you want to bargain, look somewhere else. It may take 10 days or half a month to succeed." Fang Chen glanced at the stall owner. The aura on his body seemed to be similar to his, both were at the second level of qi refining. Is it so difficult to make talismans? He thought the stall owner was complaining on purpose, but the person who was bargaining hesitated for a moment, and finally offered 6 low-grade spirit stones to buy the talisman. This power talisman is a little simpler than the divine movement talisman and the diamond talisman. If I don't do anything else for a day and only make power talismans, 40 or 50 of them won't be a problem. Fang Chen looked strange. In this case, if he wants to obtain spirit stones, he can make a fortune by just selling talismans. He was suddenly moved. Because there are people selling magic weapons here, just like the soul-calming bell that Taoist Shui took out at the beginning, Fang Chen is also quite interested in these magic weapons. "Old woman, do you want to buy it or not? If not, then don't stand here. I sell these qi condensation pills for 5 low-grade spirit stones each. I won't bargain with you, and you won't ask who I am." Suddenly there was a burst of shouting and cursing not far away. Fang Chen looked up, only to see the old woman being pointed at and scolded by the stall owner in front of her. Her face turned pale and blue, but in the end she did not get angry. Instead, she took out spirit stones and bought the other party's qi condensation pill. It seems that the forces in the cultivation world are complicated. This old woman was born in the blood spirit sect, and she doesn't dare to act presumptuously in front of a cultivator at the second level of qi refining. Fang Chen's mind moved slightly. This was good news, indicating that the blood spirit cult was not invincible in the surrounding area, but it could also be that the old woman's status in the blood spirit cult was relatively low and she did not dare to act rashly. After buying the pills, the old woman did not leave. Instead, she found an empty space to set up a stall and placed some magical herbs and some special metals on it. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a faint smile and he no longer paid attention to the old woman. He had finally come to Longjifang, so he had to think about it carefully. Half an hour later, Fang Chen walked around Longjifang and had some understanding of the prices there. This place is like an antique market. Many people are thinking of making a quick buck and running away. Some items are sold at ridiculously high prices specifically to deceive people who don't know the value of the goods, but there are also some who are doing business honestly. Someone had previously sold the Lihua sword, which had 4 soul seals on it, indicating that it was a magic weapon for the 4th level of qi refining and should have exerted its due power. However, after a cultivator bought it, he found that 2 of the 4 soul seals were incomplete, and it could only be equivalent to a magic weapon of the 3rd level of qi refining at most. He was severely ripped off, but the other party had already run away after selling his things. In the end, the cultivator who bought the Lihua sword could only rush out of Longjifang with an angry face to chase after him. Whether you can catch up with him or not is another matter. Fang Chen suddenly paused and stopped in front of a stall. The stall was selling things related to talismans. There were more than a dozen brushes, a lot of cinnabar, and stacks of yellow talisman paper. The only difference was that they all exuded spiritual power and were obviously not ordinary objects. "Brother, do you like to make talismans? Then you should come to me. Look at these pens. They are all made of the finest hair from the ears of monsters. Look at this cinnabar of mine. It was unearthed from a spiritual mine. It has been buried underground for who knows how many years and has absorbed rich spiritual energy. And these yellow talisman papers of mine were made from a 1,000-year-old tree. When made into talismans, their quality must be top-notch." The stall owner greeted Fang Chen warmly. "How much?" Fang Chen smiled faintly. The stall owner took a look at Fang Chen's attire, and then sensed Fang Chen's aura, and said with a smile, "Cheap, cheap, 1 low-grade spirit stone for 1 ounce of cinnabar. 1 low-grade spirit stone equals 100 pieces of talisman paper. As for these pens, I wonder which one you like, they are of different qualities and have different prices." Fang Chen selected the brush with the most spiritual power and asked, "How much is this one?" "Brother, you have good eyesight. This pen is amazing. Just tell me the price." Fang Chen interrupted the other party's process of selling melons. 10 low-grade spirit stones. The stall owner rolled his eyes and said, "It's expensive." Fang Chen dropped it and left. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Why not go and grab it? This price can already buy a magic weapon with a soul seal. No matter how rich the spiritual energy of this pen is, it can't compare with a magic weapon. Seeing that Fang Chen was not fooled, the other party quickly stood up and said, "Brother, wait a minute, we can negotiate the price." Fang Chen ignored him. He hated this kind of unconscious businessman the most. The cinnabar, talisman paper, and even the brushes he sold were very common in Longjifang. The other party's exaggerated words are just to raise his own status. Not long after, Fang Chen came to the room not far from the old woman, sat down slowly, and directly took out 10 power talismans, divine speed talismans, and Vajra talismans to sell. The old woman's business was not very good. When she saw so many talismans placed in front of Fang Chen, a flash of surprise flashed across her eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, these talismans must have taken a lot of effort on your part, right?" "Yeah, it took me a whole year to get it together." Fang Chen smiled and nodded. "A year? It's a bit of a waste. It's better to use this time to practice." The old woman shook her head slightly, but her eyes were always on the talismans, and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes from time to time. "These talismans are very valuable. If you sell them all, you can almost exchange them for a magic weapon with 3 soul seals." Soon, a customer came forward to inquire about Fang Chen's prices. Fang Chen gave a uniform price, 2 low-grade spirit stones for 1 ticket. Although the production process of the Divine Travel Talisman and the Vajra Talisman was somewhat difficult, he had observed that a talisman of his quality only cost 2 low-grade spirit stones. After asking, someone seemed to be short of money and shook his head and left. After someone asked, they bought several tickets at once. In less than half a day, all the talismans in front of Fang Chen were sold out. It can be seen that talismans are hard currency in the eyes of these cultivators. If it's the purple lightning talisman, the price would probably be several times higher. Fang Chen thought secretly in his heart. However, no one in this market sells this item, which means it is still very rare and precious. He will naturally not sell it and attract the attention of some powerful people. The old woman's business was too slow. She only earned 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones in half a day, while she had just spent dozens of them. So when she saw Fang Chen making a lot of money, greed grew in her eyes. Closing the stall, Fang Chen chuckled faintly, smiled at the old woman, then stood up and left. The old woman's eyes moved slightly. Seeing her own deserted business and shy pockets, she couldn't help but look at Fang Chen, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Fang Chen did not leave immediately, but continued to walk around Longjifang and bought a brush, some cinnabar and yellow talisman paper, spending a total of 5 low-grade spirit stones. He counted and found that he still had 68 low-grade spirit stones left on him. This wealth was considered upper middle class among the cultivators around him. Bone tempering pills, one is worth 10 low-grade spirit stones. Don't underestimate this thing because it is so cheap. It is really rare. Don't miss it if you pass by. A stall owner shouted. A passing monk stopped to take a look and couldn't help but laugh. This thing is indeed rare. It has no other use except to increase the strength of bones and muscles. I don't know what kind of alchemist can make this bone-hardening pill. It's great for those warriors to take, but it's not very useful for us monks to take it. Monks seldom choose to engage in close combat, and their spiritual power will unknowingly strengthen their bones and marrow, so bone-tempering pills are quite useless to monks. Not to mention 10 or even 20 low-grade spirit stones, not many cultivators would even look at them, unless they were buying them for their own followers. But in the eyes of the monks, warriors were just servants who did odd jobs on weekdays and were not required to fight against the enemy, so there were very few buyers. Spirit stones are so precious, why would they be used on useless people? Brother, how many bone-hardening pills do you have? Fang Chen asked casually. Not much, you want it? The stall owner glanced at Fang Chen and saw that there were no warriors accompanying him. He couldn't help but frowned, thinking that Fang Chen was trying to tease him. Take some. I have many warriors and followers in my cave, and this will be just the right reward for them. Fang Chen smiled. Cave. The eyes of many people around moved slightly. A cultivator who could own a cave must have an extraordinary background. When the old woman who had been hanging in the distance heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. That's easy. I spent a lot of money to buy these bone-hardening pills. 1 low-grade spirit stone costs 10 of them. I have a total of 100 here. Do you want all of them, brother? The stall owner's eyes lit up. He indeed spent a huge price, purchasing them at the price of 20 low-grade spirit stones for 1. If he sold them all, he would make a net profit of 5 low-grade spirit stones. It won't take that much. Fang Chen frowned slightly. It's okay, it's okay. How about I give you a better deal? In this way, 9 lower-grade spirit stones and these bone-hardening pills are all yours. The stall owner said quickly. He doesn't want the cooked duck to fly away. 8 low-grade spirit stones, I'll pack them all. Otherwise, 10 would be enough. Fang Chen pondered. Is this guy stupid? He plans to buy so many bone-hardening pills for his disciples. Wouldn't it be better to use 8 low-grade spirit stones for cultivation? It is used to buy magic weapons. If you add a little more, you can also buy a magic weapon with a soul seal. There were whispers all around. The stall owner was stunned for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, well, I'll take the loss as a token of my friendship, and I'll give all these bone-hardening pills to you, brother. He was afraid that Fang Chen would only buy 10 bone-tempering pills in the end and keep the rest. It didn't matter if he made a little less profit, at least he could make a small profit and it didn't take much time. Happy transaction. Fang Chen spent 8 low-grade spirit stones in exchange for 100 bone-tempering pills, then turned around and left without saying a word. This kind of elixir is indeed useless for cultivators, but for warriors, it should be considered a rare and precious product. They thought that no cultivator would spend spirit stones on a mere warrior, but Fang Chen was just such a person. In his eyes, the importance of Tai Ma and others could not be compared with mere spirit stones. Fang Chen returned to the carriage and immediately ordered, "Let's go," and return the same way. Tai Ma nodded, said nothing more, and drove away. After Fang Chen left Longjifang, in addition to the old woman, 2 or 3 cultivators followed him quietly. In the sky, Fang Chen's soul was looking at the figures below indifferently. Except for the old woman who was at the 4th level of Qi refining, the other 3 were at the 3rd level, and the remaining 2 were at the 2nd level of Qi refining. The 3 of them were in the same group, and it was obvious that they had the same idea as the old woman. Both sides seemed to have noticed something, but they were in tacit understanding and did not say anything. After the carriage had traveled 300 miles, the old woman and 3 other people blocked the way one after another. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my son's way?" Tai Ma was wearing a veil and had a solemn look in his eyes. Fang Chen had already told him to call him young master when he was outside so as not to arouse suspicion from others. "Little brother, I am not greedy. I will ask you for 40 low-grade spirit stones and leave," the old woman said with a smile. "Hey, is that you?" Fang Chen lifted the curtain, a look of surprise on his face. "Old woman, do you want to borrow 40 low-grade spirit stones from me?" "It's asking, not borrowing." The old woman laughed. "We only need 20 lower-grade spirit stones. A little less is fine." The 3 monks at the back covered their faces and spoke in a muffled voice. Fang Chen suddenly realized, "So you are here to rob people. Little brother, it seems that you seldom go out. There must be a lot of people at home, right?" The old woman smiled. "Yes, my father is a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator. If you want to rob me, you'd better think carefully." Fang Chen sneered. Everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that this boy had so many talismans to sell. He must have stolen them from home. From Fang Chen's performance and tone, it could be seen that he was a playboy. As for the 6th level of Qi refining, although their cultivation was quite high, they would definitely be respectful when they met each other on normal days, but now the other party was not present. They robbed him today, so they were not afraid of revenge from a mere 6th-level Qi refining stage cultivator. The other party probably doesn't even know at whose hands his prodigal son died. The old woman was obviously relieved. She didn't have to worry about the 6th level of Qi refining. The corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Little brother, give us the spirit stone and you can leave. Don't endanger your life for such a small thing. Tai Ma, Lao Huang, go and deal with the 3 guys at the back." Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yes. Both of them knew what it meant to obey orders, and without any hesitation, Huang Xihai jumped out of the carriage window, and Tai Ma also rushed towards the 3 monks with sword in hand. "Haha, 2 warriors also want to deal with monks." The old woman raised her lips slightly, thinking that the other party had some hidden card. But when she saw the other party ordering the warriors to deal with the monks, she completely relaxed her vigilance. He is indeed a playboy and will never amount to anything. When the 3 monks saw this scene, anger flashed in their eyes. This was a humiliation to them. But in an instant, Tai Ma and Huang Xihai activated the magic talisman, the great strength talisman, and the Vajra talisman at the same time. Their speed became extremely fast, their strength became extremely strong, and their bodies were faintly covered with a layer of golden light like Vajra. Fang Chen had already explained that the enemy this time was unusual, so neither of them dared to hold back. Talisman. This prodigal son gave the talisman to his warriors. The 3 monks were stunned for a moment, and then became furious. In their opinion, these talismans should have been in their pockets. Edict. The 3rd-level Qi refining cultivator shouted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body surged. The water vapor in the void surged and condensed into an ice arrow that shot towards Huang Xihai. Bang! The ice arrow hit Huang Xihai's chest heavily. Huang Xihai, who was running, stopped suddenly and looked down. The front end of the ice arrow had broken the Vajra talisman and penetrated into his body at least an inch. Interesting. Huang Xihai grinned, and saw his chest muscles constantly squirming, and the ice arrow was immediately squeezed out of his body. Such a wound was not painful for him. How is that possible? The man at the third level of chi refining was stunned. Although the other party seemed to have used the Vajra talisman, he was not a cultivator after all and could not bring out the true effect of the talisman. His attack failed to penetrate this person. How could this person's body be so strong? Just die. Huang Xihai let out a fierce laugh and rushed towards the other party like a giant bear. Edict! Edict! Ice arrows shot at him one after another. Huang Xihai used his arms to protect his vital parts, completely ignoring the damage from the ice arrows. He rushed to the third-level chi-refining cultivator and knocked him away with one punch. Under normal circumstances, he might not be so agile. After all, the side effect of his tall body is that he is slow. But after blessing the magic talisman, Huang Xihai felt like he was about to fly. At the same time, Taima used his nimble body to dodge the methods of the two chi-refining stage 2 monks. After approaching them, he used one of them and directly cut their necks with a sword. The two men could not believe until their death that they would die at the hands of a mere warrior. Let me help you. Taima glanced at Huang Xihai, and then joined him in encircling the men at the third level of chi refining. The men seemed to have a magic weapon on him, and he was not hurt at all after being knocked away by Huang Xihai's punch. However, facing two chi-controlling warriors who were blessed with various talismans, he gradually became exhausted. In the beginning, he could only fight back occasionally, but in the end he had no ability to fight back at all. He can only rely on the magic weapon on him to save his life. It's like a turtle. We can't kill it even if we hit it like this. Huang Xihai couldn't help but complain. In front of the carriage, the old woman saw this scene, her expression changed slightly, and then she sneered at Fang Chen. These cultivators have no means, and they are so poor that they don't even have a talisman. No wonder they were beaten into this state by your warriors. They are just the bottom of the ladder in the cultivation world. Old woman, are you telling me that you are different from them? Fang Chen smiled. That's natural. The old woman sneered, as long as I use my magic weapon, I can suppress you in an instant, and the two warriors are no exception. I will give you the conditions. A bolt of thunder interrupted her words. The purple lightning struck her with a bang, and the spiritual energy in her body surged out, automatically protecting her master, but it could not offset the power of the purple lightning talisman. The remaining 8 points of thunder energy still made the old woman retreat again and again, with smoke coming out of her body. There was astonishment in her eyes. Taoism. Talismans. She didn't expect that the other party would have such means. Just as she was about to fight back and use her magic weapon, another bolt of lightning struck her. What's going on? The old woman was caught off guard and was a little dazed. The surging power of thunder continued to flow into her body, causing her to gradually lose the ability to mobilize her spiritual power. What's different about you? Boom. Are you different from them? Boom. Speak, how are you different from them? Boom. Thunderbolts kept falling on the old woman. Fang Chen also walked up to the old woman and looked at her. Her body was burnt black, there was not a single piece of good meat on her, her eyes were blank and she had completely lost her fighting power. The difference between you and them is that you come from the blood spirit cult, but they don't, right? This sentence made the old woman react a little. She finally came to her senses and looked at Fang Chen in horror. You, who are you? I can't even recognize the purple lightning talisman. It seems that the cultivators that the blood spirit cult has arranged in Daxia are not very powerful. Fang Chen whispered to himself. This is also good news. Why do you know? The old woman spoke with difficulty. Tell me, how many monks has your blood spirit sect arranged in Daxia? Fang Chen said lightly. You know I'm a monk of the blood spirit cult, how dare you attack me? There was a hint of resentment in the old woman's eyes. I am the one asking you the question now, not you asking me. If you don't answer, I don't mind sending you off now, but it would be a pity for your cultivation. Fang Chen smiled. The old woman was finally scared. The person in front of her didn't seem to be afraid of the existence of the blood spirit cult at all. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "The higher-ups only arranged for me to be here. Master Shui has died in my hands. If what you say is different from what he said, you will die." Fang Chen interrupted with a smile. The old woman looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Did Taoist Shui die at the hands of the other party? How could it be that which party targeted the blood spirit cult? She thought that the blood spirit cult was being targeted by some sect and was terrified. You only have one chance. Fang Chen smiled. The old woman was silent for a few breaths, then slowly said, "There are 7 of us in total." 7 people. Fang Chen remained calm, but his heart gradually became heavy. Where are they? What's their cultivation level? Also, why are you targeting Daxia? Guha, Longdu, Yizhou, Qingsong, are there any of your people? Fang Chen said lightly. If I tell you, will I be able to live? The old woman spoke with difficulty, her throat seemed to be smoking and painful as if it was cut by a knife. That's natural. Fang Chen said. Hey hey hey. The old woman suddenly laughed in a low voice, her eyes full of sarcasm. Do you really think I will believe you? If you tell me, not only will I die, but even my people will not be able to escape the fate of being exterminated. No matter who you are, since you dare to attack our blood spirit sect, just wait for death quietly. The power of our blood spirit sect is beyond your imagination. Would you rather die than tell me? Fang Chen frowned slightly. The old woman didn't say much, she just glared and a trickle of black blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Fang Chen went forward to check and found that she had lost her life and committed suicide. This blood spirit cult is really not simple. It can scare the people below so much that they would rather kill themselves than reveal more information. Fang Chen frowned, feeling a little sorry. This old woman obviously knew more, but it was a pity that she committed suicide. In this case, he could only start from Qin Dong. Sir, this guy is like a turtle. We can't kill him. Huang Sihai and Taima captured the 3rd-level Qi refining cultivator. They couldn't do anything to him, but he couldn't escape either, and was dragged in front of Fang Chen by the 2 of them. Sir, I admit defeat this time. Please let me live. The monk took one look at the old woman's corpse, his heart trembled slightly, and he quickly begged Fang Chen for mercy. Iron Horse, give me your sword. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Taima nodded slightly and handed the sword to Fang Chen. After taking the sword, Fang Chen's mind moved, and spiritual power suddenly gushed out and condensed on the sword body. Then he pierced the cultivator's heart with the sword. He looked down unwillingly, and then died. Taima and Huang Sihai were a little shocked. This person has a special magic weapon that can only be penetrated by spiritual power. Your internal energy is of little use in front of such a thing. Fang Chen smiled. Spiritual power. The 2 looked at each other. Although they were full of curiosity and confusion, they would not ask unless Fang Chen said anything. At this point, all 4 monks who were blocking the road were killed. Fang Chen searched their bodies for a while and finally obtained some spirit stones and 2 magic weapons. The magic weapons were obtained from the old woman and the 3rd-level Qi refining cultivator. In addition, he also obtained a Taoist book from the old woman, which detailed the practice method of fireball magic. Fang Chen asked the 2 to deal with the corpse, and then he continued to get on the carriage and return to Kyoto. Inside the car, Fang Chen counted the spirit stones. He now had more than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Then he picked up 2 more magic weapons to examine them. The magic weapon on the old woman was a scarecrow, about the size of a palm, with abundant spiritual power. 5 soul seals could be vaguely seen surrounding it. 5 soul seals represent a 5th-level Qi refining magic weapon, estimated to be worth 1 or 200 low-grade spirit stones. The other item was a jade pendant with only 3 soul seals surrounding it. Both magic weapons carry the aura of their former owners. Fang Chen cannot use them without refining them. Give it a try. Fang Chen decided to give it a try to see if he could erase the aura of their previous owner. An hour later. Fang Chen's spiritual power was exhausted, but the scarecrow still had the old woman's aura. He was not in a hurry and waited quietly for his spiritual power to return to its peak. Sure enough, the exhausted spiritual power quickly surged again, not only recovering to its peak but also increasing by a few points. Fang Chen continued to refine. One day later, the old woman's aura on the scarecrow completely disappeared, and was replaced by Fang Chen's aura, which had been refined by Fang Chen. After another day, the jade pendant was also refined by Fang Chen. He first tried the power of the jade pendant. When the spiritual power surged into it, his body was immediately covered by a layer of spiritual power barrier. In this state, as long as his spiritual power was not exhausted, it would not be easy for ordinary Qi refining level 3 or 4 to hurt him. The reason why the third-level Qi refining cultivator was easily killed by Fang Chen was that his spiritual power was almost exhausted by the beatings from Tai Ma and Huang Xihai. In the short term, this jade pendant can be considered a good transitional magic weapon. I don't know what use this scarecrow is. Fang Chen's mind moved, and spiritual power poured into the scarecrow. The next second, the scarecrow instantly transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man, half kneeling in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was slightly startled. He looked carefully and immediately found that the middle-aged man looked the same as described by Aunt Wu and Mr. Lu. He has a good aura and spiritual power, but he is not a cultivator, so he should not be able to perform any Taoist magic. The methods he uses are probably the same as those of a warrior, but his strength should be above that of a Danchi warrior, and he may have reached the earthly profound realm. Fang Chen looked the middle-aged man up and down, then said to the two people driving the car outside, "Stop for a moment." Tai Ma and Huang Xihai stopped the carriage immediately. When they saw a strange middle-aged man get off the carriage behind Fang Chen, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. "You two should spar with him." Fang Chen smiled. "The two of us?" Huang Xihai was slightly startled, then grinned and said, "Sir, I can do it alone. His body can't withstand the methods of me and Tai Ma." "Then you try it." Fang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. A few breaths later, Huang Xihai was knocked dozens of feet away by the middle-aged man's punch. He fell to the ground and was unable to get up for a long time. After he calmed down the surging blood in his body, he looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. "Let's join forces." Tai Ma narrowed his eyes slightly. Huang Xihai stopped being pretentious this time, and joined forces with Tai Ma to attack the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man's speed was extremely ghostly, and every punch and palm carried an overwhelming force. After only 5 or 6 moves, both of them were knocked away. "Prince, who is this?" Huang Xihai and Tai Ma were both surprised and shocked. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen withdrew his spiritual power in front of the two men. The middle-aged man instantly transformed into a scarecrow and flew into Fang Chen's hands. The two were even more shocked. Thinking of the talismans Fang Chen gave them, they were secretly shocked. In the past 5 years, their prince had actually mastered such miraculous skills. This scarecrow is a magic weapon. Its strength is above Dan Qi, and it can deal with monks. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Like the previous situation where the two men were unable to fight each other, the scarecrow could solve the problem easily. After all, he was also using spiritual power. "Sir, I have heard that there is a kind of people in this world whose methods are much stronger than those of warriors, like immortals on earth." Tai Ma looked strange. "Well, their path is different from that of warriors. They practice the way of immortals, so they are called monks." Fang Chen nodded. The two of them now understood completely that their prince had embarked on a completely different path, and they were not surprised but happy. "Prince, we will arrive in Daxia in half a day. Are you going back to Beijing directly?" The coachman took a look at the terrain, turned his head and asked. "Go back to Beijing directly?" Fang Chen's voice came from inside the car. Tai Ma nodded and was about to whip the horse when he suddenly felt the ground shaking. He couldn't help but frown slightly, as he was very familiar with the frequency of this vibration. There are cavalry, and the team is not small, at least more than 100 horses. Old Huang obviously noticed it, and his expression became serious. "This is the border, why are there cavalry? The world is in chaos, maybe it's bandits." Tai Ma said, "The prince is here today, so we should not meddle in other people's business and return to Kyoto as soon as possible." Lao Huang also thought it made sense, so the two of them spurred their horses and whipped their horses, speeding up. Unfortunately, the frequency of the vibrations was getting closer and closer, and soon, a large group of panicked figures appeared in their sight. The two looked at each other, then stopped the carriage and waited to see what would happen. The ones fleeing seemed to be a caravan, with a group of guards escorting several horse-drawn carriages full of goods as they sped away. At this moment, a team came up from behind, and an excited voice shouted, "Hurry up and give me the bow. I want to kill 100 people today." Immediately afterwards, an arrow was shot out and almost hit a fleeing guard. Longdu's cavalry. Tai Ma's face darkened. This was the border of Decia. How come we could see Longdu's cavalry? The direction they are coming from should be the hunting wilderness in Longdu. It seems that the nobles of Longdu are hunting our Daxia caravan. Old Huang's voice gradually became colder. "Prince," Tai Ma whispered. "You guys go and sort this out." Fang Chen's voice rang out. Seeing this, Tai Ma and Lao Huang immediately jumped off the carriage and rushed forward. As for Fang Chen's safety, they were not worried at all. In the void, Fang Chen's soul looked down from above, looking at the scene below with an indifferent expression. There were at least 100 cavalrymen on Longdu's side, guarding a luxurious chariot in the middle. On the chariot stood a young man from Longdu, about 17 or 18 years old. He held a bow and arrow, aiming at the Daxia caravan ahead with greed and excitement. It was obvious at first glance that this young man was a noble of Longdu. After all, in Longdu, only nobles could keep cavalry. The cultivation of these cavalrymen is also not weak. Each of them is at least a warrior in the middle stage of chi condensation. With a size of more than 100 people, they can be considered an elite team. The strength of the Daxia caravan was obviously much weaker. There were more than a dozen guards, and the highest one was only in the late chi condensation stage. At this moment, Lao Huang and Tai Ma had already arrived at the battlefield, and they rushed towards the Longdu cavalry head-on without hesitation. Etc. A voice was heard in the caravan, and the people who were running away stopped one after another, turned their heads to look at Lao Huang and Tai Ma, with a look of surprise on their faces. "Miss, let's run quickly. We will reach Daxia soon. A master from Daxia has come forward. We don't have to run anymore." A woman walked out of the carriage, looking calm and without any panic on her face. Her eyes fell on Tai Ma and Lao Huang. "Miss, there are only 2 of them. Even if they help, it is impossible." Before the maidservant beside the girl could finish her words, old Huang appeared like a god of war, spread his arms, and knocked the 2 cavalrymen to the ground with their horses. The sword on Tai Ma's side was also as fast as lightning, but in order to save his physical strength and internal energy, each sword only hit the vital points. In an instant, 5 or 6 Longdu cavalrymen were killed by their foreheads being pierced by his sword. So strong. The maid's mouth opened slightly, with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. The leader of the guards also rode his horse to the side of the woman, overjoyed. "Miss, that's great, these 2 are at least explosive warriors. The explosive warrior can fight against 100 at once. This is universally acknowledged. Do you recognize these 2? The woman said softly. The leader of the guard smiled bitterly and said, "Although there are not many explosive warriors in Daxia nowadays, I am only in the late stage of chi condensation, so I can't recognize these 2. Exploding anger is a threshold. Those who can cross this threshold can have a certain status in the underworld of Daxia and have their own circle. It is not easy for outsiders to get to know them. It doesn't matter. When this matter is over, I will go and thank you in person," the woman said. On the Longdu side, the young Longduman saw Lao Huang and Tai Ma suddenly appear and kill many of his subordinates, and he was immediately furious. "Kill them, kill them. How dare you spoil my fun? I'm going to use their heads as chamber pots today." Before he finished speaking, several figures suddenly flew out from the cavalry and attacked the 2 of them together. Internal energy gushed out around their bodies, and they were obviously explosive warriors. When the leader of the guards and the woman beside him saw this scene, their expressions suddenly froze. Explosive warrior. What is the origin of this dragon cavalry? Why is there an angry warrior in it? "Miss, that young man must be a noble of Longdu country, and his status is not low. He has more than one explosive warrior as his follower, so he must be at least a viscount. The guard leader looked solemn. Viscount. This is already a high title in the kingdom of Longdu. Longdu is different from other countries. Although the royal family is in charge there, it is actually composed of fiefs of various nobles. Starting from the baron, every noble has his own fiefdom and his own laws. It can be said that the nobles of Longdu Kingdom are actually the emperors of their own fiefdoms. Miss, let's run away. The maid turned pale with fright. People fought for us, but we ran away. The woman shook her head slightly, then said to the guard leader, "You take them away, I'll stay here." "That won't do. I took your money and I have to send you back to Daxia safely. How can you leave without permission?" The guard leader refused immediately. But the other guards refused to accept this. They looked at each other, then abandoned everyone and fled on horseback. "You bastards!" The leader of the guards immediately cursed. At this moment, he turned his head and saw that several of Longdu's explosive warriors were killed on the spot by Lao Huang and Tai Ma. One of them was even punched dozens of feet away by Lao Huang, and was silent after landing on the ground. Both he and the woman had looks of astonishment on their faces. The rest of the caravan members who did not escape looked at this scene in disbelief, their expressions becoming extremely excited. They were really saved. "Damn it! Kill them and don't let them get close to me." The young noble was a little panicked and shouted loudly. Countless cavalrymen rushed towards the two men, but in the eyes of Lao Huang and Tai Ma, they were slaughtered at will. Most of them died in a few hits, and the rest gathered around the young men, looking nervous and panicked. The transition from hunters to being hunted made them feel a little confused for a moment. "You are a noble of Longdu country, what title?" Tai Ma looked at the young man and said calmly, "Damn de Xia Wufu." The young noble stared at the iron horse, cursed in his heart, and then said with a cold face, "I am Zhou Xiu, Viscount Longdu. Last name Zhou. This is one of the big surnames in Longdu Kingdom." Tai Ma and Lao Huang looked at each other, then asked coldly, "Why are you hunting down our great Xia caravan? He's just a lowly person, just kill him. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Zhou Xiu said coldly, "I came to your great Xia this time to marry the 6th princess of Great Xia. You have no right to interfere in my affairs." "Marry the 6th princess?" Tai Ma and Lao Huang were slightly stunned. In the sky, Fang Chen's face darkened. It seemed that the emperor of Daxia was preparing to form an alliance with the Longdu Kingdom, hoping to use this to mediate with Qingsong. The caravan in the distance also heard Zhou Xiu's words, and the expressions of the guard leader and the woman became extremely solemn. The other party is actually the prince consort chosen by Daxia. If one considers Viscount Longdu's identity, Zhou Xiu cannot be touched. If something happens, I'm afraid they will also be implicated. What should I do? The leader of the guards showed a wry smile on his face. At this moment, a group of knights suddenly galloped from the direction of Daxia and soon arrived in front of everyone. They are soldiers from Daxia. The caravan was somewhat excited. This group of Daxia cavalrymen were dressed in military uniforms, with swords on their waists, and were well equipped. The leading officers exuded an awe-inspiring aura from head to toe. Next to the soldiers, there was a young man with a jade-like face and several scholars dressed in Longdu Kingdom costumes. When they saw Zhou Xiu, they all showed joy on their faces. "Brother Zhou, I am here to greet you on the orders of the Crown Prince." The young man shouted. He was none other than the son of the Minister of Rites, Tao Yu, a famous talent in the capital of Daxia. Several of the Longdu country's scholars around him are also famous figures in Kyoto. "Tao Yu, you came at the right time. These two Daxia warriors killed nearly half of my men. What do you think we should do about this?" When Zhou Xiu saw the people coming, he was immediately overjoyed, and then pointed at Tai Ma and Huang Sihai and scolded them. The caravan was stunned. They thought that the appearance of Daxia's soldiers would bring a turn for the better, but they actually came to welcome the Viscount of Longdu Kingdom. What? There is such a thing? Tao Yu was immediately furious, and he looked at Tai Ma and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you attack my distinguished guest from Daxia? General Yuan, please arrest them and bring them before the Crown Prince to face the charges." "Yes." General Yuan nodded coldly, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. He was startled and stared at Huang Sihai in disbelief. General Yuan. Tao Yu couldn't help but urge. Master Tao, something is wrong. General Yuan whispered solemnly. What's wrong? Tao Yu frowned. That man is Huang Sihai, one of the 4 dragon generals. He should have been imprisoned in Dahua Temple. General Yuan pointed at Huang Sihai. What? Huang Sihai. Tao Yu was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his eyes and finally recognized Huang Sihai's identity. His expression changed several times. Zhou Xiao and the caravan seemed to have noticed something, and their eyes all fell on Huang Sihai. Yuan Jing, I heard that after the 3 Realms Mountain, you became a guard for the Crown Prince. It seems like you are living a pretty good life. Huang Sihai grinned. I have met General Huang. I haven't seen him for 5 years. General Huang is the same as before. Yuan Jing clasped his fists with a complicated expression. 5 years ago, he was a member of Huang Sihai's team. He is also a member of Fang Chen's command. However, after the Battle of Sanjia Mountain ended 5 years ago, the Fang party was disbanded, and Fang Chen's subordinates also dispersed and joined other factions, and he was one of them. Those who did not surrender almost never had a good ending, just like Huang Sihai, who was imprisoned for 5 years. Don't waste your time talking nonsense. I'm going to kill this guy today. Do you want to stop me? Huang Sihai pointed at Zhou Xiao and said coldly. Tao Yu, who is this person? Zhou Xiao shouted in shock and anger. The caravan was also full of curiosity. It seemed that these 2 people were of distinguished status, otherwise the general of Daxia would not have shown such an expression. He is just a defeated general, one of the 4 dragon generals under Fang Chen. Tao Yu glanced at Huang Sihai and suddenly snorted with disdain. 4 dragon generals under Fang Chen. Everyone was slightly surprised. The caravan's guard leader and the woman both showed horror on their faces. They never expected that the ones who would intercept their pursuers would be the legendary 4 dragon generals. Zhou Xiao was also startled, but he immediately realized that Fang Chen was no longer the Fang Chen he used to be. With his status and position, there was no need to be afraid. I wonder who it is. No wonder he is so arrogant. Why didn't your master come out today? How dare a dog without a master show off in front of me? Zhou Xiao insulted Huang Sihai, and then said to Tao Yu and others, he killed so many of my people. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will not enter your daxia. By the way, tell your emperor that forget about the marriage. If Qingsong goes after you, I won't help you. Tao Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately said to Yuan Jing, General Yuan, I order you to quickly capture them. These 2 people have already affected the relationship between our daxia and Longdu. Their crimes are unforgivable. Master Tao, I am only in the late stage of qi explosion. General Huang's strength is comparable to that of a qi-controlling warrior. I am afraid that we cannot defeat him with such a small number of people. Yuan Jing smiled bitterly. Tao Yu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn Wu Fu. Yuan Jing's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Tao Yu looked at Huang Sihai and said in a deep voice, Huang Sihai, what you have done has endangered the relationship between Daxia and Longdu. I hope you will lay down your weapons and surrender. Where did I get the weapon? Huang Sihai looked at his empty hands and couldn't help laughing. Tao Yu's expression changed slightly, just surrender, don't talk nonsense. You are not qualified to ask me to surrender. This guy treats us, the people of Daxia, as prey and hunts and kills us at will. What do you think should be done with him? Huang Sihai pointed at Zhou Xiaodao. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. In fact, they had already noticed the caravan not far away, and they all knew Zhou Xiao's temper, but there was no need to bring such a small matter to the table. Once this matter reaches Daxia, someone will naturally investigate it. You are just an ordinary citizen and have no right to interfere in this matter. Tao Yu said coldly. Did you hear that? Even if your master came, he wouldn't be able to deal with me. Besides, I only killed some lowly people. Your emperor knows about this, but he won't embarrass me because of it. I hope you two can be more sensible. Zhou Xiu sneered repeatedly. Sir, how should this matter be handled? Huang Xihai ignored Zhou Xiu and saluted towards a lonely carriage not far away. Prince. Everyone's expression changed suddenly. The caravan's guard leader looked at the woman and then took a breath of cold air. Could it be that Fang Chen is here today? Everyone stared at the carriage. Tao Yu was a little nervous. Yu Wenjing had cold sweat on his forehead. Zhou Xiu's expression changed again and again. A few breaths later, a figure walked out of the carriage. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help but gasp. It was really Fang Chen. Miss, is this really the god of military affairs Fang? How can he be so young? The caravan's maid was trembling with nervousness and subconsciously grabbed the woman's sleeve. Fang Chen was only 18 5 years ago, and now he is only 23, so he is naturally very young. The woman tried to calm herself, but her trembling voice betrayed her current mood. Nothing will happen today. The leader of the guards breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of this young military god will naturally prevent the people of Dexia from being bullied by the Longdu kingdom. Fang Chen walked to Huang Xihai and Taima, and smiled at Yu Wenjing who was not far away. Yu Wenjing, long time no see. Yu Wenjing suddenly dismounted and half knelt on the ground. Yu Wenjing greets the prince. The soldiers he brought with him dared not stay on their horses and dismounted to salute. This suddenly made Tao Yu and the others feel a little awkward. It was not right to dismount, and it was not right not to dismount. I am now a commoner, why should General Yuan show such great courtesy? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yu Wenjing's expression changed continuously. He stood up silently, and a bitter smile gradually appeared on his face. Fang Chen, you're here just in time. Tao Yu gritted his teeth and said, Viscount Zhou Xiu is a noble of Longdu country and the son-in-law appointed by the emperor. There are some misunderstandings between him and your subordinates today. You are here to resolve them. Misunderstanding. This guy treated my people of Daxia as pigs, sheep, cattle, and dogs and slaughtered them. You say this is a misunderstanding. Fang Chen smiled. Fang Chen, do you really want to make trouble with me because of these lowly people? Zhou Xiu said in a deep voice. This is Daxia. Daxia has no nobles, only honorable men. There is a difference between the two. The reason why honorable men are honorable men is that they are supported by the people of Daxia. Without them, these honorable men are nothing. Fang Chen looked at Zhou Xiu and said with a faint smile, You have made a big mistake if you regard this place as Longdu and the people of Daxia as pariahs in your fiefdom that you can slaughter at will. There's no difference between the two. Zhou Xiu snorted coldly, Just tell me how you plan to appease me. Many of my men have died. A few words of apology are useless. After a pause, he said, I really have to turn around and go back to Longdu. Your emperor will definitely hold you accountable. I hope you can consider the overall situation and not ruin the relationship between your Daxia and Longdu for the sake of a few lives. That's right. Viscount Zhou is a noble of our Longdu. I hope that military god Fang will handle this impartially. We Longdu have always hoped that Daxia and Qingsong could live in peace and avoid war. Military god Fang would not want to see us Longdu stand on Qingsong's side, right? Several scholars from Longdu Kingdom also spoke up, with threats hidden in their words. Fang Chen, you have to put the overall situation first. Tao Yu said in a deep voice. When the caravan heard these words, their expressions turned pale. This issue was indeed related to the relationship between countries. Things are getting a little difficult to handle. How many of you died? Fang Chen suddenly looked towards the caravan. The guard leader and the woman were slightly startled. They didn't expect that Fang Chen would talk to them. The woman gathered her courage, calmed herself down, and saluted. I am Fang Qingyao, I have met with the military god Fang. The caravan suffered few casualties, only 2 servants and 3 guards died. I see. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Zhou Xiu, the lives of our people in Daxia are 10 times more valuable than yours. If one dies, 10 lives will be paid for it. Tai Ma and Huang Xihai understood Fang Chen's intention and suddenly took action, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing all the people Zhou Xiulai brought with him. Yuan Jing and others only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to take action at all. Not to mention that Fang Chen was there. Even if Fang Chen was not there, it would take courage for them to fight with Wang Sihai. He could not forget that at the Three Realms Mountain, Wang Sihai was surrounded by 1,000 wolf soldiers, his body covered in blood, and he killed 100 of the other wolf soldiers before he was seriously injured and defeated. The cavalry he brought were not enough for Wang Sihai to defeat with one hand. Tao Yu and the other scholars from Longdu Kingdom looked extremely ugly. The caravan looked at the scene in shock. Zhou Xiu couldn't believe it. He pointed at Fang Chen with his lips trembling. Quite a while. All the people Zhou Xiu brought have died. Fang Chen smiled and said to Tao Yu, since the emperor has taken a liking to him, I will consider the overall situation and you can take him away. Thank you, Lord Fang. Tao Yu gritted his teeth and didn't dare to say much at this moment. He quickly took people to pick up Zhou Xiu, who had a dazed look on his face. He didn't dare to stay here for long, for fear that Fang Chen would go back on his word. Leave. Fang Chen smiled at Tai Ma and the other men, then walked back to the carriage. Seeing this, Fang Qingyao gritted her teeth, ran to the carriage alone, and said respectfully, Qingyao thanks the military god Fang for saving my life. Which chamber of commerce are you from? Fang Chen's voice rang out. Fang Qingyao said quickly, my Qinjiatang is affiliated with Longting Chamber of Commerce. Qinjiatang. Are you in the medicinal materials business? Exactly. Fang Qingyao nodded quickly. Well, Longdu is indeed rich in medicinal herbs. If you hadn't brought them back in batches, the price of medicinal herbs in Daxia would have remained high. Fang Chen smiled and said, be more careful next time. After saying that, Fang Chen ordered Taima and Wang Sihai to continue driving the carriage, and gradually disappeared from Fang Qingyao's sight. Miss, did you just talk to Fang Juanshen? Fang Qingyao's maid ran over quickly, looking excited. That's right. Military god Fang asked us to be more careful in the future and praised us, saying that if we hadn't brought back the herbs in batches, the price of herbs in Daxia would have remained high. A smile appeared on Fang Qingyao's face. The maid looked envious. The head of the guard came on horseback and said, Manager Fang, let's not delay any longer and enter Daxia first. Fang Qingyao nodded slightly, then whispered to herself, this batch of medicinal materials will be sent to Kyoto. I don't know if I will meet Fang Juanshen again. Daxia Kyoto. It took Fang Chen 7 days to go back and forth this time, but he gained a lot. Not only did he eliminate a cultivator from the blood spirit sect, he also obtained the spiritual materials needed to make talismans. Hundreds of low-grade spirit stones and 2 magic weapons. Fang Juanshen, you don't keep your word. Goddess Xiao waited for 7 days and finally saw Fang Chen. A look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on her face. Why don't I keep my word? Fang Chen smiled. You left the Fang mansion for 7 days. Sugu said you went on an outing, but I'm afraid that's not the case. I hope you can take me to find out the situation behind that Taoist. Goddess Xiao said in a deep voice. I already know that they are indeed hunting you down. Their purpose in killing you is very simple. They want to stir up a dispute between Qingsong and Daxia, and then they will reap the benefits. Fang Chen smiled and said, what you need to do now is to hide in the Fang mansion and not be discovered by them. If they succeed, not only will the casualties be for our Daxia soldiers, but you Qingsong will also suffer heavy losses. Goddess Xiao was stunned. What is their purpose? What benefit can they get from the confrontation between Qingsong and Daxia? Goddess Xiao's eyes turned serious. I thought Qingsong's attack on Daxia was just a normal process of the survival of the fittest, but now I suddenly know that there is a force interfering and deliberately pushing this matter. Isn't Qingsong a pawn of others? Are the senior management of Qingsong aware of this matter? All kinds of doubts came to my mind. You just need to stay quiet. Fang Chen said calmly, you don't need to interfere with the rest of the matter. Before Goddess Xiao could speak, Fang Chen had already turned and left. She wanted to chase him but was stopped by Su Go. Goddess Xiao, the prince has given you enough patience. Don't irritate him again. It will not do you any good. Su Go grinned. You guys plan to keep me under house arrest like this? Goddess Xiao frowned. The prince said that if you are willing to leave, you can. Suga made way, we won't stop you. Goddess Xiao suddenly fell silent. Since you don't plan to leave, then stay here. Suga smiled, with a hint of sneer in his eyes. Nightfall. Fang Chen ground cinnabar, and then used a brush containing spiritual power to make a purple lightning talisman on the yellow talisman paper, which was also not an ordinary paper. The spiritual power is depleted faster, but it has also become more stable. As expected, using these instruments that contain spiritual power is beneficial for making talismans. A smile appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. Previously, he had used ordinary tools. When the spiritual power was infused into the brush, it felt a bit disobedient and a talisman would be ruined if he was not careful. Now this feeling has been reduced a lot. The only difference is that the spiritual power is consumed faster, but the power of the successfully made purple lightning talisman will also be increased accordingly. Next, Fang Chen's spiritual power would be exhausted every hour, until the early morning, when he had produced 8 purple lightning talismans. His spiritual power was exhausted 7 or 8 times, and each time it recovered it would increase a little. When the golden crow rose, the surrounding spiritual power suddenly gathered into Fang Chen's body. These spiritual powers condensed madly, and soon, Fang Chen had another immortal vein in his body. The total amount of his spiritual power at this moment was more than 4 or 5 times that of the original one. Is this the third level of qi refining? Fang Chen felt the changes brought about by the increase in his cultivation, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He had not made such progress when he first practiced martial arts. Obviously, a majestic soul is indeed helpful for the practice of immortality, and no wonder Senior Yunha would like him. I don't know if I will have the chance to see that fairy again in the future. I also don't know if it was she who helped me improve my soul, or if it was because of some special reason. Fang Chen thought secretly. Although he lost his sight and became blind, the benefits of all this were obvious. The Crown Prince, Gu He, Long Du, and the scholars from Yizhou are shouting and cursing at the door. Su Ji's voice sounded outside the door, clearly with a hint of anger. Why? Fang Chen pushed the door open and walked out, smiling faintly. It is said that the prince slaughtered the cavalry attendants of the Longdu nobles for no reason. Suga said angrily. Oh, Zhou Xiu came to Beijing today, right? Haha, it seems he is still unwilling to give up and plans to use this opportunity to cause me some trouble. Fang Chen smiled. After a pause, he asked, what's the situation outside now? The second master is cursing outside, but there are too many of them, and they are well educated. Sometimes I can hardly understand what they are saying. Suga said. Go out and take a look. Fang Chen smiled. How could his second uncle be a match for that group of scholars? He must have been scolded a lot. In front of the gate of Fang Mansion. The guards tightly protected Fang Tsangyu and glared at the scholars from the 3 kingdoms nearby, but their physical bodies were obviously unable to withstand the mental attacks of this group of scholars. Daxia is a country of etiquette, but your Fang family has really gone too far. A group of warriors are arrogant and slaughter the knights and attendants of our viscount at will. Hurry up and call Fang Chen out to give us an explanation. Fang Chen, don't be a coward. Since you've done it, don't be afraid to admit it. If we don't get an explanation today, we will go to the palace and file a complaint. I want to see if the warriors in your Fang Mansion are capable of covering the sky with one hand. Daxia is being harmed by people like you. Everyone was talking in rapid succession, mixing in some of their own country's slang and dialect from time to time, and Fang Tsangyu turned pale. He wanted to speak, but before he could say anything, he was retorted by the other party. The people of Daxia who were around looked strange when they saw this. What they heard was that Fang Chen slaughtered the knights and attendants of Viscount Longdu for no reason, so they didn't dare to speak at this moment. After all, the level of this matter has risen to the diplomacy between the 2 countries. There were also some scholars from Daxia Kyoto in the crowd who were also condemning Fang Chen's actions, but their tone was slightly more polite. At least, they dare not insult openly. I am so angry. How can these damn scribes be so good at talking? Fang Tsanyu's face turned pale with anger, and he wished he could jump out of his wheelchair immediately and give each of them a big bow. Shut your mouth. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Everyone shut up subconsciously. Fang Chen brought Sugu to the gate of the mansion and looked at the scholars from the 4 countries around him calmly. You come to the gate of our mansion so early in the morning to make noises. What do you mean? In the crowd, Long Huixin said coldly, Fang Chen, you killed the knights of Longdu country, you need to give us an explanation. You can kill the knights of Longdu country today, but will we, the people of Guha and Izhou, be slaughtered at Bai Yu in the future? Good. Miss Long is absolutely right. Everyone agreed. A Daxia scholar also clasped his fists and said, Military Master Fang, this matter involves the diplomacy of the 2 countries. If it is not handled properly, it will bring great trouble to Daxia. I hope that Military Master Fang can give everyone an explanation. Explanation. What do you want to explain? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Everyone was slightly stunned. Yes, what kind of explanation should Fang Chen give? Long Huixin said, I hope you can go to Longdu Pavilion and apologize in person, and then let the laws of Daxia decide what you have to say. Iron Horse, this woman slaps her in the face. Fang Chen smiled. Yes. A figure appeared in front of Long Huixin like a ghost, carrying her with 10 big bidu in his hands. Everyone was stunned. Fang Sangyo was shocked. Although he really wanted to do this, wouldn't this make the Fang family the target of public criticism? Chenner, you need to calm down. Fang Sangyu said in a low voice. Uncle, we are warriors. Why would we talk to these scholars? You should have sent people to chase them away just now. Fang Chen smiled. Is it possible to do this? Fang Sangyu was slightly stunned. Why not? Fang Chen smiled. Tai Ma had already beaten Long Huixin. Long Huixin's hair was disheveled and she hadn't recovered from the shock yet. When she felt the pain on her cheek, she screamed and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Square. A scholar from the ancient river kingdom was furious. Slap your face. Yes. The anger in the heart of the scholar from Guha kingdom was instantly suppressed by a dozen slaps. You. Slap your face. Yes. You. Slap your face. Soon, all the scholars who wanted to be the first to stand out were beaten black and blue. This also included scholars from Daxia. Everyone glared at Fang Chen angrily, wishing they could rush over and tear him to pieces alive. Fang Chen smiled and said, I am just a warrior. Why are you trying to reason with me? If you do it again, I will not only slap you in the face, but at least you will have to spare one leg. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Was the other party really so unscrupulous? Are you still not leaving? Fang Chen smiled. The scholars from various countries knew that they would not be able to get anything good today, so they turned around and left without saying anything else. Before leaving, Long Huixin touched her cheek and turned to look at Fang Chen, the hatred in her eyes almost solidified. Prince, why don't you tell them what Zhou Xiu did? Taima whispered. Them. Fang Chen smiled and asked, is it suitable? Taima nodded. Since the prince said they were not worthy, then this group of people were not worthy. Chenner, how did you provoke the knights of Longdu Kingdom again when you went out this time? Fang Sangyu was a little curious. Fang Chen roughly recounted the incident. When Fang Sangyu heard what Zhou Xiu had done, he flew into a rage. If I had known this would happen, I would have ordered people to beat these guys up. Just then, a figure quietly approached the crowd. What do you want? Fang Chen looked at the person who came and smiled faintly. The visitor was Yuan Yu, a constable under Yuan Zhuang. Prince, my cousin is missing. Yuan Yu looked anxious. Fang Chen frowned slightly, gone. What kind of gone? Since we detained the 2 that day, he didn't come to Dahua Temple to report the next day. I thought he was investigating something in private, but after waiting for a few days, he didn't show up. His parents even came to me. Yuan Yu whispered. Don't worry, come in. Fang Chen nodded slightly, turned and entered the Fang mansion. Yuan Yu felt a little uneasy. She had a hunch that something must have happened in Yuan Zhuang, and it was because of the case she and Fang Chen investigated a few days ago. Lobby. Yuan Yu looked anxious, but she saw Fang Chen just closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart. After waiting for a while, she saw that Fang Chen still didn't move. She finally lost her patience and whispered. God Fang, my cousin got into trouble because of that case. No matter what, you shouldn't ignore it. Detective Yuan, the prince is thinking, don't worry. Sugu said. Think? What is there to think about? In Yuan Yu's opinion, what Fang Chen needs to do is to use his connections to send people to look for Yuan Zhuang's whereabouts. No matter whether the person is dead or alive, he will find him first. She didn't know that at this moment Fang Chen's soul had already appeared above Kyoto, and the next moment it turned into a residual image, patrolling in Kyoto at an extremely fast speed. Kyoto is very large, and using ordinary means to find a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, with Fang Chen's carpet search and the special ability of his soul to pass through walls, it is not too difficult to find a person, unless the other person has left Kyoto. Half an hour later, Fang Chen's spirit appeared at the inner city sword guard station. Some of the sword guards, who held high positions, were reviewing cases at the desks, while others were walking in the corridors. They came in and out and looked very busy and orderly. Unlike the garrisons in the outer city, the garrisons in the inner city have no less than 12,000 household officers, but most of them are civilian officials and do not lead troops under their command. Above the 1,000 household officer is the pacification envoy. The power held by the pacification commissioner is much greater than that of the Qianhu. He can transfer the sword guards at any time and order the arrest of criminals at any time. He can also detain the criminals directly without the need for interrogation in the Dahua temple. There was a private prison deep inside the garrison. Yuan Zhuang was tied to a wooden stake, covered in blood. In front of him stood 2 captains of the Handao Guard, who were preparing to torture him for the next round. Sir Yuan, I advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, if you enter our garrison, even if you get out alive, I'm afraid it will not be complete. It will be unlikely for you to work in Dahua Temple again. A captain of the sword guard looked at the red-hot iron in his hand and said lightly. What do I confess? Yuan Zhuang tried his best to open his swollen eyes and stared at the other party. I, Yuan Zhuang, have a clear conscience and have never bent the law for personal gain. Why do you, the sword guards, arrest me? After a pause, he said, the emperor has already issued an order that criminal cases in the inner city should first be handled by the Dahua Temple and then by the Ministry of Justice. You, the sword guards, have long lost the right to enforce the law in the inner city, not to mention that I am still the Chief Justice of Dahua Temple. Although my official rank is low, I am still an official. You are breaking the law knowingly, and you should be beheaded. Another captain sneered, it seems that Lord Yuan is still stubborn. Although we, the sword guards, have been impeached and suppressed by the officials, don't forget that we are still working for the emperor. If we can capture you, why would we be afraid of you? Your Majesty. Yuan Zhuang's expression paused slightly. Tell me, why did you and Fang Chen go to the outer city to investigate the case? The captain holding the branding iron said calmly, if you don't speak, I will seal your mouth with it, and you will never speak again. Your methods are too cruel. Yuan Zhuang was terrified. The other party was going to seal his mouth with a branding iron. Would he be able to see people after this? As long as you confess, we are colleagues. Why would we hurt you? The centurion laughed. I have explained everything I should have explained. I was just accompanying the military god Fang to the outer city for a tour and accidentally encountered this incident. What else do you want me to explain? Yuan Zhuang said indignantly. The 2 centurions looked at each other, and one of them said coldly, I know you are investigating the disappearance case of the Minister of Right's residence. Tell us how much you know about this case. Could it be that you, the sword guards, are involved in this case? I knew it. No wonder the guy named Su from the outer city would protect Mr. Liu. Were those missing people captured by you? Yuan Zhuang said angrily. We are the ones asking you questions, not you asking us. The captain holding the branding iron turned cold and immediately pressed the iron on Yuan Zhuang's chest. Sizzle. A puff of white smoke came out. Yuan Zhuang was shaking with pain and beads of cold sweat kept breaking out. However, he no longer had the strength to howl and could only hum weakly a few times. After being tortured for several days in a row, even his iron will was about to be broken by the other party, but he knew that the other party must have other purposes in capturing him. Of course, he couldn't tell these two guys that it was Fang Chen who took the initiative to ask him to lead the investigation in this case. In his heart, he could only pin his hopes of escaping on Fang Chen. Mr. Fang is a very good predictor. I have been missing for so many days, Yuan, you should have found me by now. He should also be able to find me soon. Just be patient for a while. Yuan Zhuang comforted himself in this way. If he hadn't comforted himself, he would have collapsed long ago. Tell me, how much does Lord Fang know about this matter? The captain holding the branding iron said coldly. Kill me if you have the guts, but remember to dispose of my body cleanly. If Fang Juanchen finds out about this, none of you will survive. Yuan Zhuang grinned and spat a mouthful of blood. Don't you see who you are fighting against? Fang Jun's divine power has been restored, and he even burned down the Qingsong Superior Hall. What do you think of your hand away? The captain holding the branding iron was immediately furious. Just as he was about to put the branding iron on Yuan Zhuang's mouth, he was stopped by another captain. Don't be too extreme. What he said does make sense. The centurion lowered his voice. Although Fang Chen is northwest longer in the court and has no soldiers under his command, his methods have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even the sword guards are wary of him. Even though the tiger is dead, its power remains. What's more, the tiger is not dead yet. The two men exchanged a few words and then left the prison. Outside, stood a young man in a black cloak. Envoy Lu, what this person said is the same as a few days ago, there is no difference. The two said respectfully. Continue the interrogation. Envoy Lu said calmly. At the same time, in the front hall of the Fang mansion, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and said to Yuan Yu, who looked anxious, Master Yuan is in the Handao guard station. Come with me to pick him up. Yuan Yu showed a look of astonishment on her face and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. The other party just closed his eyes and thought for nearly an hour, and he knew the whereabouts of her cousin. Master Fang, is my cousin really in the sword guard? Yuan Yu found it hard to believe. The prince said he was here, so he was here. Sugu smiled faintly and said, don't question everything the prince said. Even if Lord Yuan was not here before, he will be here now. Yuan Yu glanced at Sugu and her expression became increasingly strange, but Fang Chen had already stood up and walked out, so she didn't dare to say much and quickly followed him. The Fang mansion was close to the imperial city and not far from the Handao guard station. It took them about a cup of tea to reach the gate of the station. Coincidentally, they met a group of officials from the Dahua temple. The leader was Zhao Sixing, several Siji, and dozens of constables under his command. They were slightly startled when they saw Yuan Yu, and then saw Fang Chen, and shock appeared on their faces. How could a newly recruited constable get together with Fang Juanchen? Many people began to speculate, and some people were examining themselves to see if they had offended Yuan Yu during this period. Fang Juanchen. Zhao Sixing saluted politely with his fists clasped. It turned out to be Zhao Sixing. Fang Chen smiled and asked, what is the purpose of Zhao Sixing's visit here? I am ashamed to say that one of my officers suddenly disappeared. After a few days of investigation, I found out that he might be in the guard post, so I wanted to visit him and ask him about it. Zhao Sixing Deo. Fang Chen nodded slightly. In the eyes of everyone, the two seemed to have met by chance on the road and had a casual conversation. In fact, after seeing Fang Chen, Zhao Sixing had already confirmed that Yuan Zhuang was indeed in the guard post. There was a trace of shock in Yuan Yu's eyes. She recognized Zhao Sixing, her boss's boss. When she heard that Zhao Sixing also came here to find Yuan Zhuang, she was a little shocked. So, Fang Chen did guess Yuan Zhuang's whereabouts after closing his eyes and thinking. What was he thinking? Isn't it too scary? At this time, a captain of the garrison came out and snorted impatiently at Zhao Sixing, we don't have the person you are looking for in our garrison. How can the Siji of Dahua Temple be in the garrison? Go look somewhere else. Sir, I did hear that Yuan Siji is in your garrison. To see if there is any misunderstanding, why don't you let me meet your captain? Zhao Sixing said politely. What? I'm just a commoner, so I'm not qualified to talk to you. The other party said bluntly, if you want to see the captain, you should also look at your own identity. It is not so easy to see the captain of the sword guard. I've already said that if the person is not with us, don't waste your time. Don't stand here and leave quickly. The other party waved his hands as if he was shooing away a fly. Asiji was furious when he saw that a mere centurion dared to be so rude to Zhao Sixing, and said, "How arrogant you are. This is Zhao Sixing of our Dahua temple. He is a higher official than you, how dare you be so rude?" The centurion suddenly smiled and glanced at the Siji, Sixing. "Haha, in the past 10 years, I have seen quite a few vice ministers of various ministries. Some generals have also been submissive in our guards. Is the Sixing officer of Dahua temple very important? It seems that he is only a 5th rank official. You are already 2 levels higher than me. Don't think that you, the sword guards, don't take others lightly just because you have arrested many criminals. We don't have any evidence against you. If you don't hand over Master Yuan today, we won't leave." The CG said in a deep voice. "How dare someone cause trouble in front of the sword guard station? Show. Those people are from Dahua temple." "Oh, that's no wonder. However, compared with the sword guards, the Dahua temple is still far behind. Why are they so competitive?" Many passers-by stopped to watch, pointing and whispering. The captain of the Handao guard felt humiliated and immediately became angry. He turned around and shouted, "The guys from Dahua temple are causing trouble here. Brothers, arrest them all." With this shout, a large group of fierce sword guards rushed out and immediately wanted to arrest Zhao Sixing and others. The CG and constables under Zhao Sixing were not willing to be outdone, and the two sides wrestled with each other, punching and kicking each other. Zhao Sixing kept a sullen face and said nothing. After about 10 breaths, he shouted coldly, "Stop it, everyone." Upon hearing this, CG and the constables stopped their attacks, but the Handao guards had no intention of stopping. Zhao Sixing sneered and struck out with a palm. The surging internal energy turned into a palm print, which immediately knocked one of the fierce sword guards away. The other fierce sword guards stopped because they saw that Zhao Sixing's cultivation had reached the level of explosive energy. If they take action again, they will gain nothing. "You, the Dahua temple, are so arrogant that you dare to touch the tiger's butt and even dare to injure one of my 100 households." An angry shout was heard, and a figure rushed out from the guard post, swinging a knife and slashing at Zhao Sixing. The internal energy wrapped around the blade, making a thunderous sound that seemed to tear the air apart. Zhao Sixing's expression froze. The person who attacked him was in the middle stage of explosiveness, while he was only in the early stage, so it was difficult for him to take the blow. "Sugu." Fang Chen said lightly. "Yes." Sugu chuckled and slashed at the opponent with his sword. The power of his sword was several times stronger than the opponent's sword. With just one sword, he knocked the fierce sword guard in the middle stage of explosive energy back dozens of feet. "Niu Qianhu." The sword guards cried out in surprise. "Wind and Cloud Sword Sugu." Captain Niu was shocked and angry. When he saw Fang Chen next to Sugu, his expression changed drastically. He pushed away the sword guard who was trying to support him, walked quickly to the door and saluted Fang Chen with a fist. "Niu Ju, captain of the sword guards, greets the military god Fang. Fang Juanshan." This even shocked the fierce sword guards, and passers-by looked sideways, only then did they notice that Fang Chen was also present, and their expressions became very strange. "You look familiar." Fang Chen smiled faintly. "Military Master Fang, I once served in the army and had the honor of following you in a battle." Niu Ju looked a little excited, and his voice trembled a little. When the fierce sword guards around saw Niu Ju's demeanor, they all showed surprise on their faces. You know, among the guards in the inner city, Niu Ju was the captain with the most bad temper. Even when facing the two pacification envoys in front of him, he spoke with full energy, but now his voice was trembling. "I see." Fang Chen smiled and nodded, and said to Niu Ju, "One of Zhao Sixing's men from Dahua temple has disappeared. We found out that he is in your guard post. What do you think?" "Dahua temple." Niu Ju looked strange and glanced at Zhao Sixing. "Why would our guards attack people from Dahua temple for no reason? What is the name of the missing person? Let me see if I remember it." Yuan Zhuang, I am the Chief Justice under your command. Zhao Sixing Dao. I don't have any impression. Do you have any? Niu Ju looked at the fierce sword guards around him, and they all shook their heads, saying that they had no impression of him. Let's go in and take a look first. Fang Chen smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Please come in, Lord Fang. Niu Ju reacted and nodded repeatedly. As soon as Fang Chen and others entered the guard post, they immediately attracted all kinds of prying eyes, which were full of surprise, shock, curiosity, and fear. Niu Ju led the people all the way to the front hall, and then immediately ordered his men to check the case files to see if Yuan Zhuang, the chief judge of Dahua Temple, had been arrested in the past few days. Military God Fang, if Lord Yuan is really in the garrison, we will know it soon. Niu Ju was very respectful in front of Fang Chen. Thank you, Mr. Niu. Fang Chen smiled faintly and nodded. Yuan Yu became more and more anxious. She was afraid that Yuan Zhuang would not be here in the end. If even Fang Chen and Zhao Sixing could not find Yuan Zhuang's whereabouts, then Yuan Zhuang's life or death would be really unpredictable. After a while, a captain hurried in and said, Captain Niu, I have checked the case files and found that no Dahua Temple Siji has been arrested during this period. How come? Yuan Yu looked pale. This. Niu Ju looked at Fang Chen with a wry smile. Military Lord Fang, could this be a misunderstanding? Perhaps the Siji is not in the garrison. Take us to your private prison. Fang Chen smiled. Niu Ju was stunned. Logically speaking, Fang Chen was not a member of the guards and had no right to go to the guards' private prison. But he thought about it for a few breaths, gritted his teeth, and whispered. God of War Fang, only you and Zhao Sixing will be able to enter at that time. Please forgive me. I see. Fang Chen smiled and nodded. Everyone followed Niu Ju and walked towards the private prison. Just as they arrived at the gate of the private prison, they heard a cold shout from not far away. Niu Qianhu, what are you doing? A young man came slowly, accompanied by many fierce sword guards, all of whom were centurions and thousandman commanders. Two of the centurions' faces suddenly changed when they saw Fang Chen. Lu Zhenfushi, let me introduce you. This is Fang Juanchen. Fang Juanchen, this is Lu Zhenfushi from our garrison. Niu Ju quickly introduced both parties. Envoy Lu glanced at Fang Chen calmly and said, so it's Lord Fang. I wonder what brings you here today. I'm here to look for someone. Fang Chen smiled. Looking for someone to find our guard post. This shouldn't be the case. Envoy Lu said calmly, then snorted coldly and scolded Niu Ju. You are a captain of a garrison, but you don't know the rules. You dare to bring outsiders to our private prison. If the commander knows about this, you will be stripped of your official uniform. Niu Ju was stunned for a moment, and then he became angry. His face darkened. Lord Lu, if Juanchen Fang wants to find someone, how dare I disobey him? What's wrong with just taking him to the private prison? With Juanchen Fang's status, is he not qualified to come to our private prison? Rules are rules. As for identity, sorry, I remember His Majesty said that Fang Juanchen will not be allowed to enter the court or lead troops in the future, right? In other words, Fang Juanchen has been a commoner all his life, so what kind of identity can he have? Envoy Lu said calmly. Everyone had different expressions. That being said, Fang Chen's former identity and achievements could not be easily erased. It would be fine if his cultivation had not recovered. Now that his cultivation has recovered, he has even attacked Qingsong Xanadu Pavilion, which is enough to deter the villains. Identity is no longer that important to Fang Chen. Master Lu, I am not allowed to enter this private prison today. Fang Chen looked at the other party and smiled faintly. Envoy Lu nodded gently, it is against the rules both emotionally and logically. I hope that military god Fang can understand. It's okay if I don't go in. Just bring the person out to us. Fang Chen smiled. People. What people? Envoy Lu looked puzzled. Yuan Zhuang, the chief judge of Dahua Temple, was captured by your men and brought here for torture. Sir Lu, you can't remember it. It's true that noble people tend to forget things. Fang Chen smiled, then pointed at the two centurions beside Lu and Fushi. You may not remember, but they still remember, they are responsible for the punishment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sixing and others became furious and stared at the two centurions. As officials of Dahua Temple, they also have some understanding of the punishments of the garrison. If Yuan Zhuang was punished, the situation would not be optimistic at this moment. The two centurions were stunned, and then their faces turned pale. The other party actually knew everything, even that they personally tortured Yuan Zhuang. Niu Ju then realized that Fang Chen did not stumble upon this incident today, but had known about it for a long time. He knew Fang Chen's methods very well and had seen Fang Chen's schemes before. If Fang Chen said that the person was here, he was probably right. But why did Governor Lu want to arrest the Siji of Dahua Temple? And why did he even keep it a secret from him? What was involved? God Fang, don't speak carelessly. Governor Lu said calmly. Sugu, go and bring the people out. If anyone dares to stop us, just kill them. I will go to the emperor to deal with this matter personally afterwards. Fang Chen said lightly. Yes. Sugu nodded and immediately walked towards the gate of the private prison. Seeing this, the nearby sword guards did not dare to step forward to stop him. They had already recognized that this man was Sugu, Fengyun Sword, one of the 10 most explosive men in Kyoto. In such a large group of sword guards, there are only 1 or 2 warriors of the same level, and they are not present today because their official positions are higher than that of Governor Lu. Stop him! Envoy Lu shouted angrily. His subordinates and confidants looked at each other, lowered their heads with pale expressions, and they did not dare to act rashly in front of someone like Fang Chen. If they really die at the hands of Sugu today, I'm afraid Fang Chen won't even have a hair left on his body, and their deaths will be in vain. You. Lu Zhenfu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He raised the soldiers for 1,000 days and deployed them for a moment, but these cowards were so scared that they dared not say a word. Everyone stood there in a stalemate with strange expressions. After about a cup of tea, Sugu supported Yuan Zhuang, who was covered in blood, and limped out. When Yuan Yu saw this, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. How miserable is Yuan Zhuang? There was not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body, except for his face which had no injuries. His fingers were covered in blood and his nails had been pulled out. You guys are going too far. The Siji of Dahua Temple glared at the Handao guards one after another. Some constables under Yuan Zhuang were so angry that they trembled all over and their faces turned pale. Many of the sword guards looked confused and knew nothing about this matter. Only Governor Lu and his close associates knew about this, but they had no expression on their faces and said nothing. Niu Ju was stunned for a few moments, and his face gradually darkened. Envoy Lu, I want you to give me an explanation for this matter. Zhao Sixing, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. An explanation. What do we, the sword guards, need to explain to you? This man is a prisoner of the sword guards. If you kidnap him without permission, it will be equivalent to a prison break and you will be beheaded. Envoy Lu spoke slowly, looking at Fang Chen with gloomy eyes. Military god Fang, I hope you don't break the law knowingly. The expressions of Zhao Sixing and others changed slightly. If the other party brought up the law, things would be troublesome. The level of the pacification envoy is indeed qualified to arrest criminal officials. As for the evidence, it is reasonable for the other party to refuse to give it, because the sword guard is independent of the 6 ministries and is directly under the jurisdiction of the emperor. Seeing that no one said anything, Governor Lu smiled faintly and said, Military Master Fang, why don't you leave the prisoner behind and take him away with dignity, so as to avoid making a big fuss and bringing shame to everyone? You are wrong. You are the one who is ashamed. Fang Chen chuckled and suddenly appeared in front of Governor Lu. He slapped him in the face with a loud slap, sending Governor Lu flying several feet away. None of the fierce sword guards around reacted. By the time they saw this scene, it was too late. Governor Lu was beaten to the ground, and his cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a fast speed! Everyone was secretly shocked. Until this moment, the last trace of doubt in their hearts was dispelled. Fang Chen had indeed recovered his cultivation. Upon seeing this, all the Siji and constables of Dahua Temple cheered secretly and felt very happy. You dare to attack me in the guard post? Fang Chen, are you trying to rebel? Governor Lu covered his face and stared at Fang Chen, with a flash of resentment, shame and anger in his eyes. In the past few years, every person I have beaten has a higher official position than you. Why has no one said that I want to rebel? Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, Lu, do your duty well and don't provoke me again. Next time, I won't let you off with just a slap. Fang Chen, how dare you cover up everything in this great Xia? Even if you have made great achievements in the past, the battle at the Three Realms Mountain 5 years ago ruined your reputation. Lu, the governor of the city, shouted angrily, Your Majesty has spared your life, but you are not staying at home to reflect on your mistakes, but you are interfering in the affairs of the garrison. Have you thrown the Majesty's words to the winds? I will naturally keep your Majesty's words in mind. Fang Chen clasped his fists towards the palace, then smiled softly and looked at Envoy Lu, But who do you think you are? You are not yet ready to pressure me with the words of the Emperor. Governor Lu was speechless and his face turned pale and blue. Everyone looked at Fang Chen's gray eyes and no one dared to treat him as a blind man. Fang Juanchen has been silent for 5 years, but his mighty power has not only not diminished, but has become even stronger than before. Niu Ju felt it the most deeply. If Fang Chen used to give him the feeling of being like a mountain, unattainable. Now, it is a sea with no end in sight, with violent storms hidden beneath the calm, and the power of God is like a prison. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that military god Fang would come to visit our guard post today. It's all my fault that my subordinates didn't know the etiquette and didn't inform me in time. I'm late. Please forgive me, military god Fang. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a middle-aged man in a python robe came straight over with a group of fierce sword guards. The middle-aged man walked like a dragon and a tiger, his temples bulging, and the aura on his body faintly enveloped his whole body as he walked. He was a martial artist who controlled the aura, and his cultivation in controlling the aura was not low. The commander of the inner city guard post of the Handao Guard, Xiao Shens. We are here to see the commander. The sword guards present saluted in unison and breathed a sigh of relief. The commander-in-chief was here and could at least keep the situation under control. Otherwise, the sword guards would lose face today. Ji from Dahua Temple's face changed slightly, but Zhao Sixing remained calm as usual, and his expression did not change even when he saw Xiao Shens show up. Brother Xiao, your words are too polite. Fang Chen smiled slightly. Everyone was shocked. Fang Chen and Xiao Shens actually knew each other. A solemn look flashed across the eyes of Governor Lu. With Xiao Shens' resume, it was obvious that he and Fang Chen had never met before. It's rare that Brother Fang still calls me Brother Xiao. Hey, I haven't visited you at your Fang mansion for the past 5 years. Brother Fang won't blame me, right? Xiao Shens was full of sighs. The sword guards are very busy. As the commander, Brother Xiao is naturally very busy. I understand. Fang Chen smiled faintly. It's good to understand, it's good to understand. Xiao Shens nodded repeatedly, then glanced at Lu Zhenfushi, then looked at Yuan Zhuang, and suddenly sighed, and said to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, I already know something about this. This person was arrested with the approval of Governor Lu, and it also complies with the rules and procedures of our sword guards. If Brother Fang just takes him away like this, it will be very difficult for me, your brother. If this gets out, how will others view me as a fierce sword guard? I can't justify it to His Majesty either. A sneer flashed across Governor Lu's eyes. The expressions of the people at Dahua Temple changed slightly. It seemed that the commander Xiao Shens did not want to let them go. Yuan Yu looked a little nervous. Yuan Zhuang was seriously injured and could hardly speak. If he was left here, he would not survive for more than a few days. I have considered this matter for my elder brother. Fang Chen nodded slightly. The expressions of the people in Dahua Temple changed. The next moment, Fang Chen smiled and said to them not far away, Fifth Prince. The Fifth Prince. Xiao Shens and others were slightly startled, and when they looked up, they saw that it was indeed the Fifth Prince. Everyone in Dahua Temple was extremely surprised. The Fifth Prince was the abbot of Dahua Temple and also their immediate superior. It couldn't be a coincidence that he appeared here today. Fang Chen, did you really find the person? I was wondering, how could a living person disappear? the fifth prince said with a smile. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Shen's, his eyes gradually turned cold. Xiao Shen's, you are so brave. My people from Dahua Temple arrested him just because they said so, and you didn't even inform me, the temple master. I wanted to inform you, but was delayed by something. Envoy Lu spoke first. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. The fifth prince glanced at him. Governor Lu's face turned pale and red. In a short period of time, he had been humiliated several times. The most infuriating thing was that he had no ability to fight back. Envoy Lu did miss something, but our arrest process is normal, so. Xiao Shen smiled. The documents of our Dahua temple are also normal and in compliance with the regulations. Take a look for yourself. Someone sued Yuan Zhuang for taking bribes. We wanted to arrest him a few months ago, but we were delayed by some things. I didn't expect you to take advantage of the opportunity to break in. The fifth prince threw a case file to Xiao Shen's. Have you finished reading it? Our Dahua temple was indeed earlier than yours, right? No objection, right? We will take that person away. After saying that, he shouted at Zhao Sixing, why don't you take your people back? Yes, master. Zhao Sixing bowed and ordered his subordinate Cixi to take over Yuan Zhuang from Sugu and Yuan Yu, and then took him away in a dignified manner. How is it, did you see it clearly? The fifth prince smiled at Xiao Shen's. It seems this is indeed a misunderstanding. Xiao Shen smiled slightly and returned the case file to the fifth prince. Don't make this kind of misunderstanding in the future. I have a bad temper. If you make me sick one day, won't the emperor brother chop off your head? The fifth prince smiled faintly, then said to Fang Chen, let's go together. Together. Fang Chen smiled and nodded, then turned and left with the fifth prince. Everyone noticed that the two of them walked side by side. Envoy Lu's face turned pale. He didn't expect that the people were taken away like this. Xiao Shen watched Fang Chen and the others leave without saying a word. When he could no longer see them, he sneered at Envoy Lu. You should be more careful in your work in the future. Otherwise, it will be like today. Not only will I not be able to support you, but I will also be embarrassed with you. Come find me later. I want to know why you arrested Yuan Zhuang. Yes. Lu Zhenfu said in a low voice. What is going on? After leaving the guard post, the fifth prince looked around and asked in a low voice. Yuan Zhuang investigated a case that shouldn't have been investigated. Many people must be involved behind this, and Lu Zhenfushi of the inner city guard is one of them. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Is the case serious? The fifth prince's expression changed slightly. Don't make trouble again, my body can't stand it. Don't worry, you can't interfere in this matter. Just cooperate with me occasionally, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Fang Chen smiled. The fifth prince looked strange. Let me tell you, the emperor doesn't like you very much right now, so you should be careful in what you do. After giving some instructions, the fifth prince hurriedly left with his men. Fang Chen took Sugu to the hidden courtyard. Not long after, Taima and others also appeared one after another. Except for those who could not come during the day, there were more than 30 Daxia hidden guards in total. These bone-hardening pills, one for each person. Fang Chen took out the bone-tempering pills and gave one to each person. Everyone looked at the bone-tempering pills in their hands, and curiosity showed in their eyes. Sugu, Prince, what is the use of this bone-hardening pill? Fang Chen, I don't know either. It should improve your cultivation. Can it improve your martial arts skills? Everyone's expression brightened up. Even a serious person like Taima couldn't help but stare at the bone-tempering pill and think secretly of the Longjifang where he visited some time ago. This bone-quenching pill might have been obtained by his eldest son at Longjifang. It should be very powerful. Sugu, I don't have time to come today, so go and deliver the bone-hardening pills to them. Fang Chen said. Sugu nodded quickly in response. Then he threw the bone-hardening pill into his mouth and swallowed it. No one expected that he would swallow it at this moment. Seeing everyone looking at him, Sugu asked in confusion. What are you looking at? If you don't eat it now, what if you accidentally throw it away? Yes, what if it is lost? Everyone also threw the bone-tempering pills into their mouths, including Tai Ma. Soon, the effect of the bone-tempering pills began to show. Fang Chen's soul left his body and he looked around curiously. It was seen that the qi and blood of the people who swallowed the bone-tempering pills continued to surge. In a short period of time, the qi and blood increased by several %, and the internal energy continued to grow stronger. Sugo was already at the peak of his explosive energy, and not long after taking the bone-tempering pill, his energy gradually reached the level of controlling his energy. His expression suddenly changed, and a surge of white internal energy surged out and wrapped around his body. I have been promoted to air control. Su Ji's face showed surprise and disbelief. In order to prove that he had really improved his qi controlling skills, he thought about it and saw that his internal qi was lingering around his fingertips very obediently. Tai Ma noticed Su Ji's movement and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his internal energy had also become stronger at this moment, and he was promoted from the early stage of controlling qi to the middle stage. Originally, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to polish this threshold, but now a bone-tempering pill saved him several years of hard training. The rest of the people also improved to varying degrees, some jumped from the middle stage of qi condensation to the peak of qi condensation, and some advanced from the peak of qi condensation to the qi explosion stage. In less than an hour, the overall combat power of the Xia hidden guards in front of Fang Chen increased by at least 2 to 3 times. Fang Chen's spirit returned to his body, and he smiled at everyone and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Sir, we feel so lucky. My subordinate's aptitude was originally poor, and I was afraid that I would never be able to advance to the qi explosion stage in this lifetime. However, this bone-hardening pill allowed my subordinates to break through the shackles of the peak of qi condensation and advance to the qi explosion stage. Thank you, Prince, for the miraculous medicine." Everyone looked excited. Sugo was also dancing and gesticulating to show his excitement. Only Tai Ma was relatively calm, but there was a smile on his face, and he was obviously in a good mood. "Sugo, you are not mute. I can't see what you are gesturing at," Fang Chen said. Sugo was slightly startled, then smiled sheepishly. "Prince, I am too excited. I feel like I am dreaming. I never thought that I, Sugo, could become a martial artist one day." He's just a martial artist who controls qi. He hasn't even reached Den Qi. Even if he has reached Den Qi, he's only at the human profound realm. What's there to be excited about? Fang Chen smiled faintly. "Look at Tai Ma, he is calm, learn from him." "I can't learn that." Sugo rolled his eyes in his heart. Tai Ma's zombie face was a sequelae of serving as Qianlong. It was not so easy to learn it. Has the Minister of Rites Qin Dong made any unusual moves in the past few days? Fang Chen smiled faintly. A hidden guard dressed as a peddler whispered, "Your Highness, except for attending court and occasionally working in the Ministry of Rites, Qin Dong spends the rest of his time in the mansion. There is nothing wrong with that." "Where is Yi Qinghe?" Fang Chen asked again. "This man gathers with a group of young masters at the boathouse by the Daxia River day and night. The one he goes to most often is the Jade Ferry boat. Sometimes he brings others with him, sometimes he goes alone, and sometimes he goes with the Crown Prince. By the way, Prince, this boy's cultivation is not simple. He almost discovered my subordinate last time. He may have become an explosive warrior." Fang Chen nodded. "Let's find out why his cultivation progress is so rapid. I remember that his martial arts talent is not high." "Yes. Where is Li Huafeng? Is there any unusual movement?" Fang Chen asked again. Li Huafeng went to the guard post. Li Huafeng, Governor Liu, Minister Qin, and Xiao Shens are all suspects. We should be able to learn the identities of the other 5 blood spirit cult monks from them. Fang Chen's eyes moved slightly. An hour later, everyone finished their work reports and left one after another. When they left, they received new work arrangements from Fang Chen, and they were very satisfied. Sugo was also sent by Fang Chen to deliver bone-tempering pills to the rest of the Daxia hidden guards. Fang Chen was the only one left in the hidden courtyard. Fang Chen took out the scarecrow, infused it with spiritual power, and it once again turned into a middle-aged man who looked like he had flesh and blood. "Go to the minister's residence and say a few words for me." The middle-aged man turned around and left without saying a word. Fang Chen's spirit left his body and he arrived at the minister's residence early to wait. Qin Dong had finished his court long ago and was practicing calligraphy in his study. Perhaps he was worried or felt upset, so he was not satisfied with his handwriting and crumpled it into a ball and threw it aside. With a creak, a person pushed the door open and walked in. Donald Qin didn't even raise his head and shouted coldly, "I said, no one is allowed to disturb me when I am practicing calligraphy." The visitor ignored him and walked straight to Qin Dong. Donald Qin raised his head suddenly. When he saw the middle-aged man, the anger on his face disappeared instantly and his expression became anxious. "Have you heard? Fang Chen killed hundreds of knights and attendants of Longdu Viscount Zhou Xiu at the border of Daxia. Yuan Zhuang, who was arrested and taken to the garrison, was also taken away by him. If he follows the clues and finds me in the end, I will be dead for sure." The person who came was the middle-aged man transformed from the scarecrow. Judging from Qin Dong's appearance, he should know something about its origin. Something has happened to the blood spirit cult, and they will withdraw from Daxia in the future. You should take care of yourself. The middle-aged man said this and turned away. Qin Dong stood there in a daze, and it took him a while to come to his senses. He hurriedly chased after him, but there was no sign of the middle-aged man outside. How so? Qin Dong's face turned pale. Without the support of the blood spirit cult, if his deeds were discovered, it would be a serious crime that would result in the confiscation of property and the extermination of the entire clan. After a few breaths, Qin Dong seemed to have thought of something and immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare the car. Fang Chen saw this and knew that the bait had been taken. Next, he would see what the bait would bring him. In the northern suburbs of Daxia capital, there was a mercy hall that specifically took in orphans and widows without parents or children. There were several similar mercy halls, so there were no beggars on the streets of Daxia capital. These charity halls usually have funds allocated by special people for their maintenance. Most of these donations come from wealthy families in Kyoto. The Fang family also donates hundreds of taels of silver to the various charity halls every year. A carriage slowly stopped, and Qin Dong, who had changed into casual clothes, hurriedly got off the carriage and entered the mercy hall. "Mr. Qin, you are here. Please come in." The manager of the mercy hall saw Qin Dong and greeted him warmly. Donald Qin looked gloomy. "I want to see Master Su." "Master Su is practicing, I'm afraid." The manager of the mercy hall looked embarrassed. "Cultivating." Donald Qin was slightly startled, and seemed a little happy. "Master Su hasn't left yet." "Yes, Master Su never left." There was something strange about the manager of the mercy hall. That's good, I can wait until Master Su finishes his training before seeing him again," Donald Qin murmured. At this moment, a black shadow slowly crawled over from not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a child with only one arm left, about 5 or 6 years old. Seeing this, Donald Qin smiled and walked forward to squat in front of the child. "Xiaowu, are you full today?" "Uncle Qin, Xiaowu is very full." The child looked up and his eyes seemed to glow. Although he had lost both legs and one arm, his face was filled with a satisfied smile. Since coming to the mercy hall, he no longer has to suffer from hunger and cold. To him, this place is a paradise on earth. That's good. Donald Qin smiled and nodded, then stood up and said to the mercy hall manager, "Anyone come to donate money today?" "It's the young master of Qinjiatang who is coming, so I asked Xiaowu to come out and wait." The manager of the mercy hall nodded with a smile. Qinjiatang. Donald Qin had never heard of it. He nodded slightly and was about to say something when he heard a cry of surprise. "Miss, this kid only has one arm left." The visitors were Fang Qingyao and her maid from Qinjiatang. The exclamation just now was made by the maid. Fang Qingyao looked at Xiaowu and a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. Upon seeing this, the mercy hall manager immediately stepped forward and said, "Miss Fang, please come in. Let me introduce you to Mr. Qin. Like Miss Fang, he is here to donate money and visit the orphans and widows here. He's quite handsome." Qin Dong glanced at Fang Qingyao twice, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Fang Qingyao nodded politely to Qin Dong, then squatted in front of Xiaowu and asked how he lost his feet and arms. Xiaowu said innocently, "An old man once said that if he cut off my hands and feet, I would be able to have enough food to eat, and my brothers and sisters at home would also be able to have enough to eat." How could there be such a villain? The maid screamed in surprise. Fang Qingyao was silent for a while, patted Xiaowu's head, then stood up and said to the manager of the Mercy Hall, "Manager our Qingyao Hall plans to donate 500 taels this time." "Miss, aren't you planning to donate 200 taels?" The maid was slightly startled. Fang Qingyao glanced at her and said, "Although our Qinjiatang makes little profit, we can still afford to give 500 taels. The Sibaitang takes in the orphans and widows, and provides them with shelter, clothes, and food. We can't do these things, so we can only do our best." "Thank you, Miss Fang. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the widows and orphans in the Mercy Hall." The Mercy Hall manager's eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Dong also stroked his beard and smiled. "Miss Fang is really kind-hearted. If all merchants in Daxia were like Miss Fang, these orphans and widows would have a place to stay." "Mr. Qin, you are too kind. I am just trying my best," Fang Qingyao said. After a pause, she said to the Mercy Hall manager, "Manager my master and I would like to take a look around here. I wonder. Please feel free to do as you please, just don't enter the inner courtyard. That is where Master Su is in seclusion, don't disturb him." The manager of the Mercy Hall smiled and nodded. "But is it Master Su Hui, the eminent monk who traveled to Daxia several years ago? My father has admired Master Su for a long time, but he never thought that he actually lived here." Fang Qingyao was a little surprised. Several years ago, an eminent monk emerged in Daxia. He had a deep understanding of the sufferings of the world and traveled to every corner of Daxia in a short period of time. Wherever he went, he left behind a good reputation and praise. Finally, the monk came to Kyoto and heard that he was staying in the most famous temple in Kyoto, Tagaji Temple. Many people want to come to Kyoto to seek answers from Master Su, but only a very few people can actually meet Master Su. That's right. Master Su said that being here would allow him to feel the sufferings of the world, which would help him understand Buddhism. The Mercy Hall manager laughed. "You are indeed a great monk." Fang Qingyao showed a look of admiration on her face. After a few words, she took the maid to visit another place in the Mercy Hall, and did not forget to let the maid hold Xiaowu with her. "This girl is interesting." Donald Qin looked at Fang Qingyao's back thoughtfully. After waiting for about a cup of tea, the manager of the Mercy Hall brought Qin Dong to the inner courtyard. An old monk walked out slowly and looked at Qin Dong indifferently. "Master Su." Qin Dong did not dare to be negligent and quickly saluted with his fists clasped, because he knew that the monk was of great importance. Even the old woman who had lived in his house before was very respectful when she saw this man. "Minister Qin, what are you doing here today?" Master Su Hui spoke slowly. "Master Su, Granny Jinhua said that the blood spirit cult is going to evacuate Daxia." Donald Qin said quickly. Master Su Hui was slightly startled, with a solemn expression on his face. "Did she tell you that in person?" Yes, no, it's her subordinate." Qin Dong nodded at first, but then changed his tone. "Subordinates." Master Su Hui immediately understood who Qin Dong was referring to. It was Granny Jinhua's magic weapon, the greenwood puppet. "It wasn't me, I just asked Qingmu puppet to go there." Master Su Hui muttered to himself softly. He was keenly aware that something was not right. Thinking of the fact that Taoist Xue had not shown up yet, his expression suddenly froze. Could it be that some monks have discovered our whereabouts? A trace of doubt came to my mind. "Master Su. Is this true? If you leave like this, who will clean up the mess you leave behind? There are still many people imprisoned in that place. We won't even be able to deal with their bodies. If the news leaks out, I, Qin Dong, will have more than 10 heads to chop off." When Qin Dong saw Su Hui pondering, a hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes. "Since the blood spirit cult has sent us to Daxia, we will not leave until we have collected 10 blood spirit divine pills. Granny Jinhua may have been in trouble." Master Su Hui said calmly, "Senior Brother Bei has something important to do, and he has already gone on a long journey with the others. I'm afraid they won't be able to come back in a short time." For the sake of safety, you will temporarily stay here from today. In the void, Fang Chen watched the scene indifferently. It turns out that the scarecrow is called Qingmu Puppet. The famous monk in Kyoto is actually a member of the Blood Spirit sect. Unlike Taoist Shui and Granny Jinhua who hide in the dark, the evil monk Su Hui acts in a high-profile manner. He spreads his fame everywhere when he first comes to Daxia. Even my parents have seen him and are looking for a way to restore my cultivation for me. Fang Chen had a solemn expression and felt a little scared in his heart. His great Xia hidden guards had been in Kyoto for many years and had never discovered the identity of this group of people. If the evil monk Su Hui had attacked his parents at that time, Fang Chen would not have been able to stop him. Master Su, what should we do? Could it be that Fang Chen is targeting us? Donald Qin rubbed his hands, looking anxious. Fang Chen. Master Su Hui chuckled, it's just a toothless tiger cub. How could it scare you like this? His parents have been looking for medicine for him all these years. They also came to me. At that time, I was able to easily restore his cultivation. Now it seems that his parents must have found some kind of elixir. Master Su, why don't you take action to eliminate this trouble, so that I can act without any scruples? Fang Chen seems to have suspected me these days. Qin Dong said. Jinhua is so unscrupulous that they treat the maids in your mansion as blood food. This will inevitably arouse suspicion. Fortunately, we are not afraid of them at all. Now we just need to determine whether there are any cultivators targeting us. As for Fang Chen, there is no benefit in killing him. Not killing him can actually bring some convenience to our plan. Master Su Hui said calmly. After a pause, Master Su Hui looked at the Mercy Hall's manager and said, bring the person here to calm Minister Qin down. It's been boring in the Mercy Hall these past few days, so let's give Minister Qin some fun. Yes. The Mercy Hall manager nodded and turned to leave. Donald Qin's expression changed. Master Su, what are you doing? Minister Qin, work hard for the Blood Spirit sect. We will not treat you unfairly. Master Su Hui smiled slightly, turned around and went back to the inner courtyard. Soon, Fang Qingyao and her maid were tied up and brought in front of Qin Dong. What are you doing? Manager He, what exactly do you want to do? Fang Qingyao's face flushed and she shouted harshly. Mr. Qin, I can see that you admire Miss Fang very much. How about letting Miss Fang accompany you for a few days? The manager of the Mercy Hall ignored Fang Qingyao and said to Minister Qin with a smile. Donald Qin looked at Fang Qingyao with righteousness, and after a while he stroked his beard and nodded, then I'll have to trouble you all. This maid is also quite pretty. Let's go together. Mr. Qin. Fang Qingyao looked at Qin Dong in disbelief. This middle-aged man with a strong and upright face actually colluded with the steward of the Mercy Hall and planned to humiliate them, the master and the servant. Miss Fang, if you want to blame someone, just blame your arrival at the wrong time. Donald Qin smiled faintly. The Mercy Hall is a place to save people from suffering. How could you? Fang Qingyao just felt her head buzzing and it was difficult for her to think straight for a while. Mr. Qin, please come into the room. The manager of the Mercy Hall smiled at Qin Dong, then signaled his men to take Fang Qingyao and her servant to a room not far away. Donald Qin waved his sleeves lightly and followed. A hint of coldness flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. Just as he was about to regain consciousness, he suddenly saw two figures falling from the courtyard wall and shouting at the Mercy Hall manager and his group. Put the men down for me. Everyone was slightly startled and turned to look, only to see a Taoist priest in a gray robe and a pretty and fair-skinned little nun standing not far away. Who dares to trespass into the Mercy Hall? The manager of the Mercy Hall looked gloomy. Donald Qin immediately covered his face with his sleeves, as if he was afraid of being recognized, and hid behind the group of thugs from the Mercy Hall in panic. Help! When Fang Qingyao's maid saw someone appear, she immediately shouted for help, hurry up and save my young lady. Don't be afraid. Since I have taken action, I will definitely be able to rescue your young lady and you today. The Taoist in gray robe said proudly. After saying that, he looked at the little nun. Little nun, you see, my Bagua sect's qi reading technique is not a bluff. This place is filled with blood and energy, there must be something strange. You, save people first. The little nun stammered. We must save people, but please promise me that after I save people, I will practice dual cultivation with you. How about that? The Taoist in gray robe chuckled. The little nun's face flushed immediately. She was at a loss. You save people first. Well, let the little nun see what the Taoist master can do. The Taoist in gray robe laughed loudly, then he took out a wooden sword and pointed it lightly at the manager of Mercy Hall and others. The wooden sword seemed to come alive and flew straight towards everyone. The manager of the Mercy Hall and others were shocked. What kind of method was this? Fang Chen and her servant were both surprised. This Taoist's methods were indeed extraordinary. They were saved today. Minister Qin, you see, I said that there are cultivators targeting us, but how can a mere third-level qi refining cultivator and a second-level qi refining cultivator deal with Jinhua and Taoist Shui? Master Su Hui appeared again. He raised his hand and a golden bowl flew out, smashing the wooden sword with a bang. 7 soul seals emerged from the golden bowl and slowly fell back into Master Su Hui's hands. 7 soul seals. The gray-robed Taoist had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his face full of disbelief. He then stared blankly at the fragments of the wooden sword on the ground with a piercing look on his face. My magic weapon. I begged for it with great difficulty. But he knew that this was not the time to feel sorry for the magic weapon. The aura of Master Su Hui made his hair stand on end. He was a great monk. His cultivation level is at least above the 5th level of qi refining. Thinking of this, the Taoist in gray robe grabbed the little nun and tried to escape, but the golden bowl flew over again and directly knocked the Taoist in gray robe several feet into the air and fell heavily to the ground. The little nun was unable to react and was also knocked over by the golden bowl. Fang Qingyao and her servant stared at the scene in a daze. They thought they were their saviors, but they never expected that they would be defeated in an instant. Fang Qingyao twisted her neck with difficulty and looked at Master Su Hui, her eyes full of disbelief. This famous monk in Daxia was actually such a person. A moment later, the Taoist in gray robe and the little nun were also tied up. Little nun, it was the Taoist who harmed you this time. The Taoist in gray robe looked a little pale. Tell me, who sent you here? You dare to attack my blood spirit sect. I believe the means of the people behind you cannot be underestimated. Master Su Hui slowly came up to the two of them and said calmly. Blood spirit cult. When the two heard these 3 words, their hair stood on end and they shuddered at the same time. Even the silly-looking little nun knew the significance of these 3 words, blood spirit sect. This is one of the most famous evil sects in the cultivation world. It is cruel and overbearing, and its whereabouts are mysterious and difficult to track, causing great headaches for the righteous cultivators. What blood spirit sect? I have never heard of it. Today is just a misunderstanding. I didn't know there was a senior here. Please, for the sake of us being fellow cultivators, give us a way out. The Taoist in gray robe said with a bewildered look on his face. Master Su Hui's eyes flashed with a sneer. You just heard about the blood spirit sect, and your blood and qi almost stagnated. Now you are pretending to be with me. Senior, I know I was wrong. Since we are from the same sect, please forgive me. The Taoist in gray robe stopped pretending and said with a sad face, I am a monk and you are a Taoist priest. You said we are from the same sect. Master Su Hui smiled. He did not kill them, he just wanted to continue to extract some information from the 2 men. He believed that with the cultivation level of these 2 men, it was impossible for them to touch Jinhua and Taoist Shui. Buddhism and Taoism are inseparable. To be honest, senior, I once tried to practice both Buddhism and Taoism, but the young nun was so unkind. The Taoist in gray robe said hurriedly. The little nun blushed. How could the Taoist priest say such words at this time? This little mistress is really good-looking. Master Su Hui glanced at the little nun, a faint smile appeared in his eyes, and then he said to the gray-robed Taoist, if you tell the truth, I will let you go. Otherwise, the one who practices dual cultivation with her will be me. He is indeed a demon from the blood spirit cult. He is practicing Buddhism, but he wants to do unkind things. The Taoist in gray robe cursed inwardly, then smiled bitterly and said, Senior, please explain it more clearly. I really don't know what you want to ask. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. In this case, I will send you to see the three pure ones. Master Su Hui smiled calmly, and the golden bowl slowly rose into the air. As long as it fell suddenly, the grey-robed Taoist's head would be smashed to pieces. What kind of method is this? Is Master Su Hui a Danqi martial artist? Fang Qingyao stared blankly. Although the previous fight between the two was brief, the methods they displayed were eye-catching. What was that golden bowl emitting golden light, and why could it hang in the air without falling to the ground? Master Su Hui is here. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was slightly surprised. Who would come to join in the fun at a time like this? When Minister Qin saw the person coming, his expression changed suddenly, but Fang Qingyao and her servant were extremely surprised. They were about to shout, but their mouths were covered by someone. The Taoist in grey robe saw a blind young man slowly walking towards him. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and he shouted in a low voice. You blind men, get out of here right now. We won't see any guests here today. Then he smiled ingratiatingly at Master Su Hui and said, Senior, our affairs here have nothing to do with this outsider, so just ignore him. I see that his eyes are dull, and he is obviously blind. It is not worth bothering about him. Shut your mouth. Master Su Hui said calmly. The Taoist in grey robe quickly shut his mouth. Seeing Fang Chen was still not leaving, he couldn't help cursing in his heart, I can only help you up to this point. Why did you barge in at this time? No one can stop you from committing suicide. How did Donor Fang know that I was in this mercy hall? Master Su Hui smiled slightly and walked towards Fang Chen. Minister Qin suddenly remembered that Fang Chen was blind, and with Master Su Hui present today, he didn't need to be so afraid, and his expression relaxed a little. Oh no, God Fang is in danger. Fang Qingyao looked pale and tried hard to open her mouth to remind him, but someone was holding her hand so tightly that she couldn't even breathe smoothly, let alone remind Fang Chen. He could only watch Master Su Hui approach Fang Chen step by step. Master Su Hui is here, that's great. I have been feeling murderous these past few days, so I would like to ask Master Su Hui to help me solve my doubts. Fang Chen smiled. Well, I have also heard that Donor Fang slaughtered all the warriors of Qingsong country. Thousands of lives were lost in the hands of Donor Fang in a short period of time. Such a murder must have kept Donor Fang awake at night, right? Master Su Hui smiled. Who is this guy? Thousands of lives. Could he be a little devil? The Taoist in grey robe was stunned. The little nun was also shocked. In her opinion, the young man in front of her was very handsome with delicate features and even a bookish aura about him. He was harmless to humans and animals. Yes, every time late at night, I can't sleep. Fang Chen sighed lightly. The poor monk should recite a sutra to Donor Fang. I believe that the Buddha can resolve the evil of murder in Donor Fang. Master Su Hui said. Buddha can resolve the evil of killing in me. Can he resolve the evil of killing in Master Su Hui? Fang Chen said. Su Hui's face darkened, and when he was about to speak, he saw lightning flashing in front of his eyes. By the time he reacted, he was already lying on the ground, his flesh and blood turned into charcoal, and white smoke kept rising. The surging and overbearing power of thunder broke into his meridians and wandered around at will, causing the spiritual power in his body to be unable to be mobilized, and he completely lost the ability to fight back. Sure enough, the power of the purple lightning talisman made with spiritual materials is far stronger than that of ordinary purple lightning talismans. The purple lightning talismans I made before were at most low grade, and these ones should be of medium grade level. Fang Chen thought to himself. The other party's cultivation was stronger than that of Grandma Jinhua and Taoist Xue. He was at least at the 5th level of qi refining, and there was a slight possibility that he was at the 6th level of qi refining. However, he still had no ability to fight back in front of the mid-grade purple lightning talisman. From this we can see that the foundation of the 3000 Taoist sect is indeed terrifying. Just the introductory chapter of the 3000 Taoist sect includes talismans of such powerful power. Everyone was stunned, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief, especially Minister Qin Dong. His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, staring blankly at Fang Chen, with nothing but fear in his eyes. This. The Taoist in grey robe widened his eyes. The little nun gasped and stared at Fang Chen blankly. The manager of the Mercy Hall was a little at a loss. In his opinion, how could Master Su Huishu, whose skills were miraculous and almost unmatched, be beaten like this after just one encounter? Hiss! He gasped in shock and looked at Fang Chen in horror. This great Xia's military god Fang's methods were so terrifying that even Master Su Hui was no match for him. You have to know that in the past few years, he has heard Master Su Hui talk about Fang Chen more than once, and his tone was full of contempt and disdain. This also made him think that no matter how high the status of an ordinary person like Fang Chen was in front of ordinary people, he was still like an ant in front of Master Su Hui. But everything in front of him overturned his judgment. So the method you used to kill the warriors of Qingsong country was actually talismans. Master Su Hui was more knowledgeable than Granny Jinhua and recognized at a glance that Fang Chen was using talismans. But he didn't know what kind of talisman Fang Chen was using, and why it was so powerful. Buddhism advocates compassion, but Master Su Hui, you are wearing the guise of Buddhism, but secretly doing shameful things. Master, do you think Buddha can save you? Fang Chen said softly. Military god Fang, you don't know our origins yet you intervene without authorization. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster to your great Xia? Master Su Hui said with difficulty, his throat felt as if it was being cut by a knife, and every word he spoke was so painful that it almost smoked. I know your blood spirit cult. Fang Chen said lightly. It's you. Jinhua and Taoist Xue fell into your hands. Master Su Hui suddenly realized. It turned out that Qin Dong's suspicion was indeed true. It was all his fault for not believing what the ant said. Otherwise, he would not have been caught off guard by the other party. He seems to want to keep me alive for questioning. This is my chance. Master Su Hui thought secretly in his heart. Then, he raised his eyes and saw another dazzling purple lightning. Purple lightning talismans fell on Master Su Hui. In just a few breaths, he was blasted into pieces. Minister Qin's eyes were dull and he muttered to himself. Then he immediately reacted and covered his mouth. If Fang Chen heard his voice, he would probably not survive today. The manager of the Mercy Hall turned pale and didn't know what to do. He could only keep silent and hope that the blind god Fang Jun would ignore him. No mercy in the House of Mercy. Fang Chen laughed at himself, walked calmly up to the Taoist in grey robe, and with a light wave of his hand, he cut the ropes on him and the little nun. Qin Dong quietly retreated. Seeing this, the Taoist in grey robe immediately shouted, "Don't even think about escaping." Qin Dong's body suddenly stiffened, and the manager of the Mercy Hall also knew that if he didn't run now, he would have no chance to escape, so he immediately turned around and ran away, no longer caring about anything else. But the next second, groups of soldiers rushed into the Mercy Hall, led by Yu Longchang, the deputy general of the West Tiger Camp. General Yu, leave them here. Fang Chen said lightly. Yes. Yu Longchang smiled bitterly and without asking any more questions, he immediately led his men to capture the Mercy Hall managers and thugs alive. Some of them resisted to the death but were also beheaded on the spot. The Taoist in grey robe, who was about to take action, saw this and looked at Fang Chen in surprise and doubt. Fang Juanshan. After Fang Qingyao was untied, she immediately brought her maid to Fang Chen. Miss Fang, you haven't had very good luck lately. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Fang Qingyao showed a bitter smile on her face, but what she was more curious about was whether Fang Chen had already known that the Mercy Hall was a den of filth. God of War Fang, isn't this Minister Qin? Suddenly, Yu Longchang exclaimed. Minister Qin, who was pale, was dragged in front of Fang Chen. You still called Minister Qin? Donald Qin couldn't help cursing in his heart, but since things had come to this, he had to straighten his face and said, I came here today to visit the orphans and widows, and to donate some silver. Minister. Fang Qingyao and her servant were both incredulous. This sanctimonious person was actually an official of Daxia. Minister Qin, I followed you all the way here. Are you sure you are here to donate money and visit the orphans? Are Miss Fang and the others still alive? Fang Chen smiled faintly. You traitor clearly want to defile my young lady. Fang Qingyao's maid didn't bother to be polite with Donald Qin and said angrily. Yu Longchang's expression changed slightly, and a shadow suddenly covered his face. He knew that Fang Chen sent someone to call him over, and it was definitely not a good thing. Qin Dong is the Minister of Rights, a second-rank official. His status is very important. They are just the daughters of merchants. Your Majesty will not believe what they say. Lord Fang, there is no hatred or grudge between you and me. Why bother? Qin Dong's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "Today, the military god Fang let me go, and I will definitely follow the orders of the military god Fang in the future. General Yu, there is no need to keep these people alive. Just execute them on the spot." Fang Chen ignored Qin Dong and gave instructions to Yu Longchang. Execution on the spot. Yu Longchang was slightly stunned, and after hesitating for a few moments, he ordered his men to do the job. Accompanied by screams, the people from the Mercy Hall were immediately executed. When Qin Dong saw this scene, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. He felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, which made him shiver a few times. Such a strong murderous intention. The Taoist in gray robe had a serious look in his eyes and subconsciously pulled the little nun back 2 steps. The little nun quickly shook off his hand, her face flushed. Fang Qingyao watched this scene quite calmly, but her maid was frightened and didn't dare to look at Fang Chen. "Mr. Fang, the matter has been settled. You must tell me what happened, right? This Minister Qin." Yu Longchang whispered. Donald Qin glanced at him. This guy didn't even know what was going on, but he just followed Fang Chen's orders. He deserved to die. You announced to the public that this Mercy Hall was a den of filth and corruption. It appeared to provide relief to the orphans, but in reality it was a place where people were kidnapped and goods were seized. It was raided by your West Tiger camp. As for the rest, it's a good thing you don't know. Fang Chen said lightly. Oh well. Yu Longchang nodded with a strange expression. Fang Juanshan. Qin Dong hurriedly whispered, "Please consider what I just said, Lord Fang." "Don't talk yet." Fang Chen said lightly. Donald Qin immediately shut up, feeling extremely anxious. Fang Qingyao's maid seemed to be worried that Fang Chen would let Qin Dong go, so she hesitated to speak. At this moment, a soldier from the West Tiger camp came running over with a pale face. "Fang Juanshan, General Yu, great, there are so many mummies. Go and have a look." Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. Soon, everyone appeared beside an ancient well in the inner courtyard. There were piles of mummies in the well. These mummies included old and young, male and female, with extremely hideous faces, as if they had been tortured before death. "Damn you, blood spirit cult, damn you, Wuliang Tianzuan." After reading it, the Taoist priest in gray robe couldn't help but curse inwardly. Amitabha. The little nun looked pale and was muttering in a low voice, as if she was reciting a scripture. "How so?" Yu Longchang looked at Fang Chen blankly. Donald Qin looked guilty. In order not to expose himself, he pretended to be shocked and looked into the dry well. Then he said bitterly, "I didn't expect this place to be so filthy." Fang Qingyao and her maid had already turned pale and retched a few times. When they heard Qin Dong's words, they immediately looked at him with astonishment in their eyes. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? These people all died at the hands of Su Hui. Fang Chen said calmly, when they were alive, they were widows in the Mercy Hall. Because they were widows, no one would say anything for them after they die. Su Hui. Is that Master Su Hui? Yu Longchang exclaimed, "He's here." "Here, that pile of coke powder outside is him," the Taoist in gray robe said. Yu Longchang suddenly remembered that when he just came in, he did see a lump of coke, but he didn't expect it to be the famous monk in Daxia. And all this was done by him. Is this evil monk practicing some kind of magic? Yu Longchang looked angry. What's happening here should not be known to the outside world for the time being. I'm afraid it will cause panic. General, you should know what to do. Fang Chen said. Everyone was slightly stunned. Although they didn't quite agree in their hearts, since Fang Chen had spoken, who dared to refute? I know. Yu Longchang nodded slightly, paused, and glanced at Minister Qin. Sir Fang, what role does Minister Qin play in this matter? I was never involved in this. Donald Qin said quickly. What he said was true. After all, he didn't even have the method to practice cultivation, so how could he get involved in this matter? But what he said was also false, because there were many orphans and widows here, and they were sent here by his orders. General Yu, go do what you should do first. Remember to comfort the orphans and widows here. Fang Chen said. After a pause, he said, you should take Miss Fang and the others with you as well. They are frightened. Tell your soldiers not to be too rude. Yes. Yu Longchang nodded slightly. Fang Qingyao knew that she could not interfere in this matter, so she could only bow to Fang Qinying and follow Yu Longchang out of the inner courtyard. Now, there are only 4 people left, Fang Chen, Qin Dong, the grey-robed Taoist priest and the little nun. Minister Qin, how much do you know about the blood spirit cult? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Donald Qin's eyes rolled slightly, and the Taoist in grey robe immediately asked, why are you rolling your eyes? Are you thinking about how to lie? Donald Qin's face froze. He almost forgot that there were 2 guys here who could see him. Minister Qin, you have to think it over before you speak. Fang Chen said lightly. Donald Qin gritted his teeth and whispered, since Lord Fang knows about the blood spirit cult, he should turn a blind eye. Lord Fang cannot imagine how terrifying and powerful the blood spirit cult is. If he intervenes without authorization, it will only bring disaster to the Fang mansion. The Taoist in grey robe nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the power of the blood spirit cult is too strong, and there are countless strong people in the cult. Minister Qin, if you still want to live, you should answer whatever I ask and don't say anything irrelevant. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Qin Dong's expression changed slightly. God of War Fang, all I know is this mercy hall. If you want to sue me, you can go to the Emperor and report me. He seemed to have thought of something, and smiled coldly. I haven't done anything against the will of heaven and earth. The mummies in this dry well are all caused by Master Su Hui. It has nothing to do with me. I came here today just to donate money. Whether Fang Juanchen wants to find the guard post or call Dawa Temple, I will be waiting here. Qin is incorruptible and has nothing to fear. The Taoist in grey robe was stunned. How could this guy be so shameless? He had just seen him collude with the monks of the blood spirit sect and do something indecent to a decent woman. Minister Qin, do you think that because of your position as Minister of Rights, I have no choice but to report to the authorities? Fang Chen smiled. Otherwise, Fang Juanchen is just a respectful title. You have no official position now, so you don't even have the qualifications to interrogate me. Donald Qin spoke slowly. At this moment, he summoned the confidence he had gained from years of being an official and was no longer timid. He knew that if he showed any sign of weakness today, it would bring him a lot of trouble. He hoped that his toughness would make the other party weigh the pros and cons and let him go for the time being. As far as I know, the blood spirit cult has 7 monks in Daxia, 3 of whom have died in my hands. What are the identities of the remaining 4 and where are they living now? Please tell me the truth, Minister Qin, and tell me who are the people in Daxia who are in collusion with the blood spirit cult like you. I can consider whether to spare your life. Fang Chen said lightly. Fang Juanchen, didn't you understand what I said? You have no right to punish me. I am Qin Dong, the Minister of Rights. Donald Qin said firmly. Iron Horse, take him down. Use the methods you learned in the Green Pine Wolf Army. I want him to tell me everything from his childhood to his adulthood. Fang Chen ordered. Yes. Taima appeared behind Qin Dong at some point, knocked him out with a palm, and took him away. This warrior's cultivation is not weak. The Taoist in grey robe said secretly in his heart. What's your name, Excellency? Fang Chen looked at the Taoist in grey robe. The other party glanced at Fang Chen's grey eyes and subconsciously waved his hand. Although I can't see with my eyes, it doesn't mean I really can't see. Fang Chen smiled. The Taoist in grey robe immediately showed an embarrassed look on his face, and he did not dare to neglect him. After all, the men in front of him had just killed a blood spirit sect monk, and his methods were quite impressive. Your Excellency can just call me Taoist. The Taoist in grey robe said. Master Dao. A strange look appeared on Fang Chen's face. Don't misunderstand me, this is my real name. My full name is Li Daoi, and I come from the Bagua sect. Master Li said awkwardly. Then he pointed at the young nun who was chanting sutras and said, "She is Master Qinghe, a close friend I made on the road. She and I have been together through mountains and seas, and our relationship has become very deep." "Brotherly, do you know a lot about the blood spirit cult?" Fang Chen said thoughtfully. "What that guy just said makes sense. Your Excellency should not interfere in the affairs of the blood spirit cult. Even the big sects cannot handle their affairs completely." Dao Master Li's expression became more serious. "If I knew there were blood spirit cult monks here, I would never set foot here. Please help me, Brother Li," Fang Chen said. Master Li looked at Fang Chen, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "I actually have only a vague understanding of the blood spirit cult. I only know that the blood spirit cult is unfathomable and has countless minions. In order to refine the blood spirit divine pill, they will send their disciples to lurk in the major empires to provoke wars and use the essence and blood of mortals to refine the magic pill. Don't say that Daxia is just a 9th grade empire. Even in the 8th grade empire, the 7th grade empire, and even the 6th grade empire, you can see traces of the blood spirit cult. By the way, which sect are you from, and why are you in this 9th rank empire?" A hint of curiosity appeared on Master Li's face. "I am a casual cultivator, originally from Daxia. Where else can I be if not here?" Fang Chen smiled. Daoi Li's words made him understand more about the blood spirit cult. This cult was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even the 6th rank empire could see traces of the blood spirit cult. He had been in Daxia for many years and had tried to understand the 8th rank empire and even the 7th rank empire. He knew how terrifying their backgrounds were and that Daxia was far inferior to them. As for the 6th rank empire, even Fang Chen had no channels to learn about it. It had always been as mysterious and unfathomable as a fog. "What? Are you from here?" Li Daoi was slightly surprised, and then he was a little bit unbelievable. A 9th grade empire can still produce cultivators. This is rare, and your cultivation is not low. After a pause, he said, "Then you should not care about the affairs of the blood spirit cult. Anyway, they will leave after refining enough blood spirit divine pills. To be honest with you, the horror of the blood spirit cult is beyond our imagination. I heard that in the legendary 1st rank empire, there are powerful men from the blood spirit cult to protect the world." "Are you serious?" Fang Chen's face darkened. "First-class empire. Zhongzhou Kingdom is also a first-class empire. Could it be that the blood spirit sect also has a terrifying existence like Senior Yunhe who can travel thousands of miles? I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but the rumors are true. It's not groundless. You can tell from the fact that the blood spirit cult has never been truly suppressed for countless years." After saying this, Master Li Dao waved his hand and said, "Brother, I advise you not to mind your own business. You should hide away before the blood spirit cult finds your whereabouts. Cultivation is not easy, and as a person from a mere 9th rank empire, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to embark on the path of cultivation. Don't ruin your future because of this. Were we to allow the blood spirit cult monks to harm the people of Daxia and use their lives to refine the blood spirit divine pill?" Fang Chen smiled and said, "Someone has to do something. But what can you do? No matter how high your cultivation is, it can't be higher than qi refining, right? Unless you are a foundation establishment cultivator, maybe you can still deal with the crisis in your great Xia. After all, the blood spirit cult's personnel here won't be very skilled." Master Li frowned. "Master Dao, let's help them." Master Qinghe suddenly spoke. "Little nun, are you crazy? You want to go against the blood spirit cult? Don't forget that your cultivation is only at the 2nd level of qi refining. If the blood spirit cult sneezes, you're done for." Master Li Dao looked shocked. "But they begged me to stay and help Lord Fang, saying that Lord Fang was the last hope of Daxia, and I agreed to their request." The little nun's eyes were slightly red. "Them? Are you seeing ghosts again?" Taoist Li felt terrified, and subconsciously approached Fang Chen, looking around. In the eyes of Master Qinghe, there were many figures in the courtyard, some old, some young, all surrounding the dry well, some silent, some chattering. Okay. I'll tell God Fang for you." Nun Qinghe nodded repeatedly, then looked at Fang Chen. Military god Fang, they said they hope you can agree to drive the blood spirit cult monks out of Daxia. Can you see ghosts? Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. In the past 5 years, he has had his spirit leave his body countless times, but has never seen a ghost. How could this little nun in the second stage of Qi training in front of him actually see ghosts? Master said that I was born with the ability to see ghosts. Master Qinghe nodded. Taoist Li became more and more horrified. The young nun in front of him was good in every way except for this one bad thing: she saw ghosts all the time, which made him really nervous. You tell them, I will. Fang Chen nodded slowly. Master Qinghe immediately saw those figures bowing to Fang Chen. God Fang, they are saying goodbye to you. Everyone, have a nice journey. Fang Chen clasped his fists and bowed. Have they all left? Master Li Dao asked hurriedly. Leave. Nun Qinghe nodded. I have already promised them that I will stay in Daxia to help Juanchen Fang drive away the blood spirit cult. Little nun, this is what you promised yourself. It has nothing to do with me. I want to leave here. You should come with me. Master Li advised. I promised you that, too. Master Qinghe said. What? You promised to help me too. Did you ask me? Master Li couldn't believe it. Master said that if you promise them, you must do it. If you can't do it, you will encounter many disasters in your practice. Master Qinghe said. Didn't your master tell you not to agree to these guys' requests so easily? Master Li was silent for a few breaths and said. Master Qinghe nodded. Master seems to have said so. You agreed so easily, and you agreed on my behalf as well. You little nun, you have bad intentions. If I had known this, I shouldn't have rescued you from those human traffickers. Master Li was sulking secretly, his face livid. Your Excellency, please leave if you want. This is our great Xia's business and has nothing to do with you. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Then I'll take my leave now. Master Li Dao bowed, then nimbly climbed over the wall and left. Little nun, you should go too. Fang Chen looked at Master Qinghe. God of the army Fang, I must do what I promised them. I will stay and help you. Master Qinghe said. But you are only at the second level of Qi refining, what can you do to help me? Fang Chen looked strange. Master Qinghe was stunned for a moment, a blush appeared on her face, she hesitated for a long time, and finally whispered, I can see ghosts, it must be useful. Well, my parents believe in Buddhism, so you can stay in our Fang mansion for a while, and live in the Fang mansion's nunnery. Fang Chen's eyes moved slightly. The little nun's yin-yang eyes do have some effect. If used well, the effect can be significant. Walking out of the mercy hall with the little nun, Fang Chen discovered that Fang Qingyao and her servant had not left and seemed to be waiting for him here. Miss Fang, is there anything else? Fang Chen smiled. God of War Fang, General, you said he wants to close the mercy hall, but the orphans in the mercy hall will have nowhere to go. I was wondering if my Qingyao hall can take over this mercy hall. Fang Qingyao whispered. If Miss Fang is willing, then of course it is possible. I will ask someone to help Miss Fang with the handover procedures. If you have any problems with Qinjiatang's business in the future, you can come to Fang Mansion to find me. Fang Chen smiled faintly. That's great. A glimmer of joy flashed across Fang Qingyao's eyes. The news that Fang Chen brought back a nun spread quickly throughout the Fang Mansion. Fang Songhai and his wife rushed over after hearing the news, and Fang Zhongyu also pushed his wheelchair and quickly came to Fang Chen. When he saw Master Qinghe's face, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. Chenner, it turns out you like this. Fang Zong said in a deep voice. Chenner, who is this nun? Fang Songhai glared at his second brother, then looked at Fang Chen and Master Qinghe with a strange expression. Master Qinghe is very knowledgeable about Buddhism. Both my parents believe in Buddhism. I plan to invite her to live in the nunnery. Then, my mother won't have to go to Duo Temple anymore. Fang Chen smiled. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fang Chen was not planning to marry a little nun. No wonder they were so nervous. After all, this was the first time Fang Chen brought a woman back in all these years. Fang Chen's mother was very enthusiastic and stepped forward to greet Master Qinghe. She seemed to have never experienced such a scene before and her face turned red again. She didn't look like someone who was well versed in Buddhism at all. The Fang Songhai brothers, who had originally put aside their doubts, looked strange again. Fang Chen ignored them, chatted for a few words and then returned to his yard. Before leaving this time, he found a ring from the traces of Su Hui turning into charcoal. He suspected that this was the Sumuru ring, a magical storage device. There are actually 8 soul seals, it is indeed not simple. As soon as Fang Chen's spiritual power touched the ring, it activated the 8 soul seals on it. In the next 2 days, he spent time refining the mark on the ring that originally belonged to Su Hui. When the mark was completely refined and dissipated, the ring finally became his magic weapon. Fang Chen put on the ring, and spiritual power slowly poured in. The next moment, he suddenly saw a desolate space with some low-grade spirit stones and a golden bowl scattered inside. The golden bowl is Su Hui's magic weapon, and it contains more than 100 low-grade spirit stones. 1 cubic meter of space, not bad. A smile appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. Neither the Qingmu puppet nor the jade pendant can compare to this storage ring. With it, Fang Chen can carry with him some things that are inconvenient to carry on a normal day. He took out the golden bowl and looked at it for a while. The number of soul seals on it was the same as that of the Qingmu puppet. Fang Chen did not intend to use it, so he threw it back into the storage ring. In addition to the jade pendant, Fang Chen also put in a green wooden puppet and more than 100 low-grade spirit stones. I have a number of magic weapons and more than 200 low-grade spirit stones. My wealth is not too bad among chi-refining cultivators. Fang Chen whispered to himself. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside. Sir, the sword guards are rushing in. Sugu said in a deep voice outside the door. I see. Fang Chen nodded slightly. In the front hall, Fang Songyu was sitting in a wheelchair, facing dozens of fierce sword guards in front of him. He was not afraid at all, his eyes were indifferent, and his tone was arrogant. I say, you, the sword guards, really don't take our mansion seriously. You dare to break in like this? Does your commander Xiaoshens want to be an enemy of our mansion? Second Master Fang, I have heard of your fame for a long time, but I never thought we would meet in such an occasion today. We are here on official business today, and I hope that Second Master Fang will ask Fang Chen to come out and meet us. Lu Zhenfu said calmly. You want to see Chen'er? What's the matter? Fang Songyu lightly brushed the blanket on his knees and said nonchalantly. Fang Chen is related to the disappearance of Qin Dong, the Minister of Rites. I am here today to take him to the Sword Guard for investigation. Envoy Lu chuckled and said, I have the official document from the commander in hand, and the Emperor has also given his approval, so Master Fang will not resist, right? Fang Songyu's expression changed slightly. The Fang family guards around him all turned pale and stared at Governor Lu. The so-called fierce sword guards were nothing in their eyes. All of the Fang family's guards were from military backgrounds. Some had fought under Fang Songhai, some had fought under Fang Songyu, and some had followed Fang Chen in his campaigns. As long as Fang Songyu says a word, this group of fierce sword guards will never be able to walk out of the Fang mansion's gate easily. Chen'er has no dealings with Donald Qin. I'm afraid you, the sword guards, have found the wrong person. Fang Songyu spoke slowly. Someone saw Fang Chen and Minister Qin appear together at the Mercy Hall in the northern suburbs a few days ago. After that day, Minister Qin disappeared. I think this is not a coincidence. Of course, the details still need to be verified. I hope Mr. Fang will inform Fang Chen and let him go with us to the guard post. Governor Lu smiled faintly. Fang Songyu was about to speak when he saw Fang Chen slowly approaching. When Envoy Lu and his men saw Fang Chen, their expressions changed slightly, but they soon calmed down. God Fang, we meet again. Envoy Lu clasped his fists with a forced smile. Uncle, your leg injury is causing trouble. Go back and rest. Fang Chen smiled at Fang Songyu. Seeing Fang Chen ignoring him, Envoy Lu's expression changed several times, and then he said gloomily, Military Master Fang, come with us. I'm talking to my second uncle, what right do you have to interrupt? Just wait aside. Fang Chen glanced at Governor Lu with a look as sharp as lightning. Governor Lu's face turned extremely pale, but he didn't say anything in the end. He was afraid that Fang Chen would slap him in front of everyone. Chener, is it serious? Fang Tsangyu asked in a low voice. What could it be? Fang Chen smiled and said, I will be back for dinner tonight. That's all right. Fang Kenjiao laughed and ordered someone to push him away. Afterwards, Governor Lu took Fang Chen away from the Fang mansion under the watchful eyes of the Fang family guards. Quite a while. This is not the way to the guard post. Fang Chen suddenly said. This is the way to the Imperial Palace. Today's trial will be held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, with His Majesty personally presiding over the proceedings. By the way, in addition to Minister Qin, you will also be punished today for allowing your subordinates to slaughter the knights under the command of the Viscount of Longdu. A sneer flashed across Governor Lu's eyes. What is coming will come. It is indeed time to deal with this matter. Fang Chen nodded slightly. In the Imperial Palace and the Hall of Supreme Harmony, many ministers were discussing the disappearance of Minister Qin. Minister Qin did not attend the morning court yesterday, and many people had sensed that something was wrong. As the Minister of Rights, a second-rank official of Daxia, how could I miss the morning court? This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. So Prime Minister Li Guizhou immediately ordered people to go to Qin's house to inquire. After learning that Qin Dong had not returned all night, he immediately reported the matter to the emperor. The emperor ordered Xiao Shens to investigate the matter thoroughly, and finally found out about the incident at the Mercy Hall and that Fang Chen was the last person to meet Qin Dong. Jun Shenfang has no grudge against Minister Qin, so he won't suddenly do something cruel to him, right? Besides, Minister Qin is a second-rank official of Daxia, so Jun Shenfang still has some sense of propriety. You can't say that. Military god Fang is still a warrior. It is not uncommon for warriors to break the law with force since ancient times. Maybe Minister Qin has offended military god Fang in some way. Who knows? If that's the case, then in the eyes of these warriors, we can be slaughtered at will. This kind of atmosphere cannot be tolerated, and this matter must be explained. That's right. Minister Qin must be seen alive or dead. A second-rank official cannot just disappear without a trace. Officials were discussing and expressing their attitudes. In the crowd, Li Huafeng had an indifferent expression. Occasionally he would look at the fifth prince who was smiling and joking with others, and occasionally his eyes would fall on the crown prince. He looked at everything quietly, like a cheetah lying in ambush in the jungle, ready to strike at any moment. Prince, your military god is too arrogant. You even dare to attack your own second-rank official. Haha, no matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Beside the prince, Zhou Xiu said with a half-smile. This is inevitable, Lord Zhou, please rest assured. The prince smiled slightly. Fang Chen is here. Outside, a drake's voice was heard. Everyone looked sideways, only to see Envoy Lu lead Fang Chen into the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and kneel before the emperor to pay their respects. Your Majesty, I have brought Master Fang here. Unlike Governor Lu, Fang Chen did not kneel down because he had the privilege of not kneeling when meeting the emperor. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. When Zhou Xiu saw him, he immediately gnashed with hatred and glared at Fang Chen with a sullen look, as if he wanted to tear him apart with his eyes. Well, you step back. The emperor nodded faintly. Governor Lu immediately stepped aside and stood behind Xiao Shens. Fang Chen, I asked you to come here today, do you know why? The emperor looked at Fang Chen indifferently. I heard that Minister Qin is missing. Fang Chen smiled. Yes, first explain to me why you asked Yu Longchang to rob the northern suburbs Mercy Hall. The emperor said. Everyone also found it strange. Why did Fang Chen set his sights on the Mercy Hall? Could it be that the Mercy Hall had provoked this evil star? Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with me. I just happened to come across this incident when I visited unexpectedly. I heard that there were thieves and prostitutes secretly in the Mercy Hall, hiding all the filth, so General, you took action. Fang Chen smiled. I don't care about these things, but I want to know where Minister Qin went. They all said that the last person Minister Qin saw was you, and then he disappeared. He is a second-rank official of this dynasty. It is unreasonable for him to disappear without any reason. I need you to give me an explanation. The emperor said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, Minister Qin has legs and feet. How can this minister control where he goes? Fang Chen said. So, you're saying you have nothing to do with Minister Qin's disappearance? The emperor said calmly. It's irrelevant. Fang Chen smiled. Fang Chen, do you know the crime of deceiving the emperor? The emperor's voice became a little gloomy and he glanced at Xiao Shens. Xiao Shens immediately stood up and said to Fang Chen, I have already found out that Minister Qin was involved in a case of missing maids. The missing woman was a maid in Minister Qin's mansion. The Dahua Temple had thoroughly investigated the case and cleared Minister Qin's name. But some time ago, you led the officials of Dahua Temple to investigate a case privately, and the case was this one. Then Minister Qin disappeared. All of these are related, and it is not a coincidence. After a pause, he said, so, we, the Sword Guards, have reason to suspect that Minister Qin's disappearance is related to you. I hope you can tell the truth. Commander Xiao, if you say it's not a coincidence, then it's not a coincidence. I did meet Minister Qin that day, but he left in a hurry. As for where he went, I don't have the ability to see and hear from afar, so how can I know? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Xiao Shens frowned slightly. According to his intuition, Qin Dong's disappearance must be related to Fang Chen, but he couldn't figure out what on earth would make Fang Chen take action against a second-rank official of Daxia. Is it just because of those missing maids? Your Majesty, I think what Fang Chen said makes some sense. We cannot say that Minister Qin was abducted by Fang Chen just because he saw him before he disappeared. The fifth prince suddenly clasped his fists and said, Fang Chen has never had any contact with Qin Dong, so how could he disregard the laws of Daxia and attack the Minister of Rights? This is a capital crime. What the fifth prince said makes some sense. The officials looked at each other and whispered. Fifth prince, that is not true. At this moment, a middle-aged man slowly stood up. He looked somewhat similar to Tao Yu. He was the Minister of Rights Tao Mingsheng, Qin Dong's immediate superior. Tao Mingsheng looked around, and finally looked at the emperor, clasping his fists and bowing. Your Majesty, Fang Chen is a Danqi warrior. Such people always act without scruples and break the law with force. When he was not defeated in Sanjia Mountain 5 years ago, he was unscrupulous and arrogant. How many sons of the high officials in Kyoto have been beaten by him? After a pause, Tao Mingsheng glanced at the prince. Even the prince was once slapped by Fang Chen. With his courage, it is not impossible for him to murder a minister of the Ministry of Rights. Everyone fell silent immediately. They also knew about that incident. The crown prince back then was not yet the crown prince. The third prince had the highest support at that time. Because of something, Fang Chen did slap the current crown prince, but not only did he not dare to say anything, he didn't even dare to say anything harsh. It was not until 5 years ago when Fang Chen was defeated in the Battle of Sanjia Mountain that the third prince requested to go to Qingsong Kingdom as a hostage, and the current crown prince became a real crown prince. The prince had a blank expression on his face, and was not angry at all because Tao Mingsheng pointed this out. He seemed to be quite well-mannered, as if he had long forgotten the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Fang Chen many years ago. Minister Tao, you really know nothing about the Ministry of Punishment. All of what you said is speculation. Although I am not in the court now, you also said that I am a Danqi warrior, the only Danqi warrior in Daxia. Fang Chen smiled and said, you are speculating like this and want to put me in an unjust position. Are you ready to pay the price? Tao Mingsheng's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at Fang Chen coldly. Fang Chen, do you want to attack me in front of His Majesty? Then come on, I have nothing to fear from a mere warrior like you. He took a step towards Fang Chen, fearless and calm. Everyone was touched by Tao Mingsheng's courage. To dare to say such words in front of Danqi Wufu, one must have extraordinary courage. If it were them, they would never dare to do so. If the other party really goes crazy and kills someone, with his transcendent status as a Danqi warrior, he may not have to pay with his life. Minister Tao, stop trying to provoke the military god Fang. He has fought many battles, and although he is young, he is not stupid. You should keep this trick to yourself. An old man with a white beard spoke slowly. The officials who were watching coldly were slightly startled, and even Li Guizhu couldn't help but look at the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man's surname is Jiang, and his given name is Jiang Yushu. He is a veteran of 3 dynasties of the Great Xia dynasty and the Minister of Justice. He was born in the military when he was young, and later accidentally went to work in the Ministry of Justice. He solved countless cases and climbed up to his current position step by step. His life can be said to be wonderful. However, in recent years, Jiang Yushu has long stopped caring about court affairs. He would report for duty every day and then return to his mansion to meditate and recuperate. Everyone was surprised that he would speak for Fang Chen today. Tao Mingxing couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yushu, his expression somewhat uncertain. Minister Jiang, what do you think? The emperor smiled. As Lord Fang said, there is no solid evidence for the charges against him today, so I suggest we talk about something else. Jiang Yushu clasped his fists. Another thing. Everyone was a little surprised. Could it be that they were referring to Zhou Xiu, who was standing beside the crown prince? The matter of this Viscount of Longdu Kingdom did need to be dealt with as well. Your Majesty, I have some case files here, which record the deeds of many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in various mercy halls in Kyoto. Jiang Yushu took out a thick case file and handed it to Eunuch Yu, who immediately presented the case file to the emperor. For a moment, the expressions of many officials became unnatural. Tao Mingxing glanced at Jiang Yushu calmly, then looked at Fang Chen, who was smiling, and his heart suddenly sank. The emperor flipped through the documents for a few times, his expression gradually becoming gloomy. Finally, he suddenly closed the case and looked at Jiang Yushu. Minister Jiang, are these all true? The evidence is irrefutable. Minister Qin is currently in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. He has confessed everything he should have confessed. Over the years, he colluded with others and used the Mercy Hall to do some shameful things. Not only that, the well-known Master Su Hui was also a demon who practiced magic. In the past few years, countless widows and orphans from the Mercy Hall have died at his hands, and their mummified bodies are now in the Ministry of Justice. Jiang Yushu smiled and said, Military God Fang accidentally discovered this matter, and it also solved the doubts I have had for the past few years. Xiao Shen's expression suddenly changed. Envoy Lu, who was standing behind him, looked a little pale, but he quickly calmed himself down. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't pay attention to him, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The 5th prince was slightly startled. He looked at Fang Chen, then at Jiang Yushu, with a strange look on his face. Jiang Yushu's words shocked the court. Minister Qin is in the Ministry of Justice. Master Su Hui practices magic. The mummies in the Mercy Hall. Some officials couldn't wait to ask the reason for this. Finally, the emperor patted the table and signaled everyone to be quiet. Minister Jiang, I want you to resolve this case within 7 days and give me an explanation. The emperor said calmly. I obey your command. Jiang Yushu clasped his fists, and a sharp gleam flashed in his turbid eyes. No one expected that Qin Dong was involved in a case and was now detained by the Ministry of Justice. As a result, the officials who had just suspected Fang Chen of secretly murdering Qin Dong couldn't help but feel ashamed. But some people didn't think so. They were secretly shocked in their hearts. They had never expected Jiang Yushu's actions today. They suspected that all this was deliberately arranged by Fang Chen with the purpose of giving certain people a slap in the face. The matter of Qin Dong has come to an end for now. Zhou Xiu suddenly said, Isn't it time for you to give me an explanation? Fang Chen, apologize to Zhou Ziju and let this matter go. The emperor waved his hand. Apologize? Anger flashed across Zhou Xiu's eyes. Your Majesty, all my knights were killed or wounded, and all you want is an apology. Your Majesty, this matter really needs an explanation from Viscount Zhou. Fang Chen smiled. Zhou Xiu looked at Fang Chen with a sneer on his face. The officials were also secretly curious, would Fang Chen apologize to Zhou Xiu and admit his mistake? Minister Jiang, tell me, if someone harms our great Xia caravan and treats them like cattle and horses and slaughters them wantonly, how should such a person be punished? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, not only did the officials and ministers in the Hall of Supreme Harmony flash a hint of surprise in their eyes, but even the emperor frowned. Tao Mingsheng and the crown prince's faces both darkened. In fact, all the ministers in the court knew the truth about this matter, but they would never make enemies with the Longdu kingdom just for a few lives. Now that Daxia is facing the annexation of Qingsong Kingdom, the three ninth great empires, Longdu, Guha, and Yizhou, can serve as a buffer. If we become enemies with any of these three countries, this buffer will disappear, which will definitely be a severe blow to Daxia. Daxia cannot afford the losses caused by such consequences. Fang Juanchen, according to your crime, should be executed. Jiang Yushu stroked his beard and smiled. Your Majesty, how do you think Zhou Xiu should be punished? Fang Chen smiled and looked at the emperor. Zhou Xiu laughed in anger, pointing at Fang Chen. You want to use this little thing to deal with me? I think you are crazy. If I, Longdu, declare war on your Daxia, you will face the encirclement and suppression of Longdu and Qingsong. Even Gu He and Yizhou may get involved and take a piece of the pie. Can you Daxia afford it? Don't worry, Lord Zhou. Li Guizhu took a step forward slowly, first comforted Zhou Xiu, then looked at Fang Chen, frowned and said, God of War Fang, this matter should not be made a big deal. Tao Mingsheng also stood up immediately. Fang Chen, do you know how passive our Daxia will be because of your feud with Longdu? Father, please think twice. The prince turned to look at the emperor and saluted. At one time, many civil and military officials stood up and expressed their attitudes. Among these ministers, many were once members of the so-called Fang party. Zhou Xiu suddenly sneered and looked at Fang Chen smugly. This is the current situation in Daxia. The other party is still unaware of this and wants to challenge Longdu without knowing his own strength. Even if he is a Dan Qi warrior, it is useless. I don't want you to apologize to me either. Just chop off the heads of your two men. Zhou Xiu smiled slightly and said, if not, I, Grand Duke Longdu, will definitely launch a national war against Daxia, and your losses will be far from zero. National war. Everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is a form of competition between empires. Both sides gather their troops, fight, and charge, and the victory is determined in the simplest and crudest way. And make a bet for compensation, the loser will suffer a huge loss. Daxia now has less than 400,000 soldiers, while Longdu has an army of 1 million all year round. Although there has never been a Dan Qi warrior, there are still many strong men at the peak of Yu Qi, far more than Daxia. If a national war really breaks out, Daxia's chances of winning are not high. Fang Chen, the people who attacked at that time were Huang Sihai and the iron horses of the Qingsong Nation Wolf Army, right? The emperor looked at Fang Chen and said calmly. Iron horse. Everyone was shocked, only Xiao Shens and others seemed to have known it for a long time and were unmoved. However, the others were very shocked. Why would Tai Ma, a master of the Wolf Army of Qingsong country, become Fang Chen's subordinate? Your Majesty, how do you plan to decide? Fang Chen smiled. According to what Zhou Ziju said, you can just hand them over. You don't need to apologize to him. This will not only save your face, but also save Daxia from a disaster. The emperor sighed softly. But if this happens, I'm afraid that other countries will become even more aggressive. 5 years ago, not to mention Viscount Longdu, even Grand Duke Longdu had to behave properly when he came to Daxia. How could he dare to be so presumptuous as him? Fang Chen said lightly. You also said 5 years ago. Your Great Xia is no longer the Great Xia of the past. Fang Chen, you ruined this with your own hands. Zhou Xiu sneered repeatedly. Daxia is indeed not the Daxia it once was. Fang Chen sighed softly. Just when everyone thought he was going to give in, Fang Chen clasped his fists towards the emperor. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. If we don't punish Zhou Xiu today, all other countries will look down on Daxia in the future. Our Daxia caravans will face all kinds of difficulties when traveling in other countries, and may even be slaughtered like cattle and sheep. After he finished speaking, everyone saw Fang Chen flash and grab the shocked Zhou Xiu and leave the Hall of Supreme Harmony. During this period, some people wanted to step forward to stop him, but none of them were as fast as Fang Chen. By the time they reacted, Fang Chen had already left the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Stop him for me. The emperor was furious. Xiaoshen's reacted the most promptly and immediately rushed out with envoy Lu and a group of palace guards. Afterwards, the emperor personally led the civil and military officials out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, wanting to see what Fang Chen was going to do. You dare to hurt me? Aren't you afraid that Daxia will be destroyed because of you? Zhou Xiao screamed in shock and anger. Fang Chen had a blank expression on his face. He carried him and walked briskly. With each step, he could cover a distance of several feet. It felt like he was a land immortal who could shrink the earth into an inch. This resulted in the pursuers behind them being unable to catch up for a long time. Not long after, Fang Chen carried Zhou Xiao to the most lively Meridian Gate in Kyoto. There are all kinds of tea houses, pubs, pawnshops, and vendors here. The streets are bustling with people, and you can see people from Guha, Ishu, and Longdu walking among them. Isn't that God Fang? When someone saw Fang Chen, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. God Fang is holding a person in his hand. Who is that? Someone raised a question. No one recognized Zhou Xiao, but some scholars from Longdu Kingdom recognized his identity and showed horror on their faces. Someone immediately jumped out and said, God of the army Fang, what do you want to do to my Viscount Longdu Kingdom? Viscount of Longdu Kingdom. The people of Daxia immediately showed curiosity, thinking that the Viscount had provoked Fang Chen. Word spread quickly and everyone came to watch the fun. But the palace guards and fierce sword guards who arrived shortly afterwards immediately made the people realize that something was wrong. The most shocking thing was that they immediately saw a group of civil and military officials rushing over, and the leader was actually the Emperor of Daxia. Long live the Emperor! The people did not dare to be negligent and knelt on the ground one after another, shouting loudly to the sky. The Emperor nodded grimly and waved his hand, saying, Stand up. Then he looked at Fang Chen with a serious expression. Fang Chen, release Viscount Zhou Xiao immediately. Fang Chen, you are deceiving the Emperor. Deceiving the Emperor. The prince shouted angrily. What happened? Why was Zhou Xiao captured by Fang Chen? Yi Qinghe, Tao Yu and others suddenly appeared in the crowd. They were not qualified to attend the court, but they knew that Fang Chen would be interrogated today, so they celebrated happily. They did not expect to see such a scene suddenly. They also found their fathers among the civil and military officials. If the emperor had not been present, they would have rushed over to ask the reason. Did Fang Juanchen deceive the king? The people of Daxia suddenly looked confused. Fang Chen smiled, and spiritual power flowed into his body. His voice resounded throughout the area for several miles in an instant. This man is the Viscount of Longdu country. He killed the great Xia merchant caravan and took pleasure in hunting them. He felt no guilt at all afterwards and instead thought that the people of Great Xia were like pigs and dogs and could be slaughtered at will. He has committed countless crimes and should be executed. What? People from Longdu country killed our Daxia caravan. Hush, I've heard about it before, but I didn't expect it to be true. I heard that the caravans have had a hard time in recent years. What a shitty Viscount. If he is really like what Lord Fang said, he deserves to be killed. Countless people of Daxia were extremely angry. The emperor's face turned green. The prince and others also looked unhappy. Bold Fang Chen, you are just a commoner, what qualifications do you have to accuse someone of murder in broad daylight? Tao Mingxing shouted angrily. Although I am a commoner, I am still a Danchi warrior of Daxia. Fang Chen smiled and said, if no one comes to change the status quo, I might as well start with it. Fang Chen, please release our Viscount. You want Longdu and Daxia to start a war? The scholars of Longdu Kingdom shouted one after another. Some scholars from Guha and Izhou also showed anger and looked at the emperor to question him. The emperor's face turned pale, and he looked at Fang Chen coldly. Fang Chen, put him down now, and I won't hold you accountable for your fault. Your Majesty, I know you have long wanted to chop this boy into pieces, but you are afraid that it will harm Daxia. I will be the blade in your hand and help you kill this boy. Everything from now on will be solely borne by me. If Longdu wants to start a war to establish a country, then let's fight. Every inch of land is built with blood. The present day of Daxia is built with every drop of blood and sweat of the people of Daxia. The small country of Longdu dares to act recklessly and regards Daxia as a lowly pariah. We must repay blood with blood and tooth with tooth. Fang Chen smiled. His voice was as deep and powerful as a bell, and it could be heard for miles. Every inch of land is soaked in blood. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Even many ministers who wanted to persuade Fang Chen had thoughtful looks in their eyes. Li Guizhu looked at Fang Chen, then at Zhou Xiu, and then shook his head slightly. Upon seeing this, many officials immediately understood what was going on and slowly took a step back. The Minister of Justice Jiang Yushu had cloudy eyes and stroked his beard while smiling faintly. His attitude is already very clear. In the crowd, Fang Qingyao and her servant stared blankly at Fang Chen, who was surrounded by the sword guards and the imperial guards. Miss, it turns out that Juanshan Fang was planning to kill Zhou Xiu in front of everyone. I thought he would consider the overall situation and only kill his men but let him go. But if this happens, Juanshan Fang will be in an extremely dangerous situation. Fang Qingyao's eyes were full of worry. Don't be afraid, Mississippi. We have all seen the methods used by Fang Juanshan. I believe he will find a way. The maid whispered. Concern can lead to confusion, and Fang Qingyao immediately calmed down after being reminded by her. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence. A general came hurriedly, dismounted and saluted before the emperor. Fang Canghai. This is your good son. The emperor pointed at Fang Chen and looked at Fang Canghai with a sullen expression. The person who came was Fang Canghai, who was demoted to guard the city gate. Please forgive me, your majesty. Fang Canghai clasped his fists and saluted, then looked at Fang Chen. Chener, do we have to kill this man today? To kill. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Then kill him. Fang Canghai said. Everyone was shocked. Aren't you here to persuade your own son? The emperor pointed at Fang Canghai and was so angry that he was speechless. Can this kid really come back for dinner tonight? In the corner of the crowd, Fang Cangyu was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at Fang Chen with a strange expression. He didn't expect Fang Chen to make such a big noise. What he didn't expect was that Fang Canghai, who always attached great importance to the overall situation, not only did not persuade Fang Chen today, but stood on his side. But it's true, this is our family. Fang Cangyu suddenly smiled. Sugu behind him raised the corner of his mouth slightly. At the same time, on a city wall not far away, a general wearing silver armor and holding a longbow looked at Fang Chen with cold eyes. Commander Yan, the emperor said that you must stop Fang Chen. Zhou Xiu cannot die. A eunuch appeared and whispered. Your Majesty, do you know that Fang Chen has recovered his Dan Qi? I'm afraid my arrows can't hurt him. Yan Beihan looked solemn. Commander Yan, are you going to disobey the imperial decree? The eunuch's face turned cold. I see. Yan Beihan nodded slowly and raised the bow and arrow in his hand. I think it's getting late, Zhou Xiu, you should get going too. In your next life, remember to be an honest person and be an ordinary person. You will live longer than being a Viscount Longdu. Fang Chen glanced at the sky and smiled at Zhou Xiu. Zhou Xiu's face turned pale. Do you really dare to kill me? Even if you kill me, your emperor will not let you go. This is for the future. You are already dead, so don't worry about it. Fang Chen smiled. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a shrill whistle in their ears. Among the crowd, Fang Cangyu was the first to react. He was very familiar with the whistling sound. Yan Beihan took action. He is recognized as the best archer in Daxia. You really dare to take action. Fang Chen chuckled and suddenly waved his hand. Everyone saw that there was an extra feather arrow in his hand. The tail was shaking violently, but Fang Chen's arm did not move at all. When the emperor saw this scene, his expression darkened. The next moment, Fang Chen swung the arrow casually, and it immediately returned to its original path, making an even more violent whistling sound. Not far away, a figure fell from the city wall. Commander Yan. The members of the archery team stepped forward one after another, with disbelief on their faces. Their leader was actually hit back by a feather arrow. Yan Beihan's legs were pierced by a feather arrow and he looked very miserable. After being helped up by his men, he gritted his teeth and pulled out the feather arrow. The cultivation of the military god Fang is indeed unfathomable. Yan Beihan showed a bitter smile on his face. He knew that the other party had deliberately shot the arrow back at him. He had shot through Fang Changyu's legs in the same way before. At this moment, a voice like thunder suddenly rang in Yan Beihan's ears. Cut. Immediately afterwards, the shouts of countless Daxia people rang out, one wave louder than the other. Yan Beihan's expression changed slightly. He knew Zhou Xiu was dead. I also know what kind of situation Daxia will face next. Fang Juanchen, if you really have a backup plan, I'm worth the arrow. Otherwise. Yan Beihan whispered to himself. In front of the Meridian Gate, Zhou Xiu's head fell to the ground and rolled far away. The scholars of Longdu Kingdom seemed to lose their voices in an instant. Gu He and Yi Zhou suddenly felt a sense of mutual dependence, and looked at Fang Chen with a hint of hatred in their eyes. All the civil and military officials in the court were silent at this moment. The matter is a foregone conclusion. Please go back and tell everyone that although I, Fang Chen, am no longer in charge of the army, I am still a Danchi warrior after all, and I can come and go freely in your palace. When you see my great Xia caravan in the future, please show some respect. If you dare to harm me again, I will come to visit you personally. Fang Chen looked at the scholars from the three kingdoms and smiled. Father, quickly order someone to capture him. The prince looked pale. The emperor was silent for a few breaths, then he snorted coldly and left. Once he left, all the civil and military officials had no choice but to follow him. The prince stood there in a daze. Everyone knows that what Fang Chen just said is useful to Guha and other countries, and it also applies to Daxia. Prince, don't make friends with such small characters in the future. They will not make your position as crown prince more secure, but will harm you instead. Fang Chen smiled at the prince, kicked Zhou Xiu's head away casually, and said to Fang Canghai with a smile. Dad, let's go back and eat. Fang Chen left. But many people in the crowd were still in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. Tao Yu and Yi Qinghe finally came to their senses and immediately rushed to the prince, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Do you think Fang Chen will rebel in the future? The prince said with a gloomy look. The two were shocked when they heard this, and were speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Hee. The prince sneered, glanced at Zhou Xiu's corpse on the ground, turned around and left. His back became a little decadent. In front of the noisy Meridian Gate, the scholars of Longdu Kingdom seemed out of tune with the crowd. All they saw was the scene of Fang Chen beheading Zhou Xiu, and they stared blankly at Zhou Xiu's corpse. Finally, a scholar from Longdu State spoke slowly. Longdu and Daxia will start a national war. How can the Viscount of Longdu die in such humiliation? They all belong to the aristocracy in Longdu country. Even though they are not even barons, there is an intricate connection between aristocrats. When facing the outside world, we must work together. Yes, the national war will surely begin. Daxia must pay at least 10,000 lives to compensate for Viscount Zhou Xiu. We have to pay a few more cities as compensation. The scholars of Longdu Kingdom spoke up one after another. Someone suddenly remembered that they had to collect Zhou Xiu's body, so they hurriedly called out. Just as they were about to go forward to pick up Zhou Xiu's head, they found that a big foot had already stepped on his head. A group of scholars from Longdu Kingdom were immediately furious. How could they humiliate a dead person like this? Even the people from Guha and Yizhou couldn't stand it anymore and started to scold. Sugu stepped on Zhou Xiu's head and said to the group of guys with a smile, Viscount Zhou Xiu deserves to be put to death. In order to serve as a warning to others, the prince ordered me to hang his head and body at the south gate for public display. Hiss. The scholars of Longdu Kingdom all gasped and looked at Sugu in disbelief. Is Fang Chen really going to break up with Longdu? Isn't he worried about Daxia's current situation? Finally, a scholar from Longdu country could no longer bear it. He pointed at Sugu and said tremblingly. You are too arrogant. You actually insulted my Longdu like this. Do you really think that my Longdu has no one? It won't be long before my Longdu will also produce a Danchi warrior. When the national war begins, Daxia will be in trouble. Upon seeing this, many scholars from Longdu country changed their expression slightly and looked at that guy. The people from Guhi and Izhou looked at each other, with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. Oh. Someone from your Longdu is going to advance to Dan Qi? Sugu asked with interest. The other party knew that he might have said something wrong, so he immediately shut his mouth and looked away. Sugu ignored him and walked towards the south gate carrying Zhou Xiu's head and body. Let go. A scholar from Longdu Kingdom stepped forward to stop him, but was kicked to the ground by Sugu. The most powerful person among this group of people is only at the initial stage of explosive growth. How could he be a match for Sugu? Moreover, the people of Daxia are watching them covetously. In the end, they could only watch Sugu take Zhou Xiu's body away. On that day, Zhou Xiu's body was hung at the South City Gate for public display. Passers-by couldn't help but look up at it, while the eyes of the scholars from the nearby Longdu Kingdom were filled with hatred. Fang Mansion. I heard that you killed the Viscount of Longdu Kingdom. Goddess Xiao looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. Aren't you afraid that Longdu country and Qingsong will join forces? I'm afraid that your great Xia cannot withstand the pressure from the two countries now. Guhi and Izhou will only gloat over the misfortune and will not help you, Daxia. Can't you guess that this is bound to happen sooner or later? Instead of waiting for Longdu and Qingsong to join forces, I might as well force them. Fang Chen smiled. You. A trace of horror flashed across Goddess Xiao's eyes. She guessed something and said in a lost voice, Are you planning to start a national war with Longdu? What are you going to do? Someone behind the scenes wants to stir up disputes between countries, so I will resolve the dispute first. Fang Chen said lightly. Goddess Xiao understood and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Do you want to resolve the conflict that is about to break out in a short period of time and make the measures they have arranged ineffective? As expected of you, the daughter of Commander Xiao Lang. You are not stupid at all. Fang Chen smiled. Goddess Xiao was slightly delighted in her heart, as this was a compliment from the military god of Daxia. But then she realized why she should be happy about this guy's compliment. I hope you can resolve this matter as soon as possible so that I can return to Qingsong. Although your Fang Mansion is large, I have been traveling everywhere these days and cannot leave the Fang Mansion. It is really boring. Goddess Xiao said. After a pause, he said, That little nun is quite interesting. Is her name Master Qinghe? When she recites Buddhist scriptures, I feel calm. When you have time, go to the nunnery more often and listen to her chanting Buddhist scriptures. It will be good for you. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Master Qinghe was at least at the second level of qi refining, so when she recited Buddhist scriptures, there was naturally a flow of spiritual power. For warriors, spiritual power was an extremely rare tonic. Normally, spiritual power is contained in the heaven and earth, and mortals and warriors cannot touch it at all, just like the distance between a beggar and an emperor. This is also the reason why Fang Chen is willing to keep Master Qinghe. Goddess Xiao can benefit from it, and so can his parents. In other words, everyone in the Fang Mansion can get some benefit from it. Not long after Zhou Xiu's body was hung at the South City Gate, several waves of people came to visit Fang Chen. These people were all the owners and shareholders of major chambers of commerce. Fang Chen's move this time made them realize Fang Chen's position. It was rare for someone in Daxia to stand up for merchants like them. In addition, they were grateful, so they immediately visited him with valuable gifts. Naturally, they did not see Fang Chen, and the gifts they brought were rejected by the Fang Mansion, but Fang Sangyu took the initiative to come forward to receive these shopkeepers. This is the second master of the Fang family. Although he can only sit in a wheelchair now, his status is not comparable to that of ordinary merchants. When these shopkeepers left, their faces were beaming, and they felt they were greatly respected. The most valuable thing is that they got the promise from the Fang family that if a similar incident occurs again, they can come directly to the Fang family. Sir, Miss Fang is here. Huang Sihai came to Fang Chen's door and whispered. Fang Chen glanced at Huang Sihai and suddenly laughed. Did you take the bone-hardening pill? I see you've gotten bigger. Tell me the truth, are you from Daxia? Huang Sihai touched his head and smiled innocently. Maybe I eat too much on weekdays. This bone-hardening pill is very effective. After taking it, I feel twice as strong. Twice as big. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Huang Xihai's previous strength was equivalent to that of a martial artist in the early stage of qi control. Now, it should be equivalent to that of a martial artist in the middle stage of qi control, or even comparable to that of a martial artist in the late stage of qi control. This time, all the bone-tempering pills were distributed by Su Ge, without leaving a single one. I believe that it won't be long before the overall strength of the Daxia hidden guards will be greatly improved. By the way, who is the Miss Fang you are talking about? Fang Chen asked casually. Fang Qingyao, the young shopkeeper of Qinjiatang, did not come alone this time. She also brought Li Maocai, the big boss of Longting Chamber of Commerce. Huang Xihai said, "If the prince doesn't want to see it, I will go and inform them." "Let's meet." Fang Chen smiled. In the front hall, an old man in his 60s was fidgeting a little. Seeing this, Fang Qingyao couldn't help but say, "Boss Li, Fang Juanchen is not as scary as you think." "I'm not scared, I'm just a little excited. Li Maocai, you should know that in recent years, the same experience as your Qinjiatang has happened to our Longting Chamber of Commerce more than once or twice. This time, Fang Juanchen stood up and spoke for us common people. It was very helpful. I don't know how to express my gratitude. No need to thank me. People from Daxia shouldn't be treated like this." Fang Chen walked slowly into the front hall and smiled faintly at Li Maocai. "Military Master Fang." Li Maocai quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I am Li Maocai, the old man, and I pay my respects to the military god Fang." "Boss Li, you're welcome. Please take a seat." Fang Chen waved his hand and sat down in the main seat. He smiled at Fang Qingyao and said, "Miss Fang, how are the arrangements at the Mercy Hall going? Has anyone handed it over to you?" Fang Qingyao suddenly showed a strange look on her face, and nodded slightly. "An official from the Ministry of Justice came to hand it over to me. Now the ownership of Kyoto Mercy Hall has been transferred to my name." She really admired Fang Chen. The Ministry of Justice, one of the 6 ministries, was actually willing to cooperate with Fang Chen to personally hand over the Mercy Hall to her. How many people in Kyoto could find such energy? That's good. I can see that Miss Fang is a kind-hearted person. From now on, these orphans and widows in the Mercy Hall will have a place to stay. Fang Chen nodded and smiled. "Please rest assured, Lord Fang, our Longting Chamber of Commerce plans to donate a total of 5,000 taels of silver to various major Mercy Halls in Kyoto every year." Li Maocai interrupted. Fang Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and he clasped his fists towards Li Maocai. "I didn't expect that Boss Li is also a kind-hearted person. 5,000 taels of silver can indeed solve a lot of problems. It's all as it should be. It's all as it should be." Li Maocai nodded repeatedly. After a pause, he immediately said, "Master Fang, I have come to visit you this time and have prepared some small gifts. I hope Master Fang will accept them. This is also a small token of my appreciation." "No need for gifts, just take them back. I didn't confiscate any of the people who came today." Fang Chen smiled and shook his head. "As long as the intention is there, that's enough." Li Maocai suddenly became anxious and looked at Fang Qingyao quickly. Fang Qingyao smiled bitterly and said to Fang Chen, "Master Fang, there is a weapon in Boss Li's gift. It looks extraordinary. Maybe you can take a look at it." "Yes, yes, yes. It's fine if you don't accept the other gifts, Lord Fang. They are all vulgar things, unworthy of a great man like Lord Fang. But Lord Fang, please take a look at that weapon. It was brought back from outside by a shopkeeper of my Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago. It is quite magical." Li Maocai said quickly. "Weapon." Not only Fang Chen became interested, but Huang Xihai, Su Ge and Tai Ma, who were listening outside, also looked at each other with curiosity in their eyes. The other party was able to bring this weapon to the Fang mansion, so there must be something special about it, otherwise how could he have brought such an ordinary weapon? "Then I'll take a look." Fang Chen smiled and nodded. Li Maocai quickly stood up and called the entourage outside. Soon, a carriage slowly drove into the yard from outside. Judging from the marks on the wheels, there seemed to be something very heavy in the carriage. I said, "What are you doing?" Fang Xangyu pushed the wheelchair slowly towards them. Many security guards nearby also walked forward with curious looks on their faces. What's in the car? Gold. So heavy. Fang Xiangyu said in surprise. Li Maocai said quickly, everyone, there is a weapon inside, which was obtained by the owner of Longting Chamber of Commerce from outside. Its magical feature is that it is heavy. Heavy. Fang Chen stepped forward and lifted the curtain, only to find that the car was empty except for a Konglong mace. This kind of weapon was very common in Daxia, and Gu He and Yizhou also often used this kind of weapon to equip their infantry. It is like a whip, long, bladeless, and has 4 edges. The only difference is the size. The size of Daxia's Konglong mace is 4 feet, while the people of Guha and Yizhou are shorter, about 3 feet and 5 inches, but the size of this Konglong mace is at least 6 feet. Konglong mace. Everyone gathered around, and after seeing the weapon, they all had strange looks on their faces. How could a Konglong mace like this allow the wheel to penetrate so deeply? Military Master Fang, this Konglong mace is definitely not an ordinary item. It looks no different from an ordinary weapon, but it is extremely heavy. At that time, the shopkeeper brought 4 masters in the late stage of qi condensation with him. With their combined efforts, they barely moved the Konglong mace, put it in the car and brought it back. Li Maocai said quickly, just moving it almost exhausted the strength of 4 masters. I also asked explosive warriors to test it, but they couldn't lift it at all. If someone can use it, its power will be indestructible. Is it so mysterious? When Huang Xihai heard that the Konglong mace was very heavy, he immediately showed a hint of disdain. Old Huang, go and try it. Fang Chen smiled. Okay, Prince, please watch carefully. Huang Xihai chuckled, jumped onto the carriage immediately, and reached out to grab the Konglong mace. Tai Ma and Su Ge were watching the excitement, and the guards of the Fang mansion also stretched their necks. At this time, Fang Zhixue, Goddess Xiao, and Master Qinghe who heard the news also rushed over. How did the 3 of them get together? Fang Chen glanced at them. What a pretty nun, and this maid looks pretty too. This must be Fang Juanshan's younger sister Fang Zhixue, right? Fang Qingyao's eyes moved between the 3 women. At this moment, Huang Xihai suddenly shouted, grabbed the Konglong mace and lifted it up. The carriage could no longer withstand such destruction and shattered in an instant. Huang Xihai's face flushed red as he grabbed the Konglong mace and swung it twice. Hiss. Li Maocai took a deep breath, and the followers he brought with him also looked horrified. As expected of a dragon general. Li Maocai's eyes showed admiration. The other party could actually grab this magical Konglong mace and wield it several times. How does it feel? Fang Chen smiled. Huang Xihai's face flushed red, and he lost his temper just as he was about to speak. His palms suddenly loosened, and the Konglong mace fell heavily to the ground. Everyone felt the ground shaking twice. Hee hee. Su Ge chuckled, and Tai Ma also showed a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that Huang Xihai could not use this weapon either. So neither of them went forward to try. Even Huang Xihai couldn't lift it, so how could they possibly lift it? Now, perhaps only a Danqi warrior like the prince can use this weapon. Fang Juanshan, you are a Danqi warrior, I think this weapon can definitely be used by you. Li Maocai clasped his fist towards Fang Chen. This item is indeed magical and not an ordinary thing. Boss Li, do you really want to give it to me? Fang Chen smiled. It is useless to keep this item in my Longting Chamber of Commerce. If it is accidentally taken away by the warriors of the enemy country, it may harm the lives of my people in Daxia. So I hope that Juanshan Fang will not refuse and accept it. Even if you don't use it, you can keep it in Fang Mansion. This is the safest way. Li Maocai saluted with his fists clasped. Goddess Xiao's expression changed slightly. This weapon really surprised her. If Fang Chen got his hands on it, it would be a huge threat to Qingsong. This thing. Master Qinghe muttered to herself as she looked at the Konglong mace. She seemed to feel a spiritual power on it. If nothing unexpected happened, this might very well be a magic weapon used by a cultivator. TSK, I didn't expect that you Daxia still have such a thing. This is a magic weapon made of Yuechen gold. It looks like it has at least 12 soul seals. What a good thing. Suddenly, a slightly frivolous voice sounded, and everyone realized that a gray-robed Taoist priest appeared beside Master Qinghe, pointing at the Konglong mace. The gray-robed Taoist priest was none other than Taoist Master Li, who said he was leaving a few days ago. Master Qinghe looked at him blankly, with a hint of surprise on her face. Didn't you leave? After thinking about it, I still feel uneasy. After all, I brought you to Daxia. If you die in Daxia, how will I explain to your master in the future? Li Daoi said righteously, so I decided to stay and fight with you together. He glanced at the people around him, but ultimately did not utter the 3 words, blood spirit cult. After all, there were some things that mortals could not know, as this could easily lead to trouble. Fang Chen was stunned, and then asked the guard beside him, did you let the person in? The guards' faces suddenly turned purple and they blushed with shame. Second uncle, he has quite a lot of skills, and ordinary people can't stop him from entering the Fang mansion. Fang Chen smiled, then looked at Master Li. Brother Dao, do you know the origin of this thing? Master Li Dao, of course I recognize it, Yu Chenjin, I have had the honor of seeing it a few times before. It is a top-grade material for forging magic weapons. Do you feel this Konglong mace? There must be at least 12 soul seals. This is a good thing, but it is a pity that the magic weapon made of Yuechen gold cannot be used by ordinary people. It has extremely high requirements on the soul, and spiritual power is not enough to activate it. After saying this, he secretly felt regretful that such a good magic weapon appeared in front of him, but not only could he not use it, he also couldn't steal it because he couldn't lift it. Even if a cultivator has reached the 12th level of qi refining, if his spirit and soul are not up to standard, he will not be able to use the Konglong mace. Brother Fang, I suggest you sell it. It's very valuable. Daoi Li winked at Fang Chen. The money he was talking about was naturally the spirit stones. Magic weapon spiritual power. Goddess Zhao's eyes moved slightly. She stared at Master Li for a few seconds, then looked at Master Qinghe, her expression gradually becoming strange. It's a shame to sell such a good thing. Fang Chen walked to the Konglong mace and pretended to pick it up. Seeing this, Master Li Dao waved his hand and said, Brother Fang, although I admire your cultivation, you can't lift it. It is said that there is an empire called Yuechen Kingdom, which is rich in Yuechen gold. The cultivators of Yuechen Kingdom are born with powerful spirits, so their magic weapons are mixed with Yuechen gold. Only they can use this kind of magic weapon easily. As he spoke, Fang Chen had already grasped the Konglong mace, and then slowly lifted it up. It was not as heavy as he had imagined, but it felt better than ordinary weapons. Li Daoi was stunned, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. What happened? This magic weapon in front of him, which was clearly mixed with a lot of moon-sinking gold, was actually lifted up by Fang Chen easily. What does this mean? It means that the opponent's spiritual power is far beyond his imagination. Since the spiritual power corresponds to the cultivation level, then the opponent's cultivation level must be. Fang Juanchen is indeed the strongest man in Daxia. Li Maotsai was convinced. As expected, this weapon was indeed tailor-made for Fang Chen, and only Fang Chen could afford it. Huang Sihai and others did not find it strange. In their opinion, Fang Chen's cultivation methods had already exceeded imagination, so it was not surprising that he could pick up this weapon. Chener is indeed more capable. This Taoist said that Chener couldn't lift it. I don't know who he is humiliating. Fang Sangyo smiled. Daoi Li showed an awkward look on his face. Seeing that Master Qinghe was also looking at him, he couldn't help but said, I'm just saying, if you are strong enough, you can still pick up the moon-sinking gold. Obviously, Brother Fang is this kind of person. Everyone ignored him and looked at the Konglong mace in Fang Chen's hand. As Fang Chen's spiritual power flowed through it, soul seals gradually lit up. There were a total of 12 soul seals, which looked very magical. This magic weapon has been ownerless for a long time, and there is no mark of the previous owner. A faint smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. This would save him several days of effort, and he could then start refining it. Brother Fang, would you like to try out the power? Daoi Li's eyes lit up slightly. He was very curious about the power of the magic weapon with 12 soul seals. Not here. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, I will tear down the Fang mansion. You and Qinghe, Come with me to the mountains and give it a try. Brother, I want to go too. Fang Zhixue said quickly. No, stay home. Fang Chen refused immediately. He didn't want Fang Zhixue to come into contact with things from the cultivation world so early. If he has a chance in the future, he will find a book of Taoist exercises to see if Fang Zhixue and the others can practice it. As for the 3,000 Taoist techniques, there are sect rules and he cannot pass them on to outsiders. The blood spirit technique is a demonic technique, so naturally it cannot be passed on to them. Half an hour later. In a barren mountain in the southern suburbs of Kyoto, Tai Ma, Su Ge, Wang Sihai, Li Daoi, and Qin He stood behind Fang Chen. In front of Fang Chen, there was a huge rock. This huge rock is more than 10 feet high and looks like a small mountain. People standing in front of the rock are as small as ants. Fang Chen raised the Konglong mace in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then lightly tapped the boulder. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual power burst out. 30 to 40% of the spiritual power in Fang Chen's body disappeared immediately, and this 30 to 40% of the spiritual power was instantly amplified countless times by the Konglong mace. Without any sound, the entire hill turned into sand and disintegrated. Iron Horse, hiss. Su Ge, hiss. Huang Sihai, wow. Master Qinghe, oh. Everyone was stunned. Even Master Li Dao and Master Qinghe, who were both monks, were shocked by the scene before them. Just with a light touch, a hill collapsed. What would be the consequences if such a terrifying power were to fall on a human? Too terrifying, it's worthy of being a magic weapon with 12 soul seals. With such power, it might be able to threaten a cultivator who has established his foundation. What a pity, why didn't I encounter such a good thing? Master Li Dao looked unwilling. But he also understood that he would not be able to use this thing even if it fell into his hands. With this magic weapon, it may be easier for Lord Fang to clean up the blood spirit sect monks in Daxia. This is a good thing. Master Qinghe looked at Master Li with some excitement. Yes. Li Daoi nodded perfunctorily. Blood spirit sect. It's better not to contact it if you can. A mere magic weapon with 12 soul seals has such a terrifying power. How terrifying would the magic weapons possessed by those foundation-building monks and even golden elixir monks in the blood spirit sect be? Burning the sky and boiling the sea is no problem. Congratulations, Prince, for obtaining this treasure. Huang Sihai suddenly clasped his fists and said, with this thing, if we use it to attack the army, many people will die. I wonder who dares to come to our great Xia to cause trouble. Tai Ma and Su Ge also looked happy. The stronger Fang Chen is, the happier they are. This thing is good, but it consumes a lot. Fang Chen whispered to himself. His cultivation is not high enough. If he were at the 6th or 7th level of qi refining, he would be more adept at using it. Now he can only use it as a trump card. Thinking of this, he thought about it and put the Konglong mace into the storage ring. Fortunately, there was no concept of time and gravity in the storage ring, so even the Konglong mace could be easily stored. This Konglong mace was indeed a good thing, with great power. The most important thing was that it only took a few hits to exhaust the spiritual power in Fang Chen's body. Every time Fang Chen's spiritual power is exhausted, his cultivation level can be improved a little, but after the test just now, Fang Chen has confirmed that this is a melee magic weapon. It needs to touch the target to unleash its terrible power. Therefore, the idea of using it to improve his cultivation was quickly rejected. There were not so many barren mountains nearby for him to demolish, and its destructive power was too alarming. What kind of method is this? Is it a storage ring? Master Li was secretly shocked. In the world of cultivation, the storage ring is a most special magic weapon. Although it has no power, its value far exceeds that of ordinary magic weapons. Owning it is proof of identity. Sir, a scholar from Longdu country let slip today that a warrior at the peak of the control of Qi may have been promoted to Dan Qi. Su Ge walked forward and clasped his fists. There are 7 people in Longdu country who are known to have reached the peak of Qi control, 3 of whom are Grand Dukes and 4 are Marquises. Among them, Marquis Xianyu has the greatest chance of advancing to Dan Qi. Fang Chen smiled and said, If Long Du can't help it this time and starts a national war, he will become the trump card in the national war. Brother Fang, how can these warriors be your opponents? You might as well go over and defeat them. Let's focus on the blood spirit cult. Master Li said. The identity of the cultivator cannot be revealed for the time being. No one knows when the remaining 4 members of the blood spirit sect will return to Daxia, nor do they know what their cultivation level is. Fang Chen smiled faintly. After a pause, he asked, Brother Dao, why did you suddenly return? A gentleman has his own way of doing things and his own way of not doing things. I am a Taoist. Li Daoi was about to make a long speech, but when he saw Fang Chen smiling, he immediately smiled awkwardly. An enemy has come to my door. I don't know how he knew I was here. If he finds me, my life will be in danger. After thinking it over, I can only come to Brother Fang for help. Nun Qinghe was immediately furious. The naive girl really thought that Master Li changed his mind because he couldn't stand the blood spirit sect. She didn't expect that he wanted to use Fang Chen to avoid his enemies. You want to take advantage of my son? Old Huang glared and grabbed Li Daoi's neck. Su Ji's sword was already at his neck. Tai Ma glanced up and down at Master Li with a cold gaze, as if he was thinking about which part to attack first. Daoi Li was slightly startled, and a white light suddenly surged from his body, and then he knocked Lao Huang and Suge several steps away. How brave! The next moment, the 3 of them simultaneously cast the Vajra Talisman, the Divine Movement Talisman, and the Great Strength Talisman on themselves, surrounded Master Li and started beating him wildly. What the hell? Diamond Talisman. Is that the God-moving talisman? And the Power Talisman? Brother Fang, did you rob the house of some talisman-making master? Master Li dodged and exclaimed. These talismans are not cheap, and yet the 3 warriors each used one, which is equivalent to consuming 3 Vajra talismans, 3 Divine Travel talismans, and 3 Great Strength talismans. How many low-grade spirit stones is this worth? With the bonus of these 3 talismans, the strength of Tai Ma and the other 2 increased greatly within a short time. Dao Master Li was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, and his cultivation was actually not much different from the other 3. He just relied on his advantage in spiritual power to barely resist the combined forces of the 3. This situation lasted for more than 10 breaths, and then Master Li Dao was defeated. He could only use his spiritual power to cover his vital points and squat on the ground with his head in his hands. All right. Fang Chen smiled faintly. After hearing this, the 3 of them stepped aside. I say, you 3 wouldn't attack me without Brother Fang's permission, right? Master Li said angrily. You dare to use my son? Even if you just think about it, you deserve to die. Suge said dimly. You are so loyal. Daoi Li sneered in his heart, then looked at Fang Chen, clasped his fists and bowed, and said with a wry smile, Brother Fang, if you help me this time, I will help you in the future. How can you help me? You don't really want to be an enemy of the blood spirit cult. Fang Chen smiled faintly. I can help you even if I am not an enemy of the blood spirit sect. I am a disciple of the Bagua sect and have the ability to see the aura. I use this ability to find the Mercy Hall. Master Li said immediately. Looking at the Qi. Fang Chen smiled and said, Tell me about it. This Qi viewing technique is very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. You just need to know where there is blood rising into the sky, and I can find it by using my magic. This should be useful to you, Brother Fang, right? Master Li said. It's really helpful. Fang Chen nodded. What is the cultivation level of your enemy? 5th level of Qi refining. Master Li said hurriedly. Give me his details. Fang Chen smiled. Everyone returned to Fang's house, where Li Maotsai was waiting anxiously. Seeing Fang Chen coming back, Fang Qingyao also looked at him curiously, wanting to know the results of the experiment. Fang Zhixue stood aside with a pout. When she saw Fang Chen looking at her, she deliberately looked away. I accept this Konglong mace. Fang Chen smiled at Li Maotsai. Thank you, Lord Fang. Li Maotsai was overjoyed, and then tactfully said goodbye. Neither side said anything else, as if it was just an ordinary gift exchange. However, both sides also knew that after today, Longting Chamber of Commerce would be considered to have climbed up the ladder. Miss Fang, you can report to me personally about the Compassion Hall in the future. Come to Fang Mansion and spend more time when you are free. Fang Chen looked at Fang Qingyao and nodded slightly. Brother, you don't let me get involved in other things, but I can always take care of the affairs of the Mercy Hall, right? After you guys left just now, I talked a lot with Sister Qingyao. I felt that those people were very pitiful, and I planned to help them together with Sister Qingyao. Fang Zhixue said quickly. Aren't you only interested in martial arts? Fang Chen was a little curious. Fang Zhixue has been a martial arts fanatic since childhood, otherwise she would not have been able to reach the explosive energy realm at such a young age. She is considered to be one of the top young people in Kyoto. My parents said that I can't indulge in martial arts all day long, because it will be difficult for me to find a husband in the future. Isn't this just to listen to them and find something to do first? Fang Zhixue said. That's fine. Fang Chen thought about it and nodded slightly. Fang Zhixue was immediately overjoyed and ran away with Fang Qingyao. Sugu, keep an eye on it. Fang Chen smiled. Sugu understood what he meant and followed quietly. The Mercy Hall is involved with the Blood Spirit cult. If those 4 monks return to Daxia, they will know about this matter at the first opportunity. At that time, they may have some suspicion towards Fang Chen. Fang Qingyao, who took over the Mercy Hall, might become one of their targets. Even if Fang Zhixue did not intend to get involved in this matter today, Fang Chen would send Sugu to protect her secretly. Until he confirmed the identities of the other 4 people. As for Su Ji's strength, he had a purple lightning talisman on him, and it was a mid-grade purple lightning talisman. If he faced an ordinary cultivator, he could kill him instantly if he threw all of them out. The next day, Yuan Yu, who had not been seen for several days, brought Yuan Zhuang to visit. Yuan Zhuang's injuries had improved a lot. It was obvious that Dahua Temple had hired a famous doctor for him. Thank you for saving my life, Prince. As soon as Yuan Zhuang saw Fang Chen, he immediately knelt down and saluted. Officials do not kneel to common people. However, in Daxia, few people really regarded Fang Chen as a commoner, and at most they would just talk about it. Get up, are your injuries almost healed? Fang Chen smiled and nodded. Yuan Zhuang then stood up and said, my injuries have healed, and only some superficial wounds remain. Well, the physique of the explosive warrior is indeed much better than that of ordinary people. Fang Chen nodded slightly. You were captured by the guards this time, which means you were implicated by me. Do you have any complaints in your heart? How can I complain? The actions of the garrison further prove that there is something else going on behind the disappearance of those people. Yuan Zhuang whispered, the 2 centurions have been interrogating me, wanting to know how much the prince knows about this matter. They are guilty, which means that someone from the sword guards is involved in this matter. A hint of solemnity flashed across Yuan Yu's eyes. Before coming here today, she and Yuan Zhuang had already prepared to sacrifice for this matter. After all, it involved the sword guards, and behind the sword guards was the emperor. This time the garrison can directly arrest Yuan Zhuang, but next time, they may directly assassinate him. Now that Minister Qin has been arrested by the Ministry of Justice, and Minister Jiang has also obtained a lot of information from him, I think part of the missing persons case can be closed. Fang Chen said. Is this true? Yuan Zhuang was a little surprised. During the days he was recuperating, he knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world, and no one in Dahua Temple told him the news. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yu felt relieved. It seemed that the case was about to be closed. But there are some people involved behind this matter. Are you willing to continue investigating? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yuan Yu was slightly stunned. The case is not over yet. Sir, are you planning to catch the members of the Sword Guard as well? Yuan Zhuang whispered, they may have just accepted bribes from Minister Qin. Just like Li Huafeng, the Shaoqing of Dahua Temple. But he didn't say this. Because he only suspected Li Huafeng but had no evidence. If I say that Minister Qin is not the mastermind in this whole thing, but just a pawn, and there is another mastermind behind this, can you believe it? Fang Chen said. This. Yuan Zhuang was a little dazed. Isn't this too much? A minister is just a pawn. Then the mastermind must be at the level of a minister of one of the 6 ministries. Sir, the fierce sword guard Niu Ju is here to visit. A servant came in and bowed. Hard blade guard. Yuan Zhuang and Yuan Yu were shocked, and anger suddenly appeared in their eyes. Please come in. Fang Chen nodded. Soon, Niu Ju walked into the front hall with a group of fierce sword guards. When he saw Fang Chen, he immediately bowed and saluted. Your humble servant greets the military god Fang. Yuan Zhuang and the other men glared at him. Niu Ju, did Xiaoshens ask you to come? Fang Chen smiled. Fang Jun is a god in predicting things. Niu Ju was full of admiration, then he moved aside, revealing 2 guys with haggard faces. When Yuan Zhuang saw this, he was immediately furious. These 2 people were the captains of the garrison who had tortured and interrogated him day and night. Your Highness, this is the humble official that the 2 of them personally interrogated. Yuan Zhuang tried his best to make his voice sound calm. Military Master Fang, the 2 of us are truly innocent. We tortured Yuan Cixi only after receiving an order from the governor, and we knew nothing about the inside story. The 2 men immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Chen, begging for a way to survive. If nothing unexpected happens, has Envoy Lu already escaped? Fang Chen smiled but didn't smile. There was a flash of horror in Niu Ju's eyes, and he stared at Fang Chen blankly. Could it be that there was a hidden dragon among the sword guards? Military god Fang, Governor Lu escaped yesterday. Someone saw him leaving Kyoto and disappeared. The commander ordered all guards to hunt down Governor Lu with all their strength. Niu Ju clasped his fists. I understand. Let's send them to Dahua Temple and ask them about it. Fang Chen smiled. Niu Ju had anticipated this. These 2 guys were unlucky and had offended Dahua Temple and Fang Chen. Envoy Lu had even escaped. So they had to take him out to vent their anger on both sides. Captain Niu, are you going to Dahua Temple now? That's perfect. We will go with you. Yuan Zhuang's eyes lit up. Then I'll have to trouble Yuan Cixi to lead the way. Niu Ju smiled. After the group of guys left, Taima walked up to Fang Chen, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Prince, what does the sword guard mean? What they meant was to tell me not to investigate further the line of Governor Lu. I estimate that during this period of time, many officials will be dismissed and imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Governor Lu escaped and his subordinates became scapegoats. Xiaoshens even specially asked Niu Ju to go on a trip. This was most likely the suggestion of someone in the palace. This shows that the people involved behind Governor Lu are people that no one in the palace is willing to deal with. Order someone to keep a close eye on the prince. I want to know if he attacked me out of personal vendetta or if he's really involved. Fang Chen said. Taima nodded slightly. Our people have been keeping an eye on him. A few days later, Minister Qin's case finally broke out. The officials who were brought down together involved the entire 6 ministries, more than 30 people of all sizes, and many powerful families in Kyoto had their properties raided. The people of Daxia only then realized that all the mercy halls in various places had been doing some shameful business all along, and many people had lost their lives as a result of it without anyone knowing. However, the court did not release the details, and it was unknown whether someone was using these innocent people to practice evil skills. Governor Lu also became a wanted fugitive and was wanted by Daxia. Fang Mansion. Fang Chen held the brush in his hand and drew strokes on the talisman paper. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body, gradually condensing into a fairy vein. This is his 4th immortal vein, and his spiritual power has increased dramatically as a result. It is really easy to cultivate immortality at the 4th level of qi refining. Fang Chen sighed a little. Now his cultivation has been completely restored and is equal to what it was before. The only difference is that his internal energy has turned into spiritual power. This time, the promotion took a few days longer than the last time. It seems that it will become more difficult as time goes on. However, it won't be long before I can be promoted to the 12th level of qi refining. When I reach the foundation establishment stage, I will go to the 3000 Dao sects of Zhongzhou to become a citizen. The matter of Daxia must be dealt with as soon as possible. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then took a look at the storage ring, the Qingmu puppet, the Conlong mace, and more than 200 low-grade spirit stones quietly piled in the corner. After that, there were more than 200 purple lightning talismans, all of which were mid-grade purple lightning talismans, and the spiritual materials he bought last time were almost used up. In addition to the mid-grade purple lightning talisman in the storage ring, Fang Chen also had 500 low-grade purple lightning talismans, which he distributed to the various hidden guards. People like Huang Sihai, Taima, Su Go, and Yu Xianzi all hold mid-grade purple lightning talismans in their hands. It can be said that apart from the fact that they are warriors themselves, with their cultivation ranging from explosive qi to controlled qi, their actual combat power is probably comparable to that of the 4th or 5th qi refining levels. If they join forces, even someone at the 6th level of qi refining might not be able to withstand the bombardment of so many mid-grade purple lightning talismans. The overall strength of Daxia's hidden guards has unknowingly increased to an extremely terrifying level. Prince, the envoy from Longdu Kingdom has arrived. Tai Ma stepped forward and whispered. At the south gate, teams of cavalry stood in awe. In the middle, a scholar who looked to be in his 40s had a gloomy face as he looked at Zhou Xiu's body hanging high not far away. After being exposed to the sun for a period of time, Zhou Xiu's head and body had already begun to emit a foul stench, which happened to float to the scholar on a light breeze. Daxia is really going too far. The dignified Viscount Longdu can't even rest in peace after death. The middle-aged scholar spoke each word with gritted teeth. Baron Xian, do we still need to enter the city? Let's just leave the National War Monument behind and go. A knight whispered. The Grand Duke said that we must enter the city and denounce Daxia's actions in front of the Emperor before dropping the National War Monument. By the way, let Gu He and Izhou take a look at it. Baron Xian sneered, and then ordered, someone go and bring back Viscount Zhou Xiu's body. A knight's expression moved slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a group of people walking out of the South City Gate. Leading them was none other than the Minister of Rights, Tao Mingsheng, followed by a group of officials of all ranks from the Ministry of Rights. Brother Xian, long time no see. Tao Mingsheng clasped his fists and bowed to Baron Xian from a distance. Minister Tao. Baron Xian's expression eased a little. Daxia sent the Minister of Rights, a second-rank official, to greet him, which was considered sufficient courtesy. After all, the minister was equivalent to a marquis in Longdu Kingdom. Your Majesty has already known the purpose of Baron Xian's visit. Please invite Baron Xian to meet with me first. Tao Ming Holy Wei. Minister Tao, our Longdu and your country have always been at peace, but Fang Chen interfered and killed our Viscount. I wonder what your Emperor's attitude is towards this matter. Baron Xian said coldly. Hundreds of dragon knights also stared at Tao Mingsheng and others with gloomy faces. This is actually a misunderstanding. Tao Mingsheng said, Fang Chen did act impulsively, and His Majesty understands this, so he invites Baron Xian to the palace to meet him. There is still room for maneuver between Daxia and Longdu. Before that, return our Viscount's body to us first. Baron Xian said lightly. Tao Mingsheng was silent for a few breaths and glanced at his men beside him, but their eyes were blurred and flickering, and they were reluctant to look at him, and they all remained silent. What a joke, Minister Tao. You people in the Ministry of Rights are so cowardly that you are afraid of a toothless tiger. Baron Xian sneered repeatedly. Baron Xian, you may not know that a while ago, a minister of the Ministry of Rights was thrown into prison because of Fang Chen. As a result, dozens of officials were implicated. In a few days, these people will be beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Tao Mingsheng sighed. Minister of Rights Qin Dong. He is a third-rank official, why was he beheaded? Baron Xian was slightly startled. Fang Chen is now in Daxia, and he still has such tremendous power. Can a third-rank official kill anyone he wants? Let's not discuss this matter for now. Baron Xian, please follow me into the palace to see the Emperor. Tao Ming Holy Wei. Not far away, many people from Daxia had gathered here to watch and give instructions. Tao Mingsheng did not want to stay here for long, for fear that another accident would occur. There is absolutely no room for reconciliation between Longdu and Daxia. Someone, go and bring back Viscount Zhou Xiu's body. Baron Xian said coldly. Two knights suddenly rushed out of the team and arrived at the south gate in a flash, one to take the head and the other to take the body. Bang! Two knights who had reached the late stage of chi condensation were kicked far away one by one and fell heavily to the ground. The horses under their command were also frightened and ran directly back to the army formation. When Xian Baron saw this, he was immediately furious and stared at the person who came. "Who are you?" "7 mysterious blades, Wang Fujie." The visitor said calmly. "It's the 7 mysterious blades. When did he enter the capital?" "This is the best master in the south. 7 mysterious blades rarely sets foot in Kyoto. What is he doing here this time?" A discussion broke out in the crowd, and everyone was obviously familiar with the name of the 7 mysterious swords. Daxia is divided into 2 areas, north and south, and the capital is in the north. The south is very far away from the capital. If the north is dominated by court forces and you rarely see people from the underworld, then the south is dominated by the underworld. Many major martial arts schools are located in the south. Qi Xian Dao is the young master of the top sect in the south, the Xian Dao sect, but his strength has long surpassed that of his father, and he is known as the strongest man in the south. 7 mysterious swords. Baron Xian frowned slightly, then looked at Tao Mingxing coldly. "Minister Tao, a man of the underworld dared to attack the envoy's knights and prevent us from bringing back the Viscount's body. Is this your attitude in Daxia? If so, we will put down the National War Monument now and there is no need to go to the palace to see your emperor. We will meet on the battlefield when the time comes." Tao Mingxing looked at the 7 mysterious blades Wang Fujie, his eyes flashing with anger, and shouted in a deep voice, "How dare a man from the underworld interfere in the affairs of the court? Come, capture him for me." In an instant, countless figures appeared around Wang Fujie. As a dignified Shangshu, he was naturally surrounded by a group of expert guards, so it was impossible for him to be completely defenseless. Military god Fang said that Zhou Xiu's body must be hung here to warn other nations. If you dare to stop him, you are aiding and abetting the evil. Wang Fujie said lightly. Those masters were stunned where they were, not daring to move forward. Fang Juanshan, Fang Juanshan. Tao Mingxing was furious. How dare a mere warrior mention Fang Juanshan all the time? He used Fang Chen to suppress him. Do you know who this person is? He is the envoy of Longdu country, Baron Xian. What's wrong with them wanting to take back Viscount Zhou's body? If your reckless behavior today affects the relationship between Longdu and Daxia, how can you, a mere gangster, take responsibility? Tao Mingxing scolded angrily. He also possesses the ability to condense qi, and his voice is mighty and powerful under the blessing of his internal energy. I don't care. Since it's the words of Lord Fang, just listen. Wang Fujie laughed. Yes, this is the decision made by the military god Fang. Even the envoys of Longdu Kingdom cannot disobey it, right? This fellow named Zhou massacred my great Xia caravan, he deserves this fate. I heard that they were after Qinjiatang. Now Miss Fang, the young master of Qinjiatang, has taken over all the mercy halls and is responsible for taking care of the orphans. The medicinal materials sold by Qinjiatang are also cheap and good quality. There was a whisper around. Tao Mingxing's face turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw a figure slowly approaching. He recognized at a glance that this person was Su Ge, the Fengyun sword under Fang Chen's command. Su Ge, you also control the qi. Wang Fujie obviously recognized him. He looked at him carefully for a few seconds, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Hee, I didn't expect you to enter the capital today. What a coincidence. Let's compete again then. I may not lose to you this time. Su Ge chuckled. Can. Wang Fujie nodded. Su Ge smiled, then shouted to Tao Mingxing who was not far away. Minister Tao, the prince said that no one is allowed to touch Zhou Xiu's body, not even the envoys from Longdu. Anyone who dares to touch it will bear the consequences. Tao Ming's holy energy was so strong that he was fuming. The face of Xian Baron behind him was extremely gloomy, and he almost threw the National War Monument in front of him. You two men, do you know why the envoys of Longdu Kingdom are coming to Daxia this time? If Daxia and Longdu go to war because of you, all the consequences will be borne by you. An angry shout rang out. Tao Yu and Yi Qinghe walked out of the crowd with a group of young nobles of Daxia. Yi Qinghe pointed at Su Gu and Huang Fujie's noses and started scolding them. When some people from Daxia heard this, a look of contemplation appeared in their eyes, and then the crowd began to whisper. Yes, if Longdu really goes to war with our great Xia, how many people will die? This is not the key point. If a national war breaks out and Daxia loses, we will have to pay an astronomical amount of compensation afterwards. By then, we ordinary people may not even be able to afford a full meal. It's best not to fight a war. War will kill people and cost money. Seeing that these people supported not going to war with Longdu, Tao Yu's eyes flashed with joy, and then he said to Su Gu and the others. You too, I'm afraid that military god Fang is still immersed in the past. He tried every means to offend various countries just to start a war with them so that he can regain control of the military power. Don't be deceived by him. The current Great Xia cannot withstand any war. If he causes a severe blow to the Great Xia again for his own selfish interests, what will happen to the country's destiny? Mr. Tao is right. You two are also famous warriors in Daxia. I hope you can distinguish right from wrong and think about the people of Daxia. If you two step aside today and let the Longdu Kingdom's envoy collect Viscount Zhou Xiu's body, perhaps this crisis can be resolved, and your merits will be immeasurable. The young nobles brought by the two men also began to persuade them. Feng Yun's sword, please get out of the way. This involves state affairs and cannot be taken lightly. A warrior spoke slowly. He was also a very famous explosive warrior in Kyoto. He was once known as one of the top 10 explosive warriors along with Su Gu and others. Once there is one, there will be a second one, and many warriors also spoke up. Although they agreed with what Fang Chen did, when it came to state affairs, they still preferred stability and did not want to start a war. Su Gu glanced at them calmly, then shook his head and chuckled. You are martial artists in vain, but have you practiced martial arts to the point of being stupid? The nobles of Longdu have already begun to treat the people of Daxia like pigs and dogs. It is inevitable that a national war will start in the future. No matter how tolerant Daxia is, it will be difficult to avoid it. Everyone was slightly stunned. This seemed to make sense, but everyone had the same mentality that as long as the national war did not start, they would just get by. How could the current Great Xia be qualified to start a national war? Just relying on Fang Chen, a Danqi warrior. Even if he was invincible, he could not resist a million-strong army. Swish. Huang Fujie sneered, looked at the group of warriors with mockery, then looked at Tao Yu and others, and said lightly. I never thought that the people of Daxia would become so cowardly. For a moment of peace, they would sell out their dignity, lose their enterprising spirit, and become lambs to be slaughtered. What do you mean? Yi Qinghe's eyes turned cold. It's meaningless. Even a warrior like me knows that in the current situation, the people of Daxia should become lions and take the initiative to eat all enemies who dare to provoke us, instead of being like lambs, waiting for the enemy's butcher knife to fall on our heads. Huang Fujie laughed and pointed at the people around him. When their butcher knives fall on your parents, your brothers and sisters, your wives and children, will you still be so submissive as you are today? After a pause, he said, It's a pity that I was not in Kyoto when military god Fang surrounded and suppressed the Qingsong warriors. Otherwise, I could have killed a few of the Qingsong warriors myself. Do you really think that military god Fang was just venting his anger for a few Daxia people who were bullied by the Qingsong warriors? Ha ha ha, wrong. Military god Fang is telling Qingsong nation that the lion of Daxia is not old yet, and the blood in our hearts is still there. Blood still exists. Many people of Daxia fell into deep thought, their eyes gradually showing a glimmer of light. At this moment, their thoughts seemed to be slowly changing. How dare a mere ruffian speak so arrogantly? Tao Mingxing and others had arrived at the city gate without knowing when. He just shouted coldly and ordered an official from the Ministry of Rights beside him to put down Zhou Xiu's body. The official couldn't help cursing in his heart, but since Tao Mingxing had given the order himself, how could he disobey? He had no choice but to bite the bullet and go and get Zhou Xiu's body down. But at this moment, many people of Daxia slowly stepped forward and stared at him intently. This. The official from the Ministry of Rights felt his scalp tingling and dared not move. Tao Mingxing reacted very quickly. Looking at the looks of these people, he already knew in his heart that it would be unlikely to take Zhou Xiu's body away today. Baron Xian, please go to the palace to see the emperor first. After everything is settled, the emperor will definitely send someone to bring down Viscount Zhou Xiu's body. I don't think Fang Chen dares to disobey him in person. Tao Mingxing whispered. Baron Xian looked gloomy. After a few breaths of silence, he waved his hand and said, "Enter the city." Hundreds of knights immediately urged their horses and entered Kyoto together with Baron Xian, Tao Mingxing, and others. Every time they passed under Zhou Xiu's body, they couldn't help but look up, and then their faces became more and more gloomy. Tao Yu and others saw that Tao Mingxing was unable to do anything with Su Gu and the others, so they had to leave in disappointment. Brother Huangfu, you are still as powerful as before. After watching this group of people leave, Su Gu suddenly laughed. When you can be reasonable, try to be reasonable. Huangfu Jie smiled faintly and said, if you have reason in your heart, you can travel all over the world. Who would have thought that the great Qi Xian Dao is such a reasonable person? But speaking of which, what are you doing in the capital this time? Su Gu said. Something big happened in the Southland. Huangfu Jie's expression suddenly became solemn, and he glanced around. This is not the place to talk, take me to Fang Mansion to see Fang Juanshan, I want to report in person. Okay, let's go. Su Ji's expression also became a little serious. If Huangfu Jie could tell him about such a big thing, then this matter must not be small. Not long after the two of them left, a dusty figure arrived at the South City gate. He took a look at Zhou Xiu's corpse hanging in the air and couldn't help but frown and said, "How can you be so cruel? You can't even give me a decent way to go after I die." But he did not meddle in other people's business. Instead, he took out a compass, checked it, smiled grimly, and walked towards the city. I'm a little thirsty. Let me have some tea first. That guy can't run far. I guess he doesn't even know I've caught up with him. He muttered to himself, then found a tea stall in a shady place and sat down. Waiter, give me 2 bowls of tea. Okay, Master Dao. The waiter nodded slightly and went to pour tea for the Taoist who looked exhausted from the journey. Don't call me Taoist. The Taoist snorted coldly with a strange look on his face. Is it him? Just like the picture. What are you mumbling about? The Taoist said impatiently, hurry up and serve the tea. The next moment, 2 clubs hit him hard on the back of his head. Before he fainted, the Taoist thought, could this place be a bandit's den? Why are the people so fierce? He was just drinking a bowl of tea, but he was hit by a club in the street in broad daylight. Hidden courtyard. A Taoist priest, who looked exhausted, was tied up. When he opened his eyes and found himself thrown into the corner of the yard, he became angry and struggled to break free from the ropes while cursing. What a lousy place. Why did they attack me for no reason? They are so bold. If they knew I was a cultivator, they would kneel on the ground and call me grandpa. Fortunately, no one knows about this. If I told others about it, I would probably not believe it if I got beaten up by a few mortals. The Taoist said angrily. I believe it. A voice sounded. The Taoist was slightly startled, turned around and looked, only to see a young man standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. How long have you been here? The Taoist was shocked and confused. How could he not even notice the existence of this person? How is this possible? You have to know that cultivators are very perceptive, and he is at the 5th level of Qi refining. No matter where he is a master-level existence. I'm always here. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, what's your name, Excellency? You had someone knock me out with a club. What do you mean? The Taoist's eyes suddenly turned cold. At this moment, a flash of lightning appeared, and with a bang, a deep pit was blown out at the Taoist's feet. The Taoist was so frightened that his whole body shuddered, and he quickly looked at Fang Chen, wondering. Are you a monk? What's your name, Excellency? Fang Chen smiled faintly. The poor path is clear and pure. Ming Jing said with a strange look. Master Li said that you were hunting him down. Is that true? Fang Chen smiled. So you are on the same side as him. Ming Jing finally understood why he was hit by a club for no reason. Master Li, you need to help me with some things during this period. I will see if I can resolve the hatred between you two. Fang Chen said. What hatred? Oh, I understand. He is talking nonsense again. Ming Jing was furious. I am the elder of Bagua sect, and Master Li is the young master of Bagua sect. His father found a marriage for him, hoping that he would marry into the woman's family obediently, but this guy ran away. I came to capture him and marry him. Is that so? Fang Chen nodded thoughtfully, but he has offended the blood spirit sect now. If he goes back like this, will it bring some danger to your Bagua sect? What are you talking about, Excellency? I don't understand, and I don't know any Taoist Master Li. I've taken the wrong road, so I'm leaving now. Ming Jing clasped his fists, turned around and left. If we go out like this, we might run into monks from the blood spirit cult. Fang Chen said. Ming Jing paused for a moment, then turned to look at Fang Chen. Are there really cultivators from the blood spirit sect here? Fang Chen nodded. They were planning to refine the blood spirit pill here, but Dao Master Li happened to catch them and killed a cultivator from the blood spirit sect. Hiss. Ming Jing sucked in a breath of cold air, his body trembling uncontrollably. I really don't know Master Li. All of this has nothing to do with me, nor with the Bagua sect. When Master Li Dao killed the blood spirit cult monk, he said that he had the support of the elder of his sect, who seemed to be Ming Jing. The blood spirit cult's followers must have heard it. Fang Chen said. Where is he now? Is he hiding in a safe place? Can you take me there to hide as well? Ming Jing looked a little pale. It's not safe where he is, but if you are willing, I will have someone arrange an inn for you to stay in first, and the blood spirit cult will not be able to find you for a while. When the time is right, I will let Master Li meet the Taoist priest, and then the Taoist priest can take him back if he wants. Fang Chen said. Then I'll have to trouble you, Your Excellency. Ming Jing nodded, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Soon, several figures appeared quietly. They took Ming Jing away and stayed in an inn. But after they left, Ming Jing quietly packed his luggage and left the inn, fleeing all the way out of Kyoto and disappeared without a trace. The few people returned to the hidden courtyard and clasped their fists towards Fang Chen and said, Sir, that Taoist has already fled out of Kyoto. I believe he won't be back for a while. Fang Chen smiled and waved his hand. You guys go and get busy. He left Yin Yuan and returned to Fang Mansion, where he happened to meet Su Gu and Huang Fujie. Huang Fujie, it's been a long time since we last met. Has your skills improved in the past few years? Fang Chen smiled faintly. Military Master Fang, after 5 years of hard training, I have reached the pinnacle of controlling qi. A hint of pride flashed in Huang Fujie's eyes. Although he is older than Fang Chen and has not yet reached the Dan Qi level, apart from Fang Chen, his aptitude is already at the top level. You have always liked staying in the south, why did you come to Beijing for no reason? Fang Chen smiled. Something big has happened. I came here this time to ask for some advice from Lord Fang. It would be best if you could send some crime-solving experts to accompany me to the south. Huang Fujie looked solemn. Tell me about it. Fang Chen said. The entire family of Tianjian Villa, one of the 4 major sects in the Southland along with our Xuandao sect, was wiped out overnight. Everyone looked like a dried corpse, as if they had been dead for many years. But the young master of Tianjian Villa was drinking and discussing martial arts with me a few days ago. Huang Fujie whispered, this matter is full of weirdness. Even our Xuandao sect does not have such strength to destroy Tianjian Villa overnight, let alone let them die in such a weird way. Not long after this incident happened, several small sects and schools were also wiped out, and only some disciples who were not in the sect managed to escape. The Jianghu in the south is in turmoil right now, and the sword guards over there can't find the murderer. Many people have pointed the finger at the Xian Dao sect, saying that it was our Xian Dao sect that was behind this. If we don't get to the bottom of this matter, not only will those martial artists come to the Xian Dao sect to cause trouble, but the Han Dao guards may also attack the Xian Dao sect. Are you sure it's a mummy? Fang Chen's face darkened. Absolutely true. Huang Fujie nodded solemnly. Su Ji's expression changed slightly, he had guessed something. Su Hui told Qin Dong before that senior brother Bei had important matters and had taken the others on a long journey. This senior brother Bei should be the leader of the blood spirit cult here. Now, either he is bringing people back and passing through the Southland, taking the blood essence of the martial artists to practice, or a monk from the blood spirit sect is rushing back first. No matter which one it is, there are definitely blood spirit cult monks in the south who are secretly killing people. I will have Dahua Temple send a few Siji and some constables to accompany you to the south. Fang Chen said. Thank you, Lord Fang. Huang Fujie quickly clasped his fists and bowed, then whispered, if it's convenient, could Lord Fang Jun go there in person? I believe in Lord Fang Jun's ability to solve cases. I will go there later, after Longdu country has dealt with this matter. Fang Chen nodded. That's good. Huang Fujie's eyes flashed with surprise. With Fang Chen personally taking action, this case will definitely be solved. Imperial Palace, Hall of Supreme Harmony. Baron Xian, Daxia has always valued peace. Please go back and tell the three dukes of Longdu that we in Daxia do not want to start a national war with Longdu. The emperor glanced at Baron Xian below and sighed softly. If we rashly start a national war, it will not be a good thing for either Daxia or Longdu. Li Guizhu spoke slowly. All the civil and military officials in the court nodded, indicating that this was the truth. Snort. Baron Xian snorted coldly, looked around, and said lightly, it's okay not to start a national war. Pay the life of Viscount Zhou Xiu. Fang Chen's two subordinates must die. In addition, Fang Chen must personally write an apology letter and post it in front of your Daxia's palace. Everyone looked strange. If this had not yet recovered, Fang Chen could have done it easily. But now Fang Chen's cultivation has recovered, and he is a Real Den Qi warrior. Even the emperor can't do anything to him unless he really breaks off a conflict with him. Everyone knows that at this time, how can Daxia tear its face with Fang Chen? He is the only Danqi warrior in Daxia. With him, at least Qingsong and other countries can be intimidated. By the way, I heard that there is a jade ferry boat by the Daxia River, and there is a jade fairy dancing charmingly on it. It's a rare opportunity for me to come here this time, so I would like to see her. Xian Baron smiled faintly. Daxia women are very beautiful, and this is often heard in our Longdu. Father, Minister Ye Sun Yiqingha often goes to the jade ferry boat. Why not let him take Baron Xian to see the jade ferry? Baron Xian will have to stay for a few more days anyway, and the matter between Daxia and Longdu can be discussed slowly. The prince suddenly spoke. That's it. The emperor nodded slightly. Please consider our Longdu's conditions carefully. Baron Xian chuckled, clasped his fists towards the emperor, and turned to leave. Your Majesty, why don't we just capture Huang Sihai and Tai Ma and execute them? When Fang Chen finds out about it later, he won't be able to do anything, and it will also help Longdu calm down. An official suggested. Everyone looked at him. The emperor glanced at the official and said, Fang Chen can't really do anything. He won't come to kill me, but he will definitely come to find you. After saying this, the emperor stood up and left. The official was left standing there in a daze. After a while, he shuddered and found that the ministers around him had already left. Fang Mansion. Fang Chen asked Taima to go to the nunnery and call Master Li over. Ever since this guy moved into the Fang Mansion, he has been going to the nunnery every day to harass Master Qinghe. Prince, do you have something to tell me? Master Li said with a smile. I need some spiritual materials for making talismans. You take this token and go for me. I will let Taima lead the way. Fang Chen threw the token of Longjifang to Master Li. Dragon Ridge Square. Dao Li immediately understood that this should be a black market for transactions between monks. Prince, you need spirit stones to buy things, right? Master Li rubbed his fingers. You are the young master of Bagua sect, how can you not have some money? Go buy it first and I will reimburse you. Fang Chen smiled but didn't smile. Li Daoi was slightly startled, then asked awkwardly, My lord, have you seen Elder Mingjing? Fang Chen nodded. Where is he now? Master Li smiled awkwardly. I heard that you had a feud with the blood spirit cult and immediately fled the capital of Daxia. You also said that you didn't know anyone named Master Li. Fang Chen said. This guy is such a coward. Wait, When did I become an enemy of the blood spirit cult? Daoi Li first cursed loudly, then looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. You are also somewhat responsible for the death of monk Su Hui. When we confront the blood spirit cult in the future, I will tell them the truth. Fang Chen said. That won't do. Master Li was horrified. Before you use me, you have to think about what will happen. Go and do your job first. If you do a good job, I will consider letting you stay behind the scenes. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Let's go. Taima walked forward and said lightly. Let's go then. Daoi Li's eyes rolled slightly. If you run away, I will tell the blood spirit sect that you are the young master of the Bagua sect. Fang Chen smiled. You're so cruel. Master Li Dao cursed inwardly and left with Taima unwillingly. Sir, I heard that the Crown Prince ordered Yiqinghe to take the envoy from Longdu Kingdom to the Jade Ferry boat tonight. It seems that this toad wants to eat swan meat. Not long after Taima and the other men left, Sugu hurried in and reported in a low voice. Want to go to the Jade Immortal boat? What a coincidence. I also plan to take Huang Fujie there tonight. Fang Chen smiled faintly. It's not easy for this guy to come all the way here. We have to rush back to the south tomorrow and take him to see the world. Oh, and invite Yuan Siji as well. They need to travel together and get to know each other first. Su Ji's eyes lit up. I'll go inform Lord Yuan. If Fang Chen wanted to go to the Jade Immortal boat, he would definitely take him with him. This was a rare opportunity. After all, a trip to the Jade Immortal boat would cost a lot of money, and his pockets were a little empty, so he couldn't afford to go. The banks of the Dashia River at night are several times more prosperous than the busiest streets in Kyoto during the day. The flower boats are brightly lit, welcoming the endless stream of guests. Baron Xian, this way please. Yiqinghe brought several officials to lead the way for Baron Xian. In addition to Baron Xian, there were also several scholars from the Longdu Kingdom, who were obviously specially invited to accompany him. When the people nearby saw Yiqinghe and his companions, they all moved aside. When they found out that Yiqinghe and his companions were heading for the Jade Immortal boat, they couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy in their eyes. The Jade Ferry boat is good in every way except that it costs too much money. Just to listen to music and enjoy dance on it, you have to prepare 40 or 50 taels of silver, not to mention the wine and delicacies, which are even more expensive. Hey, isn't this our Mr. Yi? When a beautiful middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes on the Jade Ferry boat saw Yiqinghe, she immediately came forward to greet him enthusiastically, holding up her skirt. Madam Lu, I want to book the Jade Ferry boat to entertain our distinguished guests tonight. Yiqinghe smiled faintly. Master Yi, happiness alone is not as good as happiness with others. Xian Baron smiled faintly and said, with just a few of us, where is the atmosphere? Yiqinghe immediately laughed and said, what Baron Xian said is absolutely right. Afterwards, he no longer mentioned the matter of chartering a boat, and called on Xian Nanju and others to board the Jade Immortal boat. The Jade Immortal boat would stay by the river for half an hour, and then dozens of guests would board the boat one after another. Those who could board the Jade Immortal boat were either wealthy bosses, warriors with status and position, or famous scholars. In short, they were not ordinary people. Just as the Yuxian boat was about to leave the shore, another group of guests boarded the boat. Prince, they don't seem to recognize you. Huang Fujie was a little curious. The servant who led them didn't seem to recognize Fang Chen. Because I've never been here. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Huang Fujie showed a strange look. Yuan Zhuang and several other Siji were also with him. They also looked at Fang Chen with strange expressions. God, Fang has never been here before. How is this possible? The ships on the banks of the Dashia River are all extremely beautiful and gorgeous. It is rumored that even the emperor once secretly visited here in disguise. Young masters from various families were frequent visitors to this place, and the crown prince would occasionally come here to listen to some music. Unless there is no money in the pocket, but the Fang family does not seem to be short of money. Could it be? They thought of another possibility. Seeing the strange and complicated expressions on these guys' faces, Fang Chen smiled and said, I would like to come here to stroll around, but unfortunately I don't have the time. I have been running around and fighting everywhere these years, and almost all my energy has been spent on the battlefield. Oh! Everyone was in awe. So this was the reason. Come to think of it, Fang Chen had been staying in the Fang mansion for the past 5 years, and occasionally went out for a walk and a cup of tea. Most of the time before was spent on war or on the way to war, so there was really no time to come to this place of fireworks. The crowd was led by the servants to the main hall in the center of the Jade Immortal boat. Fang Chen felt like he had come to a bar, with well-arranged tables, the aroma of fine wine, maids and servants interspersed among them, and girls with pretty faces and cool clothes. Take a breath, it's all the scent of rouge. After sitting down, Sugo was familiar with the place. He waved his hand and called a maid over and gave her some instructions. The maid nodded repeatedly and turned to leave. Soon, they were served with side dishes and fine wine. After a while, several girls came over and looked at Huang Fujie and the others with sweet smiles. When they saw Fang Chen with his eyes closed, they felt a little strange. Why did this handsome boy come here with his eyes closed? Yuan Zhuang's face flushed red, he glanced at Fang Chen, and quickly said to Su Go, "Brother Su, I don't want it anymore. Now that you're here, you have to enjoy yourself." Sugo was dissatisfied. "Yes, Yuan Siji, since we are here today, you have to give face to the prince even if you don't give us face." Several colleagues from Yuan Zhuang started to persuade him, and at the same time, they took the initiative to wave enthusiastically to the girls they liked. The girls immediately snuggled up to him, laughing like silver bells from time to time. Yuan Zhuang couldn't refuse and had to order one. Huang Fujie seemed to be a veteran in this, but there were no such excellent women in the south, so he was very excited. There was a girl sitting on each side of him. He ate the grapes they fed him and thanked Fang Chen. "Tisk, you're still attacking me from both sides. It's true that you don't feel bad when it's not your money." Suga secretly complained about Huang Fujie's shamelessness in his heart. All the expenses this time were paid by Fang Chen. "Sir, why don't you call a sister to drink with you to cheer you up? How about I call one for you?" The woman next to Suga saw Fang Chen sitting in the main seat with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but teasing him. "I told you to just take care of your husband. You have no right to speak about the prince's affairs." Sugu immediately laughed and scolded. Yes, my husband, I was wrong. I fed you wine." The woman's eyes were seductive. She took a sip of wine and looked at Sugu with charming eyes. After a few breaths, Sugu wiped his mouth and laughed contentedly. "It's a playful flower." A strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Yuan Zhuang, who had been restrained all this time, gradually relaxed himself after a few drinks. He even learned several drinking orders commonly used on shipboards and had a lot of fun playing with the girls. Just then, a cheer was heard. "Today, the Baron from Longdu country is treating us. Each table will receive a bottle of drunken immortal wine. The nobles of Longdu are really generous." Everyone started to praise. Sugu and the others showed a hint of sneer on their faces. Not far away, Baron Xian, Yi Qinghe and others were having a lot of fun, and from time to time they took out silver to reward the women around them. Even the maids and servants serving there received rewards. "Mr. Yi, when will Fairy Jade come out?" Baron Xian suddenly showed impatience, put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Yi Qinghe. Yi Qinghe smiled and said, "Baron Xian, don't be anxious. It's almost time. There happens to be a competition of tower ships today. You can see Fairy Jade's stunning dance later." The competition between towers and ships. Interesting. Baron Xian immediately showed an excited smile. "I saw that a row of brightly lit ships had gathered in the center of the Daxia River at some point, forming a circle with decks facing each other. The servant on the Jade ferry boat immediately pulled open a huge curtain not far away, and everyone could immediately see the deck and the scenery outside, and even the guests on the opposite ship. Many guests suddenly became excited. Those who had experienced the Battle of Tower ships were already secretly cheering themselves up and preparing to make a splash tonight. The next moment, graceful figures walked onto the decks of their respective ships and began to dance. Each ship had its own characteristics, so these guests were able to watch the distinctive dances of dozens of the top ships on the Daxia River at once. The atmosphere gradually began to heat up, and with the appearance of the top courtesans from each family, the atmosphere was instantly pushed to its peak. Beautiful music sounded, and accompanied by cheers, the courtesans were all dancing gracefully. On the Jade Fairy boat, all the guests saw the Jade Fairy with a veil on her face, her otherworldly aura, her seductive figure, and her pair of jade feet that looked white and translucent even when barefoot. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she overshadowed all the other courtesans and attracted the attention of all LSPs. She also gained control of her chi. It seems that the bone tempering pill played a crucial role. Fang Chen admired Fairy Jade's dance and nodded from time to time. The woman next to Sugu saw him looking at the deck with his eyes closed and nodding from time to time, and she felt even more puzzled. Can he see with his eyes closed? At this moment, a shout came from a ship on the opposite side. 2,000 taels, please come over, Fairy Jade, and have a glass of wine. Boss Zhao is really generous. But 2,000 taels is a bit too stingy. I'll offer 3,000 taels to invite Fairy Jade to come over for a drink and make some friends. If you want to drink with Fairy Jade, forget it if you don't have 5,000 taels. You two should just go somewhere cooler. I'll pay you 5,000 taels. These guys have really solid pockets. Sugu, Wang Fujie, and others looked at each other, and the same thought came to their minds at the same time. It would cost several thousand taels at a time, which even warriors like them who control chi cannot afford. Unless they use their skills to rob and rob. Hee hee. Baron Xian smiled faintly, sipped his wine, and looked at Yiqinghe. Yiqinghe understood what he meant and said calmly, the Xian Baron of Longdu country offers 5,500 taels, please give Fairy Yu a glass of water wine. His voice, stirred by his inner energy, spread throughout all the ships. The bid was not high, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the surroundings fell silent and no one made a competing bid. Xian Baron showed a proud look, raised his glass and smiled at Fairy Yu who was not far away. Fairy Yu, I heard in Longdu that you are the best in Kyoto, can you come over and have a drink with me? Why did the envoys of Longdu come to the tower ship to compete for beauty? How dare we bid? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't you see there are hundreds of knights standing on the shore? Be careful or I'll tear your mouth apart. Tonight, Fairy Jade can only be given to the envoy of Longdu country. I wonder if Fairy Jade will yield given his status. I heard that even the Crown Prince has not been able to truly possess Fairy Jade in recent years. Hee, it would be great if you just give in. That way we can have a chance to get close to her. There were bursts of whispers on the large ships, and everyone was looking into the distance, sizing up Baron Xian and the others. Baron Xian looked at Fairy Jade with a smile on his face, as if he was full of sincerity and calm. Unexpectedly, Fairy Jade just glanced at him and her eyes fell elsewhere. She saw Fang Chen, Sugu, and the gorgeous women around them, and a hint of anger suddenly flashed in Fairy Jade's eyes. Why did the prince come to the Jade Fairy boat without sending anyone to tell her? Feeling angry, Fairy Yu immediately walked towards Fang Chen. Everyone thought she was walking towards Xian Baron, including Xian Baron himself. When Fairy Jade approached, he stood up, smiled and raised his glass, saying, Jade Fairy. The voice stopped abruptly. Fairy Yu walked past him without even looking at him, and even ignored a familiar customer like Yiqinghe. Everyone was shocked. Lu Nian was originally watching the scene with a smile on her face, but now her smile froze on her face and she looked at Fairy Yu in surprise and doubt. What is this girl doing again? Lu Nian couldn't help but curse in her heart. Fairy Jade came in front of Fang Chen and others. Wang Fujie, Yuan Zhuang, and others looked at each other in surprise. The woman next to them was even more at a loss and stood up subconsciously. Sir, why didn't you tell me you were here? Fairy Yu chuckled, then squeezed in and sat next to Fang Chen in front of everyone. Fairy Jade, I'm not the one who made the bid. Fang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He knew that the girl was angry, but so what? Just let her be angry. Prince. Everyone subconsciously looked at Fang Chen. Upon seeing this, many guests immediately recognized Fang Chen's identity and stood up with an exclamation. The guests from the large ship stood on tiptoe to look around, and when they recognized Fang Chen, a look of shock immediately appeared on their faces, and then they excitedly explained to the people around them who they had seen. No wonder Fairy Jade ignored the envoy from Longdu Kingdom. It turns out that there is a more important figure with a greater background on the fairy jade boat today. Baron Xian's face darkened as he recognized Fang Chen. Yi Qinghe and the others were also somewhat puzzled. Didn't Fang Chen never come to such a place of fireworks? Otherwise, they wouldn't often choose to talk about Fang Chen in the Jade Immortal boat. But today Fang Chen not only came, but also brought a lot of people. Among them were the top master of the Southland, Wang Fujie, the Seven Mysterious Blade, Su Guo, the Wind and Cloud Sword, and several Siji of Dahua Temple. What is Fang Chen going to do? A trace of suspicion arose in Yi Qinghe's heart. I have the right to choose who I drink with. Today, the prince is here, and no one can offer more than the prince. Fairy Jade poured wine for Fang Chen while smiling. The woman next to Su Guo finally realized who was in front of them, and she and several other women all showed excitement on their faces. Unexpectedly, today, they were so lucky as to be drinking with Fang Juanchen at the same table, and even flirted with him more than once. This was worth bragging about for years. Hearing Fairy Yu's words, Baron Xian's face became even gloomier. He glanced at Yi Qinghe calmly and said, I am tired. I will take my leave first. After saying this, he pretended to leave. Yi Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. With the other party leaving, the negotiations between the two countries would immediately collapse. Since he was ordered to bring Baron Xian here, he would definitely have to take responsibility. The prince will definitely be very disappointed. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghe quickly grabbed Baron Xian and comforted him. Then he led his men to Fang Chen and the others and said in a deep voice, Fang Chen, today I have been ordered to entertain Baron Xian. It is not appropriate for you to be here. Please leave. As long as Fang Chen left, he felt that Fairy Yu would definitely come to drink with Baron Xian. Fang Chen smiled lightly, you guys talk about your things, and my friends and I play our own games. It has nothing to do with each other, so why are you chasing me away? What is the truth? You know what's going on. A cold light flashed in Yi Qinghe's eyes. Didn't the other party know why Daxia and Longdu had this negotiation? After saying that, Yi Qinghe looked at Fairy Yu again, and said in a gloomy voice, Fairy Yu, you have to consider the overall situation and know what to do and what not to do today. Prince, eat the grapes. I've peeled them. Fairy Jade handed a crystal-clear grape to Fang Chen's mouth. When everyone saw this scene, they were envious, jealous and shocked, because they had never seen Fairy Jade treat others like this. This is the first time a virgin has gotten into a bridal sedan. Hey hey hey. Baron Xian suddenly laughed grimly, even a mere lowly woman from Daxia dared to humiliate me in public. It seems that your Daxia is indeed hopelessly ill. In this case, I will send your Fang Juanchen to hell today. Boom. The surrounding walls suddenly exploded, and while everyone was at a loss, more than a dozen figures rushed into the hall and surrounded Fang Chen and others. At the same time, fierce flames suddenly burst out from the ships on the Daxia River, followed by screams and cries. Countless people were forced to jump into the river despite the danger of drowning. Baron Xian, what is this? Yi Qinghe was shocked and confused. The guests on the Jade Ferry boat also stood up, looking shocked. Baron Xian didn't say anything, but just sneered. Then the dozen or so figures immediately burst out with a soaring aura, and strong internal energy swept out from their bodies and wrapped around their bodies. Their aura was much stronger than Su Ji's, and even vaguely reached Wang Fujie's level. These 10 or so people were actually martial artists at the peak of controlling qi. No matter how stupid Yi Qinghe was, he knew that Baron Xian had come prepared, and his purpose might be to kill Fang Chen. Otherwise, why would Longdu country send more than a dozen martial artists at the peak of the control of qi? But if there is no Dan Qi warrior? Just as Yi Qinghe had this thought, he heard Fang Chen say with a smile, Marquis Xianyu, judging from your aura, it doesn't seem like you have just been promoted to Dan Qi. Marquis. Isn't this Baron Xian? Why does Fang Chen call him Marquis Xianyu? This is the most popular marquis in Longdu country in recent years. He has the opportunity to be promoted to Grand Duke because the territory under his command is almost on par with those Grand Dukes. Xian Baron changed his demeanor, sat back in his seat calmly, and looked at Fang Chen with a half-smile. The rumors are indeed true. Fang Juanchen is indeed very good at predicting things. Even my identity was guessed by Fang Chen. However, today, I wonder what means Fang Chen has to change all this. The screams from the nearby ship continued. Not only were people setting fires, but people were also chasing the guests. At the same time, bursts of exclamations were heard from the shore. Those hundreds of Longdu knights actually started to kill indiscriminately. When everyone saw this scene from a distance, they all gasped in shock. Is Longdu crazy?